Chapter 1, December 2024. Night. In Jiangsheng, beneath a street tree on Jianghan Road, Su Qingfeng knelt, his hands resting on his knees, breath rapid and labored, his eyes wide with terror, unmistakably, indicating he had just endured a significant fright. After gulping down a mouthful of saliva and forcefully suppressing his inner dread, Su Qingfeng rebuked the system in his mind. So, it's a multiverse dual crossing system, is it? Why on earth did you send me to Huangshan village from the village of the dead? And at this late hour, no less. Fortunately, I reacted quickly, otherwise I would have surely been terrified to death by those vile entities. The Village of the Dead, a supernatural film, had haunted Su Qingfeng's childhood nightmares, especially the scene where Ming ventured into the abandoned Huangshan village in search of Chu Renmai's home. The entire village was teeming with malevolent spirits. That had frightened him immensely back then. And now, here he was, just 2 minutes prior. While returning home from work, the system had activated the dual crossing system, no less. Su Qingfeng was overjoyed, yet before he could fully explore its capabilities, he was unceremoniously thrust into the forsaken Huangshan village in the dead of night. How could that not be terrifying? The system responded, informing him that if he felt uncomfortable or in danger, he could always return to the main world through the multiverse dual crossing. Su Qingfeng. It seemed his complaints were in vain. Fine, why don't you introduce yourself and tell me what functions you possess? Suppressing the urge to exclaim in frustration, the metallic notification sound echoed in his mind once more. Responding to the host, this system comprises 2 primary functions. First, dual crossing. Second, issuing mainline tasks. Should the host complete the mainline task, he shall receive abundant rewards. Congratulations, host, you have activated the mainline task. Rescue the 4 from the spirit game. Completion reward: 10-fold increase in mental strength, 10-fold enhancement of cultivation aptitude, doubling of dual crossing capabilities, and an increase in luck which may be applied to augment national fortune. Failure punishment: system explosion and the host demise. Task duration: 7 days. Su Qingfeng. Upon hearing of the generous rewards, he had initially thought the system might actually be of some use. However, upon learning the details of the mainline task, his expression darkened instantaneously. Especially after hearing the consequences of failure, his countenance became utterly grim. He began to comprehend. The system he had activated was undoubtedly malfunctioning. Otherwise, why would it assign such an outrageous mainline task? System, can you empathize with me? I am merely an ordinary person, and the 4 involved in the spirit game are facing MA. As an ordinary individual, how could I possibly rescue them from her clutches? In the original narrative, Ming had exerted tremendous effort, ultimately sacrificing himself without saving anyone. Surely, he could not risk his life in a futile attempt to complete a system task by confronting a ghost directly. Yet, there lay a critical dilemma. Failure to complete the system's tasks will result in an explosion 7 days hence, leading inexorably to the conclusion of death. It is an insurmountable dilemma. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds, half a minute has elapsed, and the system in my mind appears to have crashed, evidently unwilling to respond to any inquiries. What then should I do? To pursue the task is akin to courting death. Yet, failure to fulfill the task will also culminate in demise. In any case, it is but a matter of inevitable death. Su Qingfeng murmured despondently, on the verge of tears. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his eyes. Alone, he could not possibly succeed. However, he could seek external assistance. System, I request external aid to accomplish the main task. Is that acceptable? As the thought took form, Su Qingfeng eagerly inquired. The system responded affirmatively, of course. The voice of the system became unexpectedly melodious. In that moment, Su Qingfeng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. As long as it was permissible, there remained a glimmer of hope for survival. Now, the question arose, what kind of external assistance would maximize his chances of survival? Perhaps I should seek out a Taoist priest? The notion crossed his mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. He was all too familiar with the nature of Taoists in this era. It was more prudent to wield a peach-wood sword and engage in a fierce struggle against the sinister forces himself. Perhaps in the realm of the mountain village's old corpse, a Taoist could be of help. Yet, time was certainly insufficient, and within the original narrative, there were no Taoists capable of countering the malevolent entity. By the conclusion, that vengeful spirit still lingered, since seeking a yin-yang master proved unfeasible. It appears my only recourse for external aid lies with the government. With the assistance of the state, he could at least devise numerous solutions, far superior to solitary contemplation. Of course, Su Qingfeng held little expectation that the government would assist him in completing the main task. After all, They were dealing with a formidable adversary, one not falling within the purview of materialistic governance that, in essence, one must treat a dead horse as a live one for treatment. No external aid could possibly rival the might of the state. Moreover, among the system's rewards, there was an element of national fortune the government would surely intervene. Resolute in his decision, Su Qingfeng did not immediately seek out the police officer, but instead hurried towards the bustling Jianghan Road that he understood clearly. Should he approach the police officer directly and explain his predicament, the outcome would be singular. He would be deemed mentally unstable. The most adept hunters often assume the guise of their prey. Better to create a commotion and let the government come to him. Yu Qingfeng moved swiftly. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at the pedestrian street of Jianghan Road. First, he procured some snacks and beverages, then sought out a densely populated area. With a thought, he commanded, "System, activate the multiverse dual crossing gate." The system responded, informing him that the multiverse dual crossing gate was now open. A gentle reminder. Without the host permission, no individual or object may utilize this dual crossing gate. As the system's voice faded, the once crowded pedestrian street before Su Qingfeng was suddenly illuminated by radiant beams of white light that sprang forth from thin air. This dazzling white light resembled a cold flame, and upon its emergence, it swiftly coalesced into a magnificent shape. Within mere seconds, it had formed a doorway, standing 3 meters tall and 2 meters wide, gleaming brilliantly in its entirety. Su Qingfeng, having prepared snacks and beverages in advance, began tossing them into the portal, which he referred to as the dual crossing gate. The sight that unfolded was nothing short of astonishing. Instead of landing on the ground, these snacks and drinks vanished into thin air upon entering the gate. Onlookers were left speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Is this some kind of magic? Surely, I cannot be seeing this correctly. One exclaimed. Is there street magic on Jianghan Road? I frequent this place daily, how could I have missed it? Another pondered. Dude, this is clearly the shape of a door. How did it just appear out of nowhere? Someone else remarked. Didn't you notice? Just moments ago, a flurry of scattered white light appeared and then converged into this door. It's utterly bizarre. Look, this guy is tossing things into the glowing portal, and wait, those items are disappearing. They rushed forward for a closer inspection, rendered speechless by the spectacle. It's truly vanished. This is something extraordinary. This peculiar scene drew the attention of countless passers-by, and soon, the already bustling Jianghan Road pedestrian street was swarmed with at least 1,000 curious onlookers. Sensing that the time was ripe, Su Qingfeng felt a surge of determination, promptly closing the dual crossing gate without offering any explanation. He then made his way through the crowd, heading towards his rented accommodation. Su Qingfeng's residence was located in the Jiangxia district, not particularly close to the Jianghan Road in the Jianghan district. Adhering to the notion that the system had its own logic, he saw no reason to economize and hailed a taxi for his return journey. Along the way, he instinctively picked up his phone and opened Douyin, searching for related information. As expected, within mere minutes, a slew of videos had been uploaded. The titles were increasingly sensational. An unprecedented unsolved mystery. Is it a street magic performance or humanity's hidden secrets? Breaking news. A remarkable individual in the Dragon Nation you must know about this event on Jianghan Road tonight. Incredible. An immortal appears on Jianghan Road. Shocking. A celestial gate emerges on Jianghan Road, with an immortal guiding mortals in their pursuit of enlightenment. As he scrolled through the posts, Su Qingfeng couldn't help but reflect on the power of rumor. The transformation of a simple street performance into tales of immortals guiding mortals toward enlightenment was astonishing. The capacity for human imagination was truly remarkable. 10 minutes later, he arrived home in the taxi. After settling the fare and stepping out, he reopened Douyin, only to find that all videos concerning Jianghan Road had vanished without a trace. Even the search entries have vanished, as if this incident had never transpired. It is abundantly clear that the state has intervened. That very moment, the sudden jingle of a mobile phone resonated, the incoming number displaying only. Having been psychologically prepared for this, Su Qingfeng remained relatively calm, leisurely pressing the answer key and placing the receiver to his ear. Hello. On the other end of the line, a robust and serious male voice emerged. Mr. Su, we are from a national security agency. We need to discuss certain matters with you. Are you available at this moment? We will send a dedicated team over. Feigning equality, Su Qingfeng replied, I am available. Thank you for your cooperation. After receiving a positive response, the call was terminated. Su Qingfeng continued his journey to his rental unit. The accommodation he rented was modest, situated in a dilapidated room within an urban village. Jiangcheng is home to numerous universities, resulting in a significant number of graduates each year. Consequently, the salaries of those who remain in Jiangcheng are typically not very high. Take Su Qingfeng, for example. His shabby room costs merely 500 yuan per month, and with utilities, it barely exceeds 700 yuan. Yet for his modest internship salary of 3,500 yuan, this represents a considerable expense. After swiping his access card, returning to his rental, and securely closing the door, he had just finished preparing a bowl of instant noodles. Suddenly, several vehicles arrived downstairs, kicking up dust as they came to a halt. The doors swung open, and figures emerged from within, both men and women. Their efficient movements and upright postures indicated that their identities were anything but ordinary. Once again, the phone rang. The number still displayed to setting the prepared noodles aside. Su Qingfeng answered the call. "Hello, Mr. Su. We have arrived downstairs. Please open the door." A gentle female voice greeted him from the other end. Su Qingfeng acknowledged with a hum, and promptly descended to open the door. Thereupon, he was met with the visage of a quintessential career woman. "Good day, Mr. Su." Upon seeing Su Qingfeng, she smiled and extended her right hand, introducing herself. "I am Zhang Xiaoman, the section chief of the Jiangcheng branch of the National Security Agency. You may address me as Chief Zhang, though I would prefer if you called me Miss Zhang or Comrade Zhang." The use of the term comrade signified her stance and intentions. Su Qingfeng reciprocated by extending his right hand, nodding with a smile. "Greetings, Chief Zhang, that I trust you are already acquainted with my situation, so no need for further introductions." Zhang Xiaoman maintained her smile. "Indeed. However, there are certain aspects that we at the security agency require further clarification on. I hope you will cooperate." Su Qingfeng replied, "Of course. Let us proceed upstairs. We can discuss matters at length." Zhang Xiaoman remarked, "I appreciate your understanding. Su Qingfeng's rented room was located on the 3rd floor." The ascent was brief, and soon they arrived. Upon entering the living room, Zhang Xiaoman first retrieved a bottle resembling perfume from her bosom and began to spray its contents throughout the room. Accompanying her were several members of the security agency, equipped with recording devices, video equipment, and various scientific instruments, diligently conducting their assessments. Noticing the perplexity in Su Qingfeng's eyes, Zhang Xiaoman patiently elucidated, "Mr. Su, please do not misunderstand. This is necessitated by confidentiality and, of course, for your safety. For instance, the substance I hold in my hand emits a liquid that can disrupt the resonance caused by sound waves striking glass, serving as an effective means against eavesdropping." Su Qingfeng responded with a simple, After a minute or so, once the team members confirmed that everything was normal, Zhang Xiaoman activated a small electromagnetic interference device. She then pulled up a chair and sat before Su Qingfeng, smiling as she said, "Mr. Su, the current situation is both unusual and of utmost importance. Therefore, there is a matter for which we require your reasonable explanation." Prepared for this moment, Su Qingfeng replied, "Ask away." Zhang Xiaoman nodded with a smile. "Thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Su. 31 minutes ago, specifically at 8:07 p.m. this evening, surveillance detected some perplexing activities on your part along Jianghan Road. Furthermore, accompanied by your actions, some rather extraordinary phenomena occurred. Could you elaborate on this?" Exhaling deeply, Su Qingfeng began to articulate the carefully prepared narrative. "This may be hard for you to believe, but please remember, I speak the truth. I possess the ability to traverse another world, and I can bring others with me. However, I have been assigned a task that is nearly impossible to accomplish. Although successful completion promises numerous rewards, including the enhancement of our nation's fortune, failure equates to my demise." His response was succinct. Yet, Su Qingfeng underestimated the keen intellect of the female section chief before him. Zhang Xiaoman narrowed her eyes, contemplating for several seconds before meeting Su Qingfeng's gaze, stating, "If I am not mistaken, Mr. Su's ability to traverse dimensions is likely related to that white portal." Su Qingfeng affirmed. "Indeed," Zhang Xiaoman inquired, "has Mr. Su ever ventured into the world beyond that white portal?" Su Qingfeng confirmed, "I have." Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman's pupils dilated, radiating an unparalleled excitement. As she continued, "Could you provide further details? This information is crucial for us, for the nation, and for the people." Mentioning this stirred a sense of resentment within Su Qingfeng, who recounted the unethical operations of the system with a tone of bitterness, leaving Zhang Xiaoman both amused and exasperated. As the head of the National Security Agency, she quickly regained her professional demeanor and clarified, "Su, are you suggesting that the world beyond the portal is that of the mountain village's old corpses? This portal you possess can connect to myriad realms? Is that correct?" Su Qingfeng affirmed once more, "Indeed, Furthermore, I have received a primary mission issued by the system, specifically the Light Gate. I must rescue the 4 individuals engaged. In the spirit game, if I fail to accomplish this task, my life is forfeit. Of course, upon completion of the mission, there will be substantial rewards, and it will also unlock the next dimensional realm. Zhang Xiaoman furrowed her brow in contemplation. Is it akin to surviving in confinement? Su Qingfeng replied, one could interpret it that way, but it is far worse. Because the adversary we must confront is Chu Renmei. Zhang Xiaoman expressed her astonishment. Incredible. I watched that movie in my youth. It left a profound impression on me. Traversing the cinematic world. How peculiar indeed. Indeed, an ordinary person finds it exceedingly difficult to cope in the presence of such extraordinary energy entities. Su Qifeng tentatively inquired, so, are you capable? With a light chuckle, Zhang Xiaoman shook her head and replied, I'm not certain. To be candid, since my enlistment, I have never encountered such a situation. However, as an exemplary agent, I cannot admit to any limitations, nor can I express doubt. Su Qifeng silently gave her a thumbs up. Indeed, she was an outstanding agent. It was no wonder she had achieved the position of section chief at such a young age. He pondered, so, what shall we do now? With a smile, Zhang Xiaoman responded, I will promptly report this matter to Yanqing. The specifics will be determined by the state. By the way, before that, Mr. Su, could you once again demonstrate your abilities? Please do not overthink it. We merely wish to create an additional backup and collect more data. Su Qingfeng replied, no problem. With that, he focused his thoughts, and the portal once again opened. As before, in the empty room, particles of white light materialized from thin air, coalescing under the influence of force. Within mere seconds, they formed a door measuring 3 meters in height and 2 meters in width. Incredible. Witnessing this spectacle, even Zhang Xiaoman gasped, her eyes fixated on the luminous portal, her heartbeat quickening. The several members of the security agency beside her reacted similarly. After a brief moment, Su Qifeng willed the light door to vanish. Zhang Xiaoman immediately extended her right hand, smiling in gratitude. Mr. Su, thank you very much for your cooperation. Su Qingfeng responded, it's a small matter. After all, I am also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Since I have decided to surrender this door to the state, it is my duty to assist. Zhang Xiaoman nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Then, she shifted the conversation. However, we will need to trouble you once more. Su Qingfeng inquired with curiosity, what else is required? Zhang Xiaoman explained. We must go to Jiangxing Hospital for a comprehensive medical examination. Until the results are available, it is best not to leave. This applies not only to you, Mr. Su, but also to us, as well as anyone who was within a kilometer of Jianghan Road at that time, including the taxi driver you rode with. Without hesitation, Su Qingfeng agreed, certainly. Considering their perspectives, he would have chosen the same course of action. After all, these matters do not belong to the realm of Blue Star, and it is imperative to maintain a profound sense of reverence. Upon careful reflection, I realized that I may have been somewhat presumptuous. Once everything was finalized, Zhang Xiaoman retrieved her computer and promptly packaged all relevant materials, encrypting them for transmission to the headquarters in Yanjing via the internal network. Simultaneously, she reached out to the Jiangxing Affairs Center regarding the medical examinations. Upon receiving notification, the entire staff at the Affairs Center, including the director of Jiangxing, was stirred into action. A wide-scale inspection was immediately initiated. Until the test results were obtained, all personnel were to be quarantined and prohibited from leaving. Naturally, all of this was conducted in secrecy. Any attempts to exploit this situation for publicity would be met with severe consequences. In Yanjing, once the prominent figures received the concrete news, they were left in shock. Those who occupy such high positions are certainly no fools. Everyone quickly realized that this was an unprecedented opportunity. A monumental chance for the Dragon Nation to reclaim its place at the pinnacle of the world, an opportunity that had not arisen in a millennium. If seized, the benefits were simply beyond imagination. Indeed, venturing beyond the solar system and transforming the Dragon Nation into an interstellar civilization was not beyond the realm of possibility. This opportunity is indeed of paramount importance. The nation promptly convened a high-level meeting. During this assembly, several fundamental national policy resolutions were adopted concerning this matter. First, to concentrate all resources, including scientific, military, economic, and cultural strengths, to wholeheartedly serve the exploration of alternate worlds and the completion of the Light Gate's main mission. Second, to elevate Su Qingfeng's security level to the highest tier, accompanied by a substantial enhancement in his. Third, to grant Jiangxing significant special privileges, mandating that the city's secretary, Li Aigua, cooperate unconditionally with Su Qingfeng. Unconditionally. In truth, such a monumental affair should not rest upon the shoulders of a mere city secretary like Li Aigua. However, due to certain unmentionable reasons, he was the only viable candidate for the task. Lastly, and most critically, is the confidentiality protocol. Firstly, all individuals who witnessed Su Qingfeng opening the light gate on Jianghan Road that evening, including passers-by and shop owners, must sign a non-disclosure agreement. Furthermore, a certain undisclosed elite combined brigade, initially slated for military exercises, has been redirected here, with additional troops continuing to mobilize. In space, low-orbit satellites with graffiti capabilities have been activated and are poised to execute further operations in response to the evolving situation. Additionally, a multitude of reputable scientists, professors, and academicians, having passed rigorous evaluations, will also be sworn in and bound by confidentiality agreements before being assigned to this initiative. Everything is proceeding in an orderly fashion. Finally, regarding the overarching title for these plans, the meeting resolved to officially name this monumental endeavor, poised to alter the destiny of Longhua. As the Spark Plan, a single spark can start a prairie fire. At this moment, we stand at the inception of a blazing inferno. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have already elapsed. In the past 3 days, Su Qingfeng has been in isolation. Initially, he underwent comprehensive examinations at the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing. After confirming that there were no adverse conditions, he was transferred to the Military Region Hospital for continued isolation and further evaluations. Finally, with the results from the Military Region Hospital in hand, the heavy protective gear could finally be removed. During these 3 days, although Zhang Xiaoman was also in isolation, she remained industrious. The military had significantly reinforced its presence in Jiangxing, establishing a military camp and restricted zone near Donghu in the Jiangxia district. Soldiers patrolled alongside drones, and ordinary citizens were prohibited from approaching without permission. Furthermore, she collaborated with the local authorities to address numerous trivial matters. Amidst her busy schedule, she also made time to catch up on the film The Old Corpse of the Mountain Village. In the isolation ward, Su Qingfeng was idly scrolling through Douyin when a series of knocks echoed through the room. "Come in," he called. Upon receiving permission, the door swung open to reveal Zhang Xiaoman, followed closely by 7 or 8 elderly gentlemen clad in Zhongshan suits and wearing reading glasses, many of whom sported graying hair. Zhang Xiaoman maintained her unflappable smile as she addressed him. "Mr. Su, thank you for your efforts over the past few days. How are you feeling now?" Su Qingfeng replied. "I feel quite normal, and I can eat more than I could 3 days ago." Zhang Xiaoman expressed her gratitude. "Thank you very much for your cooperation during these days. Moving forward, before we venture into the realm of the old corpse of the mountain village, you are free to move about." Despite this newfound freedom, Su Qingfeng felt no sense of relief. Instead, he turned his gaze towards the 7 or 8 elderly gentlemen behind Zhang Xiaoman and inquired curiously, "Chief Zhang, who are these individuals?" With a smile, Zhang Xiaoman introduced them. "These esteemed scientists have come from various parts of the country and are highly reliable. This is Lu Huajian, a magnetophysicist and an academician of the Academy of Sciences, a leading figure in modern magnetics in our nation, as well as the head of the key laboratory of magnetics at our National Institute of Physics." As she finished speaking, an elderly gentleman with white hair and beard extended his right hand and said with a warm smile, "Comrade Xiao Su, we old fellows have certainly heard your name echoing like thunder these past few days." In the presence of such national pillars, Su Qingfeng did not hesitate. He promptly extended his hand and smiled in return. "You flatter me, Elder Lu. I am merely a fortunate participant. The forthcoming work will require your considerable expertise." Lu Huajian chuckled heartily and shook his head, saying, "It is commendable for the youth to be modest. But the matters at hand concern the future of our nation and people. We must not let our guard down." Su Qingfeng nodded gravely, indeed. Zhang Xiaoman continued with her introductions. "Mr. Su, this is Director Wu Zongping of the First People's Hospital of Jiangcheng, a neurosurgery expert and the former chief physician of the Shanghai Mental Health Center." As the conversation concluded, Su Qingfeng continued to shake hands, exchanging cordial smiles. Subsequently, Zhang Xiaoman proceeded with her introductions. The gathering comprised 7 or 8 distinguished elders, each remarkable in their own right, with expertise spanning a vast array of fields: psychology, philosophy, optics, medicine, quantum mechanics, metaphysics, and religious studies. Moreover, Su Qingfeng received an intriguing piece of news. To ensure the successful completion of the main task following the light gate, to guarantee safety, and in light of the needs of scientific advancement, over 20 national-level key scientific laboratories were collectively relocating to the military-restricted zone in Jiangxia District. The number of individuals directly or indirectly involved exceeded 1 million. Undoubtedly, the nation was placing significant emphasis on this matter. A sense of unease began to envelop Su Qingfeng as he inquired of Zhang Xiaoman, Director Zhang. Will these esteemed scientists be venturing into the world of the ancient corpses in the mountain village? Zhang Xiaoman nodded with a smile. Most of them will. Su Qingfeng voiced his concerns. But we are confronting a supernatural entity. If any danger arises, the losses could be catastrophic. Zhang Xiaoman shook her head. That will not happen. According to the film's premise, Chu Renmei could only induce illusions through the medium of water, leading to death. We simply need to abstain from drinking it. Furthermore, we are adequately prepared, including having made arrangements to seek necessary assistance from the authorities within the film's world. The magnitude of this information left Su Qingfeng frowning in contemplation, prompting him to ask, authorities within the film's world? How should that be understood? Zhang Xiaoman elucidated, it pertains to the Zhengfu during that era in Hong Kong. As for how to establish contact, how to request necessary assistance, and how to explain our origins, the specifics are as follows. She then provided a brief explanation. The more Su Qingfeng listened, the more apprehensive he became, realizing the limitations of his own considerations. Fortunately, they had secured this formidable national support. At least, based on the current circumstances, completing the main system task should not be overly arduous, right? By the way, Mr. Su, Zhang Xiaoman said, reaching into her pocket to retrieve a business card. The upcoming plans will be overseen by Mr. Li Aigua from Jiangqing. If you have any questions, you may reach out to him. This is his personal phone number. She handed him the card and continued, of course, you may also call me. But due to the nature of my work, I may not be able to respond promptly. Su Qingfeng accepted the card and placed it in his pocket, saying, I understand. Thank you. With the exchange concluded, as Su Qingfeng had anticipated, the 7 or 8 learned scholars, armed with their notebooks, shifted into an inquisitive mode. Comrade Su, during your entry into the alternate world, did you encounter any spirits? Or more specifically, did you witness any of the ethereal beings from Huangshan village? Could you describe the specific scenes? Additionally, what was the lighting situation at that time? Comrade Xiao Su, could you please elaborate on your experience traversing the luminous portal? How did you suddenly acquire this portal? Could you provide a detailed account? After several arduous hours, all inquiries were finally addressed. Simultaneously, preparations for the expedition to the world of the ancient corpses in the mountain village had entered their final phase. The next step was to convene an operational meeting to finalize the action plan. It is noteworthy that, out of respect for supernatural forces, the state had summoned several Taoists and monks for consultation. However, after viewing the video demonstration of Su Qingfeng's dual portal, these spiritual practitioners turned pale and immediately shook their heads. While they excel in theatrical deception, they were hesitant to engage with genuine supernatural phenomena, particularly under the auspices of the state. Should they fail in their endeavors and the government discover the deception, the repercussions would be dire. Not only would the domestic situation be compromised, but the entire Blue Planet could become unsafe. The Spectre Squad and international operatives were to be briefed. Given their forthrightness, the state opted not to impose any demands, instead issuing a gag order prohibiting international travel and deploying operatives to monitor the situation closely. The meeting was chaired by Li Aigua, the head of the Jiangqing Persimmon Bureau and the Provincial Affairs Center. Besides Su Qingfeng, the assembly comprised over 50 seasoned scientists, a dozen young researchers, and more than 20 military and legal professionals, totaling over 100 participants. The conference room, constructed by the military, adhered to national-level confidentiality standards, rendering all eavesdropping techniques ineffective. Within this secure space, Su Qingfeng encountered numerous figures he had only previously seen on television, their familiarity striking. At the head of the conference table sat a distinguished elder, slender in stature, yet with eyes that radiated intensity, unmistakably not an ordinary individual. This was none other than Li Aigua, who eschewed the customary lengthy protocols of meetings. Once all attendees were present, he promptly addressed them. Comrades, we are currently undergoing an unimaginable transformation. I urge you all to withstand the pressure and maintain your drive. The research concerning the world of ancient corpses in the mountain village encompasses various fields, including medicine, economics, philosophy, culture, and natural sciences. This holds significant implications for future mental therapies, and even for psychological warfare and espionage. I implore you to remain true to your original intentions and not lose sight of your purpose. After scanning the assembly, Li Aigua's gaze settled on a middle-aged man clad in a mid-century Zhongshan suit, inquiring, "Team Leader Zhao, has the access code from Yinjing been transmitted?" The middle-aged man, Zhao Chunming, head of the Yinjing Special Affairs Task Force, who was originally tasked with overseeing special matters nationwide, had been dispatched to Jiangxing due to its unique circumstances. Upon hearing Li Aigua's inquiry, he responded earnestly, "In response to your question, Li Bureau Chief, the code has been sent along with the internal phone number from that time, and the cipher has been verified. Upon arriving in the alternate world, we possess the confidence, bolstered by our current equipment, to establish contact with the then Beijing within a minute." Li Aigua nodded slowly, then turned to Su Qingfeng, inquiring warmly, "Comrade Su, if the mission is accomplished, will it be possible to remain there for an extended period?" Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng consulted the system within his mind, receiving the response, "Not possible." With a sigh, Li Aigua's gaze reflected a hint of disappointment, yet he maintained a cheerful demeanor, responding, "No matter, the current situation is already exceedingly favorable for us." He then directed his attention to the left, addressing Lu Huajian, "Academician Lu, could you please provide an overview of your research team's work?" "Understood," Lu Huajian replied promptly, rising to present his prepared notes. "The first batch of magnetic flux gate magnetometers, capable of a resolution reaching 100 picoteslas, has already been delivered. These will enable us to measure the magnetic field of the alternate world, particularly the fluctuations surrounding the appearance of the Chu people. Furthermore, the initial set of superconducting quantum interference devices has also arrived, instruments adept at detecting magnetic field changes at the submicrotesla level, facilitating our observation of the magnetic field variations in this alternate realm. Concurrently, equipment such as PET, EEG, and MRI has been received, with advanced spectrometers already in operation. However, due to time constraints, many of our laboratories, including the Class 100 sterile lab, remain under construction." Li Aigua nodded in satisfaction. "This pace is remarkably swift, considering that merely 3 days have elapsed. The primary reason lies in the necessity for confidentiality. Otherwise, if unrestricted, we could significantly surpass the current progress. Lastly, the military is involved. 2 companies, comprising over 200 elite soldiers, are fully prepared. Each of these warriors has pledged their allegiance, signing a confidentiality agreement and swearing an oath of unwavering loyalty under the banner. Upon arriving in the realm of the old corpses in the mountain village, they will swiftly encircle the building where the original quartet of the spiritual game resides. Furthermore, Wu Zongping has prepared an extensive array of psychotropic substances. Should the situation spiral beyond control, such a crude approach may become necessary. 2 hours later, the meeting is drawing to a close, leading to the final action time. After a unified discussion, it has been decided that the operation will commence in 18 hours, precisely at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Although they are materialists, a modicum of respect must be afforded to supernatural beings. At this moment, the sun blazed fiercely, perhaps tempering the fiery temperament of Chu Rinmei. Originally scheduled for noon, the time was reconsidered due to the principle of yang giving rise to yin. As they departed the conference room, Director Wu Zongping of the First People's Hospital of Jiangxing jested. Before him stood He Linli, the director of the Shanghai Light Research Institute. Both men had once been professors at Hucking, and thus shared a long-standing camaraderie as old friends and colleagues. Upon hearing Wu's remark, He Linli chuckled. "Old Wu, I would indeed like to, but as scientists, we must adhere to the principles of empirical truth. By the way, wouldn't tea preparing black donkey hooves yield better results?" Wu Zongping furrowed his brow in contemplation, then shook his head. "No, black donkey hooves are effective against large zongzi. We still need peachwood swords and talismans. And perhaps we should also invite a statue of Guan Yu for additional efficacy." He leanly waved his hand with amusement. "You may go ahead with that. But I shall abstain. My interests lie solely in research. Old Wu, what do you think the existence of Chu Rinmei truly represents?" Wu Zongping murmured. "It is hard to say. The common states of matter are solid, liquid, gas, and plasma, none of which seem applicable here. If one were to categorize it as a Bose-Einstein condensate, that too appears unlikely. This consciousness, detached from matter yet existing independently, was referred to in the film as resentment. But classifying it as gas does not hold water. According to the film's premise, Chu Renmei is unaffected by gravity or any form of resistance or friction. He leanly sighed deeply that lad Su Chi-feng has certainly posed a significant challenge for our scientific community. Wu Zongping laughed heartily, not just the scientific community. As more and more realms are unlocked in the future, the challenges will undoubtedly multiply. I wonder what it will be like when the portals to fantastical or mythological realms open, mused he leanly, his gaze intensifying, filled with boundless imagination. When that time comes, the advancement of human science may elevate us, at least by several dimensions, transforming us into a civilization of higher dimensions. In that era, longevity, interstellar travel, and cosmic colonization may no longer be mere dreams. Wu Zongping's eyes sparkled with anticipation. I truly hope that day arrives swiftly. The conference concluded, and the next day arrived promptly. As the clock approached 1 o'clock, under the blazing sun, Zhang Xiaoman handed a list to Li Aigua, stating, Li Shichong, the first batch of operational personnel is all here. The team and all equipment are prepared. This mission will be led by Academician Lu Huajin of the National Academy of Sciences, with Zhao Chuming, head of the Special Affairs Group, serving as the deputy leader. The team comprises a total of 341 individuals, all equipped with medical protective gear, and aside from the chief leader, they will be divided into the following sub-teams. The external liaison team, consisting of 4 members, is led by Deputy Captain Zhao Chuming, who is responsible for the official communications with the otherworld. The sampling team, comprised of 7 individuals from the Jiangxing medical team, is tasked with collecting samples from the soil, air, water sources, and cadavers from the morgue of the otherworld. Additionally, there is a specialized team focused on the collection of the remains of Chu Renmei. This team's singular objective is to locate the water pool where Chu Renmei's body lies, divert the water, and place the jade bracelet back onto her wrist. The suggestion to divert and drain the water was proposed by Lu Huajian. Chu Renmei can only conjure illusions to kill through the medium of water, yet her remains are submerged in the pool. To retrieve her bones, one must enter the water. What to do? The solution is simple: drain the water. If the pool is completely emptied, even Chu Renmei's formidable powers will be rendered ineffective. Furthermore, the medical team consists of 13 members, led by Wu Zongping, the director of Jiangcheng People's Hospital, primarily responsible for the water quality checks and mental health assessments in Huangshan Village. There is also a language team of 5 distinct research working groups, and a distinguished force of 232 elite soldiers, commanded by the current leader of the Southwest Falcon Special Forces, Zhao Jianyang. After listening to the report, Li Aigua nodded slowly, advising, you have arranged everything well. Proceed according to this list. Remember, under no circumstances should you drink the water from that side unless absolutely necessary. Zhang Xiaoman replied, understood. All participating team members have watched the original film at least 10 times and have noted every detail. Li Aigua added, moreover, it is imperative to ensure the safety of Comrade Su. Zhang Xiaoman's expression turned serious as she affirmed, understood. At present, Su Qingfeng has become the future of Longhua. The national fortune reward from the main mission is merely one aspect. More importantly, this is another world. Thus, the safety of Su Qingfeng is of the utmost importance. On December 9, 2024, at 12:40 p.m., the team of 341 members, designated for the conquest of the otherworld, officially assembled. Precisely at 1 o'clock p.m. Under the affirming gazes of Captain Lu Huajin and Deputy Captain Zhao Chuming, Su Qifeng felt a stirring within. The communication system activated, and the celestial dual crossing portal opened once more. Then, under Lu Huajin's guidance, the entire team traversed the dual crossing portal, vanishing from the vast scientific laboratory. At the same time, within the temporary command center, several once glimmering LED screens immediately turned a grim gray-white, accompanied by a chilling crackle of electrical noise. Li Aigua looked up toward the center of the laboratory, observing the celestial dual crossing portal slowly closing, his expression a mixture of complexity as he murmured, the communication methods have completely failed. The signal transmission between the two worlds cannot synchronize. Now, you can only rely on yourselves. In the realm of a rural village, within the temporal confines of the 1990s, lies the bustling district of Tsim Sha Tsui in Hong Kong. This thoroughfare, vibrant with the flow of vehicles and throngs of pedestrians, is adorned with the kaleidoscopic glow of traffic lights, casting a mesmerizing aura upon this gem of the East. A couple, clad in the quintessential Hong Kong style, indulges in their romantic exchanges on the street. Suddenly, to their right, a magnificent portal of radiant white light materializes, illuminating the surroundings for hundreds of meters. As moments pass, this ethereal gateway expands, growing to a height of approximately 3 meters and a width of 2 meters in mere seconds. Following this, the portal swings open, revealing a modern inhabitant of the Dragon Kingdom, donned in medical protective gear, who cautiously steps forth. The first to emerge is Xiao Jianong, armed with a Type 03 automatic rifle. What does it feel like to traverse through dimensions? He had anticipated a sensation akin to that portrayed in science fiction films, spun around in disorientation, or perhaps experiencing the nausea akin to that of a pregnant woman. Yet, his recent experience proved to be a mere figment of his imagination. As the blinding light dissipated, he found himself in an alternate world behind the portal. In quick succession, dozens of fully armed elite soldiers follow suit. They disperse in groups of 3, swiftly securing advantageous positions. Engage the safety, avoid friendly fire, Xiao Jianyang commands with authority. The soldiers respond in unison, removing their silencers and preparing their firearms. They don their thermal imaging devices and low-light night vision goggles. While cordoning off the area to disperse the crowd, the couple, previously entwined in their romantic moment, seems to belong to a local gang. The young man, brimming with bravado, contemplates confronting the disruption. Do you have any idea who I am? I'm Simsha Sui's Duan Koen. However, upon witnessing the fully armed soldiers, equipped with sniper rifles, machine guns, and shoulder-fired rocket launchers, and the peculiar portal continuously expelling individuals, he hesitates, taking in the sight of the warriors enveloped in protective gear. The young couple from Hong Kong turned pale with fright. Oh my goodness! They fled in a panic, as if their lives depended on it. The soldiers responsible for dispersing the crowd felt an urge to laugh, yet they understood the fear that gripped the couple. If the roles were reversed, they too would likely be shaken to their core. Su Qifeng and Captain Lu Huajin were the third group to arrive after passing through the portal. Upon their arrival, a metallic notification sound echoed in Su Qifeng's mind. Ding! Host has arrived in the world of the Village of the Dead. Notice 1. Only 3 days remain until the deadline for the main quest. Notice 2. After completing the main quest, departure must occur within 24 hours. Failure to comply will result in obliteration. Notice 3. The next world will open in 3 days. Notice 4. Ensure the survival of the 4 members of the spirit game for 3 days to complete the task. Upon hearing the system's notifications, Su Qingfeng shared everything with Lu Huajian without hesitation. Given the system's formidable nature, relying solely on oneself seemed futile. The only hope lay with the state. Lu Huajian's expression turned grave as he assured, Comrade Su, fear not. Over these next 3 days, we will spare no effort, even at great cost, to ensure the main quest is fulfilled and that those 4 individuals are protected from Chu Rinmei. Su Qingfeng countered, what is our plan of action? Lu Huajian replied, we will follow the movie's premise, drain the water from the pond. Then, we shall place the jade bracelet back onto the skeleton's hand, which will quell the vengeful spirit. With the spirit appeased, the 4 shall naturally survive. Su Qingfeng, as expected of the state, such audacity in draining the water. Very well then. At this moment, the first contingent of team members had begun to arrive in succession. Several hundred warriors established a military exclusion zone with a diameter exceeding 500 meters, centered around the dual entry point. Various meticulously prepared scientific research apparatus, communication devices, diesel generators, construction materials, and more swiftly entered the assembly phase. The objective was to reach the debugging stage within 2 hours and attain operational standards within 4. In the realm of communications, a high-frequency military drone had already taken flight. Shortly thereafter, the operator's hoarse yet exhilarated shout echoed. Captain Liu, the drone has reached the critical altitude of 5,652 meters. The signal is stable. Image transmission is functioning properly. Radio communication is normal. This is indeed wonderful news. With communication functioning smoothly, the subsequent command and collaborative efforts will become considerably more convenient. Well done. And continue to maintain this momentum, Lu Hua encouraged enthusiastically. Half an hour later, he glanced at his phone and felt it was about time. In this world, time flows differently than in the primary realm. It is currently 9:33 p.m., and according to the original plot, the group will commence their ants around 10 o'clock. Comrade Su, if we intervene early and prevent them from drinking water, might that prove effective? Lu Huajian expressed his thoughts to Su Qingfeng. Uncertain, Su Qifeng decided to consult the system. As anticipated, the answer was negative. The 4 individuals had already consumed water from the pool prior to the game, and according to the original narrative, their demise was inevitable. Such a pity, Lu Huajin sighed. Time was of the essence. He approached Zhao Chuming, who had already activated a specially prepared communication device to contact the authorities in Yanqing. The objective was to secure unwavering support. The specifics of his explanation were shrouded in confidentiality, thus unknown. Lu Huajin inquired, Team Leader Zhao, what is the current situation? Zhao Chunming set aside the communication device, smiling as he replied, communication on my end is exceedingly smooth. The Yanqing side is gradually accepting the current reality and beginning to exert pressure on the Xiangjiang region while providing necessary clarifications. Furthermore, they have inquired whether we require assistance. Lu Huajin nodded in satisfaction. As long as the identity issues are resolved, we are free from concern. The next phase is now entrusted to you. The true challenge is only just beginning. Zhao Chuaming's expression turned fervent, and he clenched his fists, proclaiming, understood. Lu Huajin affirmed, indeed. With the scene now in the capable hands of the deputy leader, he began to account for the personnel. 5 research teams, comprising over 100 of the most resolute elite warriors, equipped with cutting-edge scientific instruments such as spectrometers, squids, and EEGs, swiftly advanced toward their destination. On this occasion, Su Qifeng served as the guide. Prompted by the system, he accurately located the building housing the quartet engaged in the essence. Below, Lu Huajin reiterated, comrades, we are materialist workers. Everything we witness henceforth is a scientific phenomenon. Remember, do not drink the water here. The vengeful spirit will be powerless against us. The murder methods of Chu Renmei are mere illusions. To induce hallucinations, a medium is required. Without a medium, she is rendered helpless. Yes, understood. The assembly of over 100 scientists and military personnel responded in unison. Lu Huajin instructed, activate all scientific detection instruments and collectors. The device's word to life. Lu Huajin declared, commence operations. As the words fell from his lips, under his leadership, more than 100 elite warriors and scientific researchers rushed towards the residential building. Chu Renmei, in her lifetime, was a renowned performer of Cantonese opera. The terrifying aria from her original play stemmed from a piece that depicted the struggles of a woman selling meat to support orphans. Her husband, Buwantian, was a seemingly cultured teacher in the village, yet he was a true scoundrel. In order to be with the daughter of a moneylender and to avoid scandal, he orchestrated a scheme to catch the villagers in infidelity, using the pretext of adultery to enact vigilante justice, brutally beating Chu Renmei to death. Her face was battered beyond recognition by stones, and her lifeless body was carelessly wrapped in a mat and discarded on a hillside. After her demise, the truth reached her through Xiaochang, and her unquenchable resentment transformed her into a vengeful spirit, wreaking havoc upon the world. It is fair to say she was a tragic figure. Were it not for the system's mission, Su Qifeng would have preferred not to engage with Chu Renmei or seize individuals from her grasp. Meanwhile, on the 4th floor of the residential building, in the home of rubbish, 4 young individuals were preparing to partake in a essence game. The 4 individuals are Annie, Dabi, Biggie, and Rubbish. Additionally, there is Amin, who is naturally endowed with the gift of foresight. At this moment, Rubbish has prepared the water and placed it on the table. He hands a fruit knife to Amin and states, Amin, it is your turn. Due to his innate sensitivity, Amin is deeply averse to such matters and immediately waves his hand in refusal, saying, I will not partake. I will not drink your blood. If you wish to play, do so among yourselves. Upon hearing this, Dabi expresses her displeasure, complaining, you can't be serious, declaring you won't play at this late stage. Biggie, sitting beside her, also shows his discontent, urging, indeed, what is there to fear? By drinking our blood, you can experience the world within our minds. It appears that Dabi has made a realization, her expression shifting to one of sudden understanding. Oh, I see. You must have met another girl and are afraid that Annie will find out, hence your reluctance to join. Amin shakes his head and replies, think what you will. I simply refuse to participate. Annie, however, is not swayed by her friend's hesitation. Why not play? This opportunity is rare. Amin responds, forget it. You all go ahead and play. I will just sit aside. He then rises and, clutching a newspaper, moves to a corner. At this moment, Rubbish had already sliced his index finger with a fruit knife, letting his blood drip into a glass basin filled with water. Big B, Annie, and Biggie followed closely behind. Once the blood mingled with the water, each of them took a sip. It was then that Rubbish produced a bottle, extracting a viscous substance from within, which he dripped into the vessel and began to heat with a candle. As the flames warmed the oily matter, it emitted an extremely unpleasant odor, causing everyone to furrow their brows and shake their heads in dismay. "What is this? Rubbish? It reeks," they exclaimed. Rubbish replied with a smile, "It's corpse oil. It's rather difficult to procure." After saying this, he extended his hands, ready to commence the ants. However, at that very moment, a loud and vigorous knocking resounded at the door. Simultaneously, the voice of academician Lu Huajian echoed appropriately, declaring, "We are from the Hong Kong Immigration Department, and we suspect that illegal immigrants are concealed within this residence. Please open the door immediately for inspection." As Lu Huajian spoke, he had already prepared for the worst. Should there be no response after 3 knocks, they would forcibly enter. Inside the room, upon hearing the commotion at the door, the group turned to Rubbish, questioning him with confusion. "Rubbish, when did you harbor illegal immigrants?" Rubbish, bewildered, shook his head and replied, "I haven't." Even if he had, surely they would be aware. At this remark, Annie, Amin, and the others shared his bewilderment. "Never mind, I will open the door," said Amin, setting down the newspaper and rising to approach the door. Seeing this, Annie and Bigby expressed their disappointment. The essence would have to be put on hold. At the door, as it creaked open, Amin found himself stiffening at the sight of armed soldiers clad in medical protective gear, brandishing rifles. "Who are you?" he instinctively inquired, momentarily believing them to be malevolent spirits. Yet upon closer inspection, they certainly did not appear to be. Lu Huajin and the others, recognizing Amin's familiar face, were assured they had found the right place. He promptly displayed his credentials, stating, "We are from the Special Affairs Processing Center of the Dragon Nation, and we require your assistance with a matter. Please cooperate." With a mere glance, several armed Special Forces soldiers advanced, pushing him back into the room. Following closely behind were Su Qingfeng, Wu Zongping, the director of the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing, Helene Li, the director of the Shanghai Optical Research Institute, Qian Kaiwan, a psychologist from the Dragon Nation, and Xiao Jianyang, commander of the Southwest Falcon Special Forces, along with dozens of armed soldiers and several research teams comprising scientists. Over 100 individuals streamed in. As Lu Huajian entered the room, a chilling breeze swept through the living area. The cold wind, though gentle, was piercingly frigid against the skin. Even though he had taken precautions, donned protective gear, and consumed stabilizing medication in advance, he was still acutely aware of the chilling sensation that permeated the air. Suppressing this unsettling feeling with determination, he promptly commanded, "All Special Forces personnel, secure the doors and windows, particularly the restroom. Replace all ammunition with the first 3 rounds of blank cartridges. If anyone exhibits uncontrollable signs, those nearby are to open fire immediately." Sampling Group A, proceed to the restroom at once, flatten the toilet and bathtub, and place them into collection bags. Sampling Group B, collect all sources of water in the room, as well as the remnants of blood on the table. The magnetic monitoring team, activate all scientific instruments and ensure they are powered. The optical monitoring team, commence data analysis of all light sources in the room. The psychological monitoring team, continuously assess the mental state of the target individual. The medical monitoring team, keep a vigilant watch over the target's physical condition. Special Forces Unit 1, secure the target immediately and ensure they are properly restrained. Special Forces Unit 2, confiscate all sharp objects from the premises, particularly knives. The communication team, remain on standby. Under Lu Huajian's command, all soldiers and research personnel began to work with a sense of urgency and order. The first priority was the sharp objects within the room, as these could potentially become lethal weapons in the hands of Chu Renmei and thus must be eliminated. Next, various scientific instruments were activated and entered operational mode, alongside dozens of seasoned Special Forces warriors. These individuals are the elite of the nation, each having endured the brutalities of battle and witnessed countless tragedies of humanity. The horrifying scenes within the mountain village's lifeless remains are but trifles to them. They have encountered far more terrifying experiences, even having slept beside the dead. Upon receiving orders, they swiftly restrained the 4 individuals seated around the table, securing them with pre-prepared handcuffs before deploying an array of instruments upon them, all the while administering various medications to stabilize their mental state. Furthermore, there is the matter of the restroom. In the original narrative, Rubbish met his demise in the restroom due to sheer terror. Thus, this aspect requires particular attention. Toilets, bathtubs, and the like must be flattened. Do they intend to frighten others by emerging from the toilet? I shall deftly eliminate that possibility. Hundreds of individuals mobilized with remarkable speed. their collective vitality forming a formidable presence. However, confronted with this sudden turn of events, the spirit-communicating quartet and the naturally clairvoyant Amin found themselves utterly bewildered. What is happening? What on earth is this situation? Were we not investigating illegal immigration? The five stood frozen in place, dumbfounded at the unfolding scene. They soon observed that many among these individuals were military personnel, armed with genuine weaponry, exuding a palpable aura of lethality, clearly seasoned in the art of killing. Additionally, there were others wielding various instruments previously unseen, engaged in an array of measurements, validations, and monitoring tasks. This scene rendered everyone speechless. Long official. At that moment, it was Amin who first reacted, forcefully suppressing the doubts swirling in his mind. He called out. Lu Huajian had already arranged everything. Upon hearing the voice, he approached, scrutinizing Amin from head to toe, a faint smile gracing his lips. You are Amin, correct? Amin's eyes widened in astonishment. Sir, do you know me? Lu Huajian nodded. Yes. With my innate ability to see through the veil of reality, I have a profound impression of you. Amin was at a loss, unable to fathom when he had caught the attention of such a prominent figure. Sir, I truly cannot comprehend your words. Could you enlighten me on what exactly is happening? Lu Huajin began to respond, but before he could finish, the once bright lights in the room flickered violently, seemingly affected by some external force. Suddenly, a fierce wind howled outside, flinging open the living room windows, causing them to bang incessantly with a thunderous clamor, reminiscent of vengeful spirits wailing in agony. Simultaneously, an inexplicable chill swept through the still air within, lowering the temperature. The various teams that had just set up monitoring equipment hastily reported their findings. Captain Liu, the air composition has undergone significant changes. Previously, the oxygen level was approximately 26, nitrogen 62, carbon dioxide 0, 034, and unknown gas 3. Now, the unknown gas concentration has surged to 5. Then came the magnetic monitoring team. Captain Liu, the magnetic field strength has experienced a notable shift. It was previously at 0, 2T, and now it is nearing 0, 6T, approaching the intensity of clinical small-scale magnetic resonance devices. The mental monitoring and medical teams also reported varying degrees of discoveries. Only the optical monitoring team had yet to yield any significant results. Lu Huajian's mind raced with thoughts. According to the cinematic narrative, Chu Renmei had already developed the capability to influence reality. For instance, Xiao Qiang had met his demise under a steel pipe controlled by her, impaled through his mouth, with his skull punctured, a death beyond reprieve. Yet, that was the extent of her power, merely the ability to manipulate steel pipes, reliant on gravity and potential energy. Lu Huajian had long prepared for such contingencies, and upon hearing the reports, he calmly issued orders. Special Team 1, shatter all glass windows immediately. Special Team 2, prepare electromagnetic guns and ultrasonic bombs, ensuring protective measures are in place. Medical Monitoring Team, keep a close watch on the target individual and monitor all aspects of their mental state and brainwave activity. Understood. Yes. Acknowledged. Under the command of Lu Huajian, all window panes were shattered and collected in specially prepared containers. Simultaneously, several ultrasonic bombs detonated. Due to prior preparations, no one sustained any injuries. Likewise, they seemed to have little effect on Chu Renmei. Following this, the electromagnetic guns were deployed. Given that the emergence of vengeful spirits is linked to magnetic fields, it was only natural that they would be influenced by such forces. Although this rationale may seem tenuous, it appeared to bear some effect, as numerous individuals present, including Lu Huajian, heard a piercing wail echo through the air. Meanwhile, the four mediums who had consumed water were experiencing their own turmoil. Much like in the original narrative, they found themselves under the influence of the medium, witnessing terrifying visions that would haunt them for life. These phantasmal scenes were far more dreadful than any nightmare, causing their eyes to glaze over in fear. The calming medications they had taken proved ineffective, and they erupted into anguished cries. Let me go. No. Help. Save me. Get away. Annie, Rubbish, Biggie, and Debbie struggled wildly, their eyes darting towards the bathroom in the living room, their faces contorting in horror. Quick, administer the sedatives. The medical monitoring team, well prepared for such an occurrence, swiftly produced syringes and injected the four mediums with tranquilizers. Ultimately, hallucinations are but mere illusions. Under the potent effects of the medication, within 20 seconds, the four sequentially succumbed to slumber. Nearby, Amin stood frozen in shock. possessing the ability to see beyond the veil. He was acutely aware of the dreadful events unfolding, particularly the horrifying sights emanating from the bathroom. However, with numerous people present and his girlfriend in peril, he forced himself to remain focused, suppressing his gaze from the terrifying scene, and inquired of the medical personnel before him. "Doctor, how is my girlfriend?" "Annie, wake up." Wu Zongping observed the electroencephalogram while swiftly documenting the readings. Beside him, his doctoral student and assistant promptly replied, "Mr. Amin, your girlfriend merely fainted. There is no need for concern." Amin, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "But I clearly saw that thing. What if it harms Annie?" "That won't happen. We conducted research before our arrival. This malevolent spirit can only kill through illusions. Since she has succumbed to unconsciousness, there is no danger." Amin opened his mouth to respond. But despite his anxiety, he found the reasoning sound, realizing there was little he could do. Simultaneously, an insatiable curiosity welled within him. Who are these individuals? At this moment, the chilling sensation had intensified remarkably. Suppressing the fear within, he proclaimed loudly, "Chu Renmei, we are scientists, and we harbor no ill intentions towards you. Our purpose for being here is solely to ensure the safe passage of these 4 individuals over the course of 3 days. Your illusions hold no power over us. If possible, let us engage in a conversation. Allow these 4 to survive for 3 days and assist us in our scientific endeavors. In return, we shall grant you a request within our means. Please do not doubt our capabilities." Having established contact with the nations of this world, he felt emboldened to utter such words. In this scene, to an outsider, Lu Huajian appears to be in conversation with the air itself. However, in the next moment, a woman's voice resonating with the sounds of opera fills the room. When the gentleman finds joy, the lady is left heartbroken. Only the moon knows my grievances. Encounters are rare, yet partings are common. The forsaken woman now laments her tardy regret. "Do you remember, dear sir, the day the phoenix spread its wings in delight? Do you recall, as the butterfly betrayed its affection and departed, that the old love finds no refuge? Alas, dear sir, are you aware that my prolonged illness has rendered me frail, and soon I may perish from the sorrow you bring?" The song is titled "Selling Meat to Raise Orphans," a renowned segment of Cantonese opera. Yet, the quality of this woman's voice is truly chilling. It sends shivers through one's very being. The singer, however, remains elusive. The more surreal this ambiguous scene becomes, the more it evokes terror. Yet, clearly, Lu Huajian and his companions are unaffected. Science is ever evolving. The notion of vengeful spirits may be dismissed in their absence. However, once they manifest, they can be incorporated into the realm of scientific inquiry, thus rendering them a subject of study. For instance, at this moment, an ordinary person hearing such a voice would likely be paralyzed with fear. Nevertheless, under Lu Huajian's command, an array of scientific instruments operates at full capacity, tirelessly capturing the eerie melody. Simultaneously, a powerful tactical searchlight illuminates the darkened room, transforming it into a space as bright as day, even more radiant than the outdoors under the blazing sun. With numerous people present, the abundance of positive energy gradually diminishes the once dreadful sound of the opera. "Chirenmai, are you certain you will not reveal yourself for a conversation?" Lu Huajian reiterated. No sooner had his words escaped his lips than an intensely chilling aura surged towards him. Concurrently, the monitoring team members exclaimed in unison, "Captain Lu, the concentration of the unidentified gas has reached 7.3. We are doing our utmost to contain it." "Captain Lu, the magnetic field strength has escalated to 1.9T. "Captain Lu, our optical monitoring team has made a discovery." Before the team member could finish, they were cut short, for before them, in the previously empty space, a figure appeared abruptly, a woman with disheveled hair, clad in a blue robe, her posture hunched, manifesting before all present. The figure was truly terrifying, with hair obscuring the face, rendering its features unrecognizable. Fortunately, there were many people present. Had there been fewer, or if one were alone, they might have been frightened to death. Chu Renmei finally revealed her true form. Even though he was somewhat prepared, Lu Huajian was still taken aback by this sudden apparition. Yet, in the next moment, he regained his composure and began to observe intently. He noticed that it differed from the depictions in films. Chu Renmei's body lacked solidity. Instead, it appeared as though enveloped in a membrane, taking on a semi-transparent quality. Could it be that the multitude of people in the room, with their abundant yang energy, was affecting her? Just as this thought began to form, Lu Huajian immediately shook his head and commanded, All workgroups, commence sampling of the target and report the data. Special Team 1, increase the light intensity. Special Team 2, activate the airflow devices to see if we can lift her hair for easier study. Under Lu Huajian's orders, various units and task groups quickly sprang into action. Before them, Chu Renmei was momentarily bewildered. Even as a vengeful spirit, she was rendered speechless by the scene unfolding before her. She had intended to contort her body and create a horrific spectacle to terrify these audacious intruders, hoping to scare them away. However, their reaction was far too abstract. With a shrill and vindictive voice, she questioned, her tone akin to nails scraping against glass, setting one's nerves on edge. Yet, contrary to her expectations, Lu Huajian's gaze was serious, his expression grave, as he countered, "Why should you fear?" Chu Renmei's voice dripped with malice as she endeavored to sound more menacing. "Because I am a vengeful spirit, and I will kill you." As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Huajian interrupted, shaking his head. "No, you are not a vengeful spirit. You are our research subject. Furthermore, your ability to influence reality is weak, primarily relying on illusions to cause harm. We are fully prepared. Chu Renmei, rather than being adversaries, why not become allies? If you agree to assist us in our research, we can grant you a reasonable request in return. Please do not doubt our capabilities." After reiterating these sentiments, Chu Renmei was left utterly flabbergasted. What was happening? She began to question her very existence as a ghost. She looked terrifying, and any normal person would have been scared out of their wits upon seeing her. Yet, these individuals before her, what was the matter? Why were they not afraid at all? They even referred to her as a research subject. Madness. This group had completely lost their minds. Before him, Lu Huajian gazed at the dazed Chu Renmei, unhurriedly awaiting a response from this tormented spirit. According to the film's premise, Chu Renmei possessed a remarkably feeble capacity to influence reality. Otherwise, there would be no need for the medium of water to enact her vengeance, nor for intimidation as a means to kill. If one refrains from drinking water and possesses a resolute will, no matter how terrifying Chu Renmei may be, she remains merely a specter, incapable of inflicting any tangible harm. Have you contemplated this thoroughly? Remember, we only request 3 days of your time. Observing Chu Renmei's prolonged silence, Lu Huajian seized the rare opportunity, continuing to persuade her. Contributing to science is a noble endeavor, one that will echo through the ages. I urge you to consider this carefully. Did you not yearn for fame in your lifetime? This is your chance. Rest assured, as scientists, once you consent, you become our comrade. We would never harm our own. Chu Renmei, taken aback, thought she had misheard, her mind spiraling into disbelief. How could she, a vengeful spirit with a history of countless murders, be associated with the notion of comradeship? Ah, she shrieked, her body contorting in a peculiar arc. I can grant you 3 more days of life for these individuals. Remaining here would surely drive her to madness once more. She needed to escape swiftly. With that, her semi-transparent form vanished instantly. The flickering lights in the room returned to their former state, and the temperature, which had plummeted, began to rise gradually. She understood fully that with their presence, she would be unable to kill the 4 individuals and could only depart. As for agreeing to participate in scientific research, what a preposterous notion. I, Chu Renmei, a vengeful spirit, am to cooperate in the realm of science? Is this how it ends? Are you certain you wish to disregard this opportunity? Lu Huajian, unwilling to relent, persisted in his entreaties. However, the rising temperature indicated that Chu Renmei had indeed departed. Alas, what a pity, Lu Huajian lamented with a long sigh. This serves as an exquisite specimen for the study of supernatural forces, and it is indeed regrettable that it has slipped away. Many others share this sentiment, as do dozens of esteemed academicians present at the scene. Wu Zongping sighed deeply. It is truly a pity to see it depart. I had hoped to seize the opportunity to investigate the nature of mental force, control, and the influence of consciousness on matter. His longtime colleague, He Linli, the director of the Shanghai Optical Research Institute, expressed his confusion. Old Wu, shouldn't the influence of consciousness on matter fall within the realm of philosophy? However, it is rather peculiar. That eerie gust of wind had indeed ruffled our protective gear somewhat. The notion that consciousness can manipulate matter represents a significant discovery. Wu Zongping shook his head. I find myself suddenly less inclined to believe that. After all, this is a cinematic universe. The molecules and atoms that constitute this world may differ fundamentally from those of our own reality. Upon hearing this, He Linli fell into contemplation, murmuring, You may have a point. Old Wu, do you think it could be related to that unknown gas that intermittently surges? Could it be that the gas has triggered a quantum entangled state, thereby affecting the molecular structure of matter and influencing the reality we perceive? Wu Zongping chuckled, jesting. Old He, you have been in this field for years. How can you still fall into the trap of youthful scientific naivety? When faced with uncertainty, it's always quantum mechanics, isn't it? Although this was said in jest, Wu Zongping recognized that it might indeed represent a facet of scientific explanation. The same question lingered in the minds of all the scientific personnel present, and discussions continued to echo. Director He, how is your optical monitoring team faring? What were the specific changes in light data when that figure, Chu Renmei, suddenly appeared? I ponder a question. If vengeful spirits truly exist, does the world we inhabit also exist? I find it unlikely, as our atmosphere lacks a certain unknown gas essential for such entities to manifest. Although we currently remain unaware of the composition of this gas, I cannot shake the feeling that if we could master the method of Chu Renmei's hallucinatory attacks, we might hold the key to unlocking higher-dimensional civilizations. I concur. Even if we cannot ascertain the operational use of this key, its potential magnitude, if harnessed for military purposes, could yield unexpectedly profound effects. Moreover, its applications could extend to economic warfare, espionage, medicine, and propaganda, among others, particularly for the advancement of neurology and cranial studies. It holds paramount significance. Nevertheless, time is indeed of the essence. We must return within 24 hours of completing our mission, lest we face erasure. Indeed, upon our return, the second-dimensional world will soon open, revealing even more mysteries awaiting our discovery. Sighing, I suddenly lament, how have I grown so old? With so many research topics at hand, what I have witnessed tonight alone could yield thousands of scholarly papers. I suddenly wish I were younger. A group of scientists, filled with profound emotions, found themselves at the threshold of high-dimensional civilization with the emergence of the celestial dual passage. However, the scope of their research was vast, and they understood the necessity of a gradual approach. Haste would only lead to complications. On Lu Huajian's side, suppressing his feelings of regret, he extracted a communication device to contact the location of the celestial dual passage at their camp. The call was answered by Zhao Chunming, whose voice brimmed with excitement. Lu team, how is the situation? He inquired eagerly. Lu Huajian replied candidly, neither good nor bad. Initially, he had hoped to persuade Chu Renmei to collaborate with their academic endeavors, but her reluctance would undoubtedly complicate their future research. Fortunately, she had consented to allow the 4 individuals to survive for an additional 3 days, making the completion of their primary objective a certainty. Zhao Chunming expressed his enthusiasm, albeit tinged with regret. What a pity. If only Chu Renmei were willing to cooperate, we could save considerable time and resources, which would be of tangible benefit. After a deep sigh, he shifted the conversation. By the way, no one is drinking from the pond there, right? Lu Huajian responded, no. He then inquired about the current situation on their end. Zhao Chunming reported, the state has intervened. Personnel from Xiangjiang have arrived. The chief from Xiangjiang is personally overseeing the matter. Additionally, the sample collection team has reached the original water pond, and 20 high-capacity pumps are ready, with the power system guaranteed by Xiangjiang, so there should be no issues. Lu Huajian requested, please connect me. Zhao Chunming acknowledged, understood. The hum of electricity crackled through the earpiece, and the call was swiftly connected, followed by the sound of the pumps in operation. Lu team. This is the sample collection team, came the voice on the other end. Lu Huajian inquired, what is the current status? The response came. Measurements indicate the pond's deepest point is 12.7 meters, and its widest span is 43 meters. Based on our calculations, the total water volume is approximately 3,752.6 cubic meters. With our 20 large pumps, we can drain it within a maximum of 45 minutes. Lu Huajian continued to emphasize safety. Chu Renmei has departed, and it is highly probable she will return to the pond. Please exercise caution. Ensure that all sharp objects in the vicinity are cleared away. Most importantly, under no circumstances should anyone drink the pond water, nor should they consume any dew from the nearby mountains. The voice on the other end affirmed, understood, Lu team. Our members are equipped with water, and protective measures have been maintained to the highest standards. Lu Huajian concluded, once you have placed the bracelet back onto the original corpse, please return. He initially intended to suggest bringing back the remains for scientific research. However, after considering the terrifying killing capabilities of Chu Renmei, he decided against it. After all, with the passage of time, one may inevitably become complacent. It's better to be cautious than to take unnecessary risks. On the other end of the phone, a voice replied, "Understood." After hanging up, Lu Huajian and his team exited the room, retracing their steps. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng observed the entire scene. To speak candidly, when the horrific sound of the opera echoed, and the moment Chu Rinmei manifested, he was nearly rendered speechless. It was truly terrifying. Thankfully, with the assistance of the state, surrendering was the right course of action. Trying to retrieve someone from such a malevolent spirit alone would be tantamount to courting death, even if he had 10 lives. Simultaneously, Su Qingfeng contemplated the future. The mission in the first-dimensional world was already so perverse. What then could be expected from subsequent worlds? For instance, in the realms of zombies, martial arts, gods and demons, immortal cultivation, fantasy, and science fiction, would he be expected to confront Thanos right from the start? Or perhaps eliminate the evil sword immortal immediately? Such notions seemed utterly implausible. Su Qingfeng genuinely believed this was an impossibility. Every endeavor requires a gradual approach. The system could not be so outrageous. Otherwise, the next task might demand him to vanquish Thanos or defeat a formidable cultivator in a fantastical realm. Even with state support, it would amount to a dead end, ultimately endangering both himself and others. At the temporary camp, due to considerations for transportation and safety, the dual-dimensional portal remained open. The second batch of researchers, liaison personnel, and military staff, along with relevant scientific experimental equipment, had already arrived, bringing the total number to over 1,000. Within the next 3 days, more than 2,000 individuals were expected to arrive. Given the efficiency of the rabbits, they could manage thousands within moments. However, due to certain unmentionable reasons and the necessity for rapid evacuation upon mission completion, only a limited number of personnel were dispatched. At this moment, a 1-kilometer radius around the dual-dimensional portal had been completely cordoned off. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers in protective gear stood ready. Several temporary national-level scientific laboratories, testing centers, and quarantine facilities were being constructed at an impressive speed. Concurrently, the Hong Kong delegation had already arrived, and under Zhao Chunming's leadership, our team was engaged in discussions and amicable negotiations regarding sensitive topics. Everything was progressing steadily. At this moment, Lu Huajian returned triumphantly with dozens of soldiers and several research teams. "Academician Lu, you have finally returned," exclaimed Zhao Chunming, the deputy commander of the camp, who rushed over upon receiving the news. As for the individual from the Hong Kong headquarters, after providing an explanation, he was to be sent back whence he came, as the opposing party dared not act recklessly in the face of overwhelming strength. Upon leading his team into the quarantine center, Lu Huajian communicated via intercom to Zhao Chunming, who awaited outside the specially designed glass enclosure. "Group leader Zhao, how is the situation at the camp?" Zhao Chunming responded through the intercom, "Everything is proceeding smoothly." Lu Huajian nodded slightly. "Good. Initiate the subsequent plan promptly. We have only 3 days." Zhao Chunming acknowledged, "Understood." He then adjusted the intercom channel and issued orders within. "Commence the subsequent plan. Begin sampling and research. Remember, safety is our utmost priority." The hundreds of scientific researchers who arrived subsequently responded solemnly. Thus commenced a series of comprehensive sampling, monitoring, disinfection, and testing procedures for the over 100 individuals in the quarantine zone, including Lu Huajian. The procedures involved X-rays, electroencephalograms, electrocardiograms, ultrasounds, blood draws, and numerous other processes. In addition, the data they had brought back, including samples collected by the sampling equipment, required thorough analysis, particularly concerning the unknown gas that had been surging when Chu Rimei appeared. Leading this research endeavor was Fu Jiangwo, an atmospheric physicist and meteorologist from Longhua, and a professor at Hucking University. Among the group, he was relatively young, being only 56 years of age. Sporting gold-rimmed glasses, his eyes gleamed like those of a hunting cheetah, always alert. "Professor, what method of research would be most effective?" inquired his 2 doctoral students and assistants within the makeshift sterile laboratory. In response, Fu Jiangwo asked, "What instruments for detecting air composition have arrived at Xingho camp?" The 2 doctoral students replied, "Reporting to you, Professor, the GCMS, gas chromatography mass spectrometry, and PTRMS, proton transfer reaction mass spectrometry, have arrived, as has the infrared gas analyzer. However, for newer equipment, we must wait a while longer." Without hesitation, Fu Jiangwo replied, "Then we shall employ mass spectrometry and infrared spectroscopy. Also, please contact Hisua, the director of the Optical Research Institute in Modu, whom you met last year. I require some data, and I need you to retrieve it for me." The two doctoral students acknowledged, understood. In addition to the research endeavors, there exists another matter. The four-member team engaged in a spiritual communication experiment, which includes Amin, who possesses a natural ability to perceive both the material and spiritual realms. In the contemporary world, there have been no documented cases of individuals with such innate clairvoyance, leading several ophthalmology experts to deem Amin's unique condition as highly valuable for research. It is conceivable that potential cures for cataracts, glaucoma, and complex retinal diseases may be discovered through the study of Amin's extraordinary perception. As for the four members of the spiritual communication team, they are currently confined within a designated isolation area, securely restrained to their beds, devoid of any sharp objects. They will spend the next 3 days in this isolation zone, akin to laboratory mice, with every aspect of their being scrutinized, from their attire to each cellular component and atomic structure. Particular attention will be devoted to the water they consume, as the neural control system necessitates targeted investigation. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that, for the sake of research, the authorities have intervened, reaching out to several renowned Taoist locations such as Qingqing Mountain, Longhu Mountain, and Maoshan, in search of four esteemed Taoist priests. Perhaps these priests might indeed possess the capacity to effectuate some form of influence. Simultaneously, at the edge of the water pool, through the concerted efforts of 20 large pumping machines, and with upstream water already diverted within a mere 43 minutes, what was once a pool with a maximum depth of 12.7 meters has now transformed into a shallow puddle with a depth of less than half a meter. The remains of Chu Ren-mei lie conspicuously at the deepest point. Subsequently, the task becomes considerably simpler. One may approach, utilize a detector to locate the jade bracelet, and then adorn it upon the wrist of Chu Ren-mei's remains. This scene was fortuitously witnessed by the ethereal beauty of the Chu people. Observing her once serene watering hole transformed into a mere mudflat, a surge of inexplicable fury welled up within her spirit, threatening to shatter her very essence. She cried out in anguish, "Why can you not leave me in peace even after my demise?" Why? While she could reconcile with the notion of aiding these individuals in their scientific endeavors, the act of draining the water was utterly intolerable. It was akin to striking at the root of her existence. She yearned to thwart these reckless intruders, yet they remained oblivious to her plight, as her illusions proved utterly ineffective against their indifference. The most dire aspect was, the individuals donned protective suits, their aura mirroring those present in the room. Even if she were to expend her own energy to reveal her true form, it was likely that they would feel no fear. Perhaps, they would even persuade her to assist in some scientific inquiry. The more she pondered, the more infuriated Chu Ren-mei became, yet she found herself utterly helpless. The remains lay beneath the pool, in a small puddle, offering no avenue for escape. At that moment, she couldn't help but recall Nie Xiaoqian from a Chinese ghost story. However, while Nie Xiaoqian was bound by the tree demoness, she was constrained by this group of unervingly staunch materialistic scientists. Just as she was at a loss, a message arrived from the sample collection team wielding detectors. "Captain Su, we have located the remains and the jade bracelet." The leader of this collection team, a middle-aged man named Su Hu, was originally the captain of the Shanghai police force, having dealt with numerous challenging cases and witnessed countless crime scenes. Significantly, he possessed a resolute materialistic worldview and had no concept of the word horror. Thus, he was perfectly suited to lead. Upon receiving the news from ahead, Su Hu promptly ordered, "Place the jade bracelet on the wrist of the remains, then raise the remains for sampling." At the bottom of the pool, the second sampling team had arrived, standing beside Chu Ren-mei's remains, just as in the original tale. Before them lay a human skeleton, accompanied by a resplendent jade bracelet. They assisted in carefully adorning the skeletal wrist with the bracelet, and then, using a stretcher, cautiously lifted the remains towards the shore. In no time, the skeleton was brought to the riverbank. The designated attendants had already prepared towels and drying equipment. "Ensure that not a single drop of water enters the mouth," Su Hu admonished. "Understood, Captain Su," replied one of the team members with a loud voice. Acknowledging this, Su Hu nodded and turned his attention to the remains that had been dragged ashore. This is a stark white skeleton, precisely as anticipated. The facial bones of the skull have decayed, resembling a comminuted fracture. The two skeletal arms reached skyward, as if questioning the heavens for their injustice. Without needing further instruction, several forensic specialists have already retrieved sampling tools and commenced the collection of specimens from the remains. They strive to preserve the integrity of the remains. For she was indeed a tragic soul. Su sighed softly, simultaneously inspecting the remains and offering a reminder. Yes, Captain Su, the forensic expert responsible for sample collection acknowledged, subsequently adjusting their movements to be much more delicate. In less than a minute, all samples were procured, and Su ordered the remains to be placed into the large pit that had been previously excavated. He then donned the bracelet upon his right wrist. Once the burial was complete, he would report back to the camp. The camp had already coordinated with Xiangjiang. Henceforth, this grave would remain untouched. After ensuring that all tasks were completed without oversight, Su commanded the team to regroup and head towards the camp. As for Chu Renmei, the moment the jade bracelet was worn, the malevolent energy within her began to dissipate in large waves. However, the resentment and bitterness in her terrifying gaze remained intense. Why? Why is fate so unjust towards me? I must kill. I will slay everyone. Chu Renmei had completely lost her sanity, her spirit twisting into a grotesque form. Her blue robes billowing without wind, black blood oozing from her head. Should an ordinary person witness this scene, they would undoubtedly perish from fright. Yet, that opportunity had vanished. In under half a minute, the malevolent energy within Chu Renmei entirely faded, followed closely by the dissolution of her spirit, which then appeared in the netherworld. Towards the camp. For the next 3 days, all scientists, researchers, and soldiers operated under extreme pressure. Time was of the essence. Wasting even a minute was an extravagant luxury. Even during meals, everyone was in a frantic rush. Ultimately, under such high stress, with nearly half of the researchers' eyes veined with blood, a significant breakthrough was finally achieved in a research direction codenamed Infeng. The project was led by Professor Fu Jiangwo, alongside his 2 doctoral students. Nearly 20 additional scientists and researchers joined the effort, each of them utterly exhausted, yet radiating immense excitement. Lu Huajian, having completed his isolation and received the news, quickly gathered his team and rushed over. Simultaneously, over 200 academicians and scholars from the temporary camp also arrived. Professor Fu, I hear you have made a significant breakthrough? Lu Huajian inquired, his expression mirroring excitement, his eyes sparkling. Indeed, Professor Fu Jiangwo replied with enthusiasm, then picked up a stack of draft papers, gesturing to the calculations recorded upon them as he explained. These are my notes from the observations and records over the past few days. Our research team has discovered that the volume and fundamental physical properties of this unknown gas are akin to those of ordinary gases. However, several critical factors diverge significantly from the air of our world, namely density and mass. Taking 1 cubic meter as an example, through calibration and experimental calculations, we found that under standard conditions, the density exceeds that of our world S1. 29 kilograms per cubic meter by 0.21 grams. Using the air mass calculation formula, MV, we deduced a mass of 1.5 kilograms. Of course, these figures pertain to standard conditions, yet they are astonishing nonetheless. Although Lu Huajian specializes in magnetism, he is an academician with a broad knowledge base. Upon hearing Fu Jiangwo's words, he immediately grasped a significant issue and exclaimed with excitement, if that is the case, then according to the pressure expression P0.5V, assuming a wind speed of 1, which equates to 0.75 pascals, this surpasses the original 0.645 by 11.6 atmospheres. Does this mean we have discovered the key to controlling the climate? It is well known that pressure has a profound impact on weather phenomena. The greenhouse effect, urban heat island effect, ocean currents, atmospheric circulation, latitude, and other factors can all influence the weather, with pressure being at the core of it all. When Typhoon Capricorn wreaked havoc on our people, many citizens from mountainous cities expressed that if it weren't for the intense high pressure here, which subdued Capricorn, it would not have veered off towards the Monkey Kingdom, but would have directly struck the province of Guangxi. Given the substantial influence of pressure on weather and the peculiarity of the current shadow wind, it seems that mastering the climate, or at least the weather, is not beyond the realm of possibility. It is no wonder that the people of Chu can summon winds at will, murmured Wu Zongping, the director of Jiangcheng First People's Hospital, in a daze. What a pity. At this moment, Professor Fu Jiangwo shook his head regretfully and remarked, we are currently unable to ascertain the precise composition of this gas. If we could determine its nature and devise a method for mass production at a low cost, only then would we truly possess the ability to control the weather. Director He Linley of the Shanghai Light Research Institute added with a smile, moreover, there would be limitless and inexpensive clean energy, wind energy, tidal energy. A hearty laughter erupted among the crowd as they brimmed with anticipation for the future. At this moment, the rather inconspicuous Su Qingfeng interjected, Professor Fu, if we adhere to your assertion, are we not compelled to manufacture a substantial quantity of yin energy? According to the cinematic portrayal, it seems that such energy is detrimental to the human body. Is this scientifically valid? In truth, Su Qingfeng yearned to elevate his presence, however. As a layman, he understood little and was merely content to avoid causing disturbances for the nation. The advanced scientific instruments bewildered him entirely. Lu Huajin chuckled heartily upon hearing these words, nodding earnestly as he remarked, Comrade Su's suggestion is quite commendable, although it may lack scientific merit. What we are currently engaged in is inherently unscientific. Su Qingfeng pondered thoughtfully. Lu Huajian then shifted his focus, addressing Fu Jiangwo. Professor Fu, we shall rely on your research team moving forward. Regardless, it is imperative to ascertain the composition of this gas. The people of Yu Province and Qiong Province are in dire need of this information. Due to climatic conditions, Yu Province frequently suffers from devastating torrential rains. For instance, during that 1 year, the rainfall in just 1 hour equated to the volume of 106 West Lakes, which was rather alarming. As for the residents of Qiong Province, the annual typhoons leave them utterly exhausted. Clearly, the potential applications are vast, and such matters cannot be rushed. Fu Jiangwo's eyes gleamed with determination. Understood. I shall certainly fulfill the task assigned to me. Subsequently, after reviewing the research data, everyone returned to their respective positions. On Lu Huajin's end, he too was diligently engaged in research, albeit on a different topic concerning the essence of the Chu people's beauty, specifically why it is devoid of resistance and friction. It is well known that to traverse walls and remain unaffected by material interference, one must overcome the formidable barriers of resistance and friction. However, as the research delved deeper, it was abruptly halted by Zhao Chunming, who had received a document from the Yanqing authorities. He handed it to Lu Huajian, his tone somewhat sympathetic, offering reassurance. Team Leader Lu, I understand your temperament. Try to take it easy, for the higher-ups have their own challenges. After reviewing the classified document, Lu Huajin summoned a fire source, smiling and shaking his head as he burned the contents. No matter, the advancement of science must respect objective facts and laws. We have countless realms to explore ahead. It is unnecessary to become entangled in such trivial matters. Zhao Chuming nodded in agreement. Indeed. To paraphrase the youth, the future is promising. Two individuals were engaged in conversation. Concurrently, within a peculiar isolation zone, several Taoist priests dispatched by the government were exerting their utmost efforts, employing their lifelong knowledge to contend with the malevolent energy contained within specialized vessels. They utilized talismans, peachwood swords, incantations, coppercoin swords, and even resorted to their signature skill of invoking ancestral spirits. The outcome was unequivocal. None of these measures had any effect on the sinister energy. Furthermore, returning was not an option. Before the news of the dual portal could disseminate widely, they were compelled to remain in their state of confinement. This may seem somewhat ruthless, yet it is a necessity, for even with a confidentiality agreement in place, one cannot guarantee that these individuals will not divulge secrets. When faced with significant choices, I, as a member of the Rabbit clan, shall not show mercy. As for Su Qingfeng, upon returning to his opulent suite within the luxurious camp, he was preparing to indulge in his leisurely life akin to that of a sloth when he suddenly heard the long-absent metallic notification from the system echo in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host. Task completed. Congratulations, host. You have received a task reward. Congratulations, host. Your mental strength has increased tenfold. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation aptitude has improved tenfold. Congratulations, host. The dual crossing portal has expanded by a factor of 2. Congratulations, host. Your fortune has been enhanced, can be used actively or bestowed upon the nation to augment its fortune. Congratulations, host. The countdown to the next dimensional world has commenced. 720000. Warm reminder 1. The background of the next dimensional world is the zombie world. Warm reminder 2. Main task: exterminate Old Master Rin, the royal zombies, and all the zombies in the zombie town to prevent them from causing further harm. Task deadline: 15 days. Warm reminder 3. Task completion reward. An indestructible body, a 100-fold increase in cultivation aptitude, and the thunder summoning technique, beginner level. Warm reminder 4. Please leave within 24 hours. Failure to do so will result in obliteration. Accompanying this metallic notification was a peculiar sensation that coursed through Su Qingfeng's body. First and foremost was the enhancement of his mental strength. It was not merely the invigorated feeling one experiences upon waking from slumber. Rather, it was a different sensation altogether. One that could be described as heightened concentration. To illustrate, an adult typically maintains focus for about 30 to 50 minutes during a lecture. At this moment, Su Qingfeng felt he could sustain his concentration for at least 10 times that duration. Undoubtedly, this is an exaggeration. While this ability may appear to be of little use, it is undeniably crucial for my future development. Su Qingfeng was immensely surprised. The dual crossing gate encompasses myriad worlds, and it is certain that it will eventually involve the realm of fantasy. His mental acuity surpassed that of others with equivalent talents. He naturally learned more swiftly and enhanced his strength at a correspondingly rapid pace. Not to mention, his innate qualities had been amplified tenfold. However, unlike mental prowess, the enhancement of his innate qualities primarily manifested in his cognitive abilities and memory retention. For instance, tasks that previously required multiple thoughts for clarity could now be comprehended with a single notion. His memory capabilities had similarly improved. Moreover, there was a peculiar sensation within his body, as if his cells had undergone some form of transformation. It was extraordinary and indescribable, yet it filled him with joy. After several minutes of examining the changes within himself, Su Qingfeng turned his attention to the fortune section. According to the prearranged plan with the state, he allocated his fortune points to enhance the national fortune. Congratulations, host. The national fortune of your country has been augmented. As time ticked by, Su Qingfeng felt a twinge of confusion. It seemed he did not perceive any significant changes. Never mind, he muttered to himself, then focused on the few gentle reminders displayed before him. The world of zombies seemed manageable, with a relatively minor disparity in combat power. In this world, Su Qingfeng finds the background somewhat acceptable. However, the main quest seems excessively daunting. Although his mental fortitude and cultivation aptitude are quite formidable, they do not reach the level required to vanquish these zombies. Of course, he could rely on his current abilities to apprentice under the esteemed Master Jiao and subsequently fulfill the task, yet that seems unnecessary and overly cumbersome. Moreover, the state would undoubtedly disapprove of such actions. Su Qingfeng is certain that if he were to embark on a solitary mission to eliminate these zombie bosses, the government would not take kindly to it. If all goes well, it is one thing, but should any complications arise, what would happen to the dual passageway? What of the nation's future? A chance to defy fate and ascend to the pinnacle of the world's nations, a once-in-a-millennium opportunity, would be irrevocably lost. This is utterly unacceptable. Rather than focusing on this matter, Su Qingfeng directed his attention towards the rewards of the task. All of these treasures are invaluable and greatly desired. The indestructible body will significantly enhance his self-preservation abilities. The enhancement of cultivation aptitude by 100-fold will greatly assist him in his practice within the realms of fantasy and divinity. Furthermore, while the thunder summoning technique is merely a rudimentary version, Su Qingfeng is already content. This is indeed a manifestation of lightning. While watching a zombie film, he had once admired that King of Thunder for a time. The reason is simple. Who could resist the allure of a hand that conjures lightning? However, those old scholars, upon discovering this, might not draw any connections to electricity or industrial applications. Su Qingfeng's mind was a tempest of thoughts. Shaking his head, he discarded these chaotic notions and picked up his communication device. Team Leader Lu, are you there? After a crackle of electrical sounds, a youthful voice responded, "Hello, Mr. Su. Team Leader Lu is currently presiding over a meeting. Please state your business." Su Qingfeng replied, "I have just received a system notification that our mission has been completed. We must depart from this world within 24 hours. Upon hearing this, the secretary on the other end clearly panicked for a moment, then quickly composed himself and responded anxiously. Understood, Mr. Su. I will notify Team Leader Lu immediately. Please hold on for a moment." Su Qingfeng replied, "All right." Meanwhile, in the temporary meeting room of the Starfire camp, this marks the inaugural plenary meeting convened in the past 3 days. The primary focus of the gathering revolved around a singular matter: whether we should bring elements from this world back to our own. Should we succeed in this endeavor, The potential benefits for future scientific research would be undeniably significant. However, there looms a substantial security risk. Who can assure us that these supernatural specimens, such as the essence of the malevolent or the powdered remains of the exquisite Chu people, will not initiate some subtle chemical reactions? Particularly troubling is the fact that we have yet to thoroughly analyze the components of the unknown gas. It could very well lead to the next biochemical crisis. The meteorological monitoring team maintains that we should transport all samples back, provided we implement adequate protective measures, akin to those used with lunar soil. At the very least, we have not yet observed any tangible harm to humans from these samples, nor have they exhibited any chemical reactions with the natural substances we have previously brought. Fu Jiangwo, the leader of the meteorological monitoring team, adjusted his glasses and remained steadfast in his position. Upon hearing his words, the attendees engaged in further deliberation. At this moment, the door to the conference room creaked open, and the secretary approached Lu Huajian, seated at the head of the table, whispering a report. Upon hearing the news, Lu Huajian's eyes instantly sparkled with hope, and he exclaimed, "Comrades, let us cease our debates. There is new information from Comrade Xiao Su." "What? Is that true? What news? Could it pertain to the main task?" The assembly of over 100 academicians, researchers, professors, and scientists halted their discussions, their faces etched with anticipation as they gazed at Lu Huajian. "Indeed," Lu Huajian replied succinctly, rising to his feet and gathering a group of scientists as they hurried towards Su Qifeng. In less than 5 minutes, they arrived, knocking before entering. Comrade Xiao Su. Upon seeing Su Qifeng, who was deep in thought, Lu Huajian promptly approached him, smiling as he said, "We rushed over upon hearing that you have new developments." Behind him, the 8 leaders of research groups, including Wu Zongping, He Linli, and Fu Jiangwo, looked on with earnest expectation. Su Qifeng did not withhold information and replied directly. "Just a moment ago, the system in my mind informed me that the task has been completed, and we are to leave this world within 24 hours. Regarding the rewards I previously mentioned, I have received them, and I feel that my memory and concentration have significantly improved, though I cannot articulate the specifics. As for the next dimensional world, it is the realm of zombies. The task requires the extermination of the zombies transformed from the Elder Mr. Nian, the royal zombies, and all the zombies in the zombie town. The deadline for this mission is a mere 15 days. Receiving such information, Lu Huajian and the others were not surprised. Instead, they fell into deep contemplation. Professor Qian Kaiwen, a psychologist, inquired, "Comrade Xiao Su, could you elaborate once more on the rewards you received and how you acquired them?" "Certainly." Su Qifeng tightened his protective suit slightly and replied, "Firstly, my mental strength and cultivation aptitude have both increased tenfold, and the dual gateway has expanded by a factor of 2. As for how I obtained them, it was rather sudden, akin to what one might encounter in a film or web novel." Wu Zongping, the director of Jiangxing First People's Hospital, furrowed his brow and said earnestly, "Comrade Xiao Su, once we return, would you be willing to cooperate with our research and examination? Rest assured, we would never harm you. We merely wish to uncover the energy transmission code of the system. If we can unlock it, we could potentially mass-produce exceptional cultivators, thereby laying a robust foundation for our future endeavors across myriad realms." Su Qifeng, of course, would not refuse, but he cautioned, "I am agreeable. However, time may be of the essence, as the portal to the zombie dimensional world will open in 3 days, and we have only 15 days to accomplish this task." Wu Zongping expressed his heartfelt gratitude, stating, "That is more than sufficient. Thank you, Comrade Xiao Su." At this moment, Lu Huajian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly inquired, "Comrade Xiao Su, after the release of your system's task, were there any rewards granted for the completion of the assignments? This matter requires no concealment." And Su Qifeng spoke candidly. "There are 3 rewards: an indestructible physique, a 100-fold enhancement in cultivation aptitude, and the primary thunder summoning technique." Upon hearing his words, the assembly of venerable scientists was left in a state of utter astonishment, their minds buzzing with disbelief. However, this initial shock swiftly transformed into exhilaration. As discussions erupted fervently, an indestructible body, has this not transcended the realm of fantasy? Or perhaps it represents a treasure from a 2-dimensional civilization? I entertain a bold notion. Should we thoroughly investigate this, the mortality rate in perilous professions could be significantly reduced. Yet, I contend that the thunder summoning technique holds even greater potential. This art enables one to summon and wield thunder itself, Note the term wield. Lu team, you who delve into magnetism must possess a profound understanding of electricity. Would you care to share your insights? As discussions progressed, the scientists turned their attention to Lu Huajian, who had been deep in thought. Feeling their collective gaze upon him, he articulated his conclusions. According to the law of conservation of charge, charge cannot be created nor destroyed. Therefore, prior to exploring this matter, we must ascertain what precisely this summoned thunder is. It may not even be thunder, but merely an external manifestation of a different substance. Of course, this is merely my hypothesis. Nevertheless, one thing is certain: if we can truly control thunder and thoroughly comprehend the underlying principles, we might unlock an inexhaustible source of electrical energy. The power of lightning is abundantly rich, as you need not be reminded. In an ideal scenario, this could even catalyze our research into controllable nuclear fusion. Yet, as I previously mentioned, this remains a conjecture. Upon hearing his words, the elderly scientist once again fell into contemplation. Before them stood Su Qifeng. Well, I am not disappointed. The mention of thunder immediately evoked connections to industry and energy among the scientists. Given the constraints of time, delving deeply into this issue is currently impractical. Lu Huajian turned to Su Qifeng once more, sincerely requesting, "Comrade Su, we require your assistance with a particular matter. We wish to transport some samples from this world, but we fear unforeseen complications. Could you inquire with the system in your mind?" Su Qifeng nodded with a smile. "No problem." He then consulted the system in his mind. The system responded to the host. Any influence upon the host will be automatically negated upon entering the system space or traversing the dimensional portal, ensuring no adverse reactions with the matter from another world. Su Qifeng relayed the system's exact words, and the assembly of scientists collectively exhaled in relief, stating, "If that is the case, we have nothing to fear. With proper precautions, transporting the samples will pose no issue." Indeed, I have a strong desire to bring back the original character known as Mean. However, one must be cautious. After all, life is unpredictable. Alas, time is insufficient. For I would have liked to explore Huangshan village, which is depicted in the original narrative as a ghostly settlement, significantly enriching our sample size. Oldie, do not lose heart. Once the realm of the undead is opened, are there not also spirits within, such as the ghostly figure Xiaoyu? Her powers surpass those of the beautiful Chu, capable of profoundly influencing the material realm. Thus we must tread carefully. That is a valid point, Su Qifeng remarked. Overhearing the discussions of the esteemed scientists, he turned to Lu Huajian and inquired, "Team Leader Lu, what are your plans regarding the zombie world?" Lu Huajian responded with a calm demeanor and a smile. "I have watched several of those films. They feature zombies, ghosts, and supernatural beings, alongside Taoist sorcery. While we may lack confidence in confronting those malevolent spirits and creatures, we possess significant assurance when it comes to the primary task of dealing with zombies. For instance, we have RPGs, rocket launchers, anti-material sniper rifles, grenade launchers, and thermobaric shells. If all else fails, we could deploy armed helicopters to bombard them with rockets or incinerate them with flamethrowers." Su Qifeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, even if zombies are impervious to blades and bullets, before artillery and flamethrowers, they are merely walking tin cans. In the original narrative of Mr. Zombie, the old master was ultimately consumed by flames. Regarding the royal zombies in Uncle Zombie, though their flesh may be as hard as bronze and iron, conventional rifles would likely be ineffective. We could resort to anti-armor rounds. No matter how resilient a zombie's body may be, can it rival the thickness of 100 millimeters of steel? After half an hour of discussing various details, Su Qifeng reopened the dual crossover portal. It had indeed expanded significantly, measuring nearly 6 meters in height and 4 meters in width. Many previously cumbersome weapons, scientific instruments, and equipment no longer required disassembly. They could simply be packed and transported. Subsequently, the numerous scientists, researchers, and elite warriors swiftly evacuated the camp. The final matter concerned the disposition of personnel from this world, primarily the 4 individuals with spiritual abilities and Amin, who possessed innate yin-yang vision. After 3 days of research, it was regrettable that no valuable findings emerged, and we could only extract some blood samples, electroencephalogram data, and electrocardiogram readings before allowing them to depart. Thus concluded the saga of the mountain village's ancient corpses. Just as the last warrior returned to the modern world, Su Qifeng was on the verge of closing the dual crossover portal when a notification appeared, a gentle reminder: in the first 5 worlds, The host will randomly receive 2 opportunities to choose, thereby unlocking permanent traversal rights to 2 parallel realms. Permanent traversal rights? Su Qingfeng's face brightened, and his eyes sparkled with delight. In the modern temporal realm, following their return from the world of the ancient corpses in the mountain village, everyone was required to undergo a comprehensive collective health examination. Safety protocols must never be taken lightly. Only after confirming that there were no anomalies could they finally shed their cumbersome medical protective gear. However, one might think that this marked the end of their trials. Not at all. A new challenge was merely beginning. The world of the zombie grand fusion would commence in just 3 days, leaving them scant time for preparation. After all, Su Qingfeng's primary mission had a mere 15-day time frame. There could be no delays. Following a brief respite, the hundreds of scientists promptly immersed themselves in their new tasks, primarily focusing on the samples brought back from the ancient corpse world. This included materials such as yin energy, sha energy, soil, water from the pond, powdered remains of the beautiful corpses, and blood samples from the spirit communication quartet. There was much to be done. Lu Huajin and Zhao Chuming, the team leader and deputy leader, were exceptions. Upon receiving an urgent summons for a meeting, they pulled Su Qingfeng along and headed toward the camp's conference room. On the way, Su Qingfeng's gaze lingered on the surroundings of the camp, filled with a sense of nostalgia and pride. When they entered the world of the ancient corpses, the camp was dotted with military tents and sunshades to obscure satellite photography, with the ground riddled with potholes. Now, the terrain was level, and the tents had been replaced by structures resembling makeshift buildings. After a journey of over 6 minutes, they finally arrived at the entrance of the conference room. After passing through 3 security checks, they pushed the door open with a creak. Inside the conference room sat Li Aigua, the head of Jiangxing's Persimmon Bureau, Zhang Xiaoman, the head of the Jiangxing Security Department of the National Security Agency, and several elderly gentlemen dressed in Zhongshan suits. Comrade Xiao Su, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Li Aigua, casting a warm glance towards the door, gestured toward the chairs within the conference room. Su Qingfeng accepted the invitation, settling comfortably into a seat, with Lu Huajian and Zhao Chunming following closely behind. At the head of the table, Li Aigua began the introductions. These gentlemen are comrades from Yanjing, all of whom are on our side. Hello, Comrade Xiao Su, Comrade Lu Huajian. Several elderly gentlemen nodded with smiles. Greetings, Su Qingfeng replied with a smile. Li Aigua cleared his throat and continued. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss a significant matter. With that, Zhang Xiaoman produced a prepared document and began to read. Over the past 3 days, the Lockeye satellite from the Eagle Empire has passed overhead no fewer than 20 times. Additionally, the Starlink satellites from Musk's Enterprise have also traversed our skies multiple times, attempting to capture photographs. Although our low-orbit satellites had taken precautions by spraying space graffiti in advance, and the entire camp was shielded with sunshades to prevent satellite photography, it is ultimately futile to conceal the truth. Information leakage is merely a matter of time, regardless of the level of confidentiality. The number of individuals involved is simply too great. Moreover, the sheer scale of personnel, military forces, weaponry, and equipment mobilization makes it nearly impossible to avoid leaks. It is just a question of when. Su Qingfeng furrowed his brow deeply. Despite the presence of the Celestial Dual Pass portal as an external aid, the nation has yet to mature sufficiently, making it inadvisable to confront the Eagle Nation head-on at this juncture. He inquired, Li Shichong, what does the higher-ups expect from us? Lu Huajian and Zhao Chunming turned their gazes towards him. Li Aigua, seated at the head of the table, picked up the prepared remote control and pressed a button directed at the projector, simultaneously stating, the higher-ups believe that we can only delay for a maximum of 6 months. After this 6-month period, the secrets will be exposed, and we will face unprecedented international pressure, encompassing public opinion, economic strain, military challenges, political scrutiny, and a degree of internal pressure. Additionally, our northern neighbor may very well turn against us. At this point, Li Aigua had activated the projector and began to play a video. This is a segment of a video that cannot be disclosed, expressing the nation's heartfelt wishes and unwavering support for the Spark program. As the video concluded after 5 minutes, the atmosphere in the venue grew somewhat somber. Su Qingfeng was acutely aware of the immense pressure facing the nation, a situation unprecedented in its intensity. The news of the dual transdimensional gateway, if discovered by those foreign entities, would undoubtedly incite a fierce scramble to seize it. Li Shichong, what does the nation require of us? Please speak. As he diverted his gaze from the familiar figures on the screen, Su Qingfeng's tone shifted to one of gravity. At the main seat. Li Aigua exhaled a deep breath, responding, "Comrade Su, are you not in line to receive substantial rewards from the system? In the forthcoming research endeavors of the nation, your robust cooperation will be of utmost necessity. Furthermore, we wish to assign you a bodyguard, Miss Zhang Xiaoman, who stands beside me. Additionally, for the next 3 years, we may find ourselves unable to approve your application to travel abroad." By the end of his statement, Li Aigua's tone bore a hint of helplessness, tinged with compassion and guilt. Su Qingfeng was no fool. He grasped the implications of the message. Sending Zhang Xiaoman was not merely for protection, but also for surveillance. And the denial of his travel request was a clear indication. Zhang Xiaoman, feeling a mix of discomfort and regret, remarked, "Mr. Su, your decision to surrender the system to the state speaks volumes. We ought not to treat you in this manner. However, we hope for your understanding. As you, and the dual transdimensional gateway you possess are of paramount significance to our Dragon Nation, to express our apologies. We are willing to accommodate any reasonable requests you may have, within the bounds of law and regulation." Li Aigua, with a broad smile, added, "For instance, if you desire a spouse, the nation will provide one at no cost. Even if you wish to marry several princesses from smaller nations, that would not be an issue." At this, the assembled elders chuckled heartily, amusedly regarding Su Qingfeng. In truth, they had the means to compel his cooperation through more stringent measures. Yet they refrained from doing so. After all, they were citizens of the Dragon Nation, not of foreign lands. Upon hearing their words, Su Qingfeng found himself in a blend of amusement and exasperation, waving his hand dismissively. "If that is the sole concern, I harbor no objections. The moment I decided to surrender the system, I prepared for all eventualities. Regardless, failing the main quest would lead to my demise. As for the matter of the state providing a spouse, I am in no rush. I am actually more intrigued by the female protagonists in cinematic worlds." Lu Huajian teasingly chimed in, "Oh, in that case, if you wish to marry several, just inform the state, and they will certainly oblige." Su Qingfeng chuckled and shook his head. "Li Shichong, please do not jest. Currently, I am uncertain about whom I might fancy. When the time comes, I shall inform the state of my choice." Lu Huajian erupted into hearty laughter. "Ha, that's great. I will definitely convey this to the nation, and I am certain they will fulfill your wish." At the main table, Li Aigua shifted the topic, speaking with unwavering seriousness. "Comrade Xiao Su, with your cooperation, I firmly believe that even if we only have half a year, we shall empower our magnificent motherland with the confidence to stand against the entire world." Zhang Xiaoman affirmed. "Absolutely." Lu Huajian echoed, "Certainly." Su Qingfeng felt a surge of excitement, declaring, "Definitely. Given the current pace of task completion, within 6 months, harnessing the strength of the nation, we should be able to unlock the gateway to the fantastical realms. At that moment, even if our great nation were to stand against the entire globe and humanity itself, so what? We shall remain unafraid." The atmosphere in the room grew fervent and passionate. At the main table, Li Aigua produced a document he had prepared in advance. Gesturing for Zhang Xiaoman to pass it over, "Comrade Xiao Su, please take a look at this document." As Su Qingfeng received the file from Zhang Xiaoman, he noticed the first line, which was quite striking: "Decision to confer the rank of Major General upon Comrade Su Qingfeng." Li Aigua, with a warm and affectionate gaze akin to that of a parent, chuckled and said, "This is a decision made by the state. In addition to the rank, your benefits will also be elevated to this level, along with special allowances." As he finished speaking, Zhang Xiaoman, who had just returned to her seat, smiled brightly and remarked, "Mr. Su, this is merely the beginning. Considering your age and experience, this is the utmost we can offer at present, and it will only get better from here." In truth, the state's original intention was to bestow upon Su Qingfeng a nominal rank without real authority. However, due to his age and experience, coupled with concerns about his potential impetuosity, they abandoned that proposal. "I understand," Su Qingfeng replied, carefully putting away the document, his heart brimming with emotion. From an inconspicuous ordinary person to a major general in one leap? Although lacking a position, the rank itself is that of a general. "Comrade Xiao Su," Li Aigua continued. "Regarding the ceremony for the rank and the military uniform, arrangements are already underway and will be conveyed to you by Comrade Xiao Zhang. Do you have any requests or difficulties you wish to discuss with us now?" Su Qingfeng shook his head. Not at the moment. A sudden inspiration struck him, and he continued, "However, There is one more matter I need to clarify. Upon returning from the world of the mountain village, the system in my mind prompted me that in the first 5 worlds, I will randomly receive 2 opportunities to select, which will unlock permanent travel rights to 2 new realms. In other words, does this mean I have gained access to 2 new worlds? Li Aiguo was filled with excitement, narrating in disbelief. Indeed, Su Qingfeng affirmed with a nod. If this is true, it would be absolutely wonderful. Upon receiving this confirmation, Li Aiguo burst into another fit of laughter. He was not alone. Beside him, Zhang Xiaoman and several middle-aged men, including Lu Huajian and Zhao Chunming, had their eyes gleaming with exhilaration. They all expressed their sentiments, proclaiming, at that time, our dragon nation shall no longer fret over resources. This is a momentous occasion, akin to discovering the existence of the dual crossing gate. Laughter erupted among the group. Zhao Chunming, filled with hope, mused. If the dual crossing gate is sufficiently vast and possesses adequate transport capacity, with our nation's logistical capabilities, within a year or 2, we could elevate our country to the ranks of developed nations, significantly improving the living standards of our people by at least 3 or 4 tiers. Lu Huajian, the scholarly elder, exaggeratedly contemplated a career change, nearly picking up a shovel to become a miner. Su Qingfeng interjected, however, we must not act hastily. We should proceed step by step, with diligence. Upon hearing this, the attendees suppressed their thoughts of becoming miners, nodding in agreement. Indeed, we must not rush. There are still tasks in 4 other dimensional worlds that require completion, so we should take our time. Once the discussion on this matter concluded, the next step was to delve into the intricate details regarding the upcoming global mission. In alignment with Lu Huajian's original plan, the use of modern artillery was deemed sufficient. Li Aiguo, occupying the main position, proposed, given that the backdrop of this alternate world is set in the Republic era, transportation conditions are likely to be rather inconvenient. Once the meeting adjourns, I will promptly submit a request to the government for the establishment of an armed helicopter battalion and a transport helicopter battalion. Combined, the total number of helicopters will exceed a dozen or even 20. Do not underestimate this quantity, it is indeed considerable. After all, our adversaries are merely a horde of frolicking zombies, perhaps accompanied by some oblivious warlords who are not formidable foes. However, in a bid to leave no stone unturned, Lu Huajin suggested, Li Shichang, let us also request some anti-tank rocket launchers and projectiles, in addition to a rocket artillery battalion. These will undoubtedly prove advantageous in our endeavor to subdue the zombies. Li Aiguo, of course, acquiesced, no problem. Yet, the thought of such a scene elicited a bemused chuckle. To combat a mere throng of leaping zombies, one would deploy armed helicopters, rocket artillery, and anti-tank rocket launchers. Surely, the zombies themselves would never anticipate such lavish treatment. Moreover, Lu Huajian continued, Li Shichang, let us also procure some advanced research equipment from the state. This world, rich in supernatural elements and mystical arts, harbors numerous entities of significant research value, which can be transformed into formidable productive forces. Li Aiguo sipped his tea and nodded with a smile. Of course, that is absolutely feasible. The government will undoubtedly offer its full support. Additionally, Su Qingfeng interjected with his intentions. Upon our arrival in the zombie world, I wish to first seek out Master Geo to apprentice under him and learn the mystical arts. After all, my aptitude for cultivation has increased tenfold. As has my mental acuity, I cannot afford to remain idle. Indeed, Li Aiguo nodded approvingly, expressing admiration for Xiaosu's aspirations. Your idea is splendid. I fully support it. Zhang Xiaoman and Huajian, please ensure that you pay close attention to the matter of apprenticing under Master Geo. Zhang Xiaoman replied, understood. Lu Huajian affirmed, understood. In the following 3 days, Su Qingfeng truly acclimated to the rhythm of the spark base. The leisurely lifestyle of oversleeping and indulging in idleness was no longer an option. Considering the perilous worlds he was destined to explore, coupled with the necessity to apprentice under Master Jusu, maintaining a passive existence was simply untenable. Accompanied by specialized nutritionists and military instructors, he engaged in rigorous training during the day and underwent various examinations at night, consuming meticulously curated nutritional meals, leading to an extraordinarily fulfilling existence. Meanwhile, Lu Huajin and Zhao Chuming were diligently strategizing and mobilizing forces in preparation for their foray into the zombie realm. As for the other inhabitants of the Spark Base, they were predominantly scientific researchers, all united by a singular mission, to conduct studies on the samples retrieved from the world of ancient corpses, tirelessly analyzing them. On the evening of the third day, a momentous piece of news emerged from the Optical Research Center. The project was helmed by He Linli, the esteemed director of the Shanghai Optical Research Institute. Upon Liu Huajian's arrival, he found he engrossed in observations before a single-molecule fluorescence microscope, his expression a blend of astonishment and fervor. "Director He, what is the current status?" Liu inquired, breaking the silence. Reluctantly lifting his gaze, He Linli, brimming with excitement, proclaimed, "Excellent news, monumental news." In a state of uncontainable enthusiasm, he shared his findings since their entry into the world of ancient corpses. Team leader Liu, we initially employed spectrometers to collect numerous optical images of Chu Rinmei. Over the past 6 days, my team utilized a 6M64512 uncooled infrared thermal imaging detector and a 10 MHz 145 GHz optical wave component analyzer. The latter meets the testing requirements for single waves of 200 G and above, yet regrettably, the results were less than satisfactory. As of today, my team has transitioned to using super-resolution fluorescence microscopy and single-molecule fluorescence microscopy, utilizing high-sensitivity EMCCD and SCMOS detectors. At last, we have discovered the physical transformation of light during the condensation process of Chu Rinmei. By contrasting it with the light of our own world, we noted that this strand of light exhibits several distinct conventional physical properties compared to normal light. Firstly, it does not propagate in a straight line. Rather, it travels in a U-shaped trajectory reminiscent of a roller coaster. Additionally, this light lacks reflection and scattering phenomena, and its quantum characteristics are notably unstable. For instance, its wave-particle duality reveals a Planck constant of merely 4.6260693 10-34 Js, significantly lower than the normal value of 6.6260693. Upon hearing this, Liu Huajian's pupils dilated in astonishment. "If your assertions hold true, could we not deduce the constituent elements of Chu Rinmei's entity?" He leanly nodded in surprise and said, "Indeed. But the process of gathering this information will be quite intricate and will necessitate the use of supercomputers. Moreover, I have an inkling." Liu Huajian, puzzled, inquired, "What kind of inkling?" He leanly eagerly responded, "These lights should be connected to the Yin energy and Sha energy we have collected. Furthermore, while these lights propagate in a U-shape, they exhibit resistance and friction. The presence of these two forces suggests an intersection with tangible reality. To elaborate, Chu Rinmei could indeed interact with the physical world, such as using chopsticks, driving a car, holding an umbrella, or even embracing another person. Of course, this is predicated on a significantly high numerical threshold, which is evidently lacking in Chu Rinmei." Upon hearing these words, Liu Huajian's heart raced, and he exclaimed excitedly, "If we follow our current deductions, within the world of a Chinese ghost story, Nie Xiaoqian's ability to play the piano, to revel with Ning Kaichen, and even to pen that poignant love poem stems from her possessing a sufficiently high value. To put it in literary terms, she is strong. The Yin and Sha energies are abundant." He leanly nodded vigorously, "Precisely. However, this constitutes a new value, and its mathematical expression, along with the methods of its creation, remain unknown for the time being. Perhaps employing supercomputing resources could yield results." Just as Liu was about to respond, Zhao Chunming interjected, "He Suo, Liu team. I am not a scientific researcher. I approach this from an ordinary person's perspective and have a question. Can our discovery be applied in reality?" The conversation left him bewildered. Hence he sought a definitive answer to report back to Yin Jingfengmian. Upon hearing this, both Liu Huajian and He Linli found themselves caught between laughter and tears, as did the more than 100 observing scientists around them. Liu Huajian remarked, "Let me speak from the perspective of an unscrupulous capitalist. If we can ascertain the specific values and subsequently manufacture them, it would imply that we possess the capability to create ghosts." Zhao Chunming stared in disbelief. "Artificial ghosts?" Liu Huajian nodded with a smile, continuing with excitement, "Indeed, artificial ghosts. Of course, these entities may not be entirely perfect, possibly lacking intelligence. However, we can enhance them, allowing these artificial ghosts to learn, coupled with the ability to possess. For instance, we could enable an artificial ghost to inhabit a robot. This way, we would not need to tackle the myriad technical challenges of intelligent robots. We would only need to address issues of physical coordination and energy storage. In simpler terms, you could then have a robotic employee possessed by an artificial ghost, an employee that works tirelessly 24 hours a day, unconditionally, and without complaint. Alternatively, one might consider the notion of training spectral entities to serve as employees, obeying your commands unconditionally, a far superior option compared to employing exceptional workers. Zhao Chunming remarked. This is somewhat beyond comprehension. The idea of spirits inhabiting robotic forms is already quite absurd. Now, the prospect of having artificial phantoms performing tasks such as fastening screws seems utterly ludicrous. He leanly, observing Zhao's bewilderment, could only laugh and explain. Let me simplify this for you. Due to friction and resistance, we can circumvent intermediary steps and directly arrive at results through the principles of quantum entanglement and quantum mechanics. It's akin to facing monsters in an online game. At level 1, you cannot defeat a level 100 beast. However, if provided with a level 200 weapon, you would be equipped to confront challenges of level 100. Lu Huajian began to envision possibilities and murmured, the term artificial ghost is rather unappealing. Perhaps we should consider renaming it Quantum Spectre, as that would resonate more with contemporary energy concepts. Beyond applications in robotics, this could extend to warfare. Imagine, if you will, drones and tanks possessed by spirits, or even unmanned missile systems. How terrifying would that be? Zhao Chunming furrowed his brow, seemingly recognizing a significant flaw. There exists a major concern. What if the quantum specters we create do not heed our commands? For instance, what if they inhabit human bodies and engage in heinous, antisocial criminal acts? Lu Huajian shook his head. I am uncertain. At present, we do not even comprehend its mathematical representation, nor do we know the specific constants involved, rendering your question temporarily unresolvable. Regardless, this represents a monumental discovery that could potentially aid us in transcending the confines of fundamental science, propelling our technological advancement to unprecedented heights. He leanly interjected, of course, before we proceed, we must undertake another task, to seek out the female ghost Xiaoyu in the realm of the undead and negotiate a collaboration. Although Xiaoyu may not match Nie Shaoqian in allure, she certainly surpasses Chu Ren in strength and requires no illusions to enact her will. Within her, we may uncover the key to unlocking the quantum spectre. There exists a flaw in the notion that artificial phantoms and quantum specters are merely two distinct, yet intertwined concepts. The term quantum spectre was adopted primarily for its melodic resonance. This is the consensus among all the scientists present. Lu Huajian refrained from further elaboration. His heart raced, almost yearning to soar into the realm of the undead. To this end, he specifically issued a notification and convened a thematic meeting, deliberating for over an hour before finalizing a comprehensive plan. Once the details were settled, he promptly made his way to Su Qingfeng's residence, knocking on the door. Lu team, is there something you need? Inside, Su Qifeng had just finished his ablutions. The terms he had heard during the day, artificial phantoms, quantum specters, the Planck constant, left him utterly perplexed. This group of researchers possesses an astonishing depth of knowledge, leaving one feeling like an outsider. Thus, he chose not to join the fray but instead adhered to a methodical training regimen. However, now that they have approached him, what could their intentions be? Ah, Comrade Xiao Su, Lu Huajian entered the room with a beaming smile. We have a delightful task for you, and we hope you can lend us your assistance. A delightful task? Su Qingfeng inquired, perplexed, as he handed a bottle of mineral water to Lu Huajian. What sort of delightful task? Lu Huajian took a sip of the water and proceeded to elaborate on the plan established during their meeting. It is like this. Our scientific research now requires a formidable ghostly collaboration. Our next dimensional world is none other than the realm of zombies, and the female ghost, Xiaoyu, would be quite suitable. After meticulous deliberation and careful decision-making, we seek someone to replace Qiuxing in the original script, to pay respects to Xiaoyu and attempt to win her favor. Subsequently, when she comes to us, we hope to persuade her to assist us in our scientific endeavors. At this juncture, Lu Huajian keenly observed Su Qingfeng's expression, noticing the furrowed brow of concern. He quickly added with a laugh, Comrade Xiao Su, please do not be hasty in your refusal. We have watched the original film, and that female ghost poses no threat to you. We will also devise a plan to ensure that Jiu Shu and his 2 disciples cooperate with us. Of course, the tactic of using a handsome man may not be the most respectable approach. If you are unwilling, we can certainly find another warrior to take your place. If this task had any inherent danger, I would never have made such a request. However, I assure you, there is no danger in this matter. Having viewed the original film, Su Qingfeng understood that this was indeed a delightful task. In the original narrative, The female ghost Xiao Yu and Xiaoxing had ignited a fervent spark of romance, leading to an indescribable scene. Yet, the thought of being in an intimate moment with the ghost while a group of men watched from a distance rendered him akin to the leading man in a risque film. And that was simply unacceptable. Comrade Xiao Su, Lu Huajian continued, sensing Su Qingfeng's inclination to decline. There is another crucial reason. Professor Wu's research has revealed that your limbic system, brainstem, and cerebral cortex exhibit significant differences from those of an ordinary individual. Particularly, the serotonin levels within your cerebral cortex and synapses are at least 10 times higher than those of an average person. This indole derivative can regulate sleep, appetite, vascular constriction, and, most notably, emotional states. From a biological perspective, excessively high serotonin levels can lead to a series of adverse reactions, such as dizziness, headaches, insomnia, agitation, nausea, and loss of appetite. Yet, Comrade Xiao Su, your responses contradict this principle. As the conversation progressed, Su Qifeng nodded, as if coming to a realization. So, you intend to conduct further research on me through this endeavor? Lu Huajian spoke with a tone of pleading, saying, Comrade Xiao Su, I sincerely hope you can lend a hand. It would greatly advance the development of neurology. Rest assured, we would never allow you to come to harm. We will first communicate with Uncle Jiao. Su Qifeng thought to himself, so I am to become the subject of research. He instinctively wanted to refuse. But upon gazing at Lu Huajian, the word please was unmistakably etched on his face. After contemplating the matter seriously, he nodded and replied, I can assist. But I must make one thing clear. Before I am rendered unconscious by the female ghost, I will attempt persuasion a few times. If she is unwilling, you must bring Uncle Jiao to intervene immediately. The female ghost, Xiao Yu, was indeed beautiful. Yet if the price for her favor was to star in adult films from Japan, then I would have to decline. Maintaining my dignity is paramount. Haha, no problem at all. I assure you with my old bones, Lu Huajian exclaimed, his delight evident. These words were not merely a fade. The significance of Su Qingfeng is self-evident. Anyone daring to harm him would be provoking the ire of the Dragon Kingdom. Night can sometimes feel interminable, while at other times it slips away in an instant. Before long, morning arrived, marking the hour of 8. Today heralds the opening of the new world through the dual gate of the heavens. This time, the backdrop of the dimensional realm is a world engulfed by zombies. This is a dimension that amalgamates numerous zombie films, including Mr. Zombie, Uncle Zombie, Zombie Supreme, Spirit Master, and the new Mr. Zombie. The current mission encompasses 3 primary objectives. Firstly, to accomplish the main quest dictated by the system. Secondly, to conduct research on the female ghost, Xiao Yu. And thirdly, to delve into the study of Taoism and zombies. Time is of the essence, and the tasks are formidable. Moreover, Taoism has intertwined with the realm of fantasy, leading many scientists in various camps to believe that this might serve as a key to unlocking higher dimensional civilizations. Consequently, the chief overseer of the Spark Project, Li Aigua, has augmented the mission with an additional objective, to journey to the realms of the undead, specifically to Longhu Mountain and Maoshan, in pursuit of extensive research samples. An abundance of samples and data will significantly enhance future research endeavors. In summary, the undertaking in the zombie world is exceedingly demanding. Thus, the preparatory work must be meticulous. For instance, the planned personnel has reached 4,000, divided into 5 contingents. The first group will adhere to the established protocol, with Lu Huajian serving as the captain and temporary head of the zombie world's base, while Zhao Chunming will act as the vice captain. This initial batch consists of 7 research teams, 3 sampling teams, 3 logistical support teams, and 2 standardized special forces units. These elite soldiers hail from various military districts of the Dragon Kingdom, including the Southwest Falcons, Northeast Tigers, Eastern Divine Swords, Flying Dragons, and Cheetahs, among others. Their total number exceeds 340 individuals. In addition to the exceptional individual equipment akin to the previous occasion, they are also equipped with 4 transport helicopters, 4 attack helicopters, for light armored vehicles, as well as a selection of small-caliber artillery, rocket launchers, and heavy machine guns of larger caliber. This is merely the initial batch. In the forthcoming deliveries, a variety of heavy artillery will be gradually dispatched, including large-caliber howitzers, self-propelled guns, anti-aircraft artillery, reconnaissance aircraft, and communication equipment such as communication vehicles, among others. Ahem, the firepower seems somewhat excessive, considering this is merely a world plagued by zombies. However, there is little choice. For the rabbit suffers from an acute fear of insufficient firepower. As for the transport helicopters, they are prepared with the intention of venturing to Longhu Mountain and Maoshan. Furthermore, there are some peculiarities on Su Qingfeng's side. Zhang Xiaoman, the head of the Jiangxing National Security Bureau, has been assigned to his vicinity, tasked with overseeing security operations. Zhang Xiaoman, standing at 168 centimeters and weighing 103 pounds, hails from Yanjing. Her parents' identities remain shrouded in mystery. She sports a bob haircut and possesses a figure that is merely adequate, often donning a black women's suit, which bestows upon her an air of competence. The woman who exudes an air of strength and confidence holds no intrigue or interest for Su Qingfeng. Mr. Su, the time has come. Zhang Xiaoman reminded him with a smile as the clock struck 8:10. In that moment, the gaze of 1,000 spectators converged upon him. Understood. Su Qingfeng took a deep breath, calling upon the system within his mind. Ding. Please confirm, host, whether to open the dimensional realm, zombie world. Su Qingfeng, confirm. Ding. Initiating the opening process. Friendly reminder 1. Main quest. Eliminate Old Master Ren, the royal zombies, and all zombies in Zombie Town to prevent these creatures from causing further harm. Time limit, 15 days. Friendly reminder 2. Completion reward. Indestructible body. Enhancement of cultivation aptitude by 100-fold, and thunder control, beginner level. Friendly reminder 3. Failure to complete the task within 15 days will result in the system self-destructing alongside the host. As the words fell, a multitude of white light materialized before Su Qingfeng, coalescing into a radiant form. Surrounding him, over 30 types of sample collectors and scientific observation instruments began to operate fervently. Su Qingfeng had grown accustomed to this, though he felt a twinge of sentiment within. This system task is utterly insane. Fortunately, it is submitted to the state, which offers assistance. Otherwise, achieving the main system task within 15 days would be impossible on one's own, and the likelihood of succumbing to a zombie counterattack is significant. For instance, consider the old Master Rin or the Aunt May from the previous world. Just as I was lost in thought, a radiant white light began to coalesce before me, taking shape in less than half a minute into a doorway. It stood nearly 6 meters tall and almost 4 meters wide, precisely double the size of what it was before. This signifies that the transport capacity will witness at least a twofold enhancement. Many scientific instruments and weaponry that previously required disassembly and reassembly in alternate realms will no longer pose such a cumbersome challenge. Commence. Once the light portal has stabilized, the team leader, Lu Huajin, issued a command. The first wave of explorers from the Xingho camp set forth. Simultaneously, at the command center, overseen by Li Aigua, a national security personnel entered and reported, Li Shichong, we have procured the necessary items from Longhu Mountain and Maoshan. Excellent. Li Aigua responded with a deliberate nod, his gaze still fixed on the electronic screen before him. He inquired of his secretary, Xiao Wei, what is the situation in Yanjing? The male secretary, Xiao Wei, replied earnestly. As we anticipated, the global spotlight, particularly that of the United States, has begun to shift in our direction. As of 6 o'clock this morning, spy satellites have traversed above us no fewer than 27 times. Furthermore, the National Security Agency has noted an uptick in foreign entities and investors operating in Jiangxing. However, the state assures us that measures are being taken to address this. Upon hearing this, Li Aigua could not help but exhale a deep sigh, alas. Ultimately, the truth cannot remain concealed indefinitely. This matter will inevitably come to light. The secretary appeared hesitant. Shichong, if you have any thoughts, please share them directly. Li Aigua's gaze sharpened, infused with a hint of menace. It is as follows. The secretary, Xiao Wei, began slowly, should our secrets be divulged. The nation would face unprecedented global and international pressure. Should we not prepare contingency plans? Continue, Li Aigua urged. Indeed, the secretary continued, this could involve industrial relocation, strategic resource reserves, the establishment of an economic mobilization system, internal propaganda, international public opinion management, and regulatory supplements, among others. Li Aigua's gaze shifted slightly northward as he pondered. What you propose has already been considered by the state. Discussions on feasible strategies are currently underway. Xiao Wei immediately bowed his head. I apologize, Li Shichong. It was my overthinking. Li Aigua shook his head. No matter. He then sighed deeply. Our tasks ahead remain substantial. Fortunately, we have already achieved considerable results in this first dimensional world. 6 months should suffice. If we can navigate to the realm of fantasy, then even amid global pressures, the nation shall stand unyielding. At this juncture, Li Aigua's eyes sparkled with intensity, emanating a refreshing chill into the surroundings. In the zombie world, in the town of Rinjia. This is an essential thoroughfare leading to Rinjia town, situated to the southeast of the town, originally constructed during the period of the Braid Kingdom. This official road connects to the provincial capital and serves as the sole link between Rinjia town and the outside world. At this moment, it is noon. On the solidified dirt road, a horse-drawn carriage is leisurely making its way. Occasionally, a sweet and charming little head peeks out from the carriage window, its large, curious eyes scanning the surroundings with excitement before retreating back inside. It feels wonderful to be home again. Xiaoqing, you cannot imagine how much I longed for this moment, exclaimed Rin Tingting, her voice brimming with joy and her face radiant with happiness. Adorned with a pink ceremonial hat and dressed in a pink puffy skirt, her playful ponytail and adorable features rendered her utterly delightful. Indeed, miss, responded the maid, Xiaoqing, equally elated. The master knew you were returning and specifically sent me to fetch you. Upon hearing this, Rin Tingting expressed a hint of reproach, playfully chiding, my father is rather inconsiderate. After all my effort to return from the provincial capital, he didn't even come to welcome me. Xiaoqing explained with a smile. Actually, the master intended to come, but unfortunately, he had an appointment today with Uncle Gio regarding some matters, so he asked me to pick you up. Uncle Gio? Is he the one from the ancestral hall? Rin Tingting inquired, blinking her large eyes inquisitively. What could my father possibly discuss with him? Has something happened at home? The maid shook her head. I'm not certain, but it seems to pertain to the matter of the old master's burial, perhaps. You can ask the master for more details. Oh, Rin Tingting nodded, and then appeared to have an idea. She rummaged through her handbag and produced an array of cosmetics. Turning to Xiaoqing with a beaming smile, she said, Xiaoqing, I have a surprise for you. This is a makeup technique I painstakingly learned in the provincial capital, which can make a girl look truly stunning. Come, give it a try? Xiaoqing instinctively shook her head. Miss, I don't think that's appropriate. Just as she began to speak, the coachman suddenly tightened the reins. The horse, feeling the sudden pain, neighed sharply, and its hooves reared up in a hasty emergency stop. Due to inertia, the two young ladies inside the carriage were propelled forward, colliding with the carriage wall. Fortunately, they instinctively braced themselves with their hands and emerged unscathed. What happened? Rin Tingting instinctively inquired of the coachman. Miss, something strange has occurred. A ghost. The coachman, trembling uncontrollably, ultimately let out a piercing scream and abandoned the carriage in a hasty flight. Inside the carriage, Rin Tingting and her maid, Xiaoqing, were paralyzed with fear. Upon hearing such a dreadful wail, which was evidently related to spirits, both women were utterly terrified, their bodies quaking in trepidation. Oh no, miss. Could it be that we have encountered the Ghost King come to abduct us? Xiaoqing cried out, overwhelmed by fright. Calm down, Rin Tingting stammered, her teeth chattering as she struggled to offer reassurance. Gathering all her courage, she prepared to lift the curtain of the carriage. Just as she was about to do so, she suddenly heard a cacophony of hurried footsteps approaching, a veritable tide of sound that suggested at least dozens, if not hundreds, of people were converging on the carriage before the footsteps dispersed around them. Clearly, the carriage was surrounded, or perhaps it was besieged by phantoms. What should we do, miss? Xiaoqing whimpered, her lips turning pale as she continued to weep. Rin Tingting, equally flustered, hesitated, contemplating whether to uncover the curtain for a clearer view when a weathered male voice resonated from outside. Dear young lady, do not be afraid. We are not malicious. The familiar dialect from her hometown struck Rin Tingting, momentarily leaving her in a state of astonishment. It spoke, and in her native tongue. Surely this could not be a ghost. Silence lingered, as no response was forthcoming. At that moment, the sounds outside the carriage transformed into Mandarin. We are not bad people. We mean no harm. Please do not be afraid. It was a familiar tone, and only then did Rin Tingting realize the situation. After several moments of hesitation, she mustered her courage and pulled aside the curtain of the carriage. What she beheld was an eerie scene that would be etched in her memory for a lifetime. Before her, at a distance of over 10 meters, stood a colossal portal composed of radiant white light. One after another, figures clad in white garments, resembling harbingers of doom, emerged from beyond the door. These individuals are indeed peculiar, clad entirely in white garments, their faces obscured by masks resembling skulls, with only their eyes visible. Furthermore, They wield an assortment of bizarre objects, some grasping at the air, while others reach towards the earth and trees. Some even employ instruments akin to magnifying glasses, scouring the ground with fervor. Simultaneously, upon their arrival, an array of strange luminescent phenomena, the nature of which remains elusive, gravitate towards them. It is utterly bizarre and terrifying. Rintinting instinctively perceives that these figures bear a striking resemblance to phantoms. Yet, she distinctly observes that they cast shadows. On this day, the weather is splendid, with not a cloud in the sky, and the sun shines brightly. If they were indeed spirits, casting shadows would be impossible. Thus, one conclusion emerges: they must be human. However, an unsettling question arises. Rintinting swears she has never encountered anyone dressed in such an eccentric manner. Who are you? Her mind is a whirlwind of confusion and fear, causing her to tremble, her lips quivering. Yet, no immediate answer is forthcoming. Before her stands an excited linguist who promptly instructs a nearby Special Forces soldier. Go summon Team Leader Lu and Comrade Su, and inform them that we have encountered the cinematic character Rintinting, with every detail aligning perfectly with the film. Understood. The soldier acknowledges the command and swiftly departs. Su Qifeng, Lu Huajin, and Zhao Chuming have just arrived in the realm of Mr. Zombie as the second wave. At this moment, they have only just stepped through the white portal when they receive this report. Is that true? Lu Huajian exclaims, his excitement palpable, a broad smile gracing his face. Yes, the soldier leading the way confirms, guiding them forth. In a short while, they stand before Rintinting, who is encircled by soldiers and scientists. Comrade Su, what is the situation on your end? Lu Huajin refrains from intervening immediately, instead seeking Su Qingfeng's assessment. Su Qifeng consults the system in his mind. Noticing no response from the system, he shakes his head and replies, Team Leader Lu, I have no issues here. The system has not provided any feedback. You may handle these two individuals as you see fit. Relieved by this response, Lu Huajian exhales deeply and nods slightly. Thank you for your efforts, Comrade Su. He then turns his attention to Rintinting, scrutinizing her intently. She resembles her character remarkably. It's uncanny. No, this is a cinematic universe composed of zombie films. Thus, the individual before us, Rintinting, is not a mere figment of imagination, but a living, breathing person. At this moment, the linguist Zheng Junqi aptly interjected, introducing Team Leader Lu, Deputy Zhao. Following their brief exchange, it became evident that the other party was conversing in Mandarin, rather than the dialects of Western Hunan or the Miao language. This led to the inference that all details and fundamental information of this world should align or closely correspond with those found in zombie films. Lu Huajian, filled with profound emotion, nodded in appreciation. This is indeed a significant discovery that could substantially reduce expenses and unnecessary expenditures for the Dragon Kingdom. Subsequently, he turned his attention to the trembling Rintinting, adopting a tone as gentle as possible. My dear, do not be afraid. We are not villains. We have come to assist you. At that moment, Rintinting was quaking like a leaf, her lips quivering as she stammered, Please, do not make me your scapegoat. I will burn paper for you. I beg you. Lu Huajian, taken aback, shook his head with an expression that blended amusement and incredulity. We are not ghosts. We are flesh and blood humans. After uttering these words, he commanded the surrounding scientists and elite soldiers to step back 3 meters, creating a distance that afforded Rintinting a measure of comfort. The space between them allowed her to scrutinize the individuals clad in white attire once more. They cast shadows under the blazing sun, undeniably human, which significantly boosted her sense of security. Miss Rin, may we converse? Noticing her relaxation, Lu Huajin maintained his kind demeanor and smiled warmly. How did you know my surname is Rin? Rintinting was somewhat taken aback. She had never encountered these individuals before. Lu Huajian chuckled softly and shook his head. That is of little consequence. We possess knowledge of many aspects of this world. The crucial point is that we are here to help you. What exactly is this thing? Rintinting could hardly comprehend, unable to resist raising her delicate finger to point at the enormous white portal. Oh, you mean this? Lu Huajian explained with a smile. We call it the dual passage gate. Do not worry if you do not understand. You may regard it as a form of magic. In this fantastical realm, rife with zombies and Taoist priests, the world is indeed full of wonders. Although Rintinting found it hard to believe, she was not entirely averse to the idea. Soon, her astonishment morphed into shock, her eyes widening in disbelief as she exclaimed, So you come from the heavens? Celestial masters? Immortals? Lu Huajin replied, well, that interpretation is not entirely incorrect. However, we prefer another designation, the Science Gate. Rin Tingting questioned, Science Gate? I often hear the term science in the provincial capital. But what is this Science Gate? Lu Huajin responded, you may consider it an extension of science or an explanation of an alternative mode of existence. Rin Tingting pondered this. It seems somewhat difficult to comprehend. At that moment, Zhao Chuming interjected, offering reassurance. Miss Rin, we are newcomers to this world and lack much understanding. Thus we greatly need your assistance. Rest assured, we will not ask for your help without recompense. In return, we will save your father's life and ensure your family's safety. What has happened to my father? Rin Tingting, a dutiful daughter, immediately tensed at the mention of her father. Do not worry, he is currently unharmed. Zhao Chunming smiled in response. Miss Rin, may we converse now? Lu Huajin added, his demeanor consistently amiable. Rin Tingting initially felt some resistance, as she was unfamiliar with these individuals. However, considering her father and the peculiar nature of the situation, she could not dismiss the possibility that their intentions were genuine. Thus, she nodded in agreement. All right, I will cooperate. But could you allow my maid to return home first? I fear my father will worry if I am late. Lu Huajin nodded with a smile. What a considerate young lady. Of course, that can be arranged. Rin Tingting nodded appreciatively. Thank you. Lu Huajin reciprocated with a firm nod. Indeed. He then began to issue orders. Zhao team leader, arranged for 2 soldiers to escort the maid home, ensuring they maintain a considerable distance to provide her with a sense of security. Zhao Chunming replied, understood. Lu Huajin continued, Captain Xiao, present. Captain Xiao Jianyang of the Southwest Falcon Special Forces stepped forward immediately, raising his hand in salute. Lu Huajin commanded, initiate sampling operations at once, and commence the construction of the camp. Prioritize the establishment of a Class B facility. If time is insufficient, construct a Class A sterile laboratory for urgent use. Xiao Jianyang affirmed, understood. The interaction between 2 disparate realms was not to be taken lightly. Every detail warranted careful consideration. Half an hour later, Rin Tingting was ushered into a temporarily constructed sterile laboratory. Surrounding her were gas sampling equipment, optical sampling devices, and more, all actively engaged in their tasks. Numerous scientific instruments continuously monitored her various states. Miss Run, greetings. Lu Huajian entered with a stenographer, holding a specialized recording device as he seated himself before Rin Tingting. At that moment, she felt a twinge of anxiety. Fortunately, throughout the encounter, she sensed not an ounce of malice from these individuals. Instead, their intentions seemed wholly benevolent, which calmed her considerably. Hello. I was informed that after our conversation, I would be allowed to leave after an hour. Is that true? Lu Huajian smiled and nodded. Indeed, that is true. Rin Tingting exhaled a sigh of relief. Good. Then please, feel free to ask your questions. I will speak candidly. Lu Huajian retrieved his notes, methodically articulating the questions he had prepared. First question, what is the name of this world? What is the name of this country? What is its system? What year is it? Rin Tingting replied, well, she had not anticipated such inquiries about matters well known to every citizen. However, recalling that these individuals hailed from another realm, her doubts dissipated, and she answered earnestly, it is currently the early years of the Republic, and this country is called Yanwang. As for the system, I am unsure. All I know is that there is conflict everywhere, and soldiers are engaged in rampant violence and territorial disputes. Lu Huajian continued to inquire. For my second question, where exactly is this place? How much do you know about the laws of this world and its supernatural entities? Rin Tingting, still perplexed, nevertheless responded earnestly. This is a small road leading to Rinjia town, which is less than 7 miles away. As for the laws and supernatural beings, I am not very knowledgeable. I have been studying in the provincial capital and just returned today. However, I have heard many tales during my childhood, such as those of zombies, corpse herders, Maoshan sorcerers, and the Tianshi from Longhushan. I've also heard of vengeful spirits seeking retribution, which is quite frightening. Hence, I generally refrain from venturing out at night. Lu Huajian's eyes narrowed, and he fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, he pressed on with his inquiry. For my third question, what do you know about the matter concerning Uncle Jiu? Rin Tingting pondered for a moment before shaking her head. I am not quite sure. All I know is that Uncle Jiu is the caretaker of the ancestral hall and resides in our Rinjia town as a Maoshan priest. By the way, my father has an appointment with Uncle Jiu today to discuss the burial arrangements for my grandfather, but I am not privy to the specifics. Upon hearing this, Lu Huajian's eyes sparkled with insight. The plot of the film was unfolding. Prior to entering the realm of Mr. Vampire, he had watched the movie no fewer than 10 times, meticulously recording every detail and being well-versed in its timeline. Thank you, Miss Ren. In 1 hour, you will be able to leave, and we will escort you back to Rinjia Town. With this final remark, Lu Huajian departed with the recorder in tow. Exiting the sterile laboratory, he entered a makeshift conference room constructed from panels. Inside, professors, experts, and leaders of various research teams had already gathered, eagerly taking their seats upon his arrival. Captain Lu, how are things? They inquired with curiosity. Lu Huajian raised his hands to signal for calm, and once the room settled, he began. Currently, there are 2 significant points to address. First, the country within the zombie realm differs from our expectations. Although it is also set in the early years of a nation, it is not called Longhua, but rather Yanhua. Thus, we must discard any preconceived notions. In essence, we are confronting an entirely new world, rather than a historical iteration of our own. Second, regarding the current timeline, Miss Rin has revealed that her father has arranged to meet with Uncle Jio today at a tea house to discuss the burial of the late Master Rin. Now, I invite everyone to share your thoughts. As his words echoed through the conference room, a wave of astonishment swept over the attendees. What? This is not the world as recorded in history? Then our existing historical data is utterly useless. One exclaimed. Indeed, but fortunately, we still have a wealth of audio-visual materials in the original text of Mr. Huang Ying's novels for reference. There is yet another matter to consider. Since the original plot has progressed to this point, does it not imply that we will soon encounter the scene of old Master Ren's transformation? While such a notion may hold merit, our arrival allows us the opportunity to unearth this event prematurely and prevent his metamorphosis. However, a significant dilemma arises. If we thwart this transformation, will it not hinder Comrade Xiao Su's primary mission? The repercussions of such an outcome are beyond our capacity to bear. The group engaged in a spirited discourse, exchanging thoughts for over 10 minutes. Ultimately, under the decisive leadership of Lu Huajian and Zhao Chunming, a resolution was reached. The task would unfold in 3 stages. The first stage involved Lu Huajian leading a contingent to Rinjia Town to seize control of the entire area and negotiate with Rin Fa and Uncle Jio, persuading them to accompany him to the burial site of old Master Rin. Given the tumultuous backdrop of warfare, where might reign supreme, the absence of stringent regulations would, paradoxically, yield greater efficiency through a more forceful approach. The meager armaments possessed by Captain Away would be easily overwhelmed. In the second stage, Su Qingfeng would lead a team, guided by Ren Tingting, accompanied by Zhang Xiaoman and a contingent of researchers and special forces to the resting place of old Master Ren. Their mission would not only be to safeguard this rare specimen for research, but also to lure the female specter, Xiao Yu. Su Qingfeng was inclined to object, deeming this task exceedingly arduous. What if he succumbed to the seductive allure of the ghost? In response, Lu Huajian replied with a smile, Comrade Xiao Su, should you find yourself unable to resist, we shall simply turn a blind eye. After all, it is for the sake of science. Your spirit of sacrifice will forever be cherished by the nation and its people. Su Qingfeng remarked, it is quite amusing how scientists can occasionally display such levity. However, upon reflection, the ghostly beauty, Xiao Yu, is indeed striking, with a figure that captivates. I shall endeavor to maintain my composure. Beyond this, Su Qingfeng harbored deeper sentiments. The nation has begun to consciously cultivate its own resources. In the realm of the old corpse in the mountain village, he remains relatively inconspicuous. Yet now, he has been entrusted with a pivotal role in the overarching plan. The next step is crucial. Once the subsequent support team and armed forces arrive, they will proceed to Maoshan, Longhushan, the residence of Daoist Simu, and the zombie town. The core objective is to operate in alignment with the main mission. Ultimately, Deputy Leader Zhao Chunming will remain at the camp, tasked with furthering research in this world and facilitating connections with personnel from the modern realm. The plan has been meticulously crafted. 20 minutes later, Lu Huajian, accompanied by Special Forces Captain Xiao Jianyang and nearly 200 elite soldiers, advanced toward Rinjia Town under the protective cover of a newly assembled armed helicopter. Additionally, the team included over a dozen scientific researchers, equipped with various scientific instruments. Aside from conducting essential safety assessments, their primary focus was to perform comprehensive scientific examinations and studies on Jioshu. As a Taoist, Jioshu embodies numerous supernatural abilities. making him an invaluable subject for research that must not be squandered. Meanwhile, Su Qingfeng did not disappoint Lu Huajian. Leveraging his familiarity with cinematic narratives, he effortlessly pinpointed the direction and even managed to persuade Rin Tingting to serve as their guide. Such an outcome took many by surprise at the temporary camp. Yet it did not evoke excessive concern. Having Rin Tingting as a guide is, on the whole, a fortunate circumstance. Rinjia Town, despite its remote geographical location, is a bustling hub with a resident population nearing 80,000, showcasing remarkable economic development. It even boasts establishments serving foreign tea, establishing its reputation as a prominent town within a 100-mile radius. Intriguingly, perhaps due to its secluded position, Rinjia Town has remained unscathed by the ravages of warlords. The only security force present is a singular security team, overseen by our captain Away. At this moment, on the streets, reminiscent of the original narrative, Uncle Gio, accompanied by Wentai, prepared to indulge in some foreign tea. Clad in a light-colored long gown with a yellow silk jacket draped over it, Uncle Gio held a pipe in hand, resembling a local magnate. Wentai, in contrast, donned a flamboyant outfit, quite ostentatious, akin to a performer. "Uncle Gio, where are you headed?" "Good day, Uncle Gio," greeted numerous townsfolk as they passed by. Uncle Gio, radiating joy, responded cheerfully, occasionally mentioning that Master Rin had summoned him for a task, or simply exchanging pleasantries. His character is rather shrewd, with a penchant for maintaining his dignity. The original tale even featured a humorous scene where the egg tart was overly sweet, prompting Wentai to humorously mistake it for candy. As for Wentai, he remained in high spirits, eagerly informing anyone he met that his master was taking him to enjoy foreign tea. In this day and age, the prices at Western tea houses are quite exorbitant. Not to mention Wenkai, even Jioshu cannot afford such luxuries. Only affluent patrons like Ren Fa can afford to treat them to a visit. At that moment, the two individuals arrived at the entrance of the Western tea house. They pushed open the door, revealing a realm adorned with crystal chandeliers, gleaming tiled floors, and opulent decor, accompanied by the melodious symphony emanating from a gramophone. An atmosphere of sophistication and luxury enveloped them, standing in stark contrast to the ordinary tea houses of Rinjia Town. "Wow, master, this place is exceedingly extravagant," Wenkai exclaimed, swallowing hard in astonishment. "Mind your demeanor," Uncle Gio promptly admonished, equally taken aback by the lavish interior. This was his first experience savoring foreign tea. He was grateful to have brought Wenkai along. Otherwise, the embarrassment of attending alone would have been quite daunting. "Ah, understood." Upon hearing Uncle Gio's reminder, Wenkai quickly composed himself, straightening his posture and adopting a more serious demeanor. At that moment, the manager of the tea house, clad in a black suit, approached with a smile and inquired, "Good day. May I ask if you have a reservation?" Uncle Gio was taken aback, instinctively responding, "No." Beside him, Wenkai, exuding a false sense of authority, interrogated, "What? Didn't Renfa make a reservation for us?" "Oh, Master Ren." The manager's smile widened as he promptly raised his right hand in a gesture of invitation, saying, "Please, follow me." Indeed, Wenkai maintained his stern demeanor, still full of pretentious bravado. However, Uncle Gio could no longer contain himself, feeling a burning flush on his face as he shot a fierce glare at Wenkai. Upon receiving that piercing glare, Wenkai immediately resembled a deflated balloon, offering an awkward smile as he stammered, "Master, You clever lad," Jioshu remarked in a lowered voice before following the tea house manager upstairs. Wenkai inwardly lamented his predicament. The situation had escalated dramatically, leaving the master in a precarious position, likely facing repercussions upon returning. Under the guidance of the tea house manager, the two ascended to the second floor. In the distance, they spotted Ren Fa. "Greetings, Uncle Gio," he called out, rising to his feet before they even arrived, clasping his fists together with a beaming smile to express his cordiality. "Master Ren," Uncle Gio responded, bowing repeatedly to convey his respect, while simultaneously urging Wenkai at his side, "Wenkai, quickly extend your greetings." Wenkai hurriedly bent at the waist, a sheepish grin adorning his face as he said, "Greetings, Master Ren." Ren Fa chuckled heartily, raising his hand and saying, "No need for such formalities, please take a seat." "Please," Uncle Gio replied. After uttering this invitation, he waited until Ren Fa was seated before he himself took a seat. Although Uncle Gio was a Taoist priest from Maoshan with certain mystical abilities, his social standing was considerably lower than Ren Fa's, which was evident in the nuances of their interaction. "By the way, Master Ren," I heard your daughter has returned from the provincial city. Why didn't you bring her along? Once seated, Uncle Gio took the initiative to inquire. Ah, that girl. Rin Fa sighed deeply. I just received news that she encountered a group of mysterious individuals midway and was detained. What? Uncle Gio and Wen Kai were taken aback. In Rinjia town, the Rin family held significant influence, with the captain of the security team being Rin Fa's nephew. It could be said that the Rin family was the very foundation of Rinjia town. The occurrence of such an incident within their jurisdiction was alarming. Rin Fa sighed again, explaining, however, it's not too serious. According to my daughter's maid, they don't seem to be malicious. They have no intentions of harming her or seeking wealth. I have already informed Ah Wei to gather a team. We will go to negotiate for her release shortly. Upon hearing this, Uncle Ju nodded sympathetically, offering reassurance. Master Run, try not to worry too much. Since they are willing to return her, they surely mean no harm. Conversely, when Kai expressed his dissenting opinion, I find that hard to believe. It's clear they intend to undermine the Rin family. Mind your words. Uncle Gio immediately admonished Wen Kai, noticing the shift in Master Rin's demeanor. The boastful backseat driver halted abruptly upon hearing the words, his tone diminishing. Oh. He realized he had misspoken. It's nothing. Rin Fa smiled and shook his head. I have but one daughter. As long as their requests are not overly excessive, the Rin family will consider it a small sacrifice to avert disaster. Uncle Gio sighed, indeed. Following this, the two engaged in discussions regarding the arrangements for the late elder's interment. After a brief exchange of opinions, they ultimately resolved to proceed with the burial 3 days hence. During this time, Huang Million arrived, intending to discuss business matters with Rin Fa. However, Rin Fa, preoccupied with saving his daughter, had no inclination to engage. Thus he declined the conversation. Just as the arrangements were being finalized, a corpulent middle-aged man, clad in military attire and donning a cap and glasses, stormed up to the second floor with great fervor. After surveying the surroundings, he spotted Rin Fa, and his demeanor swiftly transformed from aggressive to one of concern and urgency. Uncle, the team is fully assembled. When shall we set forth to rescue my cousin? As he spoke, the worry in his eyes morphed into a greasy and lewd expression reminiscent of a perverse uncle. Rin Fa felt a measure of dissatisfaction towards his nephew. In the original narrative, when Captain Away proposed courting Rin Tingting, Rin Fa had not acquiesced, instead diverting the topic. Nevertheless, given the pressing circumstances, he suppressed such thoughts and adopted a serious tone, inquiring, Away, how many men have you brought? Captain Away, brimming with confidence, replied, Rest assured. Uncle, I have brought over 100 men, an entire company, equipped with 100 rifles. In such a remote area, that constitutes formidable strength. Rin Fa's apprehension lessened, and he nodded in agreement. Very well, let us depart. Away beamed with joy. Yes, uncle. By the way, Rin Fa turned, instructing Uncle Gio. You may continue enjoying your foreign tea. I shall inform the proprietor to charge everything to my account. After giving his instructions, he departed with Captain Away. Master. When Kai observed Rin Fa's receding figure and then glanced at his mentor, Uncle Gio, feeling somewhat at a loss. Alas, Uncle Gio sighed, as disciples of the Xian men, we ought not to involve ourselves in public affairs. Let us enjoy our foreign tea for now. When Kai responded, Oh, just as the words left his lips, the situation took a sudden turn. The incessant humming of the armed helicopter's rotor blades and engines resonated like the thunder of spring, drawing closer from afar. Soon, it enveloped the entirety of Rinjia town, the sound echoing throughout. At that very moment, every inhabitant of Rinjia town instinctively looked skyward. Those indoors hurriedly rushed outside, eager to uncover the source of the commotion above. Jioshu and Wenkai were no exceptions. Master, what is that sound? It's quite peculiar, Wenkai remarked. His brow furrowed deeply as he peered through the glass window, striving to discern the truth. Jioshu, equally perplexed, shared his confusion. The sound was exceedingly strange. One that had never been heard before. Could it possibly be a spirit or a monster? It seemed implausible. After all, it was broad daylight, and I felt not even a trace of malevolent energy. What is happening? When Kai said, Let us go outside and take a look. Unable to comprehend the situation, Jioshu seized Wen Kai and hurriedly dashed towards the entrance of the tea house. Oh, Wen Kai, with a noticeably delayed reaction, finally followed suit. Upon exiting the tea house and stepping onto the bustling street, they found it teeming with residents of Rinjia town and passing merchants. Among them were Elder Run and Captain Away, all gazing upwards, perplexed murmuring, "What could it be? Such a loud sound. Yet he never heard anything like it before." It was indeed a mystery. Could it be that the heavens were angry or showing signs? That seemed unlikely. The sky appeared unchanged. Furthermore, divine manifestations would not occur in such a manner. What a strange occurrence. Could it possibly be a demon? "Please, do not frighten me. I am easily scared." The crowd buzzed with speculation, voices overlapping in a cacophony. "Master, could it truly be a monster?" When Kai murmured, trembling slightly, clearly unnerved. Jiu Shu, grinding his teeth in contemplation, shook his head. "I do not know what it is." As he pondered, from the distant sky, the source of the peculiar sound finally emerged. However, upon witnessing this bizarre entity, the entire Rinjia town, Jiu Shu, Wen Kai, Captain Away, Elder Run, and even Qiu Sheng, who had rushed out from the shop, along with the ladies from Yihong Courtyard, were left utterly dumbfounded. In their gaze was a creature of most peculiar design, resembling a dragonfly yet not entirely so. It was enormous and appeared quite menacing. Most astonishing of all, as it drew nearer, the townsfolk discerned that there was, astonishingly, a person within the creature's abdomen. A person inside the dragonfly. How odd, how exceedingly strange. Was this truly a monster? A voice rang out, and chaos erupted among the townsfolk. Cries of terror filling the air. "Master, could it genuinely be a monster?" When Kai's face blanched in fear, he had distinctly seen a person within the dragonfly's belly. Surely a victim of this grotesque creature. A man-eating dragonfly. What else could it be but a monster? Jiu Shu's mind buzzed, and goosebumps prickled his skin. Despite his profound knowledge, he felt no trace of malevolent energy emanating from this formidable and bizarre dragonfly. It was truly perplexing. In the vast expanse above, within the cockpit of the Wuji 10, pilot Wang Haiyang activated the pre-prepared television camera, directing it towards Rinjia town, while simultaneously reporting to the temporary camp via the dual-redundant National Army Standard 289A data bus interconnection system. Eagle Nest. This is Eagle 1. I have arrived above the designated target area, and real-time imagery is being transmitted. In the world of Mr. Zombie, the notion of network signals was non-existent. Therefore, the first batch of dispatched troops included a mobile communication command vehicle, along with high-frequency drones serving as temporary bases, proving to be remarkably effective. After a crackling burst of electrical sounds, the voice of Zhao Chuming resonated in his ear. "Maintain vigilance and continue the mission." Wang Haiyang responded, "Understood." With that, he maneuvered the Wuji 10, circling around Rinjia town amidst the roar of the engines, capturing comprehensive footage from every angle. A wealth of imagery was transmitted in real time. Following resolution processing, it was stably relayed to Lu Huajin. Lu Huajin took hold of a tablet-like communication device, meticulously examining the displayed images. The entirety of Rinjia town unfolded before him. The streets were teeming with individuals clad in garments reminiscent of the Republic of China era. He even recognized several familiar buildings, Yihong Courtyard, Western-style tea house, and beside these edifices, the silhouettes of well-known figures, Jiu Renleoi. Naturally, he also spotted Captain Wei and his cadre of over 100 security personnel, armed with bolt-action rifles, their vigilant yet terrified gazes peering into the camera, clearly gripped by sheer fear. Handing the tablet to a nearby communications engineer, Lu Huajin commanded, "Accelerate our advance. Remember, do not engage unless absolutely necessary. Do not engage unless absolutely necessary." The hundreds of special forces acted swiftly, their pace quickening. Given the proximity, it took merely 6 or 7 minutes for Lu Huajin, accompanied by various research group members, leaders, and over 200 special forces, to arrive at Rinjia town. Upon their entry, clad in military protective gear and gas masks, and armed with an array of weaponry, the contact team was instantly perceived as a harbinger of doom, akin to phantoms from the abyss. A cacophony of cries ensued, fear cascading like a breached riverbank. "Look, what is that? My goodness, it's a ghost. The ghost has come. What calamity has befallen Rinjia town? Oh, divine protector. Do not approach. Stay away. Help, I am paralyzed with fear. I cannot run. Quickly, summon Jiu Shu. We need him to subdue the demon." In this fantastical realm already inhabited by spirits and zombies, the sudden appearance of Lu Huajin and his team was inevitably met with misunderstanding. The crowd erupted into chaos, prompting Jiu Shu to swiftly take notice. What? Ghosts? Malefactors? To dare harm people in broad daylight? Wen Kai, Go find Qiuxing and immediately return to the ancestral hall to fetch the tools. I shall hold them off. The timid Wenkai felt his legs weaken upon hearing Uncle Joe's words. A wave of relief washed over him as he hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, master." He then swiftly made his way to his Aunt Qiuxing's residence. At this juncture, Qiuxing was at his aunt's house, assisting in overseeing the business. Meanwhile, Lord Run, amidst a group of affluent gentry, instinctively contemplated fleeing. However, with all his assets tied to Rinjia town, he felt an undeniable reluctance. Thus, he urged Captain Wei, "Wei, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and lend a hand." Captain Wei, taken aback, stammered, "What? Uncle, those are apparitions. Our security team's firearms are ineffective against them." Lord Ren's eyes widened in disbelief. "What did you say?" Captain Wei nearly burst into tears, biting down on his molars, and adjusted his spectacles. "Yes. Follow me." Accompanied by over 100 trembling security personnel, they hurried towards the town's entrance. Simultaneously, at the entrance of Rinjia town, a similar situation had long been anticipated. Lu Huajian brandished a prepared loudspeaker and shouted to the fleeing citizens, "Dear villagers, do not be afraid. We harbor no ill intent. We are human, not apparitions. If you doubt us, observe closely. We cast shadows." Following suit, psychologist Qian Kaiwan raised his megaphone and proclaimed, "Esteemed villagers, please do not fear. We truly mean no harm and will not cause you any injury." Alas, the panicked populace paid no heed, each individual only concerned with their frantic escape. Soon, the streets were deserted. Yet, not all news was grim. Just as the citizens dispersed, a familiar figure emerged from the corner of Rinjia town streets. Clad in a light-colored long gown with a yellow satin jacket over it, sporting a pair of white brows and a beard, it was none other than Uncle Gio. At that moment, he held an enormous banner, adorned with various familiar yet obscure symbols. Under the sunlight, the symbols radiated dazzling golden light, as if enhanced by special effects. This was the manifestation of supernatural prowess, Taoism. As the familiar scene from the film unfolded before Lu Huajian, his heart surged with excitement, his eyes alight with fervor. As a scientific researcher, witnessing the extraordinary firsthand was an unparalleled thrill. "Stand guard," Captain Xiao Jianyang bellowed, sensing the murderous aura emanating from Uncle Gio. Instantly, hundreds of elite soldiers snapped to attention, raising their automatic rifles, the ominous muzzles aimed at the approaching Uncle Gio and Captain Wei behind him. A torrent of lethal intent surged forth. "Hold on, be cautious of accidental discharge," Lu Huajian interjected. "Understood," Xiao Jianyang nodded in agreement, subsequently commanding the soldiers to lower their weapons. The overwhelming murderous intent dissipated as well. As for Uncle Gio, his initial intention was to subdue the malevolent spirits. However, upon his arrival, he discovered that these individuals bore no trace of malevolence. Were they phantoms? Incorrect. Using the pomelo leaves I carry with me to wipe my eyes still reveals nothing. So, is it a person? A living, breathing human? Uncle Gio. It is a pleasure to see you well. Observing Uncle Gio standing there in a daze, Lu Huajian seized the microphone in his hand, greeting him with a smile. Uncle Gio was utterly bewildered. He scrutinized these peculiar individuals, certain that he did not recognize any of them. Yet, Uncle Gio was no fool. He had already sensed the overwhelming malice emanating from them, and given their considerable numbers, it was evident that he could not contend with them. Thus, suppressing his shock and confusion, he inquired, "Lin Gio is merely an obscure Taoist priest of Maoshan. May I ask why you address me with such words?" The term Taoist friend already indicated Uncle Gio's stance. Lu Huajian replied with a smile, "This is a long story. Just remember one thing. We bear no ill will." Considering his age, which was nearly a century, being addressed as Uncle Gio was quite a compliment. Meanwhile, Uncle Gio fell into deep contemplation, earnestly observing Lu Huajian and the others. He was certain he had never encountered them before. "Might you share your intentions with me?" Lu Huajian nodded with a smile. "Of course. We have two objectives for our visit. First, scientific research. Second, to prevent zombies from wreaking havoc upon the world." Uncle Gio furrowed his brow at once. "What? Have you perhaps detected that there are zombies causing trouble in Rinjia town, which is why you have come?" Lu Huajian produced a tablet he had prepared in advance and opened it. Images of royal zombies, zombie towns, and the likes of old Master Ren appeared prominently on the screen. He handed it to Uncle Gio, saying, "Please take a look at this." Uncle Gio instinctively took a step back, scrutinizing the tablet before him. He could not comprehend it. He understood nothing. Wiping his eyes with the pomelo leaves yielded no clarity. However, looking up at the screen, he indeed saw several projections of zombies. Uncle Gio was taken aback, instinctively asking, Taoist friend, what is this object? And the things depicted upon it are indeed zombies? Lu Huajian patiently explained. Uncle Gio, are you familiar with the concept of photographs? In this era, the concept of photography has permeated the land of Yin and Huang, yet it is predominantly found in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. A small town like Rinjia Town, naturally, cannot possess such a thing. However, it does not preclude one from having heard of it. Uncle Gio nodded immediately, acknowledging his awareness albeit without having ever seen one. Lu Huajian remarked, this object is a photograph, specifically of those zombies. Our mission in this world is to eradicate these zombies while conducting scientific research. Subsequently, Lu Huajian reiterated his explanation to Ren Tingting and introduced himself, although Uncle Gio found it hard to believe. Being a practitioner of Taoism endowed him with a robust capacity for accepting the supernatural. Thus, he soon embraced the notion. The skepticism in his eyes transformed into earnestness, a righteous aura enveloping him as he eagerly inquired, Lu Daoyu, as a practitioner of Taoism, knowing full well that zombies pose a threat to humanity, I, as a disciple of the Maoshan sect, cannot remain passive. What shall we do next? Please enlighten me. Lu Huajin discerned Uncle Gio's sincere demeanor and earnest gaze, prompting him to respond seriously. There are two directions we need your cooperation with, Uncle Gio. The first direction, we require your assistance in our scientific research. The second direction, we need your help in conveying the truth to your sect, the Maoshan school, and assisting us in completing a small scientific experiment. Upon hearing the mention of a scientific experiment, Uncle Gio expressed his confusion. What sort of scientific experiment is it? Could you elaborate, Lu Daoyu? Lu Huajian retrieved a tablet, opening a pre-prepared PowerPoint presentation, succinctly introducing, it is a scientific experiment aimed at studying ghosts. Specifically, it entails he proceeded to unveil the scientific research findings of Professor Fu Jiangwo, elucidating them piece by piece. Uncle Gio listened in bewilderment, akin to deciphering an ancient script, grappling with terms such as Planck's constant, quantum phantoms, and artificial ghosts. What is this all about? Lu Huajian carefully stowed away the tablet and smiled as he explained. Do not be concerned if you do not understand. As long as you, Uncle Gio, cooperate with us, that is sufficient. In return, we shall grant you a request within our capacity. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio immediately waved his hand and earnestly stated, the struggle between good and evil is eternal. As long as it is for the sake of the common people, such matters are inconsequential. Just then, a voice cried out, don't grab me. I was merely passing by. I truly was. Uncle Gio, help me. Not far away, the wailing of Captain Away echoed like the anguished cries of a slaughtered pig, his pitch soaring 8 octaves above that of the original performance. The individual had been lurking in the shadows, observing with a furtive demeanor, which proved intolerable to Lu Huajian, prompting him to issue an order for the suspect's apprehension. In the presence of several hundred elite soldiers wielding automatic rifles, Captain Away and his contingent of security personnel found themselves utterly paralyzed by fear, their faces paling in terror. The sight of numerous team members shouldering individual rocket launchers, with their menacing calibers, nearly caused Captain Away to lose composure. Lu, how shall we proceed? At this moment, Captain Away had already been brought forth. The once formidable captain of the security team now appeared pale and utterly wretched, resembling a beggar in his desolation, with a mixture of disbelief and humor. He waved his hand and said, let go, we are all friends. Understood. Upon receiving the command, the 2 Special Forces members released their grip, and Captain Away immediately broke into tears, resembling a weeping pear blossom. He hurriedly clasped his hands in apology, exclaiming, I am sorry, I am sorry. We should not have acted this way. We shall leave at once. This individual is nothing but a coward who preys on the weak. Without a show of strength, one cannot anticipate what unexpected developments may arise. With the present objective accomplished, Lu Huajian spoke in a remarkably gentle tone, smiling as he said, Away. Please inform Master Rin and all the gentry and villagers of Rinjia Town that, effective immediately, Rinjia Town is under the jurisdiction of our scientific sect. Rest assured, we shall not act recklessly. We expect everyone to fulfill their duties diligently. The concept of the scientific sect was established during the Grand Assembly of the main world. Captain Away responded, understood, albeit stammeringly due to his fright. Alongside the hundreds of security personnel who had just been released, he hurriedly scurried away. He procured communication equipment to contact the temporary camp at the dual portal gate. With a crackling sound of electricity, once connected, Lu Huajian inquired, "Leader Zhao, what is the current status of the temporary camp?" Zhao Chuanming's voice came through. "Everything is normal. The second batch of personnel and supplies is currently being coordinated." Lu Huajian replied, "Good. Remember, we have only 15 days. Let us avoid wasting time on unnecessary matters." Zhao Chuanming affirmed, "Understood." With the rear secured, Lu Huajian felt a great sense of relief and, under the guidance of Uncle Jiao, proceeded towards Rinjia town. Along the way, Uncle Jiao posed numerous questions. Lu Huajian, without reservation, provided detailed answers. "Daoist Lu," Uncle Jiao inquired, "what are the remarkable items you possess? I have never encountered such exquisite artifacts." Lu Huajian cheerfully replied, "This is the Type 03 automatic rifle, and these are the FNC assault rifle, stun grenade, and gas mask. As for these, they include a spectrometer, a torque magnetometer, a portable air quality detector, and this one, a spectral camera, and a high-speed camera." Uncle Jiao, perplexed, could not comprehend. With a chuckle, he decided to shift the topic to the matter of the zombies. "Daoist Lu, these zombies are exceedingly ferocious. I recommend setting up formations to counter them or returning to the sect for reinforcements." Lu Huajian smiled and shook his head. "Uncle Jiao, there is no need for such extravagance. Prior to their eradication, we must scientifically dissect and analyze these zombies. Their scientific and medical research value is immensely high, especially regarding the phenomenon of corpses remaining uncorrupted for years. If we destroy them carelessly, it could prove detrimental to humanity and the advancement of our scientific sect." In truth, he intended to express that the study of food technology holds significant importance. Consider this: a corpse remains uncorrupted for decades, just as the coffin does. If one could unravel this mystery, there would be no need to incorporate various preservatives into food, thereby enhancing the nation's food safety. Of course, the benefits extend far beyond this. Beside him, Uncle Jiao remained bewildered. He realized he understood nothing. The words spoken were akin to an incomprehensible script, prompting him to smile in silence. Before long, while en route to the ancestral hall, Ao Wei, accompanied by Ren Fa, Huang Baiwan, and other local gentry, hurriedly approached. In these tumultuous times, possessing a firearm conferred authority, and none dared to offend. They all offered apologies and pledged their loyalty. Lu Huajian responded to each with grace, ultimately remembering to mention Ren Tingting. Upon hearing that his daughter was safe and sound, Ren Fa felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart. Subsequently, over 100 members from 2 special squads were dispatched to take control of Rinjia town. Captain Ao Wei and his cadre of over 100 security personnel transformed into auxiliary officers, another designation for deputy police. Meanwhile, Lu Huajian continued with the remaining individuals towards the ancestral hall. The following 15 days would witness the establishment of no fewer than 8 medium-sized national temporary laboratories, primarily devoted to researching the relationship between the mystical arts of the zombie world and the natural order. The principal subjects of study would include Uncle Jiao, the ghostly maiden Xiaoyu, and potentially the brothers and masters from Maoshan, particularly the adept Shi Jian, who possesses the remarkable skill of conjuring thunder with his palms. This is indeed a remarkable opportunity for a tremendous advancement in electrical technology. Meanwhile, Su Chi Feng is accompanied by 7 or 8 scientific teams, along with dozens of elite soldiers, each of whom has been tempered by the crucible of battle, bearing the weight of several lives on their hands. Due to the considerable distance, it took nearly half an hour to arrive. Just as in the original narrative, they traversed a grove, and suddenly, the landscape opened up before them. Expansive fields of tall grass stretched endlessly, bordered by mountains and flowing rivers. A solitary winding path connected to Rinjia town. "Miss Ren, your grandfather is buried nearby, correct?" To ensure all contingencies, Su Qingfeng could not help but inquire further. "Indeed," Ren Tingting replied, glancing around before finally pointing southwest. "It should be over there." "Very well," Su Qingfeng said, then issued a directive to the research team behind him. "We have reached our destination. Ensure the site is well protected, and do not disturb any other graves." With paper money and incense prepared, dozens of scientists responded enthusiastically to the command. They donned another layer of white gloves, armed with various scientific instruments and sampling equipment, and proceeded towards the grave of the late Mr. Ren. They collected soil, sampled the surrounding air, and even gathered water from the atmosphere. alongside specimens of animal droppings and diverse microorganisms. The special forces dispersed around, ready to address any unforeseen circumstances. Su Qingfeng observed this scene with an expression of bemusement. Studying zombies through scientific methods? How peculiar it sounded, how absurd it appeared. Yet, this bizarre spectacle was unfolding right before his eyes. And he was at the helm of it. With a deep sigh, he called out to Zhang Xiaoman, who was assisting with the command duties at a distance. Chief Zhang. Mr. Su, Zhang Xiaoman replied, hurrying over with respect in her demeanor. Is there something you need? Please connect me with Team Leader Liu. I would like to inquire about their status. Certainly, Zhang Xiaoman responded promptly, summoning a communications engineer to utilize a portable device to reach out. Before long, the call reached Liu Huajin, who was inspecting the mortuary. Team Leader Liu, we have arrived at the burial site of the late Mr. Ren. How are things on your end? Upon recognizing Su Qingfeng's voice, a smile spread across Liu Huajin's face as he replied warmly, all is proceeding smoothly. The troops have secured Rinjiao town and have enlisted the assistance of Uncle Jiao. Su Qingfeng's eyes brightened. Perfect. The coordinates have been uploaded. We can bring the team over now. Let us strive to complete everything before nightfall. Otherwise, with the setting sun, unforeseen events might arise. In this realm inhabited by spirits, the daylight belongs to humans while the night succumbs to the supernatural. Thus, it is prudent to resolve any matters before twilight descends. Liu Huajin replied, certainly. After severing the call, he proceeded to elucidate the situation to Uncle Jiao. Upon hearing the explanation, Uncle Jiao's expression was marked by conflict, and he could not refrain from advising, Liu, my friend, considering that Lord Ren is the ancestor of the Ren family, ought we not to consult them before we disturb their forebears' resting place? Liu Huajin nodded in agreement, of course. However, there was a crucial stipulation. Lord Ren was destined to transform into a zombie, hence the outcome necessitated a forceful resolution. Uncle Jiao responded, indeed. I shall convey this to Lord Ren. In the original narrative, Uncle Jiao had previously suggested cremation. Had it not been for Ren Fa's staunch opposition, many subsequent troubles could have been averted. Nevertheless, at that time, Uncle Jiao's words carried little weight. The advance team of the Xingho temporary encampment had now assumed control of Rinjiao town. Initially, Ren Fa found himself in a quandary. But upon learning that his father was to become a zombie, threatening both himself and the Ren family, he swiftly acquiesced. Near the burial site of Lord Ren, after reporting the news, Su Qingfeng began his patrol of the vicinity. Nearby lies a cemetery, dotted with numerous graves both large and small, amounting to several dozens. Yet, only a mere handful bear tombstones, each adorned with photographs. In this realm where spirits are believed to exist, Su Qingfeng refrains from provoking the unknown, a sentiment shared by all members of the research team and the special forces. Mr. Su, Ren Tingting, who had been resting nearby, approached with a lingering disbelief in her voice as she repeated her earlier inquiry. Will my grandfather truly transform into a zombie? Will he seek vengeance upon our Ren family and harm my father and me? Su Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is the very purpose of our presence here. As he spoke, he cast several glances at the girl. It must be said that Ren Tingting was undeniably beautiful, her figure strikingly perfect. However, he felt little interest, after all. He would only reside in this world for a maximum of 15 days, with numerous tasks awaiting his attention. Upon receiving confirmation, Ren Tingting bit her lip. Her expression conflicted as she implored, Mr. Su, could you perhaps refrain from harming my grandfather? He was always kind to me in my childhood, and I wish for him to endure as little suffering as possible. Su Qingfeng sighed internally, recognizing the emotional nature of women. Shaking his head, he replied, that is not feasible. Ren Tingting hesitated. Very well then. She had intended to advocate further, but upon encountering Su Qingfeng's stern gaze, she conceded defeat. Suddenly, a commotion erupted near the grave of old Master Ren, accompanied by 2 exclamations of discovery. What is happening? All present turned their attention swiftly. Su Qingfeng hurried towards the source of the disturbance. Near old Master Ren's grave, 2 scientists clad in protective gear were laughing heartily, a joy that soon morphed into tears. An unsettling sensation gripped Su Qingfeng's heart, as he wondered if perhaps the restless spirits in the vicinity had manifested. It was broad daylight. Surely that could not be the case. Lost in his thoughts, one of the older scientists rose with excitement, exclaiming, Mr. Su, we have wonderful news, tremendous news indeed. Our geological sampling research team has just detected a microorganism resembling Dermabacter hominis using our microbial electric detection apparatus and BOD rapid testing device on the soil and extracted water. Dermabacter hominis is known to cause skin infections, with common ailments like boils manifesting as localized redness, swelling, and pain, potentially leading to pus formation in severe cases. Strangely, however, this microorganism exhibited many contrary characteristics. For instance, its metabolic rate was exceedingly slow, yet upon exposure to sunlight and air, its metabolic activity surged dramatically. Moreover, the bacterial enzymes produced by this microorganism exhibit remarkable resilience, surpassing human tissue by 1,000-fold. Furthermore, they possess the ability to stimulate muscle myocytes and satellite cells, thereby enhancing both agility and strength. Naturally, these findings are preliminary, necessitating more sophisticated instruments and numerous experimental validations. After a lengthy conversation, Su Qingfeng gleaned the general idea. It was suggested that the land where the late Master Ren was interred harbors microorganisms that have yet to be discovered. From a biological perspective, coupled with the peculiar phenomenon surrounding Master Ren's corpse, one might ponder whether these microorganisms had an influence on his remains, thus precipitating the transformation. Lost in thought, another elder approached with a hearty laugh, exclaiming, "Academician Tang, Mr. Su, there is yet another piece of good news. Our chemical research team has just uncovered a mysterious gas in this cemetery. Many of its physical properties closely resemble the Yin energy attributed to the Chu people, albeit with some distinctions. I speculate it may be akin to the corpse gas mentioned in films." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng furrowed his brows and inquired, "What chemical reactions might occur if this gas interacts with the air from our region?" The elder shook his head, stating, "Uncertain. When the next group arrives, I shall have them collect some samples and conduct one-on-one combinations with this corpse gas to strive for several hundred reference groups." Su Qingfeng felt a bit overwhelmed, responding, "Very well. Please consult Team Leader Lu when the time comes. Let him decide." The two academicians nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Su Qingfeng contemplated that perhaps being a carefree prince was not such a bad prospect after all. It is often best for professionals to engage solely in their respective domains without unnecessary interference. Fortunately, it was not long before Lu Huajian and Uncle Jiu arrived. Notably, Uncle Jiu's two disciples, Qiuxing and Wenkai, who had initially approached with great intensity, appeared more at ease after hearing Uncle Jiu's explanations. Upon reaching the site, Lu Huajian meticulously examined the surroundings. Team Leader Lu, the microbiologist named Tang, exclaimed, hastening over to share the recent discovery with palpable excitement. After listening, Lu Huajian's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and he too became animated. Is it truly so? If such microorganisms exist, their significance would be monumental, an invaluable treasure indeed. If they could be refined and integrated with materials science, could they not enhance material toughness 1,000-fold? However, this presents a challenge, as materials like iron, composed of iron elements, belong to the realm of metallic elements. The fusion of these two entities is not a trivial matter, representing a confluence of distinct disciplines. Nonetheless, even so, it may be deemed a priceless asset. For instance, in conjunction with food, it could yield numerous unexpected chemical reactions. Indeed, this is a reality. Microbiologist Tang Yiguang responded with enthusiasm. Lu Huajian took a deep breath and, with a sense of relief, remarked, "You have worked hard." He then turned to Su Qingfeng and inquired, "Comrade Su, what is the current situation on site?" Su Qingfeng reported truthfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Huajian nodded in acknowledgement, saying, "Good." He then turned to Uncle Jiu, smiling as he introduced, "Uncle Jiu, this is the Su brother I mentioned to you. I hope you will not decline the matter of accepting him as your disciple. The arrangement for him to become your apprentice was made prior to our arrival." In response, Uncle Jiu nodded in satisfaction and stated loudly, "Of course, there is no problem. However, the matters at hand are of greater importance. Shall we discuss this after we have resolved them?" Lu Huajian replied, "Certainly, I appreciate your willingness, Uncle Jiu." Su Qingfeng, understanding the moment, clasped his hands and bowed, addressing him as master, which brought great joy to Uncle Jiu. After exchanging a few pleasantries, everyone turned their attention to the grave of old Master Ren. Uncle Jiu asked, "Taoist Lu, what are your plans moving forward?" Lu Huajian replied, "Our intention is to construct a high-intensity scientific laboratory and place old Master Ren's coffin inside to observe and document the process of decomposition." Uncle Jiu, although not unfamiliar with such extraordinary proposals, felt a sense of incredulity each time he heard them. The concept of a corpse undergoing decay was utterly terrifying. It would likely terrify an ordinary person to the point of panic. The individuals in the realm of science seem quite unperturbed. Not only do they face the prospect of witnessing the transformation of corpses, but they also engage in research regarding it. Lu Huajian continued, "Unfortunately, our personnel and resources, including the necessary equipment, are still being transported. At the very least, we can prepare the experimental conditions by around 9 o'clock tonight." Nearby, psychologist Qian Kaiwen suggested, "Lu, perhaps we should postpone the excavation until tomorrow? After all, one day's delay is inconsequential." Lu Huajian shook his head in refusal. "No, it must be today." "Why?" inquired the puzzled Jiu Shu. Lu Huajian elaborated, "This matter requires your assistance, Jiu Shu." Furrowing his brow, Jiu Shu responded, "My assistance?" Lu Huajian affirmed, "Indeed. If my assumptions are correct, once the coffin of Old Master Ren is unearthed, a transformation will occur that very night. We will require your Taoist techniques to manage Old Master Ren after our research, so we may document some data. For instance, tools such as ink lines, peach with swords, and talismans. Of course, for safety reasons, you need only activate these artifacts. We shall employ scientific methods, such as drones, hydraulic arms, and lasers, to forcibly apply them to the corpse." Jiu Shu remained silent, inexplicably feeling a peculiar sensation. To the average person, the terrifying zombie is a source of dread. Yet to a Maoshan practitioner, it is merely a troublesome entity, akin to a laboratory mouse. It is utterly absurd. "Mr. Lu, why not simply incinerate it with lychee wood?" interjected Qiuxing, who had been silent until now. Lu Huajian smiled and shook his head. "We are here to explore an entirely different branch of science. If we were to set it ablaze, the purpose of our visit would be lost." "Very well then," Qiuxing conceded, suddenly sharing a similar feeling. After the transformation of the venerable old master into a corpse, he is likely to meet a fate as grim as that of a captured mouse. Subsequently, Lu Huajian convened a special meeting, focusing on the research plan concerning zombies. Firstly, the research time frame is set for tonight. Secondly, the methodology is divided into 2 segments. The first segment involves the chemical reactions between Taoist methods and zombies. For instance, as depicted in the original script, upon contact with a chalk line, the zombie explodes, producing a thunderous noise. Attending the meeting, academician Chen Zijing from the Institute of Organic Chemistry proposed that the explosive phenomenon occurring upon contact between the chalk line and the zombie might be a form of chemical reaction previously unobserved in our primary world. A thorough investigation of this chemical phenomenon could play an indispensable role in the advancement of our chemical sciences. Additionally, the research will explore the energy conversion relationship between talismans and zombie control, the energy dynamics between peach with swords and zombies, as well as the molecular phenomena of glutinous rice in relation to zombies, among many other topics. An extensive list of potential research subjects was presented, numbering in the dozens. Ultimately, it was concluded that the most critical topics should be prioritized. Currently, there exists only one sample of the venerable old master. Should it be lost, it would be irreplaceable, necessitating careful preservation. The second segment, addressing the structure and formation of zombies, proved to be particularly intriguing. Notably, several psychologists and philosophers present offered thought-provoking points. Firstly, psychologist Qian Kaiwen noted a scene from the original film where the venerable old master attempts to kill Uncle Gio. When Uncle Gio raises the glutinous rice in the dustpan, the zombie retreats. Furthermore, when Ren Tingting prepared to absorb the old master's corpse energy, he struggled free and immediately seized Ren Tingting, disregarding others. This raises a compelling question. Do zombies possess psychological activity? If not, what accounts for their fear? If they lack such awareness, why would they target Ren Tingting specifically? Moreover, based on the original plot, the venerable old master seems to come to the ancestral hall for vengeance. Does this imply that zombies retain memories? 2 philosophers then weighed in. If zombies do have psychological activity, is it possible for them to engage in self-reflection or contemplate external phenomena? Additionally, considering that zombies are formed only after death, do they retain memories from their lives? Are they purely spiritual entities, or might they be incorporated into a materialistic framework? At first glance, these inquiries may seem nonsensical. However, upon reflection, they possess the potential to spare scientific research from a multitude of detours. Nevertheless, Considering the severe insufficiency of samples and the constraints of time, the meeting concluded with Captain Liu Huajian decisively stating that certain matters pertaining to ethics, religion, philosophy, and sociology would remain unexamined, directing all efforts towards resolving issues within the realm of natural sciences. A consensus was reached, and the meeting adjourned. It is noteworthy that, at the close of the session, psychologist Qian Kaiwen introduced a significant proposition. Captain Liu, our limited time in the alternate world is detrimental to our scientific inquiries. Is it possible for us to bring back a substantial number of samples to our primary world? Perhaps even individuals? Liu Huajian's gaze intensified. Are you suggesting we bring back Uncle Jiao and the others for research purposes? Indeed, replied Qian Kaiwen. Liu Huajian contemplated the implications. While there are numerous advantages to returning Uncle Jiao to the primary world, there are also considerable drawbacks to consider. For instance, the unmentionable issues, alongside a myriad of ethical and legal dilemmas. If Uncle Jiao were to grow weary of our world, how would we return him? What if his constitution were incompatible with our world, leading to illness or even death? Moreover, if he were to inadvertently cause harm, how would we address that? In a couple of days, I shall take the time to return and consult with my superiors before making a decision, he finally concluded, shaking his head, finding the matter too weighty for immediate resolution. However, he leaned towards the prospect of bringing individuals from the alternate world into the modern realm, recognizing its profoundly positive implications from a scientific standpoint. Furthermore, he sought out Su Qingfeng to discuss this matter. In response, Su Qingfeng consulted the system within his mind, receiving the affirmation that, provided consent is given, any individual or object could traverse to the modern world. With this confirmation, Liu Huajian quelled his swirling thoughts and made his way to the grave of old Master Ren. Meanwhile, Uncle Jiao had donned his ceremonial robes and, as per the original script, commenced the earth-moving rites. Upon completing the rituals, he began to excavate the coffin. Given that the burial was not exceedingly deep and aided by 8 Special Forces soldiers wielding multi-purpose entrenching tools, it did not take long for the coffin to be unearthed in its entirety. Uncle Jiao, with his hands clasped behind his back, paced while proclaiming loudly, "Esteemed guests, today, we witnessed the valiant Ren Gongwei emerging into the light once more. Anyone aged 36, 22, 35, or 48, belonging to the Rooster or Ox Zodiac, please turn away." As he spoke, those who fit the criteria promptly averted their gazes. In the Dragon Kingdom, respect for the deceased is paramount, especially as old Master Ren was about to become a significant figure in the afterlife. Thus, the respect due must be accorded. Half a minute later, once the evasion was complete, the attendees adjusted their attire and prepared to open the coffin. A resonant voice of Uncle Jiao echoed through the air. Without the need for Liu Huajian's instructions, over 100 Special Forces members immediately fell into a state of alert, their eyes keenly scanning the surroundings to preempt any unforeseen events. Numerous research teams and sampling groups promptly advanced. The gas collectors are primed. The spectrometers are ready. The cameras and high-speed cameras are set. The magnetometers are prepared. The mass spectrometers are on standby. Each team leader reported enthusiastically, their hearts racing. Engaging in animated discussions. Dear colleagues, do you recall the original plot? When the coffin is opened, a dark mist emerges, and we must observe that closely. Rest assured, this dark mist will not escape our grasp. Moreover, make sure your gloves are on. We can only extract a small DNA sample without damaging the corpse, or else our research will be compromised. Do you understand? Indeed, if we hinder the transformation of old Master Ren's corpse, our scientific endeavor will be in jeopardy. What about my needle? Can I use it later? I wish to see if old Master Ren still has blood. Blood? That seems improbable. Although in the original narrative, old Master Ren appeared as if he had just died, devoid of the grotesque phenomena typical of a late-stage corpse, it is unlikely that blood remains. It must have evaporated. Silence, silence. We are about to open the coffin. In the eyes of these esteemed scientists, old Master Ren was not merely a corpse on the brink of transformation, but rather an extraordinary treasure for research. It must be treated with the utmost care. At the very least, prior to complete transformation, there should be no damage. Only a minimal DNA sample may be taken for research purposes. Furthermore, it is noteworthy that the decision was initially made not to open the coffin. Yet considering the plot dynamics, it was deemed necessary to include this step to mitigate any uncertainties. Not far away, Ren Fa observed the scene with a mix of anger and helplessness. though he found solace in the fact that his daughter, Rin Tingting, had been located. Open the coffin. Upon seeing that preparations were nearly complete, Lu Huajin issued a loud command. Surrounding the coffin, First Special Forces members acknowledged the order with a respectful salute. Then retrieved their entrenching tools to pry open the rivets and lift the coffin lid. At that moment, the surrounding scientists felt their hearts leap into their throats. It is happening. It is about to commence. Prepare to record. Remain calm. Document the data. There is a change. The magnetic field data shows a slight fluctuation. I am observing similar activity here. The microorganisms are becoming increasingly active, their metabolic and reproductive rates accelerating significantly. A remarkable discovery. These microorganisms seem to be facilitating the growth of this corpse. Could this be the transformation? Look, the dark mist from the coffin is about to emerge. Get ready to collect samples, quickly. The coffin lid creaked open slightly, causing the hearts of dozens of esteemed academicians and professors to leap into their throats. They hurriedly produced an array of scientific instruments to fervently collect data and gather samples. Their faces bore an astonishment that seemed as indelible as dark ink. Subsequently, amidst the collective anticipation of the crowd, the coffin lid was fully removed. A plume of dark gas surged forth from within the coffin, meticulously collected by the gas sampling equipment. Upon gazing inside the coffin, an astonishing sight awaited. The body of the venerable elder Rin Weiyong, lay undisturbed. It showed no signs of decay whatsoever. Remarkably, not a hint of decomposition was present. Shock, horror, excitement, a cacophony of emotions intertwined within the hearts of the scholars, igniting a fervent discourse. Could this corpse truly have been interred for 2 decades? It was unfathomable how pristine it remained. Indeed, the preservation techniques of ancient peoples are difficult to comprehend, evoking memories of Lady Xinjue, whose remains were unearthed with liquid blood and intact organs, her limbs still exhibiting elasticity. Alas, it is regrettable that many ancient methods have vanished throughout the relentless flow of history. I contend that this coffin possesses significant research value. Its ability to prevent decay after 20 years underground speaks volumes. This perspective diverged entirely from that of the experts. Upon witnessing Elder Rin's body, Uncle Jio's pupils suddenly assumed a grave demeanor. Uncle Jio, what is the situation? Inquired Lu Huajin, his expression equally serious. Uncle Jio nodded slightly, expressing admiration. Your deduction is astute, Taoist Lu. Elder Rin has met the conditions for becoming a zombie. It is likely that tonight, he will undergo a transformation. The zombie, with its copper skin and iron bones, would be impervious to blades and bullets, making it a formidable adversary. Lu Huajin shook his head with a smile. There is no need for your concern, Uncle Jio. The Scientific Society has a contingency plan in place. Please assist us moving forward. Uncle Jio opened his mouth to speak, but restrained himself, nodding in agreement. Very well. Lu Huajin offered no further words, promptly issuing orders to the soldiers. Cover the coffin and transport it back to the mortuary for secure storage. The Special Forces soldiers beside the coffin responded in unison, then proceeded to place the lid back on, taking ropes and poles brought from the mortuary to begin the binding process. They did not immediately carry it away. They awaited the scientists to finish sampling and analyzing the specifics of the site, including the conditions of the soil, air, and moisture, before departure. During this interval, Su Qingfeng remained occupied. Receiving the incense brought by Uncle Jio from the mortuary, he emulated the character Qiuxing from the original narrative, beginning to offer incense at the grave. Comrade Xiao Su observed the academicians as Su Qifeng prepared to leave with the incense, rushing forward with various scientific instruments in hand. They urged, first, please don these devices. They will continuously monitor your heart rate, brain waves, and the surrounding magnetic fields. Furthermore, should you encounter the female spirit, Xiao Yu, and she expresses her gratitude with the words thank you, you are to respond by indicating that you will visit Rinjia Town tomorrow evening to discuss certain matters with her. With these words, a professor from the University of Science and Technology of China earnestly advised, if Xiao Yu does not bring it up herself, you should take the initiative to mention it, striving to establish contact with her. This is of great significance to the scientific advancement of our nation, Comrade Su. I appreciate your efforts. Su Qingfeng thought to himself, why does this all feel rather peculiar? Suppressing this strange sensation, he nodded in agreement, understood. Subsequently, with the assistance of over a dozen academicians and professors, he donned an array of more than 10 monitoring and sampling devices. The assortment of equipment was rather chaotic, and he was unfamiliar with any of it. The total weight approached 8 kilograms. Fortunately, It was not excessively heavy, or it would have proven rather burdensome. He then proceeded to offer incense at each tombstone. In the background, special forces and scientists observed from a distance, maintaining vigilance. The following events unfolded in accordance with the original script. While offering incense and paying respects, although the burial ground was abundant with tombs, Xiaoyu's resting place was marked by a gravestone. Thus, it sufficed to offer incense only at the tombs bearing gravestones. Thus, only a handful of graves remained. Before long, Su Qingfeng arrived at a familiar tombstone. The stone bore a black and white photograph of a girl, whose exquisite and ethereal beauty was intertwined with an air of melancholy that evoked deep sympathy in those who beheld her. As his gaze descended, he noticed an inscription etched vertically, in loving memory of Dong Xiaoyu. This was indeed the place. Su Qingfeng murmured to himself, then, emulating the lines from the original script, he lamented, "The grave of Dong Xiaoyu, who perished at the tender age of 20. Such a tragedy. Let us offer incense." With that, he produced 3 sticks of incense and placed them reverently before the tombstone. Rising, he feigned departure, yet his ears were instantly attuned. According to the original narrative, he would soon receive the ghostly gratitude from Xiaoyu. 1 step, 2 steps. He deliberately slowed his pace. However, contrary to his expectations, there was no voice of thanks from the ghostly figure. What is happening? He pondered, perplexed. Why was this sequence of events deviating from the script? 1 step, 2 steps. Having now walked over 100 meters away from Dong Xiaoyu's grave, he still heard no sound. "Hey, little Su, can you hear me clearly?" At that moment, Lu Huajian's voice emerged from the headphones. "I can't hear you." Su Qingfeng tightened the headphones and inquired, "Lu team, what is the situation on your end?" Lu Huajian sighed. "All monitoring data shows no abnormalities." Su Qingfeng murmured, "So, the female ghost Xiaoyu hasn't made an appearance yet." Lu Huajian responded, "That seems to be the case." After a pause, he continued, "How about this? Comrade Xiao Su, confront her directly and see if she can assist us. Alternatively, inquire about her conditions. We shall do our utmost to accommodate her. Additionally, I will send over some gold ingots and candles." Su Qingfeng replied, "All right." Given the current circumstances, this appeared to be the only viable approach. Before long, 2 special forces soldiers, donned in gas masks, jogged over, carrying a large stack of paper money and 2 white candles, along with a lighter. Su Qingfeng accepted the items, and the soldiers bowed respectfully before swiftly departing. He hoped fervently that he could persuade this female ghost. Deep in thought, Su Qingfeng returned to the grave of the ghost Dong Xiaoyu, carrying the candles and paper money. He took out a few pieces of paper money, ignited them, and then lit the candles, placing them before the tombstone. Having completed these preparations, he began to burn the paper money while speaking softly. "Miss, pardon my intrusion, but there is indeed a matter requiring your assistance. Please rest assured, this will not cause you any harm, yet it is of utmost importance to us. Should you be willing to help, we can promise you a condition in return." The wind seemed to intensify, yet still, no response met his ears. Su Qingfeng raised the stakes. "You may have concerns, but I assure you, we will not harm you. Furthermore, your lingering spirit suggests unresolved grievances. Is there something troubling you that prevents you from moving on? You can confide in us. We are your friends, not your enemies." The wind grew even stronger, but it felt different from the gentle breeze that had come before. The wind is palpably much colder. A chilling wind enveloped the surroundings. "Comrade Su, continue," came the slightly excited voice of Lu Huajian through the earpiece. It was evident that the scientific research team had uncovered something significant. Su Qingfeng intensified his persuasion. "If you agree to assist us, we can not only help you seek justice, but also provide you with more gold ingots and candles, allowing for the burning of even more golden boys and jade maidens, and perhaps even a car or a house. Miss Xiaoyu, your assistance is truly essential." An unusual scene unfolded. The once howling wind abruptly ceased, leaving an eerie stillness in its wake. Su Qingfeng pondered, has the ghostly figure, Dong Xiaoyu, acquiesced or not? He felt a pang of frustration and attempted further persuasion, even mentioning the timeline. The night after tomorrow, at the small grove near the Jiushu's ancestral hall. Yet, the outcome remained unchanged, with no response forthcoming. Miss Xiaoyu seems reluctant to engage in conversation. With no other recourse, Su Qingfeng reported the situation into the earpiece. On the other end, Lu Huajian sighed deeply, responding, "Very well, let us return tomorrow. We must first attend to the matter of old Master Ren." "Understood," Su Qingfeng replied. Though he felt a sense of loss, he had no other option. Rising, he bowed 3 times before Dong Xiaoyu's gravestone before turning to leave. "Thank you, I have agreed." However, at that very moment, an ethereal female voice suddenly resonated from behind him. The sound was utterly eerie, reminiscent of a woman whispering in your ear, suddenly attempting to frighten you. Su Qifeng felt a chill run down his spine and instinctively turned to gaze at Dong Xiaoyu's gravestone, his eyes locking with the black and white photograph. In that moment, the photograph appeared almost lifelike, the corners of its mouth curving upwards as if smiling at itself. What on earth is happening? Su Qifeng instinctively rubbed his eyes, realizing that the black and white image on the tombstone remained unchanged. It must have been a mere figment of his imagination. However, now that he had regained his composure, he exhaled a deep breath, murmuring somewhat exasperatedly, "Miss, it would have been splendid if you had responded just now," rather than turning away only to reply immediately afterward. He couldn't help but ponder why even ghosts seemed to relish in startling the living. Yet, there was no reply from Dong Xiaoyu. "Very well," he sighed softly. Regardless, the task had been accomplished, and Su Qifeng began to retrace his steps back to the direction he had come from. "Team Lu, what is the situation?" he inquired as he reached the center of the team. "Neither good nor bad," Lu Huajian replied, scrutinizing the data displayed on numerous scientific instruments, his brow furrowed in contemplation. "Many of the readings are quite peculiar. Our current equipment is unable to analyze them. They must be sent back to the supercomputing center in the main world for further examination." "Very well," Su Qifeng acknowledged. The necessity of employing a supercomputer for calculations underscored the sheer magnitude of the data at hand. With all preparations now complete, it was time to return to the mortuary and await the transformation of old Master Ren's corpse. At this juncture, the clock had struck 4 in the afternoon. Throughout this entire ordeal, the dual-crossing portal remained open. A significant amount of manpower and resources were being funneled through the portal to the alternate realm of Mr. Zombie. As of now, for research teams, over a dozen pilots, dozens of artillerymen, 2 transport helicopters, and 6 rocket launchers had been dispatched. Due to the limited size of the dual-crossing portal, the transport helicopters had to be disassembled in the main world before being reassembled in the alternate realm. Lu Huajian had given orders to the second wave of arrivals to proceed to the location where Uncle Zombie's story unfolded. According to the film's narrative, Mr. Zombie was set in the Republic era, while Uncle Zombie should have been from the Qing dynasty. However, for reasons unknown, these 2 worlds had become intertwined. This information was relayed through Uncle Jiu. The corpse handler who appears at the beginning of Mr. Vampire is none other than Taoist Si Mu from Uncle Zombie. This time, he was merely passing through Rinjia town on his way back to his temple after handling corpses. Who would have anticipated that he would be troubled by the antics of Qiuxing and Wenkai? Fortunately, they were stopped in time. Due to time constraints, the expedition to Taoist Si Mu's temple has been postponed until tomorrow morning. This mission is not aimed at capturing royal zombies, but rather at constructing a communication outpost. Once the royal zombies arrive, they will be captured and made to contribute to science. As for Lord Ren, through indirect inquiries, he has learned that his father has become a subject of experimentation, which fills him with profound sorrow. However, that is where his lamentation ends. In this era, where those with firearms hold the power, he dares not challenge the special forces. Even his daughter, Rin Tingting, advises him, "Father, as long as our family remains safe, that is enough. Grandfather was also destined to become a zombie and would have brought us misfortune. It is already a great relief that others can assist in dealing with this." Rin Fa sighed, conceding, well then, he felt helpless. Yet his daughter's reasoning was not without merit. By a little past 5, when they returned to the ancestral hall, the sun was nearly setting. Fortunately, the 3rd batch of reinforcements had already arrived. This is a specially assembled expert research team dedicated to the study of zombies, comprising over 60 individuals. Among them are 11 academicians and 20 esteemed university professors, while the remainder consists of senior researchers and doctoral students sourced from the University of Science and Technology of China and various research institutes. The leader of this expert team is Zhao Ligua, a nationally renowned biochemist, often hailed as the father of biochemistry. His professional competence is beyond question, and his loyalty is equally reliable. Upon the return of Lu Huajian and his team, the newly arrived members of the expert group were busy installing and calibrating equipment. Upon hearing of the main team's return along with the sample Old Master Ren, Zhao Ligua's eyes sparkled with excitement, prompting him to dash out from the under-construction biochemical laboratory. Team leader Lu, you have finally returned, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. Seeing his old colleague and friend so invigorated left Lu Huajian both amused and bemused. He jested, "Old Zhao, after all these years, this is the first time I've seen you so animated. At your age, one would think you'd act more mature." Zhao Ligua chuckled heartily, brushing off the comment. "This is a matter of national and ethnic significance. How could I not be excited? But enough of that. Tell me about the sample's condition." With a beaming smile, Lu Huajin reassured him, "Rest assured, there will be no mistakes." "But how are things on your end?" "According to our analysis with Uncle Gio, Old Master Ren will undergo a transformation tonight, so preparations must be made." In response, Zhao Ligua confidently stated, "You need not worry. We have constructed this facility to meet the highest national standards of a Level 4 biosafety laboratory, P4 lab. The isolation materials we are using can withstand high-caliber sniper fire. Additionally, we have installed a plethora of scientific research equipment, including centrifuges, spectrophotometers, electrophoresis systems, high-performance liquid chromatography, HPLC, PCR machines, biosafety cabinets, among others. We have also brought in over 10 large diesel generators and a substantial amount of diesel fuel, as well as high-temperature incinerators for corpses." Lu Huajian interjected, "What about the sterile laboratory?" Zhao Ligua replied, "The Level 10 facility is currently under renovation and assembly, but due to time constraints, we expect to provide no more than 5 square meters before it is needed. If that proves insufficient, we will have to resort to Level 100 or Level 1000 environments." Even for the ambitious builders of Longhua, creating a large-scale Level 10 sterile testing environment in a short time frame, especially in an alternate world, is indeed a formidable challenge. Naturally, Lu Huajian understood this, and thus he felt quite satisfied with the current preparations. Nodding in acknowledgement, "Old Zhao, you and your team have worked hard." Zhao Ligua smiled and shook his head. "You haven't changed a bit, always the same. After all, this is for our country, and how much effort can we truly spare?" Hearing this, Lu Huajian chuckled softly, shaking his head. "Ah, look at me. Let us not dwell on that. Allow me to make an introduction." Then, turning slightly to one side, he introduced, "This is Uncle Gio." "Hello, Uncle Gio." Zhao Ligua extended his right hand, his eyes fixed on Uncle Gio, sparkling with amazement. It was astonishing to see a character from the screen come to life before him. Uncle Gio, who had been listening in bewilderment, offered an awkward smile and extended his right hand in return, saying, "Greetings." Lu Huajin continued with the introductions. Considering the time constraints, after introducing several key individuals, they immediately commenced the subsequent preparations. The preparations, while seemingly simple, were in fact quite intricate. First, they maneuvered the coffin of the late Master Ren into the glass biosafety laboratory. Subsequently, various scientific monitoring instruments and sampling devices were installed within the coffin, and the entire biolaboratory was similarly equipped. Finally, they ensured that all protective and safety measures were in place, which included various gaseous reagents, liquid reaction agents, high-temperature sterilization equipment, as well as Uncle Gio's magical implements. Aside from these, they also had to address the matter of meals. This is certainly not a trivial issue. The fundamental needs of humanity encompass eating, drinking, and bodily functions. The matter of bodily excretion is relatively straightforward. A designated isolation chamber can be utilized for this purpose, after which the waste can be collected and returned to the modern world for storage. One might ponder why we do not simply dispose of it immediately. What if it were to react chemically with the gases of the zombie realm? However, the real complication arises when it comes to the issue of sustenance. One must consume food, which necessitates the removal of protective gear. Yet, once the protective attire is shed, the skin is exposed to the environment of this world, which could potentially yield undesirable consequences. Thankfully, at this crucial juncture, 2 additional research teams delivered encouraging news. The air of the zombie world is largely comparable to that of the primary world. It is pertinent to note that, akin to the realm of the ancient corpses in the mountain village, there exists an unknown gas. Fortunately, this mysterious gas poses no threat to human beings. With this revelation, the weary warriors, who had labored tirelessly throughout the day, could finally discard their cumbersome protective suits and enjoy a well-deserved respite. Following this, they indulged in delectable dishes, fruits, juices, and mineral water. From a distance, they appeared much like laborers who had completed their day's work, savoring meals on a construction site. Initially, it seemed perfectly normal. However, in the realm of Mr. Zombie, the scene unfolds beside a mortuary, creating an atmosphere of surrealism. The diesel generator hums steadily, casting elongated shadows of warriors and scientists alike. Observing this spectacle are Master Jiao and his disciples, Qiuxing and Wenkai, who are far from composed. The reason is simple. The aroma is irresistibly tantalizing. Heaps of succulent pork belly, beef, lamb, and fragrant white rice are accompanied by rich, oily broths alongside glistening grapes, crimson apples, and crisp, sweet duck pears, as well as an abundance of exotic fruits and unrecognizable dishes. The scent is utterly enchanting. Master, what are they feasting upon? It smells divine. Wenkai, unable to contain his hunger, gulped down a mouthful of saliva, his eyes nearly falling into the array of food and fruit. Indeed, Master, Qiuxing, with envy evident in his green eyes, lamented, "There are so many dishes we've never encountered. They all appear delectable." Pathetic. Before Qiuxing could finish, Master Jiao cast a stern gaze upon them, reprimanding, "As cultivators, one must eschew arrogance and impatience. Look at yourselves. You are bringing disgrace to your master." Qiuxing, feeling aggrieved, murmured, "Oh." Reluctantly, he suppressed his discontent, acknowledging Master Jiao's displeasure. Master Jiao, also swallowing hard, was about to turn his gaze away when a voice interrupted Master Jiao. Captain Xiao Jianyang of the Special Forces approached, bearing 3 servings of food and several kilograms of fruit, including grapes, oranges, sliced watermelon, pomegranates, and cantaloupe, alongside dishes of beef and lamb. With a smile, he presented the offerings. "This is your meal. Due to special preparations, it was delayed. I hope for your understanding." Master Jiao, eyes glistening with anticipation, shook his head with a smile. "No worries, I completely understand." He accepted the meal and inquired, "By the way, how are Captain Liu and Academician Zhao faring?" Captain Xiao Jianyang courteously reassured, "Rest assured, Master Jiao, they are safe and currently finalizing preparations. Someone will be dispatched shortly to liaise with you." Master Jiao's presence swelled with satisfaction as he nodded approvingly. "Good." However, he cautioned, "Please ensure that Captain Liu and the others remain vigilant against the zombies." "Understood," Captain Xiao Jianyang replied, saluting before departing. Once he left, Qiuxing and Wenkai, unable to restrain themselves, murmured, "Wenkai, Master just admonished us against arrogance and impatience. Yet look, he has changed." Just as Wenkai was about to respond, Master Jiao turned his head, glaring him. Master," they chuckled sheepishly, as Qiuxing and Wenkai swiftly transformed their complaints into flattery. Jushu could not help but secretly lament the ill fortune of having taken these 2 disciples. Time, 22:35 Location, in the biocontainment laboratory of the Ancestral Hall. Several hours had elapsed since the casket of old Master Rin was brought in. A multitude of scientific detectors, numbering in the dozens, had been diligently monitoring the situation from beginning to end. Everyone was poised in anticipation of that pivotal moment. At last, as the clock struck 23:57, a sudden exclamation shattered the tense atmosphere of the P4 laboratory. Zhao Ligua stood before the control panel, his gaze fixed intently through the bulletproof glass, focused unwaveringly on what lay beyond. This is a transparent biological safety laboratory encased in bulletproof glass. At the center of the laboratory lies a coffin, within which rests the body of the late Mr. Ren, now fully transformed. In the very moment of this transformation, spurred by the emanations of the corpse, the coffin exhibited the faintest signs of movement. Although subtle, this anomaly was meticulously documented by the ever-vigilant monitoring equipment. In unison, over 100 scientific researchers present at the scene turned their gaze towards it, their expressions brimming with excitement. Suddenly, an explosive sound erupted from the direction of the coffin, interrupting their observations. The sound resonated loudly through the speakers, allowing everyone in the laboratory to hear it. Simultaneously, a chilling whisper akin to that of a tormented soul emanated from the coffin. It was evident that this sound was generated from within. The transformation of the late Master Ren was complete. At various workstations, data reports surged forth frantically. The microorganism designated as Active 1 exhibited mutations. Repeat, mutations detected. A significant discovery. Active 1 is releasing static electricity. Repeat, static electricity is being released. The cadaveric aura of the sample intensified. Repeat, the cadaveric aura is intensifying. The bodily tissues of the sample are undergoing rapid changes. Repeat, the muscle tissues of the sample are changing rapidly. The sample is demonstrating biological electromagnetic field reactions. Repeat. Biological electromagnetic field reactions are occurring. The thrust of the sample has increased, now reaching a force of 1,000 newtons, and it continues to escalate. At the control panel, Zhao Ligua, responsible for overseeing the operation, narrowed his eyes and commanded, "Continue data monitoring and maintain pressure on the coffin." He then turned to the observing Jiushu and earnestly stated, "Jiushu, your assistance is required in the next phase." Jiushu, already clad in a grass-yellow Maoshan robe, wore a serious expression and nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, Taoist Zhao." After speaking, he glanced toward Lu Huajian, the chief commander overseeing the research, giving a brief nod before swiftly approaching the prearranged altar. With a swift motion, he began to draw symbols. His movements flowed seamlessly, and soon he completed 2 corpse-fixing talismans. "Chicken," Jiushu called out once more. "Understood." 2 special forces soldiers standing by promptly responded, presenting a prepared rooster. Jiushu accepted it, swiftly broke its neck, allowing the blood to drip into a bowl. He then took the talisman brush, pressed it to his forehead, and silently chanted an incantation. Upon completion, his internal magical energy surged, coalescing upon the talisman paper. A wave of magical energy erupted, transforming into an immense heat that easily ignited the talisman paper. Jiushu promptly cast the burning talisman into the bowl of chicken blood, concentrating his magical energy onto the fingertip of his right hand, beginning to stir the mixture. Finally, he retrieved a measuring tool, using a bagua mirror to filter out impurities while simultaneously enhancing its magical potency. Thus, the preparation for dealing with the zombie was successfully accomplished. Not stopping there, to aid in scientific research, Jiushu also produced the peachwood sword, the money sword, and the recently restored corpse-reflecting mirror, handing them over to the researchers. Meanwhile, within the glass biosafety laboratory, the late Master Rin had fully transformed into a corpse, with a thrust reaching an alarming 8,000 newtons, equivalent to the weight of 1,616 pounds. Upon receiving this monitoring data, all researchers present were taken aback. Such a force of 8,000 newtons. How terrifying. Coupled with his copper skin and iron bones, it was no wonder that in the original narrative, he could overpower multiple opponents single-handedly. I recall from the original series that the zombie had seized Wenkai, and despite the frantic efforts of Jiushu and Qiusheng to intervene, their attempts proved futile. In retrospect, it appears there was indeed a scientific basis for this. Alas, the coffin cannot withstand the pressure. It has begun to crack. Prepare yourselves, for the coffin may collapse at any moment, and the zombie could emerge at any time. Be ready. Lu Huajin, equipped with the essentials prepared by Jiushu, sought out Zhao Ligua and inquired earnestly, "Old Zhao, the items are ready. What are our next steps?" Although Lu Huajian serves as the captain of the conquest team from another realm, he recognizes that Zhao Ligua is an authority in the field of biochemistry and cannot act recklessly. Zhao Ligua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fervently replied, "We cannot employ Jiushu's talismans just yet. We must wait for the zombie to break free from the coffin to gauge its maximum energy output. This will enable us to devise a more effective response strategy." Upon hearing this, Lu Huajian nodded and said, "Understood. If you require any further assistance, do not hesitate to inform me. We shall do everything in our power to accommodate." Zhao Ligua responded with an affirmative sound. At that moment, the research team No. 5 relayed another data report. Report to Academician Zhao. The thrust exerted by the Elder Rin has reached 9,000 newtons. Other research teams similarly reported. Report to Academician Zhao. The coffin has completely cracked, with damage assessed at 90%. Report to Academician Zhao. The sample corpse is exhibiting enzymatic revival phenomena. Report to Academician Zhao. The sample corpse shows signs of brainwave activity. Repeat, brainwave activity detected. The cacophony of data continued to unfold. Suddenly, at the center of the glass laboratory, the coffin of the Elder Rin succumbed to the terrifying force of 9,000 newtons combined with the surging miasma of decay. With a resounding crash, it shattered into fragments. The lid of the coffin and the walls were violently propelled away, crashing heavily against the bulletproof, chemical-resistant glass. Concurrently, a thick, greenish miasma erupted forth from the coffin, swirling like fog. Within this terrifying green mist, a raspy breath, dormant for 2 decades, resonated through the air. Then, a corpse clad in the official garb of the Qing dynasty, wearing a wide-brimmed hat, emerged from the coffin. Despite its advanced state of decay, the body exuded an astonishing resilience. It sprang upright, arms outstretched before it, and with a leap, it effortlessly ascended. The Elder Ren had broken free from his coffin. Such a horrifying spectacle would surely terrify any ordinary person to the core. Yet, among the 100 or so scientific experts present, including Zhao Ligeiguo and Lu Huajian, as well as the dozens of special forces tasked with security, there was but one overwhelming sensation: awe. It was a feeling akin to finally parting the mists to behold the grandeur of towering mountains. It was identical to a scene from a film. The Elder Ren, his body in a state of grotesque decay, exhaled the miasma like smoke, and his once closed eyes now opened, scanning the surroundings with a terrifying gaze. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. A miracle of medical and biological proportions. Zhao Liguo's eyes were swollen and red, tears threatening to spill forth as he murmured in a state of frenzy. Surrounding him, a multitude of scientists, researchers, and doctoral students were similarly overcome with emotion. As dedicated scholars, they were enveloped by a singular sentiment: the realization of their dreams. Many harbored the desire to dedicate their lives to research in this very place. Yet, regrettably, they could remain for no more than half a month. Within the transparent biosafety laboratory, the resurrected Lord Ren emerged from his coffin like a frenzied beast. Desperately craving blood, he inhaled deeply, seeking the essence of life, yet found nothing. The perplexing reality was that he could distinctly see people all around him, a dense crowd. How could there be no sign of life? With a roar, Lord Ren was incensed, his towering figure rising to over 3 meters as he lunged towards Zhao Liguo at the control panel. He craved blood. His green, talon-like fingernails were menacing, and the fangs protruding from his mouth were as fearsome as those of a tiger. However, midway through his charge, a resounding crash echoed as he collided with the thick, bulletproof glass. The force sent him reeling, crashing heavily to the ground. Dazed, Lord Ren found himself bewildered. What was happening? His prey was clearly within reach. Who dared to impede him? Refusing to accept defeat, Lord Ren bounced back, only to be thwarted once more by the unyielding barrier of bulletproof glass. Enraged, he questioned the audacity of this object that dared to obstruct his thirst for blood. It was utterly intolerable. With stiffened hands, he struck violently against the glass. A thunderous sound of collision reverberated, yet, regrettably, the glass remained unscathed. Akin to an egg striking a stone, Lord Ren was left in a state of confusion. What was happening? What an infernal object this is, so unyielding, refusing to relent. It resorts to ramming its body against it, yet the outcome remains unchanged. With a furious roar, the zombified old Master Ren leaps about in anger, searching for new points of egress. However, it proves futile. The laboratory, spanning 20 square meters, is entirely encased in bulletproof glass. The ceiling is similarly fortified. As for the ground beneath, it is constructed from a meter-deep amalgamation of stone, steel reinforcement, and specialized cement. This cement sets within mere minutes and has contributed significantly to earthquake relief efforts. Roar. Elder Ren continues to bellow. Yet, in stark contrast to the initial arrogance, he now resembles a fierce beast trapped in a cage, filled only with impotent rage. This also reflects the sentiments of Zhao Liguo and Lu Huajian. Fortunately, we have made ample preparations. Otherwise, facing the onslaught of that old man Ren would truly be a formidable challenge. Zhao Liguo let out a long sigh, feeling a mix of emotions, yet somewhat relieved. Lu Huajian, standing beside him, jested, "Old Zhao, you are overthinking it. Our bulletproof glass can withstand even sniper rifle rounds. With just over 1,000 pounds of force, that old man Ren cannot possibly harm us." Zhao Liguo nodded in agreement, indeed, but to be honest, old Lu, when Ren charged at me just now, I felt a hint of fear, as if confronting a fierce beast. Lu Huajian remarked thoughtfully, "Old Zhao, I felt the same way. Thankfully, nothing untoward occurred. Now, I leave the rest to you." Zhao Liguo responded, "No problem." With the research subject already ensnared, it was now time for the scientists to showcase their expertise. Following Zhao Liguo's command, 2 meticulously prepared mechanical hydraulic arms slowly extended, each equipped with a large iron claw custom-made to fit the dimensions of Ren's corpse. The operation of these 2 hydraulic robotic arms is to securely restrain old Master Ren, preventing him from flailing about. Inside the glass laboratory, old Master Ren, having never encountered such contraptions, reacts like an enraged beast, thrashing about in all directions. A tumultuous uproar erupted, followed by a violent collision. Soon after, 2 stealthily poised hydraulic arms effortlessly ensnared him, akin to an eagle capturing its prey. An overwhelming force surged forth, rendering his body immobile, inciting the elder's wrath to escalate, his roars more ferocious than that of a pig slaughtered during the New Year festivities. Yet, all was in vain. Zhao Ligua commanded, Sample Group 1, activate the laser cutter to incise the elder's skin, muscle, and other tissues, subsequently dispatching them for DNA and biochemical analysis. Sample Group 2, extract the elder's teeth and gather the essence of the corpse for examination. Sample Group 3, collect the elder's garments, ensuring to leave him with a single pair of trousers. Upon receiving the orders, the personnel of the 3 sample groups sprang into action. Whether maneuvering drones, operating robotic arms, or working in pairs within the glass laboratory, this group is primarily tasked with collecting the garments of the late Mr. Ren. The clothing, which has remarkably not decayed over the past 20 years, holds significant research value. It is conceivable that within these fabrics lies a groundbreaking sample capable of inciting a revolution in the textile industry, necessitating meticulous collection. Soon, an hour passed. The soft tissue of Mr. Ren was gathered, and his 2 canine teeth were extracted, along with the nails from his thumb and middle finger. Strangely, the toenails, which belonged to the same connective tissue, had not grown longer. Thus, there was no alternative but to remove 2 of them for research purposes. An hour later, the once fearsome and ghostly Mr. Ren was stripped bare, save for a solitary pair of underpants. Numerous nails and canine teeth had been extracted, and a considerable amount of the cadaveric aura and green blood had been drawn for testing. Once the sampling team departed and ensured protective measures were in place, Zhao Ligua issued another command, release the food. Understood. Following the order, 2 mules purchased from Rinjia town were brought into the laboratory, the doors secured. And only then did the hydraulic arms of the machinery loosen their grip. The liberated Mr. Ren had succumbed to madness. He unleashed all his pent-up resentment upon the 2 mules, sinking his canine teeth into their necks to siphon their blood. In less than half a minute, the mules resembled desiccated corpses, their blood completely drained. Roar. With the replenishment of blood, the nearly bare Mr. Ren's cadaveric aura intensified, and his howls grew more ferocious as he began to violently strike against the bulletproof glass. Subsequently, the hydraulic arms extended, akin to the talons of a hawk seizing a chick, capturing Mr. Ren and rendering him immobile. Next, Zhao Ligua commanded, initiate Program 2, activate the apparatus. Upon receiving the order, the researchers controlling the robots and drones responded enthusiastically. They first placed Uncle Joe's talisman upon the robotic arm and then maneuvered it towards Mr. Ren's forehead. An uncanny scene unfolded. As the talisman made contact with his brow, Mr. Ren exhibited a momentary tranquility, albeit fleeting. The scientists monitoring the real-time data were filled with excitement, diligently recording each experimental datum, and thus the experiment continued. The talisman completed its purpose, followed by the application of ink. An intriguing phenomenon has emerged. Upon the collision of the ink stick with the corpse energy, an astonishing generation of electrical and thermal energy occurred, manifesting as remarkably clean and sustainable energy. Upon witnessing such results, Zhao Ligua was inspired by a bold notion. If corpse energy and ink sticks could be produced en masse, it would yield an abundance of electrical and thermal energy. Incredible. Zhao Ligua genuinely believed that zombies were treasure troves, and this was merely the inception of research, hinting at potential advancements in applied physics. Following the ink stick, the next subjects were the money sword and the peachwood sword. Testing revealed that the power of the money sword was merely 1/13 that of the peachwood sword. To avoid damaging the samples, researchers conducted tests on the limbs of the elderly gentleman, Ren. After nearly 30 incisions, satisfactory data was finally obtained. As for the results, Ren's limbs bore over 30 wounds, with green blood mingling with corpse energy flowing forth, while his anguished cries echoed throughout the laboratory. If Ren possessed consciousness and lived in modern times, he would undoubtedly lament, "What is wrong with zombies? Don't they have rights? Oh, how I wish to call the authorities." The experiments continued. Next in line were glutinous rice and various talismans. After a whole night of research, the talismans were finally tested, paving the way for the introduction of firearms. First up was the pistol, still aimed at the limbs of the elderly gentleman. The outcome was surprisingly unexpected. Within a range of 50 meters, the pistol bullets failed to penetrate, instead rebounding off. Lu Huajian, who arrived upon hearing the news, analyzed the situation earnestly. According to the original plot, Captain Awai's security team had previously fired at Ren without effect. Zhao Ligua proposed, "Shall we reduce the distance? Change the weapon? Lu Huajian pondered briefly before nodding in agreement. All right. Thus, the range was reduced to 10 meters, and this time the bullets did not bounce off. However, they merely pressed against the flesh without penetrating. The pistol's power was insufficient. Under Zhao Ligua's command, a more powerful rifle was employed. The results improved immediately, yet still fell short. Subsequently, the rifle was replaced with a more formidable sniper rifle. This time, the body of the old gentleman Rin could not withstand the onslaught. Several powerful sniper bullets struck him, piercing through his shoulder and thigh, causing him to howl in agony. Thus concluded the firearms experiment, paving the way for the biochemical trials. This involved feeding the old gentleman Rin with various blood types and implanting different bacteria within him. Throughout this entire process, Uncle Jiao observed keenly. However, when he glanced at Lu Huajian, Zhao Ligua, and others, his expression turned peculiar. The conflict between good and evil had been a lifelong struggle. Although Uncle Jiao found the situation somewhat strange, he managed to endure it. In contrast, Qiuxing and Wentai did not possess such fortitude. The two murmured repeatedly. Qiuxing, master, what on earth do these people intend to do? Is this not tormenting the old gentleman Ren? Wentai, indeed, master. I see them striking and burning him with various implements, even stripping him of his burial garments, leaving only a pair of underpants. It is quite pitiful. Qiuxing, not only that. I noticed they removed numerous things from the old gentleman Ren, claiming it was for DNA and genetic testing. Master, do you know what this is for? Uncle Jiao. He was at a loss. However, he had a vague feeling that what these people were doing was not malevolent. On the contrary, it seemed beneficial to the nation and its people. He admonished, from now on, do not gossip about others behind their backs. If someone hears you, even I cannot protect you. Qiuxing, oh, Wentai, oh. At that moment, it was noon. Another group of scientists, along with weapons and research equipment, had arrived. A task force consisting of 2 transport helicopters and 1 armed helicopter was en route to the Taoist temple of the Four-Eyed Taoist. Their objective, to capture the royal zombie alive. If that proved impossible, they were to eliminate it on the spot. Additionally, 2 transport helicopters were flying toward Maoshan, guided by the map provided by Uncle Jiao. Lastly, regarding Su Qingfeng, as an outsider, he had no role in the research concerning the old gentleman Ren. However, that did not imply he was without tasks. First, he sought out Uncle Jiao to become his disciple and learn the craft. With the innate cultivation talent awarded by the system, he found the path to mastery to be quite manageable. Uncle Jiao did not refuse. Rather, he was quite willing. Having recognized that Su Qingfeng's aptitude for cultivation was exceptional, far surpassing that of his 2 wayward disciples. The only complication lay in the fact that the entire teaching process needed to be recorded and subsequently uploaded to the National Security Database. Su Qingfeng discerned Uncle Jiao's concerns and explained with a smile, Master, they collect data for research, aiming to enhance cultivation from a scientific perspective. This is what we refer to as scientific cultivation. Do you understand, Master? Master Jiao felt overwhelmed. Yet he acknowledged the wisdom in Su Qingfeng's words and thus refrained from further discussion on the matter. Meanwhile, at the direction of the Simo Taoist temple, the mission to capture the royal zombies was of utmost significance. Consequently, Lu Huajian issued an order for the elite team leader, Xiao Jianyang, to personally assume command. In addition to the transport helicopters and armed choppers, the expedition included 6 esteemed professors from the departments of biology, chemistry, and meteorology, along with over 50 special forces soldiers under Xiao Jianyang's command. When accounting for the pilots, the total number approached 60 as they set forth towards the Simo Taoist temple. The model of the transport helicopter was the G-8L, a heavy-duty transport aircraft with a maximum takeoff weight of 13 tons. It had previously been deployed during the Tianfu earthquake, capable of accommodating 22 passengers. With additional seating, it could accommodate up to 39 individuals. Thus, 2 G-8L helicopters could theoretically transport 78 passengers. However, due to the weight constraints imposed by scientific instruments and various weaponry, this number was already at its limit. Master Jiao possessed commendable drawing skills, adept at crafting talismans. And given that the Simo Taoist temple was not excessively distant, just a little over 100 kilometers, the journey would take less than half an hour at the speed of the G-8L. Of course, had they opted for a trek on foot, the endeavor would have been far less effortless. The mountainous terrain of Shaanxi would have necessitated at least doubling the distance. Upon reaching the designated location, under Xiao Jianyang's command, the helicopter landed on the lawn in front of 2 buildings, as depicted in the original script. The whirring of the rotors stirred a powerful gust, akin to a gale of 7 or 8 degrees. First and second teams, assume your positions. Third and fourth teams, commence cargo handling. Xiao Jianyang issued a commanding order, and dozens of special forces soldiers responded in unison. Teams 1 and 2 swiftly occupied the surrounding high ground, instinctively activating their thermal imaging devices and deploying military drones to survey the area. Teams 3 and 4 were tasked with transporting supplies, while 6 scientists, equipped with various scientific instruments, conducted essential analyses of the soil, air composition, and moisture content in the atmosphere. At that very moment, in the northwest of the dojo, along the mountain path where Qian Jiala had previously apologized to Qingqing with a painting, a robust young man clad in tattered clothing was ambling towards the dojo. The load on his shoulders seemed effortlessly light, his gait reminiscent of a leisurely stroll. Just as he was about to descend back to the dojo, he caught sight of a peculiar scene at the entrance. To him, the 3 helicopters resembled nothing less than monstrous apparitions. The special forces nearby, although they had shed their medical protective gear, were still clad in combat uniforms and armed with equipment. Each soldier appeared as formidable as a guardian emerging from a fierce battlefield, leaving Qian Jiala utterly astonished and speechless, exclaiming in fright, "Ghosts! Ghosts! Ghosts!" In the next moment, he quickly covered his mouth, squinting in confusion. Wait a minute, it's broad daylight. How could there be ghosts? Moreover, these figures clearly cast shadows. They are undoubtedly human. But what brings them to my home? And those bizarre contraptions, could they be monsters? His imagination ran wild, and his fear only intensified, speculating that the enormous iron objects might indeed be dragonfly spirits. Unbeknownst to him, a small crimson dot hovered above, fixated on him. Fish Bird 1 reporting. Fish Bird 1 reporting. The cinematic character Qian Jiala has been identified. Visual data and precise coordinates have been uploaded. End of report. By a patch of grass. An observer meticulously examined the information transmitted from the drone to his mobile device, subsequently relaying the report via walkie-talkie to the command center. Received. Xiao Jianyang acknowledged through the intercom, then adjusted the frequency to issue a command. Team 1, you are ordered to apprehend the target immediately. Remember, do not cause him any harm. Understood. Upon receiving the command, a group of 9 team members promptly raised their left hands, each adorned with an electronic wristwatch. Displayed upon the watch was a set of detailed coordinates. After a swift glance and a thorough verification, they set off immediately. As for Qian Jiala, he tightly covered his mouth, having long discarded the firewood, and stealthily made his way home. He needed to retrieve some important items before making a hasty escape. Unfortunately, he had miscalculated. A drone hovering above was vigilantly observing his every move. Just as he was about to slip into the house, he unexpectedly encountered the 9 Special Forces operatives. Qian Jiala's eyes widened in disbelief, and the atmosphere abruptly fell silent. Tick-tock, anxiety gripped Qian Jiala's heart. Though he forced a smile onto his face, greeting them cheerfully, "Hello there. I'm just here to grab a few things. I'll be out of your way in no time. Please, continue with your business." With that, he attempted to make a run for it. However, it was not so simple. 2 Special Forces members approached him, one on each side, and restrained him, leading him toward Xiao Jianyang. "Let me go? Release me." Qian Jiala struggled desperately, his heart pounding with dread. He could sense the formidable strength of these individuals. Although he considered himself quite strong, he found himself utterly unable to move under their grasp. In no time, he was carried before Xiao Jianyang like a captured pig. "Hello." Upon seeing the character from the movie again, Xiao Jianyang had long since lost the initial excitement, replaced instead by calmness and relaxation. "Hello." Qian Jiala awkwardly extended his right hand, seemingly struck by a sudden thought, and quickly added, "My friends, have you encountered some trouble here? I am more than willing to lend a helping hand. Whatever you require, I, Qian Jiala, shall assist. Even if you desire this entire venue, I would gladly offer it to you. I hope, in light of my sincerity, you might allow me to leave." Observing Qian Jiala's awkward grin, Xiao Jianyang found himself both amused and exasperated, shaking his head and saying, "Jiala, you misunderstand. We are not your enemies, we are friends. Sent by Uncle Gio." Qian Jiala was left utterly dumbfounded, his expression akin to a startled creature, his eyes wide with disbelief. "No way. My master is merely a Taoist priest overseeing a funeral home. How could he possibly know such prominent figures?" As for I Taoist was a disciple of Uncle Gio. Qian Jiala naturally referred to Uncle Gio as his master. Upon hearing this, Xiao Jianyang smiled and shook his head, saying, "This matter is quite complex and requires a thorough explanation later. For now, let us focus on the purpose of our visit. In a few days, a formidable zombie will emerge in this vicinity, and our objective is to capture or eliminate it." Once again, Qianjiala was left speechless. Capture a zombie? You don't seem to be practitioners of the Tao. How do you intend to do that? Xiao Jianyang replied, "We have our methods." Oh, Qianjiala furrowed his brows. But then his eyes brightened as he inquired, "Might I ask if there is anything I can assist with?" Xiao Jianyang replied, "Certainly, if possible. I hope Brother Jiala can cooperate with us in undergoing a comprehensive physical examination." Qianjiala chuckled and nodded, saying, "Such a trivial matter, no problem at all." Unbeknownst to him, this series of examinations would prove to be even more arduous than hauling water consecutively for 20 rounds. The entire plan proceeded remarkably smoothly. The only regret was that the pivotal plot points had yet to unfold. Qingqing and Master Ishio had not yet returned, and Daoist Simumu should also be on his way back with guests. In the original storyline, Daoist Simumu encountered a fox spirit along the way. While not particularly powerful, it held significant research value. A biologist immediately proposed, "I believe we should form a capture team to attempt to seize this fox spirit. If we could decipher the natural codes of its cultivation, we might propel our civilization to new heights." This proposal is most commendable and has garnered unanimous approval. However, a dilemma arises. Where, indeed, is the esteemed four-eyed Taoist? This matter remained unaddressed in the original narrative, yet we are fortunate to have his disciple, Qianjiala, at our disposal. With the route and timing provided by him, a brief search should lead us to the temporary encampment direction. At this moment, another contingent of support teams and supplies has arrived. The number is relatively small, primarily consisting of artillery and engineering troops, while the remainder comprises an array of weaponry. This includes rocket launchers, rocket shells, howitzers, and various types of aerial bombs such as napalm, thermobaric munitions, cluster munitions, and more. The targets of these weapons are the zombies in the town, which, according to the original plan, were intended to be captured entirely and then contribute to scientific research. However, time is insufficient. With only 15 days available, it is impractical to study such a multitude of specimens. Thus, it is more sensible to eradicate them entirely to fulfill the mainline quest of the system. Moreover, on Su Qingfeng's side, after becoming a disciple of Master Jiao, he commenced his formal journey into the path of the Tao under the supervision of several scientists. The principles of the Tao are profoundly enigmatic and heavily reliant on innate talent. Without the requisite aptitude, no amount of effort will yield results. For instance, when Kai, despite his prolonged tutelage under Master Jiao, has yet to master even the basics of talisman drawing and ghost capturing. In stark contrast, endowed with a tenfold cultivation aptitude, Su Qifeng, within less than an hour, adeptly sensed the energy in the atmosphere through the unique breathing technique imparted by Master Jiao. Within the realm of the mystical, this energy is referred to as magical power. It is indeed extraordinary and evokes a sense of wonder. Master Jiao, taken aback, exclaimed, "Little Su, you have already sensed the magical power? Just an hour has passed." He recalled that even he, in his earlier days, took a full day to truly sense the magical energy. Su Qingfeng certainly would not admit to having an advantage. Instead, he chuckled and remarked, "Perhaps my innate talent is simply stronger." After a moment of contemplation, Uncle Ju nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, although I have never encountered such a case, it does not mean that individuals with such potential do not exist." With a sense of nostalgia, he patted Su Qingfeng on the shoulder and said, "You are truly a talent recommended by the scientific sect. Young Su, you must diligently cultivate. It would be a pity to squander such remarkable gifts." Su Qingfeng nodded earnestly. "I understand, Master." He then shifted the conversation. "Master, what should we do next?" Uncle Jiao retracted his hand from Su Qingfeng's shoulder, placing it behind his back as he began to pace slowly, speaking with deliberation. "Under normal circumstances, I would certainly prefer you to take steady steps in your cultivation. Given your aptitude, it is highly likely that you will eventually reach the celestial master realm, becoming the hope for the revival of our Maoshan lineage. However, considering the current situation and the task you have tonight, let us extend your cultivation for another 2 hours, after which I shall begin imparting to you the spells and supernatural abilities." Su Qifeng replied, "Understood. While the celestial master realm is indeed splendid, Possessing the dual crossing system from the heavens, the prospect of entering the realms of Xianxia or cultivation far surpasses any attainment of the celestial master realm. In the following 2 hours, Su Qifeng continued to meditate and absorb the surrounding magical energies. With the assistance of Uncle Gio, he began to draw in the mystical forces of the universe. All around him, numerous scientific instruments and several dedicated scientists were ceaselessly monitoring the situation. Just as in the world of the village's ancient corpse, this enigmatic gas, referred to as magical energy, is a phenomenon unprecedented on Blue Star. Its structure is peculiarly intricate. Currently, the only known fact is that its charged particles are in opposition to the previously discovered aura. The magical energy consists of positive charged particles, while the aura comprises negative charged particles, rendering them mutually exclusive. Thus, the dichotomy of good and evil becomes comprehensible. The Taoist magical prowess restrains the bizarre zombies. As 2 hours swiftly elapsed, Master Gio commenced the impartation of his mystical arts, beginning with his signature technique, the art of talismans. This particular discipline is characterized by its expeditious learning curve. One merely needs to harness magical energy, utilize mediums such as vermilion or chicken blood, and employ a specific array drawing method to channel the magical energy onto yellow paper. Though it may seem straightforward, for individuals lacking aptitude in cultivation, mastery remains quite challenging. However, bolstered by a tenfold aptitude, Su Qifeng progressed remarkably swiftly. As dusk descended, he had already completed his inaugural talisman, the exorcism talisman. After Master Gio inspected it, he nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Not bad, young Su. Your rate of progress far surpasses my own in my youth. Alas, since you hail from the realm of science, you are destined to depart. Otherwise, I would gladly impart my lifelong mastery unto you." Master Gio was genuinely moved by his talent, and Su Qifeng could perceive this. A twinge of emotion welled within him, prompting him to consult the system. "System, would it be possible for me to bring Master Gio to my world?" The system's voice resonated appropriately, affirmative. Su Qifeng continued, "Is it feasible to eradicate certain aspects of his being to render him suitable for survival on Blue Star? Or perhaps implanting pathogens to facilitate his adaptation?" The system replied, "Host, such complications are unnecessary, as long as the host consents. Any individual or object traversing this dual portal will undergo a transformation, aligning their constitution and structure with that of the alternate world, alleviating concerns regarding biochemical safety. Then why do we still don protective gear during each crossing?" Su Qifeng lamented, feeling overwhelmed. The system possesses a multitude of hidden features that warrant thorough exploration. Suppressing his thoughts, he promptly addressed his master, Uncle Gio, saying, "Master, would you consider returning with us?" The idea of bringing Uncle Gio back to Blue Star had already been deliberated during the meeting. However, due to time constraints and various considerations, no conclusion had been reached. Nevertheless, Su Qifeng had now received confirmation from the system, and bringing Uncle Gio along would undoubtedly encounter no obstacles. Uncle Gio, taken aback, exclaimed, "To your world?" Su Qifeng replied earnestly, "Indeed. It is a realm where science and economy flourish remarkably. The automobiles that are scarce in this world are but ordinary means of transportation in ours, and there are even vehicles that can soar through the skies. Moreover, Master, do you not wish to glimpse what lies above us?" To suggest to Uncle Gio the possibility of indulging in fine dining and living a comfortable life would be too mundane. Uncle Gio is a nostalgic individual and would likely decline. However, if the conversation were to touch upon matters of existential belief, he would certainly not hesitate. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Uncle Gio's expression grew tense, and he anxiously inquired, "Xiao Su, are you implying that you have reached the heavens and witnessed the realms beyond?" Su Qifeng nodded, affirming, "Yes." Uncle Gio's heart raced as he pressed on with urgency. "What, then, is this world beyond? Is there a celestial palace? Have the immortal masters of Maoshan ascended to that realm?" Su Qifeng, unwilling to withhold the truth from Uncle Gio, candidly stated, "Uncle Gio, to be frank, in our temporal plane, there exists neither celestial palaces nor those legendary ascendants of yore. The expanse beyond is a vast domain known as the universe." Uncle Gio was taken aback. "The universe? Vast." Su Qifeng elaborated, "Indeed." After a moment's contemplation, he offered an analogy. "If we were to liken our known world to an ant, the universe would be a scale of 1,000 times greater than our entire realm. Indeed, it is infinitely grander." Uncle Gio was left utterly bewildered, completely at a loss. He had never felt so disoriented. Even when he first encountered armed helicopters, special forces, and those marvelous scientific devices, or when he heard the esoteric academic knowledge, he had never felt so confounded. This is a profound upheaval from the depths of the soul. To be precise, it is a complete obliteration of Jiushu's worldview. In Jiushu's realm, the path of cultivation is solely dedicated to exorcising demons and upholding righteousness, or ultimately transcending to become an immortal. Yet now, Su Qingfeng reveals to him that beyond the heavens, there are no immortals, no celestial palaces, but rather an immense expanse known as the universe. It is simply inconceivable. Even more astonishing is the sheer vastness of this universe. In other words, the universe, in relation to my humble Rinjia town, is akin to an ocean compared to a grain of sand. Jiushu mutters in disbelief. Su Qingfeng, with a wry smile and a shake of his head, responds, not at all. If the universe is the ocean, then the world we inhabit barely qualifies as dust, even invisible to the naked eye. This pronouncement strikes Jiushu's worldview like a landslide, forcefully challenging his perceptions. However, Jiushu, being a sage of considerable enlightenment and experience, quickly comes to terms with it and states, although that may be the case, we are ultimately in two distinct worlds. Su Qingfeng wholeheartedly agrees. Indeed, we are in two separate realms. Yet, it is regrettable that our time is insufficient to construct a rocket launch site in this world. Otherwise, we could send rockets to explore what lies beyond the heavens. Who knows? There may indeed be heavenly palaces and immortals in this fantastical realm, which, according to its lore, may indeed exist. The character known as Uncle Gio found himself bewildered. A rocket? What is that? Su Qingfeng responded. It is a mode of transportation from our world that can take us beyond the skies. Upon hearing this, Uncle Gio once again expressed his awe, remarking, the door to science is profound and unfathomable. We, as cultivators, cannot compare. With a gentle smile, Su Qingfeng extended an invitation. So, Master, would you care to join us in exploring our world beyond? Without hesitation, Uncle Gio acquiesced, saying, very well. However, I must first brief my two disciples. Su Qingfeng reassured him, rest assured, we will provide sufficient funds for Qiuxing and Wentai, ensuring their well-being. Uncle Gio replied, good. As a practitioner of Taoism who had never married, he naturally had no offspring. Moreover, at his advanced age, his parents had long since passed, leaving him unencumbered. His only concern lay with his two disciples. With a satisfactory arrangement in place, Uncle Gio felt a sense of relief. On Su Qingfeng's side, he too had no cause for concern. Once the possibility of a biochemical crisis was ruled out, Team Lu was eager for the opportunity. Indeed, matters unfolded as anticipated. After reporting this development, Lu Huajian promptly expressed his agreement and was willing to offer Uncle Gio a generous package, which included, but was not limited to, housing, security personnel, transportation, and employment. Uncle Gio's role would be straightforward, to assist with scientific research. Furthermore, this matter was quickly escalated to their homeland on Blue Star, ensuring that the Spark camp would be adequately prepared. Time swiftly passed, and before long, night had fallen. The hour was now 22:56, nearing 11 o'clock. At this moment in Blue Star, the streets were aglow with vibrant neon lights, marking prime time. However, in this world plagued by zombies, it was considered the dead of night. After dinner, Su Qingfeng was equipped with two sets of scientific apparatus, one for optics and another for acoustics. The objective was to negotiate with the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. Having arranged the meeting time with her the previous day, it was set for that very night. To entice the ghost, the monitoring team and Uncle Gio maintained a considerable distance of 2 kilometers. The dimly lit alleys echoed with the distant sounds of the night watch, accompanied by chilly breezes that would send shivers down the spine of an ordinary person. Yet, Su Qingfeng felt no such apprehension. With the backing of his nation and the protection of Uncle Gio, a master of Taoism, he felt secure, despite being a novice in cultivation. Additionally, he possessed 4 talismans for exorcising spirits, gifted by Uncle Gio. Should the ghost Dong Xiaoyu harbor any ill intentions, he might not be able to vanquish her entirely. But delaying her until reinforcements arrived would be assuredly feasible. With a flashlight in hand, Su Qingfeng ambled forward, calling out into the darkness, Xiaoyu, Xiaoyu. In the stillness of the night, sounds can indeed be quite unnerving. Fortunately, everything in Rinjia town is under control. Even the character who beats the drum is an individual assigned by the state. Thus, there is no need to worry about how to explain things to others. After shouting for nearly half an hour, Su Qingfeng found himself rather fatigued, so he took out his phone and activated the recording function. Once he finished recording, he clicked on the loop playback. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. After exhaling a breath of stale air, he continued to pace back and forth along the streets of Rinjia town. As he strolled, a sudden chill enveloped him from behind, accompanied by a gust of cool wind, as if a fan had been abruptly switched on. Here it comes, Su Qingfeng thought, instinctively turning off the loop playback and swiftly swiveling around. Sure enough, upon turning, he beheld Dong Xiaoyu standing in the distance. Unlike her portrayal in the original narrative, her expression was one of confusion, conflict, and heightened vigilance. As a female ghost, she could sense that Su Qingfeng was unlike many men, even distinct from the inhabitants of this world. His demeanor, gaze, and overall aura were unlike any other, from top to bottom and inside out. The same could be said for those around him. Initially, she had no intention of acquiescing. However, Su Qingfeng had touched upon a sensitive issue for her. The reason she lingered in the mortal realm, refusing to reincarnate, was due to her unresolved grievances. Lady Xiaoyu. Upon encountering his target, Su Qingfeng first adjusted his headphones to the appropriate channel, and then, emulating the ancients, greeted her politely. Before him, Dong Xiaoyu appeared to float in midair. Upon noticing that there was no hint of fear in Su Qingfeng's eyes, she gracefully descended to the ground, performed a respectful bow, and slowly remarked, "Greetings, young master." With poise and grace, her demeanor elicited a sense of admiration from Su Qingfeng. Such a remarkable young lady. Tragically departed at the tender age of 20, it is indeed a great loss. With a gentle smile gracing his face, he remarked, "Since Miss Dong Yu has graciously chosen to present herself, it signifies that we may engage in a discussion." Dong Yu nodded slightly, affirming, "Indeed. May I inquire as to your esteemed name?" The young man, Su Qingfeng, replied, "Su Qingfeng." Dong Yu, with a graceful bow, acknowledged, "Ah, it is Master Su." Not wishing to squander time, Su Qingfeng addressed the matter directly. "Let us first discuss my request. We are conducting a scientific experiment that necessitates your assistance, Miss Yu." Dong Yu appeared puzzled. "A scientific experiment? What might that entail, my lord?" Su Qingfeng coughed lightly and clarified, "It is not a tangible object, but rather a type of experiment, an action of sorts. You may perceive it as a form of testing." Realization dawned on Dong Yu. "In that case, would you be so kind as to elaborate further?" Su Qingfeng hesitated momentarily. "Are you certain you wish to hear this? It is not that I am unwilling to share, but you may find it difficult to comprehend." Dong Yu persisted, "I implore you to speak plainly, as it will aid me in determining whether to acquiesce." With reluctance, Su Qingfeng conceded, "Very well. The inquiry primarily consists of two forms, the scientific experiment and the questioning notes. The latter, I believe, you can easily grasp. It involves asking you about the circumstances surrounding your demise, the formation of a ghost, the sensations experienced as a ghost, your perceptions of the world post-transformation, the methods of ghostly cultivation, and the secrets of the underworld. Ultimately, we seek your assistance in locating other spirits, such as those of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, Liu Bang of the Han Dynasty, Emperor Taizong of Tang, and the Chancellor Cao Cao, among others." Dong Yu was left speechless, her mind reeling. She assumed the inquiries would pertain to the locations abundant with spirits, perhaps to capture these restless souls, or to inquire about which tombs held numerous burial treasures. Yet, these questions seemed so peculiar, detached from the ordinary. Fortunately, they did not pose insurmountable challenges. Thus, Dong Yu responded, "Most of the questions you pose, Master Su, I can indeed answer. However, I fear I cannot fulfill the last two requests." Perplexed, Su Qingfeng asked, "Why is that?" Dong Yu explained, "The spirits of those emperors have long since reincarnated. As for the secrets of the underworld, I am but a wandering soul and cannot enter the realm of the dead. Thus, I am unable to uncover its mysteries." Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng fell into deep contemplation. At that moment, the voice of Lu Huajin from the observation team echoed through the headphones. After listening, Su Qingfeng continued to inquire, "Miss Xiaoyu, if that is the case, do you happen to know any wandering souls or ghosts that have ventured into the underworld? Or perhaps the oldest spirit? We have numerous historical questions that require their insights." Regrettably, the response was negative. Upon hearing this, the two historians from the observation team immediately shook their heads and sighed. What a pity. If only there were such entities. Living historical texts, even if they are spirits from the zombie realm, would hold immense reference significance. Moreover, if we were to entertain a rather audacious notion. Once we thoroughly study the ghosts and the principles of Taoism, resurrecting these living histories may not be entirely implausible. Of course, this would pose significant humanitarian and legal challenges. What a shame, Su Qingfeng echoed, equally disheartened. Fortunately, possessing the ability to traverse multiple realms. The absence of such entities in the zombie world does not imply their non-existence in other realms. They can always be found. For instance, the films The Mummy, Tomb of the Dragon Emperor have featured Emperor Qin Shi Huang. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Qingfeng smiled and shook his head, saying, "In that case, we shall not pursue this matter further." Replied Dong Xiaoyu. "By the way, could you elaborate on the scientific experiment you mentioned?" Su Qingfeng smacked his forehead, nearly forgetting about it, and responded, "Of course. This topic was rather intricate, involving mathematics, optics, high-energy physics, philosophy, religious studies, mechanics, quantum mechanics, and so forth. The specifics were quite complex, and I cannot detail them for you, but I assure you that the research process will not pose any harm to you." Dong Xiaoyu, being born during the late period of the Braid country and in a secluded valley, was entirely unfamiliar with such concepts. Her mouth slightly agape, her eyes filled with bewilderment. She exclaimed, "Su Gongzi, this is rather perplexing. I truly do not comprehend. Is what you speak of some form of celestial scripture or a spell of sorts?" Su Qingfeng clarified, "It is neither sorcery nor incantation. We refer to it as science. You may consider it the empirical results derived from the study of natural laws, or the principles of heaven and earth. For example, Newton's law of universal gravitation has enabled us to soar beyond the skies." Observing the vacant expression on her face, he felt as though a mathematics professor were attempting to explain linear algebra, abstract algebra, geometry, differential equations, real analysis, and functional analysis to a 3-year-old, entirely disparate dimensions and worlds. Indeed, it was as if they belonged to two separate realms. Ahem, he cleared his throat and continued, "In any case, the key point is that it will not harm you." The ghostly figure of Dong Xiaoyu found herself once again lost in contemplation. Initially hesitant, she soon declared, "I consent to your request, and I require nothing more from you than a prepared altar for daily offerings of incense." Su Qingfeng was taken aback by her sudden shift in demeanor. "What prompted this change?" he inquired, perplexed. "Do you not desire vengeance?" With a tone steeped in sorrow and longing, Dong Xiaoyu replied, "I yearn for it, yet my enemies have long departed from Rinjia town, leaving me without a trace to follow. Furthermore, though I may not fully grasp the significance of what you mentioned, I sense that these matters hold great importance for me." Su Qingfeng sighed. "Ah, what a wretched soul. No, rather, a forlorn spirit. In that case, we shall acquiesce to all your conditions." Dong Xiaoyu solemnly performed a deep bow. "Thank you, Mr. Su." His tone softened further. "There is no need for such formalities." He then asked, "Do you have anything you wish to pack?" Dong Xiaoyu shook her head. "No?" "Very well. I shall escort you to our camp, where I will entrust you to our scientists. Rest assured, they will not harm you." "All right," she replied. Thus, the pair, one human and one ghost, proceeded toward the Jiuzhui Zhuang. Meanwhile, within the monitoring group, a collective sigh of relief swept through as they witnessed this development, prompting smiles to grace their faces. "This is splendid. With Dong Xiaoyu's involvement, our research will surely expedite." Indeed, the samples from the old corpse in the mountain village were far too scant and feeble. Our current endeavor shall undoubtedly become a monumental exploration in human history. However, my mind is preoccupied with another matter. According to the original plot, Dong Xiaoyu can oscillate between physical and ethereal states, igniting a bold notion within me. What notion? We must first devise a means to test her various physical limits: mass, strength, density, resistance, velocity, acceleration, gravitational pull, specific heat capacity, expansion coefficient, ductility, and so forth. Upon hearing this proposal, all members of the monitoring team fell into deep thought. The suggestion originated from He Linli, the director of the Shanghai Light Research Institute. He had initially been collaborating with atmospheric physicist Fu Jiangwo to study the grievances of the Chu people within the Spark camp. However, due to Dong Xiaoyu's circumstances, he was reassigned to this task, thus presenting a perspective markedly different from those who had previously ventured into the zombie realm. After a moment's reflection, Lu Huajian, who oversaw the operations, tentatively inquired, "Director He, are you suggesting that a ghost can be utilized as a form of material?" Upon hearing these words, a group of scientists turned their heads in unison, their eyes brimming with curiosity, silently urging him to continue. He leanly, reflecting deeply, gradually began to articulate his thoughts. In my discussions with Professor Fu's research team, I discovered that the phenomenon of yin energy is often artificially generated, functioning akin to a form of artificial intelligence, facilitated by human application of mental bridging technology. Thus, if we could fabricate spirits resembling Dong Xiaoyu or a weaker version thereof, and ascertain their various physical limits, would it not imply that we could further harness them for our own use? For instance, he leanly produced a steel pen from his possession, procured a sheet of paper, and began to scribble his ideas while he spoke. In the domain of aerospace, we could cultivate a cohort of spirits that exist in a gaseous state during launch, transitioning to a liquid state upon reaching space. This could significantly reduce our spatial and fuel requirements, as well as the need for certain astronaut protective equipment. Furthermore, in the realms of space exploration, interstellar travel, and colonization, these spirits could prove invaluable. After all, spirits do not require sustenance and possess extended lifespans. The only consideration would be the effects of solar activities, such as solar winds, sunlight, solar flares, and cosmic magnetic fields. Moreover, they could be instrumental in resource exploration, for instance, by sensing the presence of oil, which would eliminate the necessity for extensive surveying, data analysis, and drilling, thus saving time and effort. Their potential applications extend to tourism, disaster relief, artistic creation, film production, and industrial manufacturing. He leanly continued to elaborate, his ideas proliferating until an A4 sheet was insufficient to contain them. After nearly half an hour, he concluded his exposition, resorting to his mobile phone's memo function for the overflow. Of course, several questions remain to be resolved, such as philosophical, ethical, legal, and religious considerations. Lastly, I would like to propose two suggestions. First, if we can ascertain the feasibility, I recommend bringing the female ghost Xiaoyu back to our world. According to reports from Comrade Xiao Su, there should be no unforeseen complications, provided that Dong Xiaoyu does not betray us. Second, we might consider abandoning this path in favor of alternative avenues, such as artificial intelligence or praying for a world inhabited by mythical beasts, allowing us to capture these creatures and convert them into productive assets. Personally, I advocate for the former option, as it does not require nourishment, thereby sparing our food resources, and does not fall ill, conserving our energy and medical resources. Moreover, we would not need to construct expansive accommodations. A single bed for each spirit would suffice. And accommodating 10 altars poses no issue. This approach would also minimize environmental pollution and alleviate the population burden on our planet. As long as they are provided with an altar and daily offerings of incense, it is imperative to implement stringent control measures to prevent any potential loss of control. With that, he leanly articulated his complete concept. All the scientists present, including Lu Huajian, fell into deep contemplation. Within the dynamics of productivity and production relations, productivity holds a paramount position. But how is productivity generated? Through energy. Whether human or material, energy is produced during the process of movement, which, when channeled through modern machinery or assembly lines, transforms into our products. If we could usher spirits into the modern world, or mass-produce spirits in this contemporary realm, akin to the resistance and friction experienced by Dong Xiaoyu, then employing these spirits as labor would yield remarkably advantageous results. The most immediate manifestation would be a substantial increase in corporate profits, making products easier to sell, thereby fostering a virtuous cycle for GDP. However, there arises a pressing concern. What shall become of our citizens' employment if spirits replace our positions in large numbers? Linguist Zheng Junqi expressed his apprehensions. Furthermore, we must confront immense international pressure. Another physicist presented his viewpoint. He leanly addressed their concerns one by one. Regarding employment, we could open up alternate worlds. Much like the Ojo people discovering a new continent centuries ago, encouraging our populace to explore these realms, establish farms, or enlist in military service, among other pursuits. I recall you, team leader Lu, mentioning that among the first 5 alternate worlds, we can select 2 to retain permanent transit rights. Upon hearing this, Lu Huajian, who had been deep in thought, nodded and remarked, "Indeed, that is the case." After returning from the world of the mountain village's old corpse, I received a definitive answer from Comrade Xiao Su. He leanly nodded and continued, "Thus, this solution is indeed feasible. As for the issue of international pressure, prior to the large-scale implementation of these plans, our secret may become untenable, and we could potentially face an unavoidable conflict. Hence, the concern regarding international pressure is unfounded. After listening to his exposition, the audience once again fell into profound contemplation. Linley's assertions were indeed quite accurate. This matter is undeniably immense. No matter how diligently the higher-ups attempt to conceal it, the truth will ultimately prevail. Linley's profound remarks have unequivocally validated this suspicion. Prior to my departure from the Xingho camp, I took the initiative to review the latest satellite data. It became evident that in the past 3 days, the Lakai reconnaissance satellites of the Eagle Nation have traversed the skies over Jiangcheng on numerous occasions. This strongly indicates that they have grown suspicious, coupled with our sudden establishment of a military base and logistics center in Jiangxing. Although we publicly assert that the rationale is for civilian purposes, our adversaries are not naive. At this juncture, he proposed a bolder and more worrisome assessment. The initial estimate of 6 months may be overly optimistic. I anticipate that our secrecy can be maintained for no more than 5 months at best. This is also a concern that weighs heavily on the hearts of all the scientists present. This is a profoundly significant issue that must be confronted. After a considerable pause, Lu Huajin raised his voice slightly and asserted, in light of this, we must accelerate our research efforts, even if we have only 5 months, or perhaps merely 4. As long as our pace is swift enough to harness various supernatural forces for our own purposes, it would be most advantageous to utilize these powers to swiftly enhance our nation's influence on the global stage and to exploit all resources from other worlds, including but not limited to oil, coal, natural gas, rare metals, food resources, and land resources. Thus, even if the eagle-eyed adversary were to discover our endeavors, we shall not tremble in fear. This is indeed the most optimal solution at present. When the time comes, it matters not if it is the Eagle Nation or even the entirety of Blue Star united against us. What harm could it inflict? We possess 2 vast consumer markets from alternate realms along with a supply chain of resources, not to mention the assistance of supernatural technology. Defeating the Eagle Nation would be a trivial endeavor. Upon hearing these words, all the scientists present nodded in unison, their gazes intensified, and their hearts surged with urgency. Eager to rush to the temporary camp, Lu Huajian continued, let us return for now. Comrade Xiao Su must have arrived, and the preparatory work should be nearing completion. The assembly responded in chorus, understood, and promptly rose to depart. Before long, they had reached the temporary camp. It is worth noting that after confirming the location of Uncle Jio's estate as the makeshift camp, Su Qingfeng had arranged for the dual transport portal to facilitate the transportation of materials. Henceforth, it was crucial to refrain from arbitrary movements, as the portal was constantly engaged in the transit of personnel and supplies. As for Uncle Jio, he found himself at a loss regarding the discussions of Linley and the others. Merely serving as an attentive listener, his presence notably diminished. Uncle Jio's estate, situated on the outskirts of Rinjia town, was originally separated from the surrounding areas by a small grove. In the original narrative, when Qiusheng rode his bicycle to his aunt's house, it was within this grove that he encountered the female ghost, Xiaoyu. Had it not been for the intervention of the local deity, Xiaoyu would have returned home with Qiusheng. However, at present, under the influence of the alternate realm engineering team, this grove had been leveled. Centered around Uncle Jio's estate, a medium-sized comprehensive base had been constructed to ensure the recycling and reuse of materials, aside from the essential laboratories. The remainder consisted of tents and temporary structures akin to those found at construction sites. At this moment, within one of the temporary structures, the female ghost Xiaoyu was escorted into a specialized laboratory. The equipment inside mirrored that used in the initial research on Chu Renmei, a multitude of instruments at hand. Yet, unlike Aunt Mei, the ghost Dong Xiaoyu was exceedingly cooperative, alleviating concerns, especially with Uncle Jio overseeing the proceedings. Should Dong Xiaoyu dare to act recklessly, and if modern science proves ineffective against her, there is no cause for concern. Simultaneously, Linley, Lu Huajian, Jiu Shu, and others have already arrived. Additionally, after arranging the research work for Old Master Ren, the esteemed biochemist Professor Zhao Ligua has also come to offer assistance. Thus, the number of scientists participating in this project has surged to over 80, with more than 20 being full-time professionals and others assisting in various capacities. The leader of this experimental project remains Lu Huajian, in stark contrast to the initial encounter with spirits in the realm of the mountain village Old Corpse. This time he feels considerably more equipped, with an abundance of available devices at his disposal. In terms of optics, beyond spectrometers, there are photodetectors, optical frequency domain reflectometers, OFDR, and optical time domain reflectometers, ODR. In the realm of magnetics, there are vector magnetometers, scalar magnetometers, Einstein devices, magnetometers, and Hall effect magnetometers. With the support of the state, the array of equipment is extensive. Furthermore, they have reached out to the Xingho camp, procuring data backups of existing research findings from Professor Fu Jiangwell. Commence, Lu Huajin announced. And the research officially began. There were no grand gestures. It was far more relaxed and tranquil compared to the study of old Master Ren. Half an hour swiftly elapsed. As Lu Huajin had anticipated, many characteristics of Dong Xiaoyu were entirely dissimilar to those of Chu Renmei. For instance, while both possessed an unknown gas mixture, the composition of Dong Xiaoyu's emanation was wholly distinct from that of Chu Renmei. It was not a phenomenon of physical particles, but rather resembled a form of charge or a quantum entity. This is merely a conclusion drawn at present. Further research is essential. Scientific inquiry is a complex and protracted process. Yielding results cannot be accomplished in mere hours or days. As for Su Qingfeng, after observing for a while and confirming that Dong Xiaoyu was unharmed, he sought out Uncle Jiao to commence his studies in new Taoist methods. The focus of this study remains on the art of talisman drawing. However, it is not the exorcism talisman, but rather the corpse-binding talisman. According to Master Jiao, this particular talisman requires the compression of spiritual energy, which must then operate within the body in an alternative manner, ultimately converging onto the brush. The method of drawing the talisman is akin to the formation of arrays. When combined with incantations, the spiritual energy is imbued within the array, the technique of talisman drawing. When it comes time for application, the array talisman, empowered by spiritual energy, can achieve the effect of binding stones. While this may seem somewhat intricate, it is quite similar to the exorcism talisman in essence. Under the enhancement of tenfold aptitude and tenfold mental strength, within less than an hour, Su Qingfeng mastered the technique of drawing the corpse-binding talisman, leaving Master Jiao speechless. So fast? Master Jiao was astonished. He recalled that during his initial attempt to grasp this seemingly simple corpse-binding talisman, he had spent an entire night, coupled with a moment of enlightenment, before finally succeeding. Even among the disciples of Mao Shan, he was considered a prodigy. Yet here stood Su Qingfeng, whose aptitude was rather astonishing. However, once the shock wore off, the expression on Master Jiao's face transformed into one of delight, as he nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Little Su, your progress surpasses that of your two elder brothers by a considerable margin. Your aptitude is beyond their reach. If you continue to diligently cultivate, within a span of 60 years, there exists a great possibility that you will ascend to the heavenly master realm." Su Qingfeng, however, was not particularly interested in this heavenly master realm. The system rewards were of paramount importance to him. With a chuckle, he replied, "Understood, Master. I shall endeavor to practice diligently. By the way, Master," he then shifted the topic and inquired, "according to the current progress, the new batch of personnel and equipment will arrive tomorrow morning. They are heading to Maoshan and Longhushan. Do you wish to accompany them?" Master Jiao shook his head in response. "No, you all go ahead. I must remain here to watch over that female ghost. Should she cause any trouble, I will be prepared to assist." "All right," Su Qingfeng replied. Following this, after practicing the drawing technique of the corpse-binding talisman once more, the clock struck past 1 in the deep of night. The night passed in silence. The next morning, during breakfast, the new batch of personnel and supplies arrived. This primarily consists of a batch of disassembled helicopters. Specifically, there are 4 Z-10 attack helicopters and 4 Z-8L transport helicopters. The mission, to visit Maoshan and Longhushan. While it is termed a visit, it is, in reality, a transaction. It is well known that within these esteemed sects of the mystical arts, there are undoubtedly numerous rare treasures and resources for cultivation. This is indeed a prime subject of research, such as the lightning thunder fist technique of Master Shi Jian from Maoshan. This is indeed a technique capable of harnessing lightning, if it could be mass-produced. Possessing a substantial amount of controllable lightning would be tantamount to having an inexhaustible source of electrical energy. The leader of this mission is Zhao Chunming, the deputy commander of the temporary camp. In anticipation of a smooth transaction, he approached Master Jiao in advance to inquire about the necessities that Maoshan lacked. To his surprise, he discovered that Maoshan was currently in need of funds, specifically foreign currency. Upon reflection, This revelation made sense. After all, financial resources are paramount in any endeavor. Consequently, Zhao Chuming made a formal request to the state for a shipment of silver and gold, which are far more practical than foreign currency. Once all preparations were complete, the newly arrived elite soldiers boarded the G-8L helicopter, ensuring that fuel tanks were adequately stowed for the return journey. With Zhao Chuming's command, they ascended into the sky, heading east toward the Emperor's domain. Simultaneously, in the vicinity of Zombie Town, a classified combat unit of the state, comprising over 300 personnel, had reached the outskirts of the area. Due to transportation constraints, they were unable to bring heavy weaponry. Hence, they carried only individual equipment, the most formidable being landmines and anti-tank rocket launchers. However, this did not hinder their mission. After establishing contact with the camp and pinpointing their location using laser standards, a G-8L helicopter gradually approached. Due to the lack of sufficiently flat landing zones, supplies were delivered via airdrop, including rocket launchers, rockets, and artillery shells. While the quantity was limited, it sufficed for their needs. The transport of larger caliber artillery pieces was deemed unnecessary, as it would present logistical challenges. Additionally, it is noteworthy that, to ensure the success of the mission in Zombie Town, the state managed to allocate a modified G-8L from its strained transport resources. The apparatus is equipped with 4 mounting racks in its abdomen, each capable of accommodating munitions weighing up to 1,000 kilograms. Additionally, the cabin has undergone modifications, allowing it to house 4 1,000-kilogram bombs and 6 250-kilogram bombs. Munitions tend to occupy considerable space, necessitating specialized mounting brackets. Nevertheless, this payload capacity remains extraordinarily formidable. Upon reaching the skies above the zombie-infested town, these bombs will serve as the harbingers of doom for the undead. Yet, the transformation of a helicopter into a bomber seems utterly deranged. However, upon reflection, one recalls how the Americans, during their campaign against the Taliban, repurposed agricultural planes into bombers after achieving complete air superiority. Thus, converting a transport helicopter into a bomber is not without precedent. As a rabbit well-versed in extensive modifications, this tactic is familiar territory. Consequently, after 6 hours of meticulous preparation, at 7 o'clock in the evening, the grand operation to eradicate the zombies commenced. The operation was conducted with a live broadcast in its entirety, utilizing drones for a comprehensive and unobstructed view. Under the command of the commanding colonel, the order was given, fire. Upon receiving the command, the long-prepared rocket and artillery batteries unleashed a barrage. The sound of projectiles echoed as they soared through the air, transforming into fiery meteors that painted the inky black sky a vivid crimson. Fueled by inertia and propulsion, they hurtled towards the heart of the zombie town. Within the town, just as depicted in the original narrative, a multitude of zombies erupted from their coffins, congregating to feast upon the blood of the captives taken earlier that day. After their grotesque banquet, they roared at the night sky in a fervent display of worship. Here, the zombies possess a semblance of consciousness, exhibiting an extraordinary ferocity. Should an ordinary person encounter them, they would undoubtedly be drained to the brink of desiccation. However, at this moment, the first artillery shell has already been unleashed. Under the immense weight of dimension-level technology, it strikes with precision and grace amidst the horde of zombies. The explosive within the shell detonates instantaneously, erupting into a dazzling sphere of white light. The brilliance is so intense that many zombies instinctively recoil, yet it proves too late. Following the blinding radiance, the shell detonates with a resounding boom, unleashing colossal energy that cascades outward. The terrifying heat of the explosion, coupled with shockwaves and shrapnel, crashes upon the zombies like a tsunami. Sensing imminent peril, these creatures roar like wild beasts, attempting to flee, yet their speed is woefully inadequate. In less than a second, they are swept away by the cataclysmic force of the explosion, propelled far from their original positions and crashing heavily to the ground. For an ordinary human, such a fall would likely be fatal. Yet, as expected of zombies, they emerge largely unscathed despite the brutal impact. The greatest damage inflicted upon them comes from the shrapnel and shockwaves. Many zombies, unable to withstand the force, exhibit fractures in their bodies, while those closer to the epicenter are utterly obliterated, their flesh splattering across the vicinity. In the midst of this chaos, the second, third, and fourth shells follow suit, a torrent of artillery raining down. Amidst the deafening cacophony of explosions, numerous zombies are either torn asunder or sent hurtling away by the terrifying shockwaves, sustaining severe injuries on the spot. In truth, our firepower density may not be exceptionally high, yet the accuracy is alarmingly precise. Furthermore, the zombies lack any form of countermeasures, rendering them utterly vulnerable to our relentless assault. Of every 2 shells, at least one finds its mark upon or near a zombie. The horde in Zombie Town is thrown into utter disarray. However, possessing a degree of intelligence, a portion of the zombies eventually reacts after enduring 2 rounds of bombardment, leading a charge towards the entrance of the town. They seek to uncover the source of this disturbance. The commander receives immediate reports from drone scouts indicating that a segment of zombies is advancing towards the town's entrance. The commander exhibited no hint of panic as he commanded, "Engage the snipers. Remember to utilize flamethrowers alongside rocket launchers and high-caliber sniper rifles, for conventional firearms are ineffective against these zombies." "Understood," replied the messenger, who promptly relayed the orders. Upon receiving the command, half of the mobile troops immediately advanced, armed with either high-caliber sniper rifles, grenades, or flamethrowers and rocket launchers. Some of them proceeded to set directional anti-personnel mines at the town's entrance. This contraption is indeed the infantry's nightmare, proving remarkably effective against the leaping zombies. Within the confines of the zombie town, there are approximately 500 to 600 of these creatures. Just as the defensive perimeter was established, a dozen zombies have already emerged. The sight of the leading zombie instantly piqued the interest of the soldiers assigned to hold the line. For this particular zombie is none other than the notorious Zombie King, characterized by his exaggerated teeth from the original narrative. He too has suffered the effects of the bombardment. His hat is long lost, and his clothing is tattered beyond recognition, emitting guttural roars intermittently. Especially at this moment, upon perceiving the fully armed special forces in the distance and sensing the palpable vitality emanating from the soldiers, he let out a ferocious bellow. With an intensity akin to an enraged beast, he charged forward, closing the distance rapidly. 230 meters, 180 meters, 130 meters. And at 90 meters, when he reached a mere 80 meters away, the commanding colonel issued the order, "Fire." Dozens of flamethrowers roared to life simultaneously, unleashing torrents of flames that surged forth like fire dragons to confront the oncoming Zombie King. Though this Zombie King has succumbed to madness, its instinct for self-preservation remains intact. In the fleeting moments as dozens of fire dragons erupted forth, it sensed the imminent threat of death. With a guttural roar, it instinctively shifted direction, attempting to evade the onslaught. However, it was too late. The fire dragons descended upon it, enveloping the Zombie King and igniting its garments, searing its flesh in a merciless blaze. The undead king was suddenly engulfed in flames, resembling a human fireball, its anguished howls growing ever louder. Ow! Roar! It had succumbed to sheer madness, fully aware that death loomed near. In its final moments, its eyes darted towards my rabbit warrior, and with a ferocious leap, it charged forth. It sought to slay. It yearned to extinguish the lives of those audacious enough to trespass upon its domain. It craved the blood of these wretched humans. However, it needed the capability to do so. Just as it altered its course and prepared to pounce, over 20 anti-tank rocket launchers were primed and ready. In unison, the triggers were pulled. Within these rocket launchers lie anti-tank missiles, capable of penetrating even the most formidable armor, ensuring that enemy forces within are incapacitated, if not outright eliminated. Dealing with these zombies is thus a remarkably simple task. With a swift whoosh, the anti-tank missiles are ignited, their rear ejecting a plume of fiery orange smoke. Driven by immense power, the warheads spin at high velocity as they hurtle towards the approaching Zombie King, poised to strike with devastating force. The Zombie King had never experienced the might of technology, yet it instinctively sensed the formidable nature of these peculiar devices and sought to evade them. However, inertia rendered its escape futile. The rocket projectile made contact, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The tremendous force of the blast surged like a tsunami, effortlessly flattening the Zombie King's form, crumpling it into a mass, and then tearing it into shreds akin to fragile parchment, scattering debris across the ground. Thus, the once mighty Zombie King was no more. After all, no matter how formidable its physicality, could it truly withstand the armored defenses of a tank? In the wake of this spectacle, the other zombies, previously filled with murderous intent, were suddenly overtaken by unparalleled terror. Truly, these were intelligent undead. They swiftly deduced that this group of living beings was far beyond their capability to confront. Thoughts of bloodsucking were cast aside. and the only rational course of action was to flee. Yet, retreating to Zombie Town meant facing relentless artillery fire. But that was not all. In the distant heavens, a modified G-8L helicopter, having received its orders, joined the fray. The whir of the helicopter's rotor blades sliced through the air, producing a sound that resonated deeply within the soul. Upon reaching the skies above Zombie Town, the fire control operator first confirmed the coordinates with the ground forces. Command: "This is Truck 1. I have arrived at the target's altitude. Please provide the laser coordinates. Over." No sooner had the words left his lips than the communication channel crackled with the ground forces' response. "The drone's laser coordinates have been marked. Please check. Over." Upon hearing this, the fire control operator glanced at the electronic screen before him, and indeed, 3 laser points appeared. These locations constituted the densest clusters of zombies within Zombie Town, monitored remotely by drones from the periphery of the battlefield. After confirming the targets, he instructed the pilot to hover above the designated locations and commence the bombing. This is a 1,000-kilogram class of a solidified gasoline bomb. Once this device detonates, should you inadvertently come into contact with it, it would be wise to end your suffering swiftly, for the acceleration of combustion is astonishingly rapid, accompanied by excruciating pain. The incendiary projectile, under the influence of gravity, hurtles towards the laser's focal point, generating a cacophony of friction with the air that is reminiscent of nails on a chalkboard. In a mere 7 to 8 seconds, it descends upon its target. Nearby, nearly 20 zombies flail aimlessly, devoid of purpose. Subsequently, the Molotov cocktail strikes, unleashing a blinding white light that swiftly transitions into a vivid red glow. This is a 1,000-kilogram napalm bomb, the power of which is utterly terrifying. Upon detonation, the nearest zombies, regardless of their formidable physicality, are instantly vaporized, leaving not even a trace of ash. Those farther away are drenched in the burning napalm, igniting in flames, causing them to wail in agony and thrash about in chaos. It is an absolute annihilation, an overwhelming domination in every conceivable dimension. Unsurprisingly, within less than an hour, the zombie town was reduced to rubble, engulfed in flames. As for the zombies, they perished beyond any hope of revival, with the best outcome being their transformation into charred remnants. This scene was broadcasted live from every angle without any blind spots. Su Qingfeng watched the entire event unfold. In that moment, when he witnessed the zombie town being reduced to ruins, a myriad of emotions flooded his heart, and he murmured in relief, "How fortunate I was to have entrusted the system to the nation. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for me to accomplish this task on my own, let alone to such an extent." The complete annihilation of the entire zombie town is a testament to the nation's might. Magnificent, dashing. Without the nation, even the challenges posed by Chu Rin-mei would have been insurmountable. Meanwhile, on the side of the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, she too was watching the live broadcast. As she observed the various weapons and bombs, along with the terrifying scenes of explosions, a singular thought crossed her mind. She must secure the protection of these individuals at all costs. As for Uncle Gio, he was also engrossed in the live stream. Upon witnessing the conclusion, with the zombie town utterly obliterated, his impression of the term scientific sect deepened once more. Drawing a sharp breath, Uncle Gio whispered in astonishment, "Such terrifying power, especially those explosions reminiscent of sunlight. Even I, a master from Maoshan, could never reach such heights. The strength of this scientific sect far exceeds my comprehension." With this realization, he found solace in the thought, that makes sense. After all, they had already ascended and even ventured into the heavens. Possessing such power is only natural. As for Qiuxing and Wenkai, they too were captivated by the unfolding events. These two individuals, having watched the live broadcast, were left with a singular sensation. Could this truly be a bomb? In their minds, Captain Away, armed with a gun, already seemed formidable. Yet, in comparison to these individuals, Captain Away appeared akin to a mere child of 3, entirely on a different scale. Moreover, these remarkable beings could soar through the skies. Each time they witnessed the flying helicopters, Qiuxing and Wenkai could not suppress their admiration, longing for the day when they too could ascend to the heavens. The debut of the rabbit in this alternate realm was undeniably triumphant. Good news followed in swift succession, and it was news that sent everyone into a frenzy of excitement. The research group dedicated to the study of the mystical arts made a groundbreaking discovery while examining the 5 thunder talismans illustrated by Master Gio. They found that upon activation, This talisman could generate electrical energy. Even more astonishingly, it could interact with charged particles within a battery, setting them into motion. A vivid analogy would liken it to a fantastical version of a power bank, and the implications did not end there. Further investigation led the leading academician to uncover that the talisman's energy storage capacity was remarkably impressive. A mere square centimeter of the talisman could hold a staggering 100 degrees of electricity. Such a revelation was nothing short of terrifying. The advantages did not cease here. The talisman's output power was exceptionally stable, with a high degree of safety. However, there was a notable drawback. Should it be subjected to external force, it could result in an explosion. Much like in films, if the talisman were to be damaged during the casting process, it would ignite and explode. Nevertheless, the benefits far outweighed the risks. One must recognize that advancements in battery technology have remained stagnant for many years, standing as a formidable challenge in contemporary science. This remarkable discovery is nothing short of exhilarating. Upon receiving the news, Lu Huajian promptly assembled a team and rushed to the site. It can be said that every scientist within the camp, regardless of their current tasks, is now hurrying towards this location. The project leader is an esteemed academician named Wen Juanda. What is the current status, academician Wen? Lu Huajian inquired eagerly as he arrived. Wen Juanda was well prepared and pointed to the data on the monitoring console, stating, "It has been operating stably for 1 hour and 25 minutes and is still undergoing tests." Academician Wen was equally elated, his expression a blend of excitement and joy. On a personal level, his name will undoubtedly be inscribed in history. On a broader scale, from this moment onward, the advancement of human scientific progress is destined to take a significant leap forward. A mere square centimeter in area, with a thickness equivalent to a sheet of paper, has the capacity to contain 100 degrees of electricity. This is scarcely distinguishable from a diminished version of a nuclear battery. It is noteworthy that a new energy vehicle, boasting a range of several hundred kilometers, typically comprises several large batteries, amounting to merely 100 kilowatt-hours, with many not even reaching that threshold. Subsequently, after dedicating half an hour to reviewing all test data, Lu Huajian personally conducted an experiment. He first placed the 5 Thunder Talisman upon a glass-encased platform. Then, utilizing the magical power provided by Jiushu and Su Qingfeng, he gradually infused it into the talisman. Under the influence of the magic, the talisman erupted with a resonating hum, as immense energy surged within the formation inscribed upon it, circulating and operating. Lu Huajian adeptly guided the lightning energy from the talisman onto a conductor. This conductor was connected to a test rotor. The moment it was linked, a tremendous current surged forth, propelling the rotor to spin incessantly back and forth. Success. Observing the rotor's rhythmic motion, Lu Huajian felt a sudden pang of emotion. He was not alone. Everyone present shared in this sentiment. For at this moment, it signified the dawn of a new era in human battery technology. This rotor has indeed propelled the course of human civilization forward. Years later, this was a direct quote from a textbook. All the scientists present were overcome with emotion. At last, a glimmer of hope had emerged. After a while, Lu Huajian wiped away his tears and offered an exceptionally high praise. This is the true new energy. Academician Wen, the nation and the people take pride in you. Beside him, Wen Juanda said little, merely nodding emphatically. The glimmer of tears in his eyes continuously narrated the depth of his stirred emotions. A full 4 or 5 minutes passed before all the scientists present regained their composure, subsequently resuming their new round of research endeavors. The primary focus of this endeavor is to assess voltage, evaluate the stability of current, and investigate endurance issues. Each piece of data holds immense significance, necessitating a sufficient sample size for validity. Ultimately, and perhaps most crucially, according to the words of Master Jiao, the Thunder Talisman can be activated without the guidance of magical energy, albeit with its power diminished by half. Even so, this revelation is astonishing. The moment this information was disclosed, the scientists present were filled with immense anticipation for the applications of the Thunder Talisman. With an area of merely 1 square centimeter and a thickness akin to that of a sheet of paper, it can contain 100 degrees of electricity. One cannot help but marvel at its terrifying potential. Even in the absence of magical guidance, it can still harbor 50 degrees of electrical power. Truly a remarkable feat in the face of such a fantastical energy-storing talisman. Traditional power sources, such as lithium batteries, lead-acid batteries, blade batteries, and solid-state batteries pale in comparison. However, It is essential to note that this Thunder Talisman energy storage device is not devoid of shortcomings. Its primary drawback lies in its excessively high voltage. Since its function is to exorcise spirits and vanquish demons, a lower voltage would be inadequate. If it cannot even incapacitate a human, it serves little purpose. The issue at hand is rather straightforward. It can be resolved by simply installing a transformer. However, considering the size and cost of the transformer, Lu Huajian had no choice but to summon Uncle Gio. Upon Uncle Gio's arrival, Lu Huajian pointed to the Thunder Talisman on the experimental table and remarked, "Uncle Gio, this talisman is incredibly beneficial for our purposes, but the voltage it releases is excessively high. Its intensity is simply too great. Is there any method to reduce its strength?" Initially approaching the matter with a sense of experimentation, Lu Huajian was taken aback by Uncle Gio's response. "This is quite simple. It merely requires slight modifications to the formation. However, doing so would compromise its efficacy in exorcising spirits and vanquishing demons." Lu Huajian's eyes lit up, and he eagerly exclaimed, "Uncle Gio, this is precisely the type of talisman we urgently need. Could you assist us?" Uncle Gio nodded with a smile. Certainly. It was not a significant task. With a few swift gestures of his physical and mystical energy, he skillfully crafted a low-intensity thunder talisman. Lu Huajian eagerly took it into his hands and placed it on the testing platform. The voltage had indeed decreased considerably, yet it remained somewhat elevated for civilian use. Thus, he requested Uncle Gio's continued assistance. After approximately 15 thunder talismans had been created, the voltage finally reached 220 V. Lu Huajian promptly began the testing phase. First, he employed a mobile phone test, charging 50 devices simultaneously. The outcome revealed that the phones were fully charged, with the white glow of the talismans dimming only slightly. And throughout the entire testing process, the voltage remained remarkably stable, ensuring a high level of safety. The testing continued. This time, Lu Huajian opted for a set of lithium iron phosphate batteries, approximately around 50 kilowatt-hours. The outcome was equally gratifying. Although the brilliance of the 5 Thunder Talisman had diminished considerably, it still radiated light. Thus, the voltage issue was exquisitely resolved, and the preliminary tests were triumphantly successful. The scientists present erupted into applause, their faces alight with excitement. What, then, is the essence of new energy? This is what we call new energy. They are all acutely aware that from this moment on, the global energy landscape, and indeed the economic framework, is set to transform. The advancements in battery technology are far from being merely superficial. Take smartphones, for instance. Devices with superior battery life are undoubtedly more favored by consumers than those with lesser endurance, and this translates into financial gain. Moreover, in terms of product experience, does a smaller battery not imply that the smartphone can be designed to be sleeker and lighter? A lighter weight naturally appeals more to consumers. Additionally, when considering performance, does a more compact battery not free up a significant portion of the phone's interior space? Consider the example of a well-known smartphone brand. The battery occupies at least 12 of its internal volume. If this space could be repurposed, could it not accommodate more electronic components, or even a more powerful CPU? If quality is lacking, one can simply increase the quantity. While the A-series chip of that brand is indeed formidable, if my phone features 2 or 3 chips, surpassing your smoothness and performance would be effortlessly achievable. The immediate consequence of this is an increased consumer preference. But that is not all. Without the need to contemplate battery life, energy consumption, given the staggering capacity of the battery, I can aggressively leverage hardware performance to provide consumers with the most exceptional user experience. What does power consumption matter? I have ample battery life, so it is of no concern. The only consideration is the price. However, in light of so many advantages, as long as the price is not exorbitant, it is evident which product one would choose. This phenomenon extends beyond smartphones to tablets, laptops, and even electric vehicles in the automotive sector. Imagine purchasing a vehicle that requires no charging, operating at high speeds while utilizing air conditioning could yield a range of up to 1 million kilometers. Is that not astonishing? Furthermore, the applications are vast and varied, encompassing semi-trailer trucks, trains, high-speed rail, and ships. The reduction in transportation costs can significantly lower overall expenses, allowing products to be priced more competitively, thereby providing domestic products with a distinct advantage in international trade. This is a virtuous cycle. After 2 hours, having conducted 3 checks and confirming that there were no unexpected circumstances, Lu Huajian instructed, Academician 1, Your talisman research team should continue exploring other talismans. I will promptly report the Heavenly Thunder Talisman Project to the state and request a new research team to come. When Juanda replied, understood. This was also what he harbored in his heart. With the myriad of talismans from the Maoshan tradition, the path of research was fraught with challenges and long. One could not become overly fixated on a single talisman. Lu Huajin continued to issue various commands, among which a key project was the Magical Power Research Group, essential for the creation of the Thunder Talisman. Should artificial synthesis prove impossible, the current research would be rendered futile. As for Taoist Simu, he was oblivious to whether the absence of the fox spirit was due to the butterfly effect. It had not manifested as expected. However, the sudden appearance of a helicopter nearly frightened him to death. Upon returning to the Taoist temple and beholding the fully armed Special Forces soldiers along with numerous camouflage tents, Simu was left utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Fortunately, Xiao Jianyang provided a timely explanation, averting a greater misunderstanding. In addition, Master Ishio and Qingqing had also returned. After listening to Xiao Jianyang's clarification, Master Ishio appeared less agitated, as if he had come to terms with the situation. Nevertheless, his somewhat dazed expression betrayed the astonishment within. As for Jiala, true to the original narrative, upon seeing Qingqing, he rushed over as if he had never encountered a woman before, immediately adopting the role of an eager admirer. It seemed, the young man appears to have had little exposure to women. Qingqing, what are your thoughts on these individuals? Jiala said with a playful grin, preparing to feign ignorance. He then noticed Qingqing's face alight with admiration as she retorted, isn't he handsome? Don't you think so? Jiala felt an inexplicable sourness in the air. The characters from the original narrative had all been assembled. The next task was to delve into the arcane techniques of Master Simu and Master Ishio. This included Simu's spirit summoning and corpse control arts, as well as Master Ishio's Buddhist teachings. Just as the research commenced, on the third day at noon, the reconnaissance team brought forth the eagerly awaited news. Report, Captain, the team transporting the coffins has appeared, less than 10 miles away from our location. Xiao Jianyang commanded. Summon Master Simu and Master Ishio. We shall go investigate. Understood, the reporting Special Forces soldier promptly replied. Once Masters Ishio and Simu arrived, they boarded a helicopter that had been readied in advance, and amidst the buzzing roar of the engines, they set off towards the coffin transport team. Accompanying them was another transport helicopter, carrying over 20 fully armed Special Forces soldiers, along with an armed chopper. As they arrived at the scene, Xiao Jianyang beheld a coffin convoy that mirrored the original narrative with striking accuracy. The coffins, crafted entirely of bronze and resting on carts, were immense and pushed forward by soldiers. Taoist Qianhe and his 4 disciples, east, south, west, and north, led the procession, while a palanquin in the center carried a child, the 7th prince of the braided nation. On the ground, the convoy, which had been progressing normally, suddenly heard a thunderous sound emanating from the distant sky. What was happening? The atmosphere among the convoy turned tense. The effeminate character portrayed by Yuan Hua in the original story was present as well, gazing up at the sky and inquiring in a high-pitched tone, what is happening? Why is it so noisy? We do not know, my lord, replied a perplexed soldier beside him. At that moment, a helicopter descended from the heavens, landing steadily on the ground, and a stream of Special Forces soldiers emerged from it. Master Simu, Xiao Jianyang, and Master Ishio followed suit, stepping out of the cabin. Upon seeing the bronze coffin bound with string, their perception of Xiao Jianyang elevated significantly. Initially, when Xiao Jianyang claimed he was there for the zombies, they had harbored doubts, but now their belief was unwavering. However, this zombie is of the frontier royal lineage. Is it possible to acquire it from these individuals? Ahead, 3 skilled warriors armed with weapons immediately stepped forward, with over 20 soldiers following closely behind. Even Master Qianhe appeared vigilant. However, upon seeing Taoist Simu and Master Ishio, their wariness transformed into astonishment. Senior brother? Master Ishio? How is it that you are here? Taoist Simu approached and elucidated the situation. Junior brother, allow me to introduce Mr. Xiao Jianyang. These are his subordinates. Hailing from a rather peculiar sect, one that we should undoubtedly avoid provoking. They have come for the zombie within this coffin. Taoist Qianhe, perplexed, surveyed the special soldiers around him, glanced at Xiao Jianyang, and then turned to his senior brother, Taoist Simu. Senior brother, are you aware that the coffin contains a member of the frontier royal family? If they dare to seize it, The consequences of inciting their wrath are beyond our capacity to bear. Daoist Simu shook his head. We need not concern ourselves with the matters above. Let that child explain. He continued, at this moment, I strongly advise you not to interfere. Even if you wished to, you would find it impossible. Daoist Chinha frowned. Why so? There are merely a handful of them, while we are many, and we possess martial skills. How could we possibly be outmatched? He was not alone in this sentiment. The entire escorting team of 30 to 40 shared similar thoughts. Daoist Simu, unwilling to witness his junior brother perish before him, persisted in his counsel. In any case, junior brother, heed my advice and refrain from involving yourself in this matter. I speak out of concern for your life. Daoist Chinha remained hesitant, but senior brother. Observing Daoist Simu's resolute expression, he ultimately relented. Very well. He then turned to his 4 disciples, east, south, west, and north, exchanging glances. The 4 understood immediately and discreetly shifted their positions. At this moment, the character portrayed by Yuan Hua, a flamboyant figure, approached with a demeanor reminiscent of Chinha Daoist's thoughts. Despite the presence of numerous special forces warriors on Xiao Jinyang's side, their overwhelming numbers instilled a sense of confidence, rendering them unafraid. Oh, who are you? Such audacity. Do you not know who we are? How dare you obstruct our path? Step aside at once, or you shall undoubtedly meet a fate devoid of burial. The effeminate individual spoke in a most repugnant manner, sending shivers down one's spine. Adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict, Xiao Jinyang smiled and remarked, who we are is of little consequence. What truly matters is that you possess something we desire, the coffin. The corpse within has undergone decomposition and must be entrusted to us for proper handling. You may leave at your discretion. Upon hearing these words, the effeminate individual was consumed by rage and bellowed, how audacious! Do you not comprehend that within this coffin lies the esteemed royal uncle? You dare covet the remains of our imperial family? You must be unaware of the meaning of death. Summon my men. Seize these insolent marauders. At the command of this effeminate figure, the 3 formidable masters and their soldiers brandished their weapons and advanced menacingly. Anticipating this, Xiao Jianyang wasted no words and issued a direct command, prepare the tranquilizer darts. In an instant, over 20 elite soldiers swiftly replaced their ammunition with tranquilizer rounds. Fire. With that command, a volley of tranquilizer darts was unleashed upon the soldiers and the 3 masters. The speed of these projectiles was astonishing. Even the 3 masters were taken aback, unable to evade as they were struck by the darts. The effeminate individual, too, was hit in the shoulder and erupted into a frenzy, exclaiming, "Oh no, they are attacking. You must subdue them at once." "Yes, my lord," the soldiers responded, rushing forward. Each was armed with a potent tranquilizer dart. In merely 10 seconds, they began to feel dizzy, questioning their circumstances. What is happening to me? 15 seconds later, their vision faded to white, and their bodies succumbed to involuntary collapse. Had it not been for humanitarian considerations, a direct order to execute would have been issued, as these individuals would not have survived beyond 3 seconds. Such measures were deemed unnecessary, not out of kindness, but rather in consideration of Master Simu and his companions. If these individuals were to perish, the authorities of this world would undoubtedly be enraged, and they would face dire consequences. However, if merely their corpses were discarded, the situation would be significantly more manageable. Daoist Chinha, observing the nearly overwhelming scenario before him, stood in a state of astonishment, gazing incredulously at the special forces and their formidable weaponry, murmuring in disbelief, "What kind of weapon is this? It is truly impressive." The Daoist with 4 eyes shook his head, expressing with a sense of wonder, "This is merely the tip of the iceberg." Chinha Daoist thought to himself, "Fortunately, I did not make a move. Otherwise, I would be the one lying on the ground." After dealing with the escort personnel, Xiao Jinyang swiftly contacted the Ren family in the town and the local Yizhuang camp. Within 10 minutes of receiving the news, a Z-8L transport helicopter took off, equipped with a sling. Its purpose, to transport the royal zombie contained within this coffin back to the research base. As he gazed at the imposing Z-8L soaring through the sky, Chinha Daoist finally comprehended his senior brother's words. This is merely the tip of the iceberg. He felt an even greater sense of relief for not having resisted earlier. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. After suspending the coffin from the Z-8L, Xiao Jianyang continued to issue orders to construct an iron cage prison and tents on site. Until they departed from this world, these escort personnel, including the royal seventh brother, would remain confined within the cage. In the direction of the Yizhuang camp, having acquired the coffin of the royal zombie, another esteemed teacher was appointed. The next step involved initiating scientific experiments on the royal zombie, akin to the research conducted on old Master Ren, transported to a specially constructed laboratory. Various scientific instruments were activated to commence recording and analysis. Following this, the focus would shift to studying the process of corpse transformation, as well as the state of the body post-transformation. In this setting, scientists faced two options. According to the original narrative, it would be most beneficial for the royal zombie to undergo a tribulation involving lightning, enhancing its research value. Hence, the question arose, which plan should be pursued? The first option entailed artificially generating lightning to facilitate the royal zombie's tribulation. The second option involved waiting for a stormy weather occurrence, allowing the natural lightning to strike the coffin directly. Thus, which approach would prove most advantageous? Considering safety, Lu Huajian ultimately decided to proceed with the first option. Should it prove ineffective, the second option would be considered. Additionally, biochemical professor Zhao Ligua put forth his suggestion. According to the original narrative's characterization, this royal zombie possessed immense strength, akin to bronze skin and iron bones. For instance, it could easily send a copper coffin weighing over 1,000 pounds flying. And when confronted by Taoists Si Mu and Master Ishi, it could effortlessly break through walls made of stone in its attempt to escape. This clearly illustrated that the power of the royal zombie far surpassed that of old Master Ren. Therefore, I believe it is imperative to enhance safety precautions in this regard. Professor Zhao Ligua's concerns are not unwarranted. After heeding his advice, numerous professors and academicians concurred that the matter warrants serious attention. At the forefront, Lu Huajian, after thoroughly considering the opinions of the expert panel, proposed a feasible plan. In terms of safety measures, we shall implement two strategies. The first involves reinforcing the laboratory once more. The second entails the installation of flamethrowers within the laboratory. Should circumstances change and become unmanageable, immediate high-temperature extermination will be enacted. The proposal was met with considerable approval from the attending academicians and professors, who subsequently offered a few detailed suggestions before the meeting concluded. Within the laboratory, the coffin of the royal zombie had now been transported into the experimental space, receiving treatment akin to that of the venerable Elder Ren. 2 donkeys, procured from Rinjia town, were also placed inside for the purpose of observing the transformations in the zombie before and after it consumes blood, a significant topic of biological research. As time ticked away, 2 hours passed, and all preparatory work was completed. The principal investigator was none other than Professor Zhao Ligua, a luminary in the realm of biochemistry in Dragon Country. Under his directive, the artificial lightning was prepared. Understood, responded the researchers, who immediately began to operate the keyboards and control panels with fervor. As they executed their commands, several bolts of artificial lightning crackled forth, striking the copper coffin. With each successive strike, the royal zombie within the coffin emitted a primal roar akin to that of a wild beast. The voice was even more profound and menacing than that of the venerable Mr. Ren. Artificial lightning proves its efficacy. Sampling team, observation team, promptly report your findings. Zhao Ligua's expression was grave, his tone earnest and urgent. Various research groups hurriedly submitted their data, and as Zhao Ligua listened, his brows furrowed in concern. Among the plethora of information, one particular set of data took him by surprise. The cellular activity of the royal zombies was astonishingly more than tenfold that of a normal adult male. The data associated with the esteemed Lord Ren manifests as a negative value. Could it be attributed to the tempest? As I ponder this, the ghastly howls of the royal zombie within the coffin intensify. Simultaneously, both parties exert their strength to push against the heavy coffin lid above. With a creaking sound, the substantial lid begins to rise, revealing a narrow fissure through which waves of rancid corpse energy surge forth. Under normal circumstances, in just a few seconds, the royal zombie within the coffin would have forcefully displaced the lid. However, upon encountering a sudden eruption of radiant golden light ensued, piercing through the darkness of the coffin like a shaft of gold in the night, dispelling the shadows within. With a mournful growl, the royal zombie within immediately let out a low wail, and the partially open coffin lid swiftly sealed shut once more. This scene was meticulously documented by the researchers present, alongside numerous cameras capturing every moment. Zhao Ligua, the project leader, found himself perplexed. Prior to this event, he had watched the film Uncle Zombie no fewer than 11 or 12 times. He distinctly recalled that the power of the royal zombie should not be this feeble. Why then did it emit such a wretched howl? Was the artificial lightning insufficient in potency? Contemplating this, he commanded, "Prepare the artificial lightning once more and set the power to maximum." Upon receiving the directive, the responsible researchers promptly adjusted the power to its peak. A blinding white light illuminated the entire laboratory as a thick, tangible silver dragon surged forth, roaring violently towards the central copper coffin. It struck down with a thunderous crash upon the copper sarcophagus. Inside the coffin, the royal zombie, as if infused with newfound strength, intensified its howls. In the next moment, the miasma of death surged, and the coffin lid could no longer contain it. It was propelled by an unseen force, hurtling towards the transparent glass wall. With a resounding thud, it crashed against the wall, producing a deafening impact. Fortunately, the glass was bulletproof and had been specially reinforced. Even the heavy coffin lid, weighing several hundred pounds, caused no damage. Meanwhile, within the copper coffin, having endured the artificial lightning, the royal zombie arose. True to the film's original narrative, it used the coffin's edge as support, rising upright with arms outstretched. With a guttural roar, it expelled a thick cloud of deathly energy, revealing its 4 wolf-like teeth. Its appearance and facial features mirrored those from the film. Clad in the official garb of the braided kingdom and adorned with a hat signifying royal status, its visage had become as withered as that of a desiccated corpse. Simultaneously, a multitude of cameras frantically snapped photographs, while video cameras captured every second without missing a beat. In the control room, Zhao Liguo was no stranger to such scenes. Having witnessed the transformation of Old Master Ren previously, he was initially taken aback. However, he now regarded it with the same indifference one might feel towards a frenzied animal. He solemnly instructed, "Report the data and continue monitoring. Additionally, collect and conduct source testing on the gas it just exhaled." Upon receiving the command, the 100 or so professors and researchers present promptly set about their tasks. Within the P4 biochemical laboratory, the royal zombie, in alignment with its original depiction, had attained a semblance of consciousness. Although it did not detect the presence of living beings, it perceived an abundance of life before it. With a roar that barely acknowledged the terrified donkey nearby, the royal zombie lunged forward, driven by an insatiable thirst for blood. It sought to slay all the living beings in its path and feast upon their lifeblood. However, as it leapt forward, it was effortlessly halted by the thick, bulletproof glass. Bang! Crash! A violent crash reverberated throughout the P4 laboratory, sending the royal zombie flying across the room, its body bewildered. What was happening? The royal zombie, now filled with rage, fixed its gaze on a researcher engrossed in operating an optical microscope and charged forward with ferocity. Bang! Clang! Once again, it collided head-on, sending the royal zombie into a frenzy. What was going on? The living were right before its eyes, yet an unseen force obstructed its path. Its nostrils flared, and an eerie scene unfolded. It could not detect the scent of the living. Just as it was lost in thought, outside the glass chamber, Zhao Liguo, having gathered all the data, issued the command for an electric shock. Prepare for a shock. Understood. At his command, several researchers operated the console, and a mechanical arm slowly emerged beside the royal zombie, unleashing a crackling surge of electricity. The purpose of this experiment was to test the physical reaction between the royal zombie and electric particles, observing the ensuing phenomena. Perhaps from this, a novel method of lightning avoidance could be discovered. This plays a significant role in the realm of aerospace. Within the confines of the glass laboratory, the royal zombie, having gained a semblance of consciousness, could certainly perceive the terrifying power embedded within the electric current. Roar! He bellowed furiously, attempting to intimidate the current controlled by the mechanical arm. Yet, the crushing force of the dimensions is not something that a mere zombie can withstand. Under the deft manipulation of the researchers, the mechanical arm, ensnaring the electric current, slowly advanced, akin to chopsticks grasping a caterpillar, capturing the royal zombie and then releasing the current. A crackling surge of high-voltage electricity surged forth, and a bizarre scene unfolded. The royal zombie has remarkably withstood the assault. Truly, it is exceptional, having endured the tribulations of the Thunder Tribulation. In the control room, Zhao Liguo's expression of astonishment grew ever more pronounced. This represents an exceptional research specimen, surpassing even the venerable Ren Laote. Subsequently, The royal zombie is subjected to treatment akin to that received by Run Laute, the excision of skin tissue for medical examination and research. The garments adorning its form are treated similarly. Moreover, those wolf-like canines and 10 elongated fingernails are also scrutinized. Following this, it endures submersion and incineration, bombarding artillery and sweeping rifle fire, along with various particle beams directed at its body. Ultimately, after an exhaustive series of tests, it is determined that while the strength is remarkably high, it does not reach an extraordinary level. For instance, when a laser beam strikes the royal zombie's fingertip, it is penetrated, leaving a substantial hole, causing the creature to howl in agony, its eyes ablaze with fury. Simultaneously, a flicker of fear and confusion arises within it. Under normal circumstances, having transformed into a zombie, one would expect to be invincible. Moreover, having endured the tribulations of thunder, even a capable Taoist would be deemed insignificant. Yet, the scene before it is exceedingly peculiar. Particularly the iron clasps, resembling chopsticks, exhibit immense strength. Despite the royal zombie's ability to hurl a coffin lid weighing several hundred pounds, it finds itself utterly restrained by these iron grips, akin to being held fast by a pair of colossal hands. This, however, is merely the beginning. The pivotal moment follows, wherein the royal zombies are left utterly astounded. They are subjected to relentless severing and hacking, immersed in scalding flames, and compelled to excise their own flesh. They are also forced to saw away the sharp fangs they have painstakingly developed, along with their razor-like fingernails. This is indeed a vital weapon for survival. It's all gone. Everything is lost. The royal zombie no longer howls. A wave of sorrow washes over him, questioning who the true zombie is. Fortunately, the figures in white behind him have ceased their antics and tossed a donkey his way. The royal zombie, consumed by his desperation, pays no heed to anything else. At this moment, he is in dire need of blood to quench his thirst. Grasping the donkey by the neck, he sinks his teeth into it. However, due to the extraction of his canine-like fangs, instead of creating 2 wounds, he tears away a substantial chunk of flesh. The royal zombie disregards all else, spits out the bloody morsel, and resumes his sanguine feast. With each gulp, a primal urge to howl at the heavens surges within him. Oh, divine powers! I have finally tasted blood. Though it may not be human blood, animal blood holds its own significance. Outside the glass laboratory, the once magnificent royal zombie resembles a tiger trapped in a zoo, evoking a sense of unease in Zhao Ligao and the others. He suddenly recalls a saying, "The most terrifying entities in this world are those endowed with talent." Yet, in the next moment, he buries this thought deep within himself. As a scientific practitioner, one may forfeit any psychological inclination, but reverence for science must remain unwavering. Science is an ever-evolving realm. From a materialistic perspective, what has not occurred or manifested can be dismissed as superstition. However, if it does happen, if it comes into being, then it transforms into a facet of science. It should not be rejected, but rather embraced for exploration and understanding, utilizing various scientific methods to elevate it to the status of legitimate science. This also reflects the philosophical perspective held by the majority of scientific practitioners. The phenomenon of the royal zombie exemplifies this viewpoint in a tangible form. In simpler terms, it is neither a zombie nor any form of animal. It is merely a manifestation of science. Therefore, it is imperative that we study it, comprehend it, and uncover its admirable qualities to foster the advancement of scientific inquiry. Research on the royal zombie is ongoing. Teams have already arrived at Mount Maoshan and Mount Longhu for visitation. Thanks to Zhao Chuanming's eloquence, the parties were swiftly accepted, leading to discussions on trade matters. After a thorough exchange, they ultimately bartered their brought gold and silver for various texts on martial arts and esoteric methods from Mount Maoshan and Mount Longhu. 51 volumes encompassing arrays, talismans, exorcism, altar setup, feng shui, soul summoning, demon subjugation, and more. Included among these is the esteemed secret manual of Master Shijian from Mount Maoshan. These materials will be transported back to the modern world, becoming vital resources for scientific research. Time flows slowly. In a fortnight, the days swiftly passed. On the final day, after collecting a sufficient number of samples, Lu Huajin commanded, "Destroy the samples." Understood. The researchers promptly complied. After a series of operations at the control panel, several high-temperature flamethrowers gradually emerged, their nozzles aimed at the royal zombies and old Master Ren. Upon pressing the activation button, a series of fire dragons erupted from the nozzles, rushing towards the royal zombies and Old Master Ren. The temperature soared, exceeding 1,800 degrees Celsius. Not even steel could withstand such heat, let alone zombies. Feeling the terrifying intensity of the scorching heat, the royal zombies and Old Master Ren were gripped by a profound sense of life and death crisis, instinctively attempting to break free from their restraints and flee from the searing flames. Yet, their efforts were in vain. The hydraulic device's iron claws had firmly secured their bodies, rendering them utterly immobile. Subsequently, amidst the unwilling roars of these two zombies, they were entirely consumed by the flames. In less than 3 minutes, they were reduced to ashes. Following Ninth Uncle's suggestion, the ashes were scattered into the river near Rinjia town, with the intention of allowing these two zombies to drift into the cycle of reincarnation for rebirth. Thus, the main storyline task of the zombie world was fully accomplished by Su Qingfeng. At the very moment the two zombies were turned to ash, several long-awaited electronic notifications resonated in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully completing the system's main storyline task. Congratulations, host, on receiving the task rewards, Indestructible Body. Congratulations, host, on receiving the task rewards, 100-fold improvement in cultivation aptitude. Congratulations, host, on receiving the task rewards, Thunder Summoning Technique, Beginner. As the words faded, a torrent of information, accompanied by an inexplicable aura, surged into Su Qingfeng's mind and body. This stream of information unmistakably comprises the incantations and spells of the rudimentary thunder summoning technique. The elusive aura exudes an extraordinary sensation. Once it penetrates the body, it traverses throughout Su Qingfeng, akin to the mystical energy residing within a cultivator. Most remarkably, under the influence of this aura, wherever it traverses, the cellular vitality surges dramatically, as if nourished to the point of mutation, transforming their very structure. This is the most intuitive feeling. Is this sensation akin to that of an indomitable spirit? Su Qingfeng speculated quietly. Simultaneously, this energy surged into his mind and heart. Under its influence, Su Qingfeng discovered an unexpected clarity of thought. Matters that previously eluded him or required meticulous contemplation suddenly became clear. It resembled the experience of a mathematics examination, even with diligent preparation. Achieving merely 15 to 20 points out of a perfect score of 100 was the best one could hope for. However, now, Su Qingfeng felt that with proper prior study, he could attain at least 80 to 95 points, if not more. With this enhancement of his aptitude, he even discerned slight flaws in the talisman techniques previously imparted to him by Master Jiao. Most astonishingly, upon a brief reflection, Su Qingfeng discovered a solution to rectify these imperfections. Moreover, he sensed that the efficacy of the talisman techniques, once these flaws were addressed, could potentially increase by at least 30%. This was undoubtedly the sensation of enhanced cultivation aptitude. Su Qingfeng's heart swelled with excitement. His previous 10-fold aptitude, talent, was already remarkable, but now it was magnified 100-fold. Should he ever enter a fantastical realm or a world of deities and demons, his pace of cultivation would be extraordinarily swift. As he murmured to himself, the system's notification chime echoed once again in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the next dimensional world. World background, realm of deities and demons. Detailed background, a Chinese ghost story, a Chinese ghost story 2, the human realm. The legend of the white snake, strange stories from a Chinese studio, the legend of Shu Mountain. The journey to the west trilogy main quest. Eliminate the Black Mountain Old Demon. Defeat the Millennium Centipede Spirit. Thwart the meeting of Bai Suzhen and Su Xian. Assist Jizun Bao in rescuing Bai Jingjing. Quest duration. Due to the host's insufficient strength, this mission has no time limit. The host may obtain permanent transit rights in this dimensional world. Su Qingfeng, upon learning that it was the realm of deities and demons, his heart sank considerably. The combat prowess in the realm of deities and demons was several tiers higher than that of the zombie world. Indeed, it was a vast difference in dimensions. The specific details of the world only further confirmed Su Qingfeng's apprehensions. However, the main quest of this system is exceedingly challenging. Su Qingfeng cannot help but express his grievances. The system seems to make existence unbearable. The Black Mountain Old Demon is a terrifying entity, even more formidable than the Tree Demon Grandma, a significant figure in the underworld. Similarly, the Universal Compassion is not a minor character, a millennia-old centipede spirit that even dares to impersonate the Buddha. The deathly melody of its summons is far beyond the capabilities of ordinary beings. In comparison, the latter two tasks appear to be more manageable, at least on the surface. However, this leads Su Qingfeng to ponder. Has the journey to the west truly ascended to the celestial realm? And can these system tasks genuinely be so straightforward? Given the system's nature, it should not be this simple. Perhaps there are unique obstacles yet to be addressed. Yet, it is not entirely unfavorable. The task deadline permits perpetual traversal rights, which is quite humane. Moreover, he contemplated the implications for the nation. With such everlasting traversal privileges, the country would no longer need to worry about resource scarcity. As he mused, a sense of guilt washed over Su Qingfeng. The primary reason he surrendered the system to the state was due to the daunting nature of the tasks. Yet, upon completion, the rewards of the system would solely benefit him, rendering it somewhat unjust to the nation, albeit they did not seem to mind. Fortunately, there was finally good news, an entire world to serve as a blood supply, and it also involved the celestial and demonic realms, at least at the level of a fourth-tier cosmic civilization. For the nation, this presented an extraordinary opportunity, one that might never arise again in millennia. Within the fourth-tier cosmic civilization, humanity has learned to traverse wormholes for interstellar travel, achieving communication across the cosmos. The power dynamics established in Journey to the West fit neatly within the parameters of a fourth-tier civilization. Furthermore, when viewed through the lens of immortality, it aligns perfectly. In the universe, various planets exhibit differing gravitational fields, leading to the phenomenon where time elapses at varying rates. For instance, in the renowned sci-fi film Interstellar, the protagonist spends merely an hour on Miller's planet, equivalent to 7 years on Earth. If one were to apply this to the celestial realm depicted in Journey to the West, a day in heaven equates to a year for mortals. Su Qingfeng found himself intrigued. What truly lies within the heavenly realm of myth? Is it constructed amidst the clouds? What are the gravitational fields like? Or could it be another planet altogether? After indulging in such whimsical thoughts for a moment, Su Qingfeng shook his head, extinguishing the musings in his mind. The specifics would become clear once he ventured into the celestial and demonic realms. Ding! Due to the high completion rate of the host's previous two tasks, a mysterious reward has been triggered. Would you like to claim it? Just then, the system's notification echoed in his mind once more. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingfeng replied, "Claim. Congratulations to the host on successfully receiving the reward. The host has acquired a built-in storage space within the system, measuring 100 meters in length, width, and height, level 1. To utilize it, simply touch the item intended for storage with your hand, and focus your thoughts to either place or retrieve it. Note, living beings cannot be stored. Congratulations again to the host, as the dual portal has expanded once more, now reaching a height of 10 meters and a width of 5 meters. Su Qingfeng stood in stunned silence for a moment, before a wild gleam of joy illuminated his eyes. These two entities can be regarded as formidable weapons in their own right, to the extent that one might even describe them as a flaw in the system. Firstly, the expansion of the dual portals signifies an immense enhancement in transportation capability. Why is it that the resources allocated by the state to the rural zombie-infested areas are so limited? One crucial factor is the inadequacy of transport capacity. The portals are too small and narrow, allowing only minimal cargo to be transported at a time. Larger items, such as automobiles or certain scientific research apparatus, cannot pass through without disassembly and subsequent reassembly for operational use. However, with the enlargement of the dual portals in the zombie realm, this situation has improved significantly. Yet it remains insufficient. Many artillery pieces used in zombie extermination still require disassembly before being transported and reassembled. Now, with the dual portals measuring 12 meters in height and 6 meters in width, the transportation of equipment has become far more convenient, allowing for entire units to be sent through without the previous hassle. Take, for instance, a crane. A large crane typically has a width of at least 2.5 meters. For example, the Sany STC 500S truck-mounted crane has an overall width of 2,750 millimeters, and some larger cranes can even reach widths of 5 to 6 meters, with heights generally ranging from 10 to 20 meters. Had this value been placed before the previous dual portals, it would have been utterly impossible to pass through. Dismantling would have been necessary, followed by reassembly in another world, which is quite troublesome to contemplate. However, now it can be driven through directly, ready for immediate use. With the assistance of these large-scale devices, the construction of the base and other endeavors has become significantly expedited, has it not? To take a hypothetical step back, various dump trucks can be utilized without disassembly, allowing for greater efficiency in the new world. Presently, the height and width of the dual portals are sufficient to accommodate 299A tanks side by side, overlapping as they traverse into the other realm. The enhancement of transport capacity signifies that the nation can exert more influence in the new world, thereby increasing the likelihood of successfully completing system tasks. Next comes the matter of personal storage space, which is reminiscent of the storage bags depicted in fantasy novels. With dimensions of 100 meters in length, width, and height, such a volume could easily contain several residential buildings. In a perilous world filled with dangers, possessing this personal storage space greatly enhances one's self-preservation capabilities. Yet, the most crucial aspect remains this feature, the permanent transit authority, which signifies that the nation can finally establish a genuine forward base in the other world, rather than merely temporary encampments, as is the case currently. After contemplating all of this, Su Qingfeng swiftly approached Captain Lu Huajian to convey the situation. As anticipated, upon receiving this news, even the seasoned scientist Lu Huajian was momentarily taken aback. The realm of deities and demons? Journey to the West and a Chinese ghost story? And wait, permanent transit authority? Su Qingfeng nodded, affirming, yes, Captain Lu, this is what the system has just notified us. It cannot be mistaken. Lu Huajian, being thorough in his thoughts, did not express excessive excitement but instead displayed some concern, inquiring, Comrade Su, I have a few questions. Please consult the system in your mind. Certainly, Captain Lu, please proceed. Lu Huajian's expression turned serious, his tone grave. First, if we complete the main quest of this dimensional world, will we be required to leave within 24 hours? Second, if we fail to complete the main quest, will we be forever barred from advancing to the next dimensional world? Upon hearing these inquiries, Su Qingfeng's expression mirrored the seriousness of the situation. The other party's apprehensions were not without merit, as he had indeed been rather presumptuous. He immediately consulted the system within his mind. Fortunately, the answers provided by the system were quite reassuring. Su Qingfeng reported candidly, Captain Lu, regarding the first question. In the dimensional world where permanent transit authority is unlocked, we will not be compelled to leave within 24 hours. This means we can remain indefinitely. As for the second question, it is indeed true that failure to complete the main quest will prevent access to the next dimensional world. Lu Huajian exhaled in relief, his stern demeanor softening as he remarked, that is acceptable. As long as the permanent transit authority is retained, we shall have no lingering concerns. He then raised his right hand and gently patted Su Qingfeng on the shoulder, exclaiming with enthusiasm, Comrade Xiao Su, you have truly rendered a tremendous service to our nation. With an entire dimensional realm at our disposal, our economic dilemmas, energy crises, and population challenges can be swiftly resolved. You are indeed a blessing for our dragon country. Seeing the joy on the other's face, Su Qingfeng felt a surge of happiness as well and continued, Captain Lu, there is actually more good news. He proceeded to disclose the details of the mysterious reward. As Lu Huajian listened, his already delighted expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment, his eyes shimmering with excitement. His breath quickened as he looked intently at Su Qingfeng, exclaiming repeatedly, Comrade Xiao Su, is this for real? Are you truly speaking the truth? Amused yet slightly exasperated, Su Qingfeng replied, of course, it is true. He then lifted his right hand and pulled out his Hua smartphone, conjuring a thought. The device vanished into thin air. With another thought, it reappeared. See, Captain Lu? It's that simple. Lu Huajian stood stunned for 2 seconds before coming back to reality. His joy so immense that he felt his teeth might fall out from laughter. Wonderful. Comrade Xiao Su, you have delivered an extraordinary surprise to the nation, assisting in an immense undertaking. I must. No. Come, let us return to the main world to find Li Shichong and report our findings in person. This time, I am determined to elevate your military rank significantly. Though Su Qingfeng initially intended to decline, he found it difficult to dampen Lu Huajian's enthusiasm and thus followed along. As for the matter of his cultivation aptitude and indestructible physique, that could be discussed later. Meanwhile, in Jiacheng, Jiangxia district, at the Xingho camp, within a spacious and tidy office, Li Aiguo was engrossed in reviewing the drafts submitted to him. His posture had noticeably slumped compared to a few days prior. His temples were graying more than ever, and his brow bore the marks of fatigue. as though he had aged several years overnight. The recent events had indeed been overwhelming. From matters concerning Yanjing, the camp, the otherworldly realm, to international affairs, he found himself inundated, at times having to peruse over a dozen documents, more than 40 drafts, and attend 13 small meetings as well as 4 large conferences in a single day. Nevertheless, despite the overwhelming workload, he found joy in the chaos. The sensation of witnessing the Dragon Kingdom poised to emerge and stand tall among the nations of the world invigorated him, leaving no room for fatigue. Only a pressing awareness of time's fleeting nature. Part of this urgency stemmed from the mounting pressure. Given the current circumstances, it was only a matter of months before the secret would inevitably leak. Should the nation fail to muster sufficient strength to quell external forces, particularly the formidable Eagle Nation across the ocean, the consequences would be unfathomable. After reviewing a draft, he summoned his secretary to prepare for its submission. Just then, a series of knocks reverberated at the door. "Enter," he commanded. The office door creaked open as Secretary Xiao Wei stepped in, reporting, "Chief Shi, Captain Liu and Comrade Su have returned and wish to see you regarding an important matter." Li Aigua's eyes brightened at the news, and he quickly instructed, "Please show them in." Being a person of acute time awareness, he understood that today marked the final day for their mission in the dimensional world. It was likely they had completed the main task and were eager to report their findings. "Yes, Chief Shi," Secretary Xiao Wei affirmed, turning to leave. Shortly thereafter, with the secretary's guidance, the smiling Lu Huajian and the beaming Su Qingfeng entered Li Aigua's office. "Ha, Comrade Su, Comrade Lu, it is wonderful to see you." Upon their arrival, Li Aigua rose, taking the initiative to brew tea. At a glance, it appeared inconsequential. However, this gesture reflected his deliberate acknowledgement of their importance. Especially Su Qingfeng. Handing over the steaming cup, Li Aigua inquired with curiosity, "How are things progressing?" Su Qingfeng, comfortably seated on the genuine leather sofa, accepted the tea and responded with a smile. "Everything is proceeding smoothly. The main task has been completed." Beside him, Lu Huajian remained exuberant, recounting every detail of what Su Qingfeng had just mentioned. As he spoke, his excitement grew, his eyes sparkling with anticipation for the future. Li Aigua felt similarly. With each word, his own eyes sparkled brighter, culminating in sheer elation. In disbelief, he gazed at Su Qingfeng and confirmed, "Comrade Su, is what Comrade Lu said truly the case? Permanent traversal rights, expansion of the dual gates, personal storage space. Such prospects sound almost too incredible to believe." The truth was, he was overwhelmed with joy and astonishment. Occupying his current position, his vision and capabilities were undoubtedly elevated. In that fleeting moment of revelation, a thought flashed through his mind: resources. Upon further contemplation, that thought transformed into an opportunity that might only arise once in a millennium. Although Su Qingfeng had previously mentioned the issue of permanent shuttling rights, the sensation upon its actual arrival was entirely different. Su Qingfeng found himself both amused and perplexed. Each of them was over 100 years old, yet they behaved like exuberant children. Nevertheless, he could empathize. If he were in their position, he too would be struck with astonishment and elation. "It is real," he affirmed with a nod, adding, "Moreover, after completing the main storyline tasks, one may remain there without hindrance to the subsequent opening of other dimensional worlds." However, certain challenges persisted. For instance, many of these main tasks would likely prove troublesome even with their current capabilities, such as eliminating the Black Mountain Old Demon. According to the original narrative, this being was a supernatural entity dwelling in the underworld, impervious to ordinary firearms. Additionally, in the realm of a Chinese odyssey, the power system adhered to mythical standards, and, given the historical difficulty of system tasks, unforeseen circumstances might arise. Li Aigua was unfazed. He returned to his office chair and remarked, "The elders have always stated that while the goal is bright, the path is fraught with twists and turns. If difficulties arise, we shall confront them head-on. To borrow a phrase from you youngsters, as long as the opponent dares to reveal their health points, we will find a way to overcome them." In truth, this characteristic is emblematic of our nation. If you dare to unveil your health bar, even deities can be vanquished before you. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng's gaze sharpened, and he smiled. "Since the nation possesses such resolve, I, as a member of the Dragon Kingdom, naturally cannot retreat. In fact, I never intended to." "Ha." Li Aigua laughed heartily, his admiration evident in his eyes as he nodded. "Indeed, This is the spirit our youth in the Dragon Kingdom should embody, resilient and optimistic. However, this matter is of great importance. I must first report to Yanjing to ascertain the direction from the state before formulating a concrete plan. Su Qingfeng replied, understood. As for Lu Huajian, he seized the opportunity to make a request. Shichang, there's something you should also communicate to the higher-ups to gain their consent. It's regarding Jiu Shu and the ghost girl, Xiaoyu. He then elaborated on the plan to bring Jiu Shu and Xiaoyu back to the camp in detail. Firstly, from a scientific research perspective, the benefits of bringing Jiu Shu and Xiaoyu back would be immense. At the very least, the increase in available samples could significantly advance technology, thus transforming into productive forces. Furthermore, I have a personal idea. We could consciously cultivate Jiu Shu and Xiaoyu together as we venture into the world of gods and demons. This was, in fact, a sudden inspiration from Lu Huajian. Su Qingfeng and Li Aiguo looked at him in astonishment, urging him to elaborate. Lu Huajian's voice resonated steadily. These individuals, or rather spirits, inherently possess spiritual prowess. Should they gain access to the cultivation resources of the realm of deities and demons, their abilities would undoubtedly be enhanced. From a national strategic perspective, this is an indispensable component. For instance, we could designate them as instructors to teach our soldiers and police the methods of spirit exorcism. Once artificial specters become widespread, they could directly intervene in governance. Safety must always be our foremost priority. In truth, Liagua had contemplated this aspect as well. With the deepening exploration of otherworldly realms and the acceleration of progress, it was inevitable that unforeseen circumstances would arise. For example, what if certain supernatural entities with overwhelming combat capabilities wreak havoc upon the world? Lu Huajian's words indeed provided him with a new avenue of thought. Please, continue. The interest on Li Aigua's face grew more pronounced. Lu Huajian responded affirmatively. Indeed, as we delve further into the exploration of other dimensions, we could not only invite the likes of Uncle Jiu and the spectral figure of Xiaoyu, but also individuals from other realms. However, there is a prerequisite. These individuals must pose no threat. For instance, characters such as Yan Qixia and Nie Xiaoqian from a Chinese ghost story, along with the Kunlun sorcerer Jiqi and Zhuo Qianhu, as well as figures from a Chinese Odyssey, could be invited to join our scientific research initiatives and remain as integral components of our security framework. Furthermore, Lu Huajian's demeanor grew serious, and his voice lowered. In the years to come, should any secrets be leaked in a few months' time, resulting in turmoil instigated by foreign powers, these individuals could very well serve as our combat strength. This profound statement completely unraveled Li Aigua's thoughts and also sparked Su Qingfeng's contemplation. Indeed, if we could recruit individuals from these alternate realms, we might be able to contend with the international powers should they choose to act against us. Lu Huajian continued. However, we must not become overly reliant. We must establish a robust support system. For instance, we should select and cultivate loyal warriors, guiding them on the path of spiritual cultivation and ascension. Should any abnormalities arise within this newly established organization or department, we would at least have a plan of action. Li Aigua fell into deep thought. After a moment, he turned to Su Qingfeng and inquired, Comrade Xiao Su, I recall that you studied Taoist methods with Uncle Jiu in the realm of the undead. What was your experience like? Su Qingfeng replied candidly, I found it not particularly difficult. It merely requires learning certain breathing techniques. However, considering individual aptitudes, it might prove challenging for others. Li Aigua then turned to Lu Huajian. Captain Lu, is it feasible to employ scientific methods for the pursuit of spiritual cultivation? Lu Huajian nodded affirmatively and replied, of course. According to our current research progress, the gas known as magic has entered the phase of separation, and we are in the process of identifying the control group. Within a fortnight at the latest, we shall attain conclusive results. Should we ascertain its specific composition and find or manufacture a viable substitute, we would be able to standardize, mass-produce, and even commercialize magic. Li Aigua's expression turned serious. After a moment of contemplation, he responded, I have noted this down. I will instruct my secretary to compile a detailed report for submission to Yanjing. No, I shall personally present it to the authorities in Yanjing, striving to secure a firm resolution on the matter. In truth, he believed that Yanjing would undoubtedly acquiesce. However, individuals within the system are inclined to avoid absolute statements. Lu Huajian replied, Following their discussion of specific details, he departed the office, making his way to the double doors, returning once more to the realm of the undead, where final tasks awaited his attention. Meanwhile, Li Igwa swiftly summoned his secretary, Xiao Wei, to expedite the report to Yanjing. After a moment's hesitation, he resolutely decided to include a recommendation letter within the report. The title of the recommendation was a proposal to appoint Comrade Su Qingfeng as the head of the new organization. Lu Huajian's suggestion to recruit talented individuals from various dimensional worlds to establish a new security organization resonated with him profoundly. It is likely that Yanjing would also be in agreement. Thus, a pivotal question arose. Who shall assume leadership of this new department? Lu Huajian is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate, yet he is burdened with more significant responsibilities and is therefore unable to manage. Thus, from the perspectives of capability and status, Su Qingfeng emerges as the prime choice. As for the issue of competence, a little nurturing would suffice. It is worth mentioning that, in addition to this, he has also submitted proposals concerning the Thunder Rune Battery and artificial ghosts. At this moment, Su Qingfeng remains unaware of Li Igwa's actions and intentions. Together with Lu Huajian, he embarked on the final evacuation efforts. As mandated by the system, they must depart within 24 hours, leaving little time to spare. Much like the world of the mountain village Old Corpse, the evacuation is prioritized as follows. Initially, scientists and equipment containing experimental data, along with scientific apparatus, are to be evacuated first. The second batch comprises weaponry and combat supplies, including but not limited to armed helicopters and artillery. The third group to evacuate will be the relevant officials, while the military personnel will leave last. Su Qingfeng and Lu Huajian are included in the third batch of evacuees. At this juncture, a decision from the Yanjing authorities was conveyed. Li Igwa's secretary personally came to report. Comrade Su, Team Leader Lu, after a meeting to discuss. All proposals have been approved. Additionally, it has been decided to establish a special department named Dragon Rising. Looking at Su Qingfeng with a beaming smile, the secretary continued, "Congratulations, Comrade Su. The state recognizes your exceptional capabilities, and you will henceforth be the head of the Dragon Rising department. Moreover, considering your youth, you may select an individual to assist you in daily management. Should you prefer not to deal with the arrangements yourself, the state can provide assistance." Su Qingfeng, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Secretary Wei, this position must be of great importance. My qualifications should be insufficient, shouldn't they?" Logically, Team Leader Lu would be the most appropriate choice. However, despite his words, Su Qingfeng harbored ambitions. To become the head of this department signifies the opportunity to gather characters from various realms under his command, akin to the joy of playing an integration game. Secretary Wei clarified, Team Leader Lu has more pressing duties and cannot be spared. Thus you are currently the most suitable candidate for this position. Observing the seriousness in the other's expression, Su Qingfeng suddenly came to a realization. This is the nation's earnest endeavor to cultivate its own talents. Indeed, at present, the keys to the dual portals of the heavens lie solely in our hands. If the nation does not nurture its own, shall it then cultivate others? Thus, there remains little to refuse. Su Qingfeng nodded in response. Very well. Secretary Xiao Wei remarked. Minister Su, I shall bring the appointment letter to you shortly. I must attend to other matters for now. Su Qingfeng replied, all right. For some reason, the title Minister Su resonated pleasantly in his heart. Could this be considered a meteoric rise to power? A direct ascent to the pinnacle of the power pyramid? It certainly seemed so. Beside him, Lu Huajian patted his shoulder and said, Comrade Su, in the future, should the Longting department encounter any difficulties, feel free to reach out to me. We will do our utmost to assist you. I have faith in you. Under your leadership, Longting will undoubtedly unleash its maximum potential. After his words, he lowered his voice and whispered, additionally, I have a small suggestion. Ensuring sufficient loyalty, consider recruiting a few capable members. Within 4.5 months, we may face an unwelcome war, and I eagerly anticipate the brilliance that the Longting team will shine with at that time. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng was suddenly reminded of a novel he had previously read, Rebirth in the City, Cultivating Immortality. In the latter part of this book, the protagonist contends against the scientific system through the cultivation realm, with a sword slicing through fighter jets and summoning thunderbolts to crush aircraft carrier battle groups. He stands alone against an entire nation, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Presently, the plot within the novel seems poised to unfold in reality. perhaps within the Dragon Rising organization. Contemplating this, Su Qingfeng's eyes sparkled with brilliance, and his heart swelled with tumultuous waves of emotion. Understood. Lu Huajian replied in a similarly hushed tone. The two exchanged knowing smiles, their silent understanding palpable. Subsequently, Su Qingfeng rose and made his way to the room of Uncle Jiu at the ancestral hall. Uncle Jiu and the female spirit, Dong Xiaoyu, were also among the third batch of evacuees. At that moment, Uncle Jiu was busy tidying up his belongings, garments, Taoist robes, and various talismans, while his two disciples, Wenkai and Xiuxing, assisted him. As they worked, they murmured, "Senior brother, do you think Master is really leaving us like this? What are we to do afterward? We haven't mastered our skills. And it seems unlikely anyone would want to hire us. Did those Dragon Kingdom folks not say they would provide a substantial sum? They mentioned we could claim over 10 pounds of gold, and as long as we refrain from indulging in vice, it should suffice for us to live comfortably in Rinjia town for the rest of our lives. Is that true? That eases my mind considerably." "Shoo, lower your voices." Uncle Jiu interjected, his ears perked up, listening intently. Upon hearing his two seemingly unambitious disciples express reluctance to part ways, a pang of nostalgia struck him, and he muttered to himself, "I suppose I can be grateful for having taken on these two disciples." Yet, a sense of melancholy washed over him, causing his packing motions to slow significantly. Then, upon hearing of the considerable amount of gold, their attitudes shifted dramatically, and Uncle Jiu felt a surge of irritation. Ungrateful disciples. "Alas, taking on these two has truly brought me misfortune," he muttered under his breath, hastening his packing motions to at least double the speed. While the expression of reluctance on his face darkened considerably, the atmosphere grew oddly tense. Xiuxing and Wenkai, aware of their misstep, dared not utter a word and continued hastily organizing their belongings. Before long, they had placed their luggage into a large suitcase, and Xiuxing presented it to Uncle Jiu with a cheerful grin, saying, "Master, all packed up." Though Uncle Jiu was still irked, witnessing the appearance of his disciples diminished his anger substantially. He sighed deeply and admonished, "Even if you come into money, do not act recklessly. Do you understand?" "Understood, Master," Xiuxing replied. "Heard you, Master," Wenkai added. Uncle Jiu continued his counsel. "Moreover, should you encounter insurmountable challenges, do not hesitate to seek out Lord Ren. They have already informed him of your arrival, and he will be more than willing to assist." Both Xiuxing and Wenkai nodded in unison. "Yes, we understand, Master." After some contemplation, Uncle Jiu finally imparted a few words of advice, reminding them to pay their respects to the ancestral master with incense and to visit Mount Mao whenever possible. Xiuxing and Wentai responded affirmatively. At this moment, Su Qingfeng, accompanied by 4 elite soldiers, had made his way over. The time for the third batch of personnel to evacuate had arrived. It was time to take Uncle Jiu back to the modern world. Interestingly, upon their first encounter, Uncle Jiu immediately sensed a change in Su Qingfeng and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, "Little Su, could you enlighten me on what has transpired with you? Why does your yang energy suddenly seem so potent?" Su Qingfeng, taken aback, pondered for a moment before responding, "It must be due to the reward from my main quest, which includes an ability known as the indestructible body. I had not realized it until now, but since you mentioned it, Master, I find myself intrigued. Could you elaborate further?" Uncle Jiu replied, "Of course. If previously you resembled a mere lamp, now you shine like a small sun, your yang energy exceedingly abundant. A person possesses 3 flames, and in your case, these flames are exceptionally vigorous, which brings forth 2 significant benefits. First, a robust constitution that promotes longevity. Second, ordinary spirits will dare not approach. Yet should any formidable entities draw near, your allure to them will be utterly terrifying. It is imperative to safeguard your exquisite pure yang body." As he uttered the words about protecting the body, Uncle Jiu couldn't help but cough lightly twice, a flicker of hidden envy surfacing in his eyes. This exceptional pure yang constitution was something he had only encountered in the ancient texts of Mao Shan. Individuals possessing such a physique, with even the slightest cultivation, could advance at a pace several times greater than that of others. Moreover, what is even more significant is, the allure of this physique to demons and monsters is akin to the irresistible attraction of Tang Seng's flesh to spirits. However, there exists a significant distinction. While Tang Seng's flesh is destined to be consumed, Su Qingfeng's exquisite pure yang body requires no such fate. It merely needs to exist in proximity. In such circumstances, Individuals with a pure yang physique often encounter extraordinary fortune, such as serendipitous romantic encounters. Upon hearing Jiu Shu's explanation, Su Qingfeng was taken aback. He had never anticipated that his indestructible form was, in fact, a supreme pure yang body within the Taoist realm. With a sudden spark of curiosity, he inquired, "Master, if there exists a supreme pure yang body, does that imply the existence of a supreme pure yin body as well?" Jiu Shu paused momentarily before bursting into a chuckle, replying, "Indeed, there is such a thing, but it embodies extreme negativity and evil, posing significant dangers. It is typically reserved for the most profound practitioners, and I have only encountered references to it in the texts of Maoshan." Su Qingfeng pressed on, "Master, does this mean that my pure yang body possesses numerous advantages?" "Yes," Jiu Shu affirmed. "For instance, your cultivation speed will vastly surpass that of ordinary Taoists." Su Qingfeng's mind began to whirl with possibilities. He envisioned himself in the world of a Chinese ghost story, standing before Nie Shaoqian. What would her reaction be? Upon reflection, the outcome seemed quite promising. Suppressing his thoughts, Su Qingfeng shifted the conversation, saying, "Master, let us set this aside for now. I have come to escort you. Everything is prepared on our end. We will soon bring Dong Xiaoyu along and return to the modern world. Additionally, there is another matter. With the approval of our nation's highest authorities, a new department has been established, the Loaning Department, also referred to as the Loaning Organization. This entity is dedicated to managing characters from various realms, and I currently serve as its head." Understanding that entering unfamiliar territories can evoke feelings of estrangement, Su Qingfeng aimed to provide Jiu Shu with a sense of security. A flicker of gratitude appeared in Jiu Shu's eyes as he replied, "You are thoughtful, then let us set off at once." "Very well," Su Qingfeng responded. As he and Jiu Shu, with the assistance of Special Forces soldiers handling their luggage, made their way toward the scientific laboratory to retrieve the ghostly figure, Dong Xiaoyu. Since her arrival in this laboratory, Dong Xiaoyu had profoundly grasped what it meant to be a national treasure. Firstly, in terms of sustenance. The primary food of spirits is incense, which was perpetually burning on her offering table, never ceasing throughout her stay. Such blissful days were never experienced when wandering as a restless spirit on the lake. Even the mere offering of a few incense sticks by Qiushan could evoke a heartfelt gratitude. This clearly illustrates that the existence of wandering souls is fraught with hardships. Nonetheless, her infatuation with Qiushan contributes to her contentment. In any case, this life is undeniably more pleasant than that of a lost spirit. Secondly, to stave off boredom. Her companion burned an array of peculiar items. Among them were uniquely designed yet exceedingly comfortable miniature vehicles, several pairs of celestial beings, and a plethora of cosmetics. Notably, the lipsticks burned were of an overwhelming variety of shades. There exists no girl who can resist the allure of enhancing her beauty. And the same holds true for female specters. Dong Xiaoyu, akin to a child discovering a new world, spent her days marveling at this and that, her enthusiasm unwavering. Thirdly, the wealth in the form of offerings and ghostly currency was abundant and inexhaustible. It is worth noting that initially, the offerings consisted of ghost money from the Celestial Bank, which is entirely non-circulating in the realm of the afterlife. The solution was straightforward. A mere change in the type of paper currency sufficed. In summary, the days of being a national treasure had grown excessively comfortable, to the point where Dong Xiaoyu had begun to indulge in a leisurely manner. As usual, she concentrated a surge of dark energy and inserted it into a sample collector, completing her day's work. Just as she was preparing to recline, Dong Xiaoyu received a notification that she was to be dispatched to the modern world. In a moment of surprise, Su Qingfeng arrived with Uncle Jiu and a few Special Forces members. Upon sensing the overwhelming yang energy emanating from Su Qingfeng, Dong Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with intrigue, and she approached him, her voice tinged with a melancholic allure. "Young Master Su, your yang energy is remarkably potent." Su Qingfeng, taken aback, thought to himself how effective his constitution seemed to be. "Ahem," he interjected, "let's not be frivolous. It is work time. Gather your things, we must depart." Dong Xiaoyu smiled softly, bowing slightly. "Little Yu is at your service, young master." She then transformed into a wisp of dark wind and flowed into an urn held by one of the Special Forces soldiers. Su Qingfeng found himself both amused and exasperated. He suddenly realized that, at times, his own constitution could be somewhat vexing. After ensuring that nothing was overlooked, he set off with Uncle Jiu. Accompanied by several Special Forces soldiers and scientists, passing through the celestial dual passage gate and returning to the modern world. In Jiangcheng, at the Starfire camp, within the main hall of the base housing the celestial dual passage gate. This is a hall that occupies nearly half the area of a football field. The hall is divided into numerous functional zones, a research area, a living supplies section, a weapons and equipment zone, a dispatch center, and an on-site command center, among others. Beyond this hall lies a vast complex covering approximately 240,000 square meters. As one ventures outward, they are surrounded by barbed wire, marking this place as a military restricted zone. This illustrates the current scale of the Spark camp. A standard football field measures 140 square meters, with specific dimensions of 105 meters in length and 68 meters in width. The expanse of the Spark camp is equivalent to 33.6 standard football fields, stretching over 3 kilometers in length and exceeding 2 kilometers in width, akin to a moderately developed small county, serving as a super international logistics hub. Today, it is a gathering place for the most loyal and numerous special forces from across the nation, alongside esteemed academicians and professors, including some logistical and administrative personnel. The total number now surpasses 30,000. If we factor in some indirect personnel, the overall count exceeds 100,000. Naturally, these indirect personnel do not have access to the core secrets of the Spark camp and are not permitted to enter the central areas. Most of these individuals were food suppliers, unloading workers, specialized vehicle drivers, and members of engineering teams, among others. Inside the base's hall, having received early news, Lu Huajin personally came to the entrance of the double-crossing gate to greet them. Li Aigua had also intended to come, but he was far too occupied to make it, so he had to forego the visit. Additionally, dozens of scientists joined the welcoming line. A silent ripple of anticipation surged around the double-crossing gate, akin to gravitational waves. The gate itself writhed in an enigmatic manner. Shortly thereafter, a figure emerged from within. Standing approximately 176 centimeters tall, with a handsome and refined appearance, it was Su Qingfeng. Following him were Jiushu and several specialized soldiers carrying the urn of Dong Xiaoyu, who sequentially stepped out. Upon witnessing this surreal scene, despite Jiushu's strong mental preparation, he was still taken aback, his pupils constricting as he stood frozen in place. What does the celestial realm after ascension look like? In that moment, Jiushu felt as though the world before him was indeed the heavenly domain. 2 artificial intelligence robots advanced first, utilizing Y-rays and X-rays for inspection. Having found no anomalies, a checkmark appeared on their humanoid smiling faces before they turned and departed. Observing this, Lu Huajian felt his initial worries dissipate, replaced by exhilaration and joy. Approaching Jiushu, he extended his right hand and said, "Comrade Jiushu, on behalf of the nation, I welcome you to our world." He then addressed the urn, "Comrade Xiaoyu, we equally welcome you to our world." Su Qingfeng and his group were the last to arrive, while Lu Huajin had come first to manage some affairs before hastening over. In front of him, Jiushu was momentarily taken aback, his expression one of bewilderment. A sudden, chilling gust of wind swept through, and the ghostly figure of Xiaoyu floated out from the urn, landing before Lu Huajin, equally astonished by the grandeur of the hall. Over a century had passed since the world of Mr. Zombie, evoking a sense of otherworldliness within both the man and the spirit. After an interval of 8 or 9 seconds, Jiushu was the first to regain his composure. "Comrade? What is this title? I have never heard it before." The female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, was equally perplexed. However, she felt a certain warmth when the other person referred to her as comrade. Su Qingfeng, noticing the awkwardness between the person and the ghost, cheerfully explained, "Jiushu, Xiaoyu, comrade is a term we use for our own, symbolizing respect and acknowledgement." Jiushu suddenly understood, his previously bewildered expression shifting to one of modesty, more reserved than when he had been drinking Western tea at the Western Tea House with Lord Ren. He instinctively extended his right hand and hastily replied, "Thank you all. In truth, Lin Jiao is just a simple man. There is no need for such formalities." Beside him, the female ghost, Xiaoyu, performed a graceful bow, reminiscent of a refined young lady from a wealthy family, and said brightly, "Thank you, Mr. Lu." Upon hearing their responses, Lu Huajian chuckled heartily and waved his hand, saying, "Jiushu, Xiaoyu, since you have been invited to our world, how could we, as hosts, be negligent?" He then turned to Su Qingfeng and stated, "Comrade Su, the higher-ups have already arranged the office and accommodation for the Longting organization. Additionally, There is a supervisory account containing 1 billion in activity funds. Please take Jiu Shu and the others to familiarize themselves with our world and also discuss the nation's future plans. Su Qingfeng replied, certainly. Subsequently, both parties discussed several details before Lu Huajian departed with his team, as he had another matter to attend to. The Thunder Symbol Battery project has yielded experimental results that surpass expectations. Yanqing is preparing to convene a symposium with several new energy vehicle manufacturers, traditional fuel vehicle companies, and battery suppliers. Given the current challenging economic climate both domestically and internationally, these enterprises, particularly battery manufacturers, are in a position of considerable wealth. For the Thunder Symbol Battery project to come to fruition, substantial financial resources will undoubtedly be required. Furthermore, these automotive companies possess existing production lines, facilities, and personnel, ready to initiate production as soon as the research and development phase is successfully completed. Lu Huajian's visit, accompanied by Li Aigua, is aimed at addressing this matter. Following a series of inspections and medical tests confirming that all is well, under the guidance of Su Qingfeng, 1 human and 1 spirit proceeded towards the dormitories of the Longting organization. The dormitories are situated in the southwestern part of the Xingho camp, comprising 2 9-story buildings divided into male and female apartments. Each floor contains 20 rooms, amounting to a total of 360 rooms across both buildings. Each unit includes a living room, a bedroom, and a bathroom, all furnished to the standards of a presidential suite, with an average area of 80 square meters. Originally designated for other purposes, these accommodations were repurposed as dormitories following the establishment of the Longting organization, akin to the orientation process for new university students. Su Qingfeng planned to have the 2 individuals settle their luggage before touring the office building, exploring the vicinity of the Xingho camp, and concluding with a meal at the cafeteria before returning to the dormitory to rest. Upon exiting the main hall, they boarded an MVP business vehicle, driven by a soldier approximately 25 years of age. Following orders, he accelerated towards their destination. Inside the vehicle, Jiu Shu observed his surroundings, glancing at the electronic screen next to the driver's seat while experiencing the luxurious comfort of the sofa beneath him. It was akin to his initial arrival in this world, astonishing and bewildering, filled with incredulity. Little Su, what is this? After his initial shock, Jiu Shu couldn't help but inquire. Su Qingfeng explained, Master, this is called a car. Have you heard of the Western carriage? It is a super luxurious version of that. Upon hearing the term Western carriage, Jiu Shu immediately comprehended, exclaiming, I have heard from a fellow cultivator who visited the provincial city that the Western carriage does not require horses or oxen and is entirely made of iron. Yet, it runs faster than horses and is more stable than oxen. I initially thought this was a figment of imagination, but it appears to be true, and far exceeds my expectations, he remarked. Su Qingfeng smiled and replied, Master, this is the power of technology. Moreover, this business vehicle offers functionalities beyond mere transportation. If you press this button, he pointed to an automatic massage button beside the seat. Uncle Jiu, perplexed, inquired, What is this? Su Qingfeng replied, Master, this is the button for the automatic massage function. You'll understand once you press it. Massage? Uncle Jiu exclaimed, astonished that this carriage could even provide a massage. He was certainly aware of what massage entailed, kneading the back and shoulders. Such indulgences are reserved for affluent households akin to that of Master Ren. As for my 2 ineffectual disciples, it is futile to expect them to exhibit filial piety, offering a gentle massage or attending to my needs. It is akin to hoping that a zombie would refrain from drinking human blood. With a heart brimming with curiosity and anticipation, Uncle Jiu pressed the button, and an overwhelming sensation of comfort washed over him like a tidal wave. To his astonishment, the luxurious sofa upon which he sat seemed to come alive. It felt as though multiple hands had sprouted from its back, tenderly kneading his shoulders and providing a delightful massage. The pressure was impeccably calibrated, akin to being attended to by several maidservants. Uncle Jiu was momentarily entranced, exclaiming, This is truly remarkable. After a brief daze, a spark of joy ignited in his eyes, leaving Su Qingfeng both amused and exasperated. Turning to the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu, seated in the back, he inquired, Xiaoyu, would you care to experience this as well? Due to the sun's intensity, Dong Xiaoyu had remained nestled in the urn during their journey. At this moment, the urn was encased in a layer of protective material to prevent it from shattering, held with utmost reverence and care by a special forces soldier. Upon hearing this, A dark mist emanated from within the urn, coalescing into the figure of the female ghost, Dong Xiaoyu. She settled into an empty seat, luxuriating in the softness of the sofa, her beautiful visage adorned with excitement and joy. This item was undeniably several tiers superior to the Western-style sofa her family had originally purchased. With Su Qingfeng's guidance, she pressed the automatic massage button. A wave of comfort surged through her entire being, prompting Dong Xiaoyu to exclaim in awe, "How wondrous! This object, devoid of life, operates autonomously." I endeavored to investigate, discovering its internal structure to be extraordinarily intricate, rendering it almost unfathomable that such a creation could be crafted by humans. Su Qingfeng chuckled, remarking, "This is merely a trifle. The truly advanced technology far surpasses the complexity of these automatic massage chairs. For instance, chips." Dong Xiaoyu inquired, perplexed. "Chips? Might I ask, what are they?" The nearby Jiushu cast a similarly curious glance. Su Qingfeng elaborated. To explain this would require delving into profound intricacies. Allow me to offer a somewhat imprecise analogy. Imagine inscribing 200 million exorcism symbols upon a surface no larger than a fingernail. Jiushu, the ghost. Dong Xiaoyu, stunned into silence. Upon a surface as diminutive as a fingernail, not even 2 exorcism symbols could be fully depicted, let alone 200 million. What kind of concept is that? Jiushu murmured in astonishment. Even if I were to utilize the entire area of Rinjia town as a canvas, I could not inscribe 200 million exorcism symbols. It is simply too daunting. Dong Xiaoyu, on the other hand, was utterly at a loss. One exorcism symbol was already enough to instill fear within her. 200 million? And all confined to the size of a mere fingernail? What an overwhelming force this must unleash. Just a distant glance would surely instill fear and trepidation. Su Qingfeng did not elaborate on this matter. He picked up the remote control in the vehicle, activated the in-car television, and inquired, "Uncle Jio, Xiaoyu, you must be aware of what a movie is, right?" Uncle Jio nodded. "I have heard fellow practitioners from the provincial capital mention it, but this phenomenon is rather sophisticated. It is said to exist only among the foreign communities in Shanghai, akin to the marvel of a camera." The ghostly figure, Dong Xiaoyu added, "I have also heard my father mention it a few times, yet I have never encountered it myself." At this moment, Su Qingfeng had already accessed the movie interface. Selecting films as he spoke, "Uncle Jio, Xiaoyu, I am about to present to you 2 films. The first may well subvert your worldview, so please prepare yourselves. The second will significantly influence our upcoming plans." Hearing this, Uncle Jio and Xiaoyu were immediately filled with curiosity, instinctively asking, "What movies?" Su Qingfeng replied slowly, "Mr. Vampire. A Chinese ghost story. When the reality of the Truman Show unfolds before you, what will you do? Generally, there are 2 choices. The first, to accept it. To continue living like a canary, at least without worries. Although devoid of any privacy, there is also little to trouble one. The second, to shatter the facade. To refuse to reside in this hypocritical world, to venture forth and experience the reality beyond the confines. In our actual lives, upon realizing the vastness of the universe, one cannot help but ponder, are humans merely pets nurtured by some higher dimensional civilization? Many aspects of our existence, our lives, the rise and fall of dynasties, the evolution and advancement of civilizations, seem to follow predetermined codes, executed according to established rules. And that higher dimensional civilization is akin to the programmer of these codes. If one day we discover that reality is indeed as fanciful as our wildest imaginings, what then? What feelings would arise within you? Su Qingfeng was uncertain. For to contemporary humanity, this is nothing but an absurd fantasy. However, for Uncle Jio and the ghostly Dong Xiaoyu within the MPV, the truth lay vividly before them. Upon witnessing the film Mr. Vampire, especially when another version of themselves appeared on screen, the expressions of the human and the ghost transitioned from initial shock to a blend of peculiarity and prolonged bewilderment. This outcome was anticipated by Su Qingfeng. In truth, once the nation made this decision, plans in this regard had already been set in motion. Ultimately, one cannot conceal the flames with mere paper. Rather than shrouding the truth in secrecy, it is far better to embrace candor and eliminate barriers. Transparency is always preferable to concealment. Consequently, shortly after bringing Uncle Jio and Xiaoyu back to the present, Su Qingfeng unveiled these 2 films. They had already reached their destination. The vehicle now quietly parked beneath the dormitory. An hour passed swiftly. The film concluded. After a silence that lingered for several seconds, Uncle Gio finally spoke, posing his initial question. Little Sue, is the world outside the circle still a circle? Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng fell into a deep contemplation. This can be considered a philosophical inquiry. Subjectively, Su Qingfeng is reluctant to believe that there exists a halo above humanity. Yet, objectively, he cannot assert such certainty. Contemplating this, he shakes his head and replies, Master, I am also unsure. This question is one that people in our world cannot reach a consensus on. Upon hearing this response, Uncle Gio seems to have an epiphany, chuckling softly. If that is the case, then this question becomes rather simple. Regardless of whether the world I previously inhabited is real, illusory, or merely a cinematic portrayal from your perspective, it undeniably exists for me. I experience joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. That is sufficient. At this juncture, the female ghost, Xiaoyu, seemingly uncovers a flaw in reasoning and cannot help but inquire, Young Master Su, I have a question. From the perspective of the heavenly laws, your existence contravenes the principles of the celestial order. Under normal circumstances, the denizens of either the heavenly realm or the underworld should be aware and seek you out, correct? Alternatively, let me rephrase my inquiry. If your kind perishes in the realm of zombies, does the soul persist? If it does exist, does this soul fall under the jurisdiction of our world's underworld or that of yours? Thus, does your world possess an underworld? If one were to traverse to another realm, how would the heavenly laws react? Su Qingfeng replies, This it is no wonder that a lady of refinement possesses such a quick mind. These inquiries are almost all unresolvable flaws in logic. After gathering his thoughts, he deftly passes the ball to the system. True to its reputation for omnipotence, the system promptly provides an explanation. The system responds to the host. 1. In this world, individuals do not possess souls upon death. Thus, even if they transition to another world, they cannot have a soul. Note, this prevents the collapse of civilization and disorder. 2. After traversing dimensional worlds, as long as one is not too far from the dual crossing gate, even the heavenly laws of that realm cannot perceive our existence. Note, this excludes cases where one personally witnesses the event and, if discovered, a sage cannot enter this world through the dual crossing gate without the host's consent. 3. Explanation of the dual crossing gate flaw. The location of the crossing gate in this world is already fixed and cannot be altered at present. Su Qingfeng silently nods in agreement. With these three crucial pieces of information from the system, the safety factor of proceeding to the divine and demonic world is significantly enhanced. Subsequently, he relays the system's responses verbatim to Dong Xiaoyu. Noticing her contemplative expression, Su Qingfeng shifts the topic. By the way, I seek a straightforward answer. What were your feelings while watching the film, Mr. Zombie? Dong Xiaoyu's expression is complex. There is a hint of melancholy, yet more profoundly, gratitude as she softly replies. Xiaoyu is very thankful to young Master Qiusheng. Many of the film's twists stem from my own desires. Moreover, in the end, young Master Qiusheng, in his effort to save me, did not hesitate to plead with his stern master. Xiaoyu should not have entangled herself with young Master Qiusheng. Ultimately, a grateful expression transformed upon her face. A unique shyness, characteristic of daughters from feudal times, gradually emerged on her countenance. Su Qingfeng. In that instant, he found himself caught between laughter and tears. The little ghost unexpectedly possesses a certain charm at times. Yet, her observations are undeniably valid. In the original narrative, many events were indeed instigated by her. Apart from the moment during the incense offering when Qiusheng was momentarily taken aback, she consistently embodies the role of a victim. Without getting entangled in this issue, I press the remote control to play the film A Chinese Ghost Story, as Jiao Shu and Xiaoyu watch quietly. The A Chinese Ghost Story series consists of 3 installments. However, only the first 2 possess a coherent worldview, rendering the third unnecessary for viewing. This time, from the perspective of an observer, after watching 2 films, the feelings of Uncle Gio and Xiaoyu were rather subdued. Uncle Gio inquired, Xiao Su, is our next destination the place known as Lanrua Temple? Xiaoyu furrowed her brow slightly. Based on the film, that female ghost, Nia Xiaoqian, seems to possess greater supernatural prowess than I do, though that is of little consequence. What truly matters is that within, there resides the formidable Black Mountain Old Demon. Are we capable of confronting it? Su Qingfeng shook his head, certainly not. Thus, we must shift our approach. Currently, the nation's strategy is to cultivate more talents. to enhance our strength before returning to vanquish the Black Mountain Old Demon. For instance, the bearded Yin Qixia could become a member of our Longting organization, along with Bai Sujin from the Legend of the White Snake and Qian In from a Chinese ghost story too, including numerous characters from the Journey to the West. Even the great sage, Sun Wukong, could be persuaded to join our Longting organization. While we may lack in power, we are confident in our wisdom. Not only do we possess a vast think tank, but we also have a significant advantage: familiarity with the plot. Uncle Jiao, the female ghost. Dong Xiaoyu. The initial remarks were comprehensible, yet the latter statements were somewhat perplexing. It was understood that the general idea was to recruit the great sage, Sun Wukong, into the ranks of the Longting organization. This is madness. Utter madness. The revelations have been made. And Su Qingfeng stated that these ideas are currently in their nascent stage, confined only to discussions between himself and team leader Liu. Before determining a journey to the world of gods and demons, a dedicated meeting must be convened for further deliberation and confirmation. At that time, all of us must participate. As Su Qingfeng remarked, these concepts have been earnestly explored with Liu Huajian. However, the scope is rather vast, and the conversation was soon curtailed. As for Uncle Jiao and the ghostly Dong Xiaoyu, one human and one spirit have fully embraced the reality that their world is merely a cinematic universe. They have likewise accepted their imminent transition to the next filmic realm. Under Su Qingfeng's guidance, they opened the car doors and strolled towards the dormitory building. Upon entering the prearranged accommodations, they were astounded by the spacious suite, opulent decor, and an array of intelligent appliances, leaving Uncle Jiao and Xiaoyu in awe. Particularly captivating was the mirror, smooth as water, which held the greatest allure for Dong Xiaoyu. Regrettably, the reflection within was ethereal, appearing entirely translucent. Next, a urn was brought in and placed upon the altar that had been meticulously prepared, adorned with copious offerings of paper money and incense. Uncle Jiao, on the other hand, found himself intrigued by the intelligent toilet. After a brief examination, he curiously murmured, "Is sitting on the toilet truly comfortable?" Su Qingfeng candidly admitted that he too found it quite uncomfortable, questioning who could have conceived such an inhumane contraption. From a biological perspective, squatting is indeed the most scientific approach. Consequently, upon hearing Uncle Jiao's murmurs, he promptly ordered the toilet to be dismantled and replaced with a squat toilet. 2 hours later, with Uncle Jiao and Dong Xiaoyu adequately settled in, and having instructed them that personnel would guide them to report to the scientific laboratory the following day, Su Qingfeng departed for an electromagnetic research institution. Here, he would, with the assistance of national research personnel, relearn the thunder summoning technique. This is an integral part of the initial reward system, standing alongside the indomitable body of the Vajra. It is worth noting that upon the arrival of Su Qingfeng, the researchers in the laboratory were filled with excitement and fervor. Witnessing the extraordinary, akin to the wielding of thunderous powers described in novels, how could one not be exhilarated? Moreover, there are the various preparations and research endeavors at the Xingho camp. Initially, the focus was on the study of the Maoshan techniques and ancient texts. The government sought the assistance of Taoists from Maoshan and Qingqing Mountain, but, alas, 8 out of 10 merely squandered their time, while only 2 possessed genuine skills. With their support, the progress in the research of these techniques and texts was significantly accelerated. However, it was disheartening that practicing according to the techniques yielded no results. Ultimately, through the diligent efforts of linguist Zheng Junqi and a Maoshan Tianshi, the crux of the issue was finally uncovered: the absence of spiritual energy. The practice of these Maoshan techniques necessitates the possession of magical power. Regrettably, the research into such power has yet to achieve any significant breakthroughs. Not to mention the absence of mass production capabilities, even the fundamental components and potential substitutes remain unresolved. Thus, the endeavor of scientific cultivation must be temporarily set aside. As for the samples of the undead, the research team, led by microbiologist Tang Yiguang, has made a rather surprising discovery. The strain of corpse poison bears a notable resemblance to that of rabies, and through the cultivation methods employed for the rabies virus, they have commenced the development of the initial strain of corpse poison. In truth, one might argue that this endeavor lacks utility, and indeed, it may appear so. However, to assert that it is entirely without merit would be gravely mistaken. This contraption is undoubtedly a biological weapon. Should the eagle dare to bare its fangs, and should we find ourselves unable to endure any longer, we might devise a way to retaliate. Consequently, the cinematic rendition of a biological crisis may unfold in reality. However, the initially gruesome scenes of zombies would merely be replaced by prancing, pale swine. This plan is somewhat deranged and may lead to self-destruction, however. Abandoning it is not a viable option, considering the possibility of cultivating immortality in the realm of deities and demons. The authorities ultimately resolved to proceed with research focused on the soil, water, vegetation, and air of the zombie world, notably within the atmosphere. Akin to the ancient corpses of mountain villages, there exists an enigmatic gas, exhibiting similar fundamental physical characteristics. Further exploration revealed that this unknown gas is composed of rod-like molecular structures. In the realm of the ancient corpses, such gas molecules are scarce, yet they proliferate in the zombie world. Moreover, when this gas is absorbed in significant quantities by beasts, humans, and plants, it induces unique cellular transformations, resulting in unconventional physical properties. In simple terms, it allows for the spiritual awakening of animals and plants. Therefore, if we can produce this rod-like gas in large volumes, we would possess the extraordinary ability to facilitate the spiritual awakening of flora and fauna en masse. The only lamentable aspect is that this rod-like gas differs substantially from magical energy. Otherwise, we could scientifically achieve immortality cultivation. Comrade, how many years of cultivation do you desire? 10,000 years? No problem. Even 100,000 years is feasible. The mass production of celestial masters is indeed a lamentable endeavor. The esteemed academicians involved in the research have ultimately resolved to designate this peculiar rod-shaped gas as helium, oxygen-3, alongside the research direction of Professor Fu Jiangwo, a distinguished atmospheric physicist. Thanks to the bountiful discoveries within the realm of the undead and the cooperation of the female specter Dong Xiaoyu, the studies concerning Yin and Sha energies have now entered a novel phase. It is anticipated that within the next 1 to 2 months, significant breakthroughs will be realized. At that juncture, we may unlock the technological tree for weather control and acquire the ability for the mass production of quantum phantoms. Furthermore, on the military front, the impending crisis in the next dimensional world looms ominously. Although specific operational plans have yet to be received, preparations must be meticulously adhered to. Mechanical dogs, swarms of drones, bombers, armored vehicles, and more are all in readiness. Remarkably, 8 military strategic satellites have even been procured from a certain military base in the east. Among these are 3 global communication satellites, a global GPS navigation satellite, a remote sensing satellite, a meteorological satellite, an astronomical observation satellite, and a military reconnaissance satellite. Of course, readiness is one matter. The decision to launch them will be quite another. It is possible that this supernatural dimension could be a star comparable to the Sun, or a colossal planet akin to Jupiter, or perhaps it is not a celestial body at all. Should it indeed be a star of solar magnitude, then, under the terrifyingly strong gravitational pull of such a stellar entity, these satellites, capable only of escaping the gravitational grasp of Blue Star, would merely serve as trifling toys. Countdown to the world of a Chinese ghost story, 6 days. While various departments in the Xingho camp are bustling with urgent activity, in a luxurious conference room in Yanjing, a symposium has convened, spearheaded by the state, regarding the widespread production of a new energy battery. The purpose of this meeting, to exploit the unsuspecting. No. It should be stated that this is to facilitate the steady development of the new energy vehicle market. A total of 26 companies have been invited to participate in this conference. In the automotive sector, there are 13 companies: BYD, Geely, Chang'an, Li Auto, NIO, BHC, SAIC, among others. Additionally, there are 2 special enterprises, Dongfeng and Shandong Heavy Industry Group. The Dongfeng brand speaks for itself. Those in the know understand its significance. Shandong Heavy Industry oversees Longgong Heavy Truck and Shaanxi Heavy Duty Automobile. The transportation capabilities of trucks far surpass those of passenger cars, playing a vital role in livelihood and potentially influencing the global economy. Beyond freight costs, they can also haul various goods in peacetime and logistical supplies during wartime. The crux of the matter is that these trucks are notorious gas guzzlers with exorbitant fuel expenses. Battery manufacturers, such as contemporary Amperex Technology Company Limited, BYD, Nanfu, and Zhongchuang Xianhang are also present. Once all representatives from the various manufacturers are assembled, Chun Nantian, the director of the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology, First, briefly outlines the current national challenges before directly addressing the main topic. He requests that a prepared thunder symbol be produced and proceeds to conduct a test in front of all the representatives. This celestial thunder talisman represents a significantly weakened version. With an area of merely 1 square centimeter, its energy storage capacity is a mere 0.33 kilowatt-hours, a staggering 30-fold decrease compared to experimental data. Two factors contribute to this situation. Firstly, the technology behind the celestial thunder talisman battery remains immature, necessitating caution for safety reasons. Secondly, the leakage of technology mirrors the operational strategies of certain fruit companies. Products are perpetually sold in one generation, while another is retained, and yet another is in development. Nevertheless, upon witnessing the scene before them, which could only be described as fantastical, the representatives from various manufacturers were left utterly dumbfounded. The attendees were not naive children. They were fully aware of what they were witnessing. Isn't this merely a sheet of yellow paper? Due to its disguise, the symbols inscribed upon it bear a striking resemblance to a circuit diagram. Could it be an innovative form of circuitry? This is of little significance. What truly matters is the astonishing fact that it can emit a current of 0.33 degrees, and moreover, it does so in a controllable and stable manner, which is utterly remarkable. If we were to calculate based on lithium iron phosphate batteries, the energy density of this battery is approximately 160 Wh/kg, which implies that a lithium iron phosphate battery capable of storing 1 kilowatt-hour of energy weighs around 6 kilograms. Thus, for a capacity of 1,000 kilowatt-hours, the total weight amounts to an astonishing 6,000 kilograms, or 12,000 g. While variations may occur due to differing voltages and technological advancements, such fluctuations are unlikely to be substantial. In contrast, the yellow symbols depicted in the current camouflage circuit diagram possess a weight akin to that of a mere sheet of paper, virtually insignificant in mass. To illustrate, the surface area of an A4 sheet is 623.7 square centimeters, with an average weight of approximately 4.36 grams. This translates to a weight of roughly 0.007 grams per square centimeter. Further calculations reveal that under the same condition of 1,000 kilowatt-hours, one would require approximately 3,030 square centimeters of symbol area. By multiplying the weight per square centimeter by the total required area, we arrive at an overall weight of 21 grams. Dividing 6,000 kilograms by 21 grams yields approximately 282,800. Thus, under equivalent conditions, its energy storage capacity is an astounding 282,800 times greater than that of contemporary mainstream batteries. Removing the decimal, this figure stands at a staggering 280,000 times. Such a comparison is indeed remarkable. Amidst the assembly of representatives from various manufacturers, there was an unspoken calculation taking place. Although the result lacked precision, a general estimation had emerged, revealing a staggering disparity of several 100,000 times. If one were to factor in the cinnabar and ink above, even when divided by its weight, the difference would still amount to a remarkable 140,000 times. The representative from the Ningda era instinctively rubbed his eyes, and upon confirming that the testing data was not a figment of his imagination, his eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Chun Nantian, inquiring with trepidation, "Director Chun, what exactly is this substance?" The BYD representative echoed this sentiment, murmuring in fear, "Could this be some form of new material?" Although this new material bore a striking resemblance to traditional cultural talismans, the other manufacturer representatives expressed their disbelief. Engaging in fervent discussions, I just estimated that this new material's energy storage capacity is at least 140,000 times greater than current batteries. This concept could indeed ignite a technological revolution. Indeed, the energy storage capacity of this substance was alarmingly formidable, albeit its peculiar shape. Initially, upon first glance, I had assumed it to be an artifact of cultural significance, considering our ancestors' fascination with the supernatural. Likewise, observe how, when emitting electric currents, this new material even glows, possessing an inherent special effect. I have a question. What is the reusability of this new material? What about its safety? How is it charged? Upon hearing these inquiries, Chun Nantian, seated at the head of the table, slightly curled his lips in a smile. He then delivered the prepared speech in its entirety. The explanation was largely consistent. Yet after hearing his words, the dozens of manufacturer representatives were left even more perplexed. Is this truly a new material? A groundbreaking achievement from the Research Institute? Why do I find it hard to believe? Did I mishear? I genuinely doubted my own hearing. Similarly, I felt as if I had experienced auditory hallucinations. How could this be possible? Yet it seemed to be true. However, the talisman that had just discharged electricity remained there, persistently reminding them of its authenticity. Continuing, Chen Nantian stated, according to the nation's research progress and planning, we anticipate obtaining comprehensive research results within the next 1 to 2 months. Questions regarding its reusability, safety, and charging methods will also be impeccably addressed. Therefore, the objective of this meeting is that the nation intends to use this new energy battery as capital to invest in major companies, striving to concentrate the global automotive industry's attention on our dragon nation in the shortest possible time. In fact, the nation could establish a new state-owned enterprise for battery production, rendering the necessity of distributing shares to these manufacturers unnecessary, with exceptions made for entities such as Dongfeng and Shandong Heavy Industry. Nevertheless, the underlying sentiment remains. The task is overwhelming. It is imperative to leverage the existing production lines, personnel, and market strategies of these enterprises to swiftly seize a foothold in the global market before advancing further. The representatives present are not ordinary individuals. Each holds a pivotal position within their respective companies and is acutely aware of the nation's objectives. However, they find themselves with little choice. Moreover, under the alluring prospect of batteries with formidable energy storage capabilities, they are disinclined to consider alternatives. The subsequent half-hour is designated for a QA session. After addressing over 100 inquiries, the representatives of various manufacturers promptly retrieve their mobile phones to contact the heads of their companies. Following these conversations, the automotive magnates, stationed across the globe, affirm the authenticity of the information and, without hesitation, acquiesce to the proposal. It is noteworthy that, in principle, this symposium should have been attended in person by the automotive and battery tycoons. However, the government opted against this for 2 primary reasons: safety concerns and, again, safety concerns. An hour later, a pre-drafted agreement is presented, and the representatives immediately initiate video calls to sign on behalf of their respective bosses under their watchful eyes. Upon completion of the signing, Chen Nantian instructs that the contract be securely stored and advises, "You may begin to strategize and prepare the market. The government will likewise cooperate. In 1 month, you may dispatch professionals to the Xingho camp in Jiangsheng to learn the production techniques of new materials." Let it be stated in advance that the training will encompass the artistry of the heavenly thunder symbol and the application of magical power. These techniques necessitate certain qualifications. Thus, careful selection of talent is paramount. With that, he presents a set of selection criteria for distribution, stating, "These are the standards for identifying talent in new materials. Please adhere to these guidelines." After the distribution, he produces a pre-prepared examination paper, remarking, "This test has been specifically designed by our researchers according to relevant characteristics. It consists of 300 questions with a maximum score of 150. It must be completed within 2.5 hours. And a score of 130 or above will meet the required standards." Thus, the meeting concluded. After signing the confidentiality agreement and being reminded of the travel restrictions, the representatives from various companies remained in a state of bewilderment long after exiting the conference room, as if they had stepped into an alternate reality. The events that had just transpired were utterly absurd, and the stringent requirements for talent selection were undeniably harsh. Most importantly, this training approach seemed to amount to cultivating talent for the nation without any allegiance to the companies. Once these individuals achieved success, their loyalty would lie solely with the state. However, in the grand scheme of profit, such concerns were secondary. Although the state held the majority of shares, the prospect of a much larger market in the future promised far greater profits than the present. Consequently, upon returning, the representatives found their superiors hastily convening a meeting for all executives above the level of general manager. Adhering to the confidentiality agreement, they refrained from extensive discussion, merely stating that the Dragon Institute had developed a new material. It is noteworthy that, due to confidentiality requirements, this Thunderbolt rune battery will be designed in a unique manner. Should one attempt to forcibly breach or dismantle it, the runes within shall be reduced to mere ashes. This project, situated within the Spark camp, has achieved a completion rate of 34. During the meeting, after listening to the comprehensive presentation by our esteemed leader, The general managers of various departments and directors appeared utterly astonished, much like attendees at a conference in Yanjing. They were left speechless, their expressions frozen in disbelief. The energy storage capacity is reported to be 140,000 to 280,000 times greater than that of lithium batteries. What a terrifying prospect this material presents. The executives of major corporations continue to assert in their meetings, according to the latest information from the government. This innovative new energy battery is specifically named the next-generation solid-state battery, which is set to be launched in the market within the next 1 to 2 months. The state has mandated that we prepare a reservoir of talent, warm up the market, and undergo transformations and upgrades in our production lines. In the forthcoming period, we shall be exceedingly busy. Everyone must elevate their spirits 1,000-fold. The tide of monumental change has already commenced, and our company absolutely cannot be left stranded on the shore. We must brave the winds and waves, venturing into the vast ocean ahead. These words resonate as the collective sentiment of all automotive and battery enterprises at this moment. Following the conclusion of the meeting, companies have plunged into a frenzy of activity, engaging in planning, strategizing, talent recruitment and training, and market preparation, among other endeavors. The thunderous energy storage battery fundamentally symbolizes a talisman. Solid-state batteries, too, are composed of layers akin to sheets of paper. Therefore, referring to them as a novel solid-state battery is indeed justified. Unexpectedly, upon the announcement of this new solid-state battery, the astonishing figures incited a tremendous uproar among the public. The energy storage capacity is said to be 140,000 to 280,000 times that of current lithium batteries. My goodness, this feels almost surreal. Does this imply that my phone could potentially require charging only once a month? Come on, my friend upstairs, be confident. Charging once a year would be entirely feasible. Let us awaken to reality. Presently, this new solid-state battery has only been applied in the automotive sector. Oh, that is not a problem. Purchasing a car would suffice, right? The dream of traveling 10,000 kilometers on a single charge without a doubt sounds exhilarating. Yet, I harbor a concern. As we fully embrace the era of electric energy, will electricity prices soar akin to fuel prices? I am uncertain, but I have a hunch that it may not, for I also sense that if the nation can develop such an extraordinary battery, it has likely discovered new alternative energy sources as well. I share this intuition. Perhaps by that time, electricity costs will be even cheaper than they are now. This sentiment resonates both domestically and internationally. However, amidst this excitement, some rejoice while others lament. Traditional car manufacturers abroad, along with new energy vehicle companies, upon receiving the news, were left in disarray, nearly erupting in expletives. This is false advertising. False advertising. Subsequently, they discreetly communicated with their respective governments, preparing various underhanded tactics. On the domestic front, certain downstream industries are feeling the impact. For instance, in the used car sector, what is going on? I just acquired a Tesla Model Y for 140,000, and now it can barely sell for 170,000. While that price seems high, there should be some eager buyers willing to pay. So what is happening? What? The country has developed a new solid-state battery? It's set to enter the trial production phase within 1 to 2 months. The used car market has collapsed. Fuel vehicles are equally affected. With such an impressive new solid-state battery available, who would still opt for a fuel vehicle? That would be utterly nonsensical. Consequently, a Civic that could typically sell for over 70,000 has plummeted to 50,000, yet still finds no buyers. Prices have even dipped to 40,000 or, in some cases, as low as 30,000 before anyone is willing to take it off their hands. Used car dealers are left in a state of despair. Now, even the initial capital has been lost. Fortunately, the government, in consideration of stability, has introduced a series of subsidy systems, which have barely managed to stabilize prices. Additionally, those who have recently purchased new energy vehicles, as well as manufacturers producing charging devices, have all been impacted to varying degrees. In Jiangcheng, at the Starfire camp, the monumental changes in the market have had no effect here whatsoever. Time swiftly passes, and soon, 5 days have elapsed. During the span of 5 days, Su Qingfeng diligently immersed himself in the intricacies of the thunder invocation technique and tested the limits of the indestructible body. Ultimately, he arrived at 3 conclusions. Conclusion 1. In this particular realm, there exists neither magic nor the celestial order. However, one can harness their own magical energy to summon and manipulate thunder. A significant drawback of this method is the inability to replenish one's magical energy. Consequently, Su Qingfeng found himself engaging in a painstakingly gradual process akin to squeezing toothpaste. The maximum voltage he could achieve in his palm was a mere 3.2 million volts, with a peak current of only 1/100 amperes. For reference, the average voltage of lightning ranges from 100 million to 1 billion volts, with an average current of 30,000 amperes, and can peak at 300,000 amperes. To restore his magical energy, he would need to venture into the divine demon realm the following day, or it would require a significant breakthrough in magical research to resolve this dilemma. Conclusion 2. The indestructible body is indeed as its name suggests. The first characteristic is its immunity to all forms of poison. Various existing toxins, including drugs and cadaveric toxins, as well as malevolent energies, have proven to have no effect upon testing. Su Qingfeng felt a quiet sense of relief at this realization, as it meant that once he entered the divine demon realm, he would be impervious to such sinister influences, significantly enhancing his self-defense capabilities. The second characteristic is an astonishingly resilient constitution, with skin and tissue that are remarkably tough. He had tested this by striking with knives and axes, and to his astonishment, he sustained no injury. A bullet from a small-caliber rifle fired from 100 meters away also posed no threat. However, within a range of 30 to 50 meters, he experienced a sensation akin to the sting of ants. Su Qingfeng reveled in his newfound strength of self-preservation. As for Jusu and Xiaoyu, during these 5 days, they were required to spend 2 hours each day in the laboratory, while the rest of their time was free for other activities. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already 8 in the evening. According to the prearranged schedule, the journey to the divine demon realm, specifically the ghost story dimension, was set to commence at 3 p.m. the following day. It is worth mentioning that, in recent days, Su Qingfeng adhered to the established protocol. In addition to engaging in scientific research, he meticulously revisited all cinematic works related to the upcoming world, excluding television. The same was true for Jiushu and Xiaoyu. Numerous significant points required dedicated note-taking. Meanwhile, the nation was also industriously at work. For instance, the Department of Data Collection diligently compiled a wealth of materials, including various Buddhist and Taoist scriptures, the original text of Journey to the West, the original of Strange Stories from a Chinese Studio, and the original of The Legend of the White Snake, alongside various versions, conducting extensive data organization and analysis. They even made a special trip to consult with Stephen Chow and Director Su, inquiring about specific matters and behind-the-scenes information. Although neither Stephen Chow nor Director Su understood the purpose behind the nation's request for this information, they were more than willing to assist their country. At this moment, within the brightly lit conference center of the camp, the final meeting regarding the journey to the realm of deities and demons was convened as per the original schedule. The number of participants had notably decreased compared to previous meetings. The attendees were primarily the leaders of research teams or direct heads of significant institutions, totaling approximately 40 individuals. Su Qingfeng, Xiaoyu, and Jiushu, as indispensable members, were naturally included among them. Additionally, there were academicians such as Li Aigua, Lu Huajian, Zhao Chuming, Zhao Ligua, Fu Zhengwo, and Wen Juanda, along with 5 elderly gentlemen from Yanjing, all donned in administrative jackets. Li Aigua surveyed the room, confirming that everyone was present before he declared, "Now that we are all here, we shall commence the meeting. Professor Wang, please share your insights first." "Very well," responded an elderly gentleman from the southwest corner of the conference room with a nod. He gestured to 2 meeting recorders beside him. The 2 understood immediately and moved to a corner of the room to retrieve a large box filled with neatly bound A4 papers, which they began distributing among the attendees. Professor Wang, whose full name is Wang Xuemin, serves as the director of the National History Research Institute of the Dragon Kingdom and holds the honorary title of curator at a certain palace museum. Donning his reading glasses, his soft yet authoritative voice resonated. "Greetings to all present. The materials currently being distributed have been meticulously compiled by our literature research group. The content is somewhat extensive, so I shall categorize it into 3 main aspects and present it in the most succinct manner." After a brief pause to allow for the distribution of materials, he continued, "The first aspect, respecting the world of deities and demons, beginning with an understanding of Sun Wukong. Why do I emphasize this matter first? During my research, I discovered that a few of our colleagues do not possess a clear understanding of the dangers inherent in the realm of deities and demons. We must remember that overconfidence leads to failure, and the notion of preconceived notions is one we must avoid. Thus, I have prioritized this topic for discussion. Now, let us delve into the subject. First, let us reassess the combat prowess of Sun Wukong from a scientific perspective. In terms of speed, according to the characterization of Sun Wukong, a single somersault covers a distance of 108,000 li. After extensive analysis of various visual materials, we have determined that he can perform this somersault in the astonishing span of just 1 second. This equates to traversing 108,000 li in a mere second, approximately 16 times the speed of light, enabling him to circle the equator of Earth 135 times. In contrast, our current weaponry, even the swiftest hypersonic penetrating missiles, operate at merely several dozen miles per hour. To Sun Wukong, or rather, to the character of Zhi Zunbao from A Chinese Odyssey, this is akin to comparing the velocity of an F1 race car to that of an ant, an utterly incomparable disparity. Secondly, regarding strength, the voice of Wang Xuemin continues to resonate. Sun Wukong's Rui Jinggu Bang weighs 13,500 jin, equivalent to 675 tons, which may not seem excessively heavy. However, one must consider its ability to expand and contract. If we contemplate its capacity to pierce through the heavens, its mass could potentially increase by countless multiples. Therefore, let us envision a colossal iron rod, longer than the sky and immensely thick, hurtling towards us at 16 times the speed of light. The consequences would be catastrophic, akin to a planetary collision with Earth, a force beyond human resistance. This, however, merely represents the fundamental combat prowess of Sun Wukong Zhi Zunbao. He possesses the ability to manipulate the heavens and earth, along with the 72 earthly fiend techniques. Our research suggests that any one of these techniques, with a mere thought from him, could lead to the extinction of humanity and potentially the disintegration of the Earth itself. Preliminary estimates indicate that the total mass he could annihilate might approach the staggering scale of the universe's largest known black hole, which possesses a mass of approximately 1.041011 solar masses, equivalent to 104 billion solar masses. In simpler terms, this translates to the capacity to obliterate material equivalent to 140 million solar masses with a single invocation of his celestial manipulation. The power at play here is undeniably formidable. Wang Xueming shook his head, stating that this estimation is solely based on the description of the magical arts. If we were to gauge it through the lens of cinematic portrayals, his strength would be significantly diminished. However, annihilating a small celestial body would pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, the microbiologist Tang Yiguang raised a pertinent question. Director Wang, from a combat perspective, humanity still resides within the confines of a Type 1 civilization, whereas A Chinese Odyssey belongs to the realm of Type 7 to 9 civilizations. Nonetheless, our primary objective is not to confront him, but merely to rescue Bai Jingjing. Wang Xueming furrowed his brow in response. Herein lies the dilemma. That world is governed by a celestial order, with a heavenly court and Buddhist sects in existence. Should our presence attract their attention, what then? Although the dual-crossing portal possesses exceedingly high privileges that even the celestial order cannot contend with, those comrades who enter would find themselves in a precarious situation, would they not? This is indeed a matter that warrants profound contemplation. At the forefront, Li Aiguo appeared to have an epiphany and expressed his insights. The dangers are undeniable, yet the opportunities are vast. We can adequately prepare ourselves before undertaking the tasks associated with the Chinese Odyssey. Currently, our focus should be directed towards the world of A Chinese Ghost Story. The background and settings of A Chinese Odyssey are, in comparison to scientific principles, rather implausible. In simpler terms, even if extraterrestrial beings akin to the Trisolarans were to arrive, they would merely be subjected to adversity, much like Thanos, despite possessing all 6 Infinity Stones. This is due to the fact that many entities within this realm transcend the 3 realms and are not bound by the 5 elements. Numerous formidable beings are not constrained by the cycle of reincarnation. Nevertheless, as previously stated, the time for such considerations has not yet arrived. Besides the tasks related to A Chinese Ghost Story, we also have Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio and The Legend of the White Snake, providing ample time for transition. Moreover, the tasks do not necessitate martial combat. Cleverness will suffice. Wang Xuemin acknowledged this understanding, responding, as I initially asserted, it merits particular emphasis. At all times, we must maintain absolute seriousness and reverence. Li Aigua quietly took note and remarked, Director Wang, your efforts are commendable. These matters will certainly be addressed by the state. However, tomorrow marks the opening of the dual crossing gate, so let us concentrate on the world of a Chinese ghost story for now. Wang Xuemin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, regarding the world of a Chinese ghost story, our literature collection team has compiled several key points. Please turn to page 5. The rustle of pages turning filled the air. Wang Xuemin continued. First and foremost is a Chinese ghost story, part 1. My suggestion is to endeavor to incorporate Yin Qixia into the Longting group, and then, leveraging the power of technology, assist us in scientifically cultivating immortality. Additionally, according to the original narrative, the Black Mountain Old Demon fears light in the Diamond Sutra. Utilizing this weakness, it is currently impractical to eliminate the Black Mountain Old Demon. However, we can bring along a substantial amount of lighting equipment and photocopiers to mass reproduce the Diamond Sutra, aiming for each person to possess 2 or 3 copies. Should we encounter any malevolent beings and our conventional weapons fail, we would still possess a means of resistance. Director Wang, I have a question, inquired a professor of archaeology and religious studies, his expression one of confusion. Is the photocopied Diamond Sutra truly effective? If it is indeed effective, why does Yin Qixia only possess 1 copy? Alternatively, one might ask, the entire world of a Chinese ghost story should be filled with such scriptures, and the citizens of Guobei County would not need to fear the Lanrua Temple so much. Upon hearing this, Wang Xuemin nodded slowly and replied, That is an excellent question, and it leads directly to what I intend to address next. If we are unable to contend with the malevolent beings over there, we must seek assistance from allies, such as Yin Qixia, and also, he turned his gaze towards the Longting group, where Su Qingfeng was situated, and continued, our newly established Longting organization. Jiu Shu, you must have seen that film by now, correct? Seated, Uncle Jiu replied, I have assessed the situation and estimated the combat capabilities. The tree demon Granny might not be able to handle it, but spirits like Nie Shaoqian and Shaoqing can certainly be dealt with. Beside him, the female ghost Xiaoyu echoed, I can also restrain them, but not for long. Wang Xuemi nodded with a smile, that's acceptable. By the way, Comrade Su, there's no rush on your end for now. I suggest we first cultivate the thunder summoning technique to a higher level. Su Qingfeng hesitated, initially wanting to advocate for himself. But upon noticing the approving gazes of those in the conference room, he relinquished the idea. The world of a Chinese ghost story is fraught with unexpected dangers. It would be unwise to recklessly involve himself. Nevertheless, seeing the flicker of disappointment in his eyes, the presiding Li Aigua found himself both amused and exasperated, saying, There is no need to be so cautious. Even a canary must be allowed to stretch its wings from time to time. Besides, Comrade Xiao Su possesses an indomitable body and has the Taoist arts at his disposal. I believe we can venture into the realm of a Chinese ghost story, but only to undertake tasks that bear no risk. Comrade Xiao Su, please articulate your requests. As he spoke, the gaze of the entire assembly converged upon him. In truth, Su Qingfeng was quite eager to visit Elnru Temple. Yet, he understood that doing so would place the entire nation in jeopardy. Thus he replied, Director Li, the nation's arrangements constitute my requests. Li Aigua exhaled in relief, gratitude evident in his eyes. Thank you, Comrade Xiao Su. Rest assured, once the nation gains strength or enters a realm where it stands unafraid, we shall grant you the greatest freedom. Su Qingfeng smiled gently in response. Director Li, I understand that the nation acts in my best interest. Indeed, Li Aigua concurred, before shifting his gaze to Dean Wang Xuemin, signaling him to continue. Wang Xuemin nodded, reviewing the current materials and turning to the next page, stating, in addition, we have several trump cards, namely the various talismans obtained by Uncle Gio. Our self-defense capabilities are certainly secure. Furthermore, we have a significant ally, the cinematic narrative. The Black Mountain Old Demon, based on the lore, is beyond our current strength to confront. However, he cannot descend into the human realm and must remain in the City of Death. Otherwise, there would not have been a sequel or a third installment. These words garnered the overwhelming approval of the majority present. Li Aigua turned to Lu Huajian and said, Captain Lu, please share your thoughts. Lu Huajian adjusted his glasses and replied, I concur with Comrade Wang Xueming's opinion, and I shall reiterate. We must pursue scientific cultivation and seek the support of Yin Qixia, thereby fostering our own Taoist forces. This matter holds great significance, as it pertains not only to our future explorations of alternate dimensions, but also to the stability and harmony of our blue star world. Now, regarding specific approaches, we can begin with helium-3. Professor Fu Jiangwo's research team has already made remarkable progress in this area. As he finished speaking, atmospheric physicist Fu Jiangwo chimed in. Indeed, we have achieved considerable results. Once our research is thoroughly completed, we can gradually produce 1,000-year-old demons and 10,000-year-old beings, as well as Taoists possessing millennia of cultivation, to the point of achieving mass production. However, before we embark on such manufacturing, we must undoubtedly possess the means to restrain these spirits. Should we face a backlash, the consequences would be unimaginable. Liu Huajian wholeheartedly agreed, stating, "This mission is not bound by time constraints. We can proceed steadily without haste. The more impatient we are, the more prone we become to mishaps. Furthermore, should any issues arise, the repercussions are ones we cannot afford to bear." This statement garnered unanimous agreement from all attendees present. By the way, the psychologist Qian Kaiwan suddenly directed his gaze towards Su Qingfeng, inquiring, "Comrade Su, what is the reward for this task?" I believe that the task's reward is also a crucial aspect of the plan. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all participants converged in unison. Even Jioshu and the ghostly maiden Xiaoyu were no exception. This issue, indeed, had been overlooked by them previously, including Su Qingfeng himself. He responded, "Please wait a moment. I will inquire." With a thought, he directly consulted the system residing in his mind. Answers came swiftly. The permanent traversing authority was a reward from the system. Although Su Qingfeng was taken aback, he did not dwell on it excessively. In comparison to the vast resources of an entire dimensional world, any system reward seemed rather insipid. At the conference venue, upon receiving such information, all the academicians, professors, and department heads, including Li Aigua, shared a similar mindset. Microbiologist Tang Yiguang shifted the topic, stating, "Comrades, aside from a Chinese ghost story, there is also the second installment featuring universal compassion. From the film, we can see that this Millennium Centipede spirit has cultivated its powers through the fortunes of the nation, achieving remarkable prowess to the extent of daring to impersonate the Buddha. Its true form can traverse the skies and evade the earth, wielding techniques such as the soul-calling mantra. Even if we secure the assistance of Yanqi Xia, should we not prepare ourselves thoroughly?" With these words, all attendees fell into deep contemplation. The formidable centipede indeed presents a considerable challenge, yet it is not without viable solutions. A military representative stated, "We currently possess 3 types of weaponry that may possess a certain probability of annihilating this millennia-old centipede. First, laser weapons and electromagnetic cannons. Second, high-yield aerial bombs, such as vacuum bombs, thermobaric bombs, and ground-penetrating munitions. Third, tactical nuclear warheads." Upon hearing these words, Li Aigua could not help but frown and remarked, "Should we resort to these weapons, environmental pollution would be a secondary concern. The primary issue lies in the matter of time. We remain unaware of the various physical constants in that region. If they differ, we would need to retrofit our weaponry and corresponding aircraft, particularly the modifications to the engines. Furthermore, we would need to construct military airfields, which would consume a significant amount of time. Additionally, the noise generated might alert certain supernatural forces. These are all factors that must be taken into consideration. Nevertheless, at present, our options are limited to these. There is truly no alternative." Ultimately, the meeting voted in favor of utilizing these 3 types of weapons. Within 5 days, these armaments would be transported to Jiangxing through various channels and from multiple directions. In addition, there would be corresponding vehicles. Li Aigua inquired of the military personnel, "What is the status of the latest bomber from Tianfu?" The military representative sighed and shook his head, stating that it was still undergoing testing and could not be deployed for the time being. Li Aigua exhaled a heavy breath and lamented, "So, it appears we have no choice but to let 6th Master take the field." The military representative added, "No. Besides Lord Liu, we also have the fat girl. However, there is a crucial issue. It would be best to provide the relevant physical data as soon as possible. In case modifications or upgrades are necessary, we can proceed in a timely manner." Li Aigua affirmed, "Naturally. Physical constants include gravity, resistance, acceleration, potential energy, kinetic energy, and so forth. Take gravity, for example. If there is a significant discrepancy in gravity, without adapting the engine and airframe structure, either it will not take off or it will soar uncontrollably. For instance, constructing a military airport on the moon and allowing the fat girl to take off directly from there would lead to unimaginable consequences. As for why the zombie world does not pose such complications, it fundamentally stems from the blue planet. Meanwhile, this world of gods and demons possesses an immensely vast worldview. The meeting continued, delving into matters concerning how to swiftly enhance strength upon entering the realm of gods and demons. Firstly, regarding the study of Yin energy, killing aura, and corpse energy, it was decided to gradually relocate some laboratories from the Xingho base into the world of a Chinese ghost story. This is not only for reasons of confidentiality and safety, but also to expedite research progress. Given the existence of ghosts and practitioners in a Chinese ghost story, it is possible that the actual conditions there may be similar to those in the zombie world. This would greatly facilitate various scientific studies. Secondly, seeking external assistance. Li Aigua proposed a perspective previously utilized by predecessors, uniting all possible forces. Aside from Yin Qixia, characters such as Xia Ho from the original narrative could also be allies. Nia Xiaoqian and Zuoqian who are equally potential allies. As for Ning Kaichen, let us dismiss him. He is merely a useless scholar, a liability in such a high-stakes scenario. Additionally, Zhuge Wulong from the second part, also known as the Grand Tutor Fu Tianxiu, although he is also a mortal, wields significant influence. Even Ji Qiu Yi once remarked, "He has ridden my horse. It is my lifelong honor." Including his two daughters and Ji Qiu Yi. The time had slipped by unnoticed, exceeding 5 hours. The detailed matters concerning the world of a Chinese ghost story had been thoroughly discussed, and a feasible plan had been drafted. It is now time to put this into practice. As for strange stories from a Chinese studio, The Legend of the White Snake, The Legend of Shu Mountain, and A Chinese Odyssey, those can wait until the matters of a Chinese ghost story are resolved. The adage remains, take your time. Do not rush. The more haste, the more likely mishaps will occur. Thus, the meeting entered its final phase. Does anyone have anything further to add? Li Aigua cast his gaze over the attendees, his inquiring eyes sweeping across the assembly. Everyone present, including Su Qingfeng and Uncle Jiao, harbored no doubts. Just as he was about to declare the meeting adjourned, one of the 5 elderly gentlemen in suits rose to his feet. A deep and resonant voice gradually filled the room. Comrades, as the meeting is nearing its conclusion, I would like to announce a decision concerning the nation. The 5 individuals may have arrived from Yanjing. Their words can be regarded as representative of Yanjing's intentions, and thus warrant our utmost attention. The attendees all turned their gazes seriously, and Li Aigua respectfully remarked, "Esteemed elder, please share any decisions the nation has made." The elderly gentleman nodded earnestly and slowly began to speak. The concept of a nation embodies a complete celestial realm, a wholly realized Western paradise, which is profoundly detrimental to us. Although our current military capabilities are exceedingly feeble, we possess significant advantages in terms of cultural soft power, aesthetic forms, philosophical thought, spiritual depth, and material abundance. Therefore, we must fully harness our soft power to forge effective instruments to balance or even integrate with the celestial realm and the Western paradise. Upon hearing these words, all the academicians and professors present immediately contemplated the implications, their brows furrowing in deep thought. Li Aigua and Lu Huajian gradually exhibited expressions of enlightenment, articulating, thus, the essence of the nation is to infuse culture with emotion? No. The elderly gentleman in a suit shook his head, stating that a more precise expression would be the evolution proposed by Eagle Sauce. Regarding this matter, everyone is already well aware, so I shall refrain from further explanation. Additionally, the nation's stance is to exercise patience for the time being. We will devise our plans once we have firmly established ourselves over there. Those celestial beings are not foolish. If we reveal our fangs too early, the consequences could be dire. With these words, Li Aigua, Lu Huajian, and the assembled academicians nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with various hues of understanding. Thus, the meeting came to a close. Meanwhile, for reasons unknown, Su Qingfeng felt a peculiar unease upon hearing these words. The thoughts of the nation seemed to diverge significantly from those of the Spark camp and his own beliefs, bordering on the sinister. After deep contemplation, he could not resist approaching Li Aigua to express his concerns. Upon listening, Li Aigua smiled and replied, "Because we belong to the human race, while they belong to the celestial beings. The disparity in power will inevitably affect fairness. The scales of distribution must not always tip in favor of the celestial beings." Confused, Su Qingfeng inquired. Li Shichong, could you explain this in simpler terms? Li Aigua nodded and stated, to put it more plainly, whether human or celestial, as a civilization, we must develop. In the course of this development, we will inevitably encroach upon the interests of others. At some point, we may well infringe upon the interests of the celestial court and the Western Buddhist sect, rather than allowing those celestial beings to dictate our fate at that juncture. It is wiser to prepare in advance. He pondered for a moment and continued. Take the example of Fengxian County and Shituan Nation from the original tale of Journey to the West. Merely due to a lack of respect for the Jade Emperor, they endured a drought for 3 entire years, resulting in countless civilian casualties. Yet the Jade Emperor merely stated he would wait until the dog finished licking the plate and the chicken pecked up the grains before bringing rain. If Fengxian County were in our position and inadvertently provoked him, what would we do? As for Shituan Nation, its entire populace was devoured by those 3 demons. Yet they faced no repercussions whatsoever. Should we inadvertently offend them, they could crush us without a second thought, as one would an ant. Unless we employ formidable means to suppress the advancement of civilization, we might manage to survive. However, this is implausible. Much like the current decree from the nation prohibiting the development of space endeavors, the progress of civilization cannot be hindered by human will. Upon hearing this, Su Qingfeng finally grasped the situation but expressed his concerns. Li Shichong, do you believe victory is possible? Is it wise to confront such colossal entities? Could we not adopt gentler measures, such as pursuing peace? Li Aigua sighed deeply. From an idealistic perspective, peace could be an option, provided we possess the capability to contend with the celestial court and the Buddhist sect, and that our development is not obstructed by them. Regarding the wisdom of the matter, I firmly believe that the actions taken by the state are exceedingly sagacious. The essence of the heavenly realm is feudalism, while the Buddhist sect of the Western paradise fundamentally embodies religiosity, both of which present numerous vulnerabilities ripe for exploitation. For instance, the celestial decree forbids deities from marrying mortals, a rule that has garnered negative feedback, as evidenced by the tales of the heavenly couple and the cowherd and weaver girl. Moreover, we possess an overwhelming advantage. We are intimately acquainted with the narrative and everything within it, rendering victory an inevitability. At this juncture, Li Aigua paused, gently patting Su Qingfeng on the shoulder, and said, All right, Comrade Su, let us set aside these discussions for now. Prepare yourself. For tomorrow we shall venture into the world of a Chinese ghost story. Make sure to get a good night's sleep. Su Qingfeng replied, That seems acceptable. To speak candidly, he did not wish for such events to transpire from an emotional standpoint. However, from a rational perspective, the state's approach is indisputably correct. As a citizen of the Dragon Nation, his blood flows with the essence of his homeland. Thus, there exists no justification for withholding his support. With that, the meeting concluded. As they departed the conference room, Li Aigua handed 2 folders, each containing 5 A4 pages, to Su Qingfeng, stating, Comrade Su, this document is for you. When you choose to present it to Uncle Gio and the others is entirely at your discretion. Previously referred to as Little Comrade Su, the diminutive title has now been omitted, symbolizing a shift in the dynamic. Su Qingfeng responded, as he accepted the folder and glanced inside. Due to the transparent nature of the bag, the contents of the document were clearly visible. The title read, Administrative Information File of the Longting Organization Members. A peculiar expression suddenly crossed Su Qingfeng's face. This object bears an uncanny resemblance to the exclusive information dossier typically reserved for civil servants. Thus, the inclusion of Jiu Shu and Xiaoyu seems rather reasonable, considering their unique attributes and significance. However, upon hearing the term inclusion, both a human and a ghost couldn't help but feel a sense of perplexity. Jiu Shu inquired, Xiao Su, what does this inclusion entail? Xiaoyu echoed his curiosity. Are we to be assigned numbers? Su Qingfeng elucidated, you may interpret it as a form of numbering, though it diverges slightly from that notion. Ultimately, once included, we shall all be a genuine family. At this juncture, Su Qingfeng couldn't suppress a murmur. Under ordinary circumstances, one would expect inclusion within the military framework. How has it transformed into an administrative classification? It is likely that the state has more pressing considerations at play. A night passed in silence, and swiftly, the dawn of the following day arrived. By morning, a new batch of supplies had reached its destination, and the relevant combat units were assembling for drills. Given that the realm of gods and demons permits perpetual habitation and is fraught with peril, the nation had made extensive preparations for this endeavor. In terms of resources, the anticipated total investment was approximately $540 billion to be dispersed over 20 separate phases. Regarding the combat units, it was projected that 2 heavy armored combined brigades would be deployed, one of which would serve as the primary force, entering in 6 distinct batches. The other brigade would be a mobile unit on standby at all times. Additionally, there would be academicians and professors from various disciplines, doctoral students from research teams, along with 500 recently selected students from prominent universities. Each student from these esteemed institutions has undergone rigorous scrutiny, pledging their commitment through oaths and confidentiality agreements. Consequently, the total number of researchers has surpassed 100. Similarly, they entered in 6 distinct batches, ultimately, to expedite the construction of the otherworldly base. Under the auspices of Liaigua, nearly 200 reliable engineering professionals were recruited from various national construction agencies, forming a remarkably formidable engineering team. The members of the engineering team do not directly participate in the construction. Rather, they are entrusted with the command of operations and the leadership and refinement of core projects. The individuals being commanded are recruited from the realm of the supernatural, specifically from the world of Qian Yuhan. Given the overwhelming number of laborers required, at least 20 to 30,000 individuals are needed, which is still insufficient. Transporting workers from this side proves to be cumbersome, impacting efficiency and posing safety concerns. Therefore, it is far more pragmatic to enlist ancient individuals from that realm for the construction work. After all, these ancient workers are not required to perform tasks of significant technical complexity. Their duties primarily involve hauling bricks, unloading goods, erecting scaffolding, working with rebar, and mixing cement and mortar, tasks that can be managed with minimal training. Moreover, they are remarkably inexpensive. In light of the historical context, a mere provision of sustenance would compel them to labor diligently, with no labor force surpassing those refugees in terms of capability. Our nation is, after all, committed to humanitarian principles, and we shall not exploit them excessively, so rest assured. With all preparations now complete, at precisely 3:07 p.m., mirroring the previous 2 transitions, under the watchful gaze of Liaigua, Lu Huajin commanded, "Let us depart." "Yes," responded the frontline leader, Xiao Jianyang, in a resounding voice. He then led his Falcon team, armed with the Type 03 automatic rifles and bearing a large machete on his back, confidently crossing through the dual passageway, vanishing into the swirling vortex. Lu Huajian followed closely with Jiu Shu, Xiaoyu, Su Qingfeng, and other members of various research and sampling teams. Next came the first contingent of soldiers from the Heavy Armored Synthesis Brigade, along with several Special Forces operatives, chemical defense troops, communication soldiers, demolition experts, engineers, and more. In the control room, as with previous occasions, Liaigua watched intently, feeling a tightening in his chest. He inquired of his secretary, Xiao Wei, who stood beside him. "What is the current state of international affairs?" The secretary, Xiao Wei, replied respectfully, as anticipated, the emergence of the new solid-state battery has incited global panic. Current mainstream media outlets such as BDC, CNN, and the Sunset Nation's Taiwu are fervently attempting to discredit us, accusing us of disseminating false information and deliberately creating sensational events to divert global tensions. However, economically, our A-share new energy sector has seen multiple limit-ups since the announcement, with a notable influx of foreign capital. Additionally, the foot traffic in Jiangxing has experienced a slight uptick. Liaigua inhaled deeply, then exhaled, proclaiming, "A change is upon us. A storm is brewing. In accordance with our reports to Yanjing, we shall undoubtedly showcase a strength that will leave the entire Blue Star in awe before that day arrives." Secretary Xiao Wei replied, "Indeed. It is worth mentioning that the location of the dual portal has been firmly established. Otherwise, it would not have been situated in Jiangcheng." The world of a Chinese ghost story evokes a similar sense of transcendence as the previous 2 realms. As Xiao Jianyang entered the vortex, he was enveloped by a blinding white radiance. Even with specialized glasses, he dared not open his eyes. After traversing approximately 2 to 3 meters within, he could distinctly sense the sensation of stepping into the void beneath his feet. Simultaneously, the dazzling white light dissipated, revealing an entirely different scene before him. This is a relatively broad mountain path, flanked by trees, reminiscent of ancient official roads. Perhaps due to neglect, the road is pockmarked and in a state of disrepair, more desolate than the surface of the moon. Thunder rumbles as dark clouds gather ominously, and jagged flashes of lightning pierce the inky sky, showcasing their formidable presence. Rain is imminent. Xiao Jianyang first swept the surroundings with a thermal imager, and upon detecting no immediate danger, he commanded the soldiers who were gradually traversing the area. Everyone. Form groups of 3, maintain a 50-meter perimeter, and exercise caution. Following Xiao Jianyang's directive, the team members organized themselves into groups of 3, establishing a classic triangular formation for vigilance. Xiao Jianyang then promptly affixed a silencer to his firearm to avoid attracting the attention of any creatures in this world, and aimed at the trunk of a nearby tree. He squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. A burst of 3 shots erupted, the bullets swiftly exiting the chamber and striking true into the tree trunk, sending wood splinters flying. Satisfied, Xiao Jianyang nodded and placed his hand on the barrel to gauge its temperature. It was warm. This indicated a successful function of the weapon. The rifling was intact, and the bullets retained their kinetic energy, seemingly unweakened. Though cinematic narratives might suggest otherwise, a meticulous approach provides a sense of reassurance. At that moment, Captain Lu Huajian, Deputy Captain Zhao Chunming, along with Su Qingfeng and Jiu Shu, arrived on the scene. Lu Huajian approached Xiao Jianyang and inquired, "Captain Xiao, what is the situation? Are the firearms operational?" Pointing to the tree trunk, Xiao Jianyang replied, "Captain Lu, they are functional." Observing the bullet holes in the trunk, Lu Huajian nodded in satisfaction, ready to organize the next steps when suddenly, a vigilant shout from a Special Forces member pierced the air. "Captain Lu, we have a situation. It appears someone is approaching us from a distance." The sound captivated the attention of everyone present. Lu Huajian approached, saying, "Let me take a look." "Yes, Captain Lu," replied the general as he handed over the binoculars. Lu Huajian took them and gazed in the direction indicated. Indeed, in the distance along the mountain path, a figure was slowly making its way forward. This is a man of average height, bearing a satchel and clad in coarse fabric, unmistakably Ning Kai-Chen. Observing the surrounding scene, one is struck by its striking resemblance to the opening scene of the original film, coupled with the thunderous roars echoing through the heavens. It is evident that this is either the very location where the original plot is about to unfold or somewhere in its vicinity. Lu Huajian, with newfound resolve, commanded, "Captain Xiao, take 2 individuals with you and bring some gold. Encourage him to return home promptly to avoid disrupting the nation's plans." Xiao Jianyang replied, "Understood," before producing the reserve gold and proceeding towards Ning Kai-Chen. Lu Huajian added, "Continue with the original plan." "Yes," the assembly responded in unison. The initial cohort entering the world of a Chinese ghost story is expected to reach a total of 1,400 members within an hour, with subsequent thousands arriving thereafter. The sky was still bright, and under Lu Huajian's direction, numerous military tents began to rise, swiftly forming a small temporary encampment. At this moment, Lu Huajian was stationed within the command tent, organizing tasks. He first turned to Su Qingfeng and Jiu Shu, stating, "Comrades Su and Jiu, we require a particular item from Guobei County, the painting of a beauty combing her hair, created by the street vendor in the original film. This piece was commissioned by Nie Xiaoqian's father during her lifetime. Acquiring this painting will significantly enhance our chances of integrating Nie Xiaoqian into the Longting organization." Su Qingfeng's heart surged with determination as he replied, "Director Lu, leave this task to us. We will not falter." Jiu Shu nodded in agreement. "I have watched the original film more than 10 times and memorized all the details. There are no ghosts in Guobei County, and Pu Du Ci Heng will not make an appearance during this time frame, so there are no concerns regarding safety." Lu Huajian offered an assuring glance and remarked, "That may be so, but we must not be presumptuous. Military personnel will arrive shortly. You should accompany them. This temporary camp serves merely as a transit station. Our ultimate objective is to establish a base near Guobei County." Su Qingfeng affirmed, "Understood." Jiu Shu, initially unconcerned, suddenly recalled an important thought and could not resist asking, "Director Lu, I remember that the territory we currently occupy also belongs to a dynasty. If we hastily relocate the camp to Guobei County, could it provoke the court's ire and result in a series of undesirable consequences, perhaps even warfare?" Jiu Shu's considerations were indeed thorough. Lu Huajian nodded discreetly, responding with a smile, "Rest assured, Jiu Shu, we have already contemplated these matters. If we wish to remain here for an extended period, conflict with the court is inevitable. They may possess various magical abilities and even the support of Pu Du Ci Heng, but we also have our trump cards." Jiu Shu cautiously inquired, "Are these tactical nuclear weapons, laser devices, and what are they called?" "Aerial bombs." Lu Huajin replied, indeed. However, for now, we are merely adopting a preventative stance. We shall endeavor to avoid conflict unless absolutely necessary. Zhou Shu responded, very well. Lu Huajian then shifted his gaze, continuing to assign tasks. Old Zhao, your team must exert themselves to establish our sterile testing area in the shortest possible time. Beside him, Zhao Ligua rubbed his hands together excitedly, responding, Old Lu, you can rest assured, the materials our team has brought meet the highest standards, allowing us to construct a purification testing area of at least 100 square meters, suitable for laboratories testing aircraft gyroscopes or high-quality miniature bearings. Additionally, we can create a 20 square meter sterile testing area, which will be more than sufficient for our initial research needs. Lu Huajian nodded in satisfaction. This is excellent. We are pressed for time and burdened with heavy tasks, and we cannot afford any delays. He then proceeded to assign further duties. Medical team, commence blood and pathological analysis as per the plan. Sampling team, collect air, water, soil, and vegetation samples immediately. Geological team, initiate geological monitoring and exploration at once. Communication team, resolve any communication issues without delay. Astronomical observation team, employ every means to observe the sky above us, making the most detailed records possible. Regardless of what you discover, whether it be the celestial realm, the southern heaven gate, or even the depths of the universe and Chang'e on the moon palace, report promptly. Upon receiving these directives, each team sprang into action. Lu Huajian then sought out his deputy, Zhao Chunming, inquiring, what is the status of the military? Zhao Chunming replied, we have just received word that the advanced troops and weaponry of the 1st Heavy Armored Synthetic Brigade have arrived at the Xingho camp. Major Xiong Jun should be nearing the Shuangchuanmen Hall by now. Hearing this, Lu Huajian nodded slightly. Very well. Could you please go and receive them, while I oversee the operations here? Zhao Chunming responded, understood. He then exited the command tent and stepped through the Shuangchuanmen. 10 minutes later, he took another step forward, followed by another individual. This individual stands at a modest height of approximately 167 centimeters. However, his robust physique, coupled with piercing dragon-like eyes and fierce tiger-like gaze, exudes an aura of formidable intensity. The individual in question is none other than the commander of this heavy armored combined brigade, Zhou Yijuan. Upon arriving at the command center and encountering Lu Huajian, he immediately extended his right hand, donning a serene smile, and said, Greetings, Captain Lu. I am Zhou Yijuan, the commander of the heavy armored combined brigade, here at the behest of the nation to offer my assistance. Lu Huajian reciprocated by extending his hand for a handshake, replying, Commander Zhou, your assistance will undoubtedly make our subsequent tasks much more manageable. Zhou Yijuan responded with a smile, not only us. I have received word that many comrades from the Huajian army and the Kong army have also arrived. Numerous super heavy weapon bases have been ordered to transport their assets to Jiangqing. It is evident that our nation is indeed undertaking a significant endeavor this time. Lu Huajian wholeheartedly agreed, stating, the nation is truly mobilizing its resources. But let us set aside that matter for now and discuss our forthcoming tasks. Zhou Yijuan replied, very well. The two parties took their seats. Subsequently, Lu Huajian produced a topographic map, crafted by geological experts based on existing information prior to their meeting, and remarked, we have been diligently conducting the necessary preparatory and data measurement work, so we can bypass that process. There are primarily two tasks at hand. The first task pertains to Yin Qixia. The second task concerns the tree demon granny. To address the situation with Yin Qixia, our recommendation is to approach him during the day, seek his allegiance, and invite him to join our ranks. For safety reasons, we require military collaboration. Zhou Yijuan inquired, Captain Lu, how do we persuade Yin Qixia to join us? What guarantees that he will choose to ally with us? Lu Huajian gestured to Zhao Chunming, who stood up and opened a tablet computer, stating, we have downloaded both films of a Chinese ghost story onto this device, based on our research on Yin Qixia. As a chivalrous individual with deep emotions, he cannot abide the danger posed by demons to humanity. We can initially conceal our intent to recruit him, proposing collaboration to combat the demons together and gradually win him over during our actions. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijuan nodded thoughtfully, responding, that is indeed a viable strategy. And what of the second aspect? Lu Huajian elaborated, regarding the tree demon granny, we have two potential plans. The first plan involves a saturation fire strike or bombardment to obliterate the mountain where the tree demon granny resides. However, This must be executed during the day, as the millennia-old tree demon dares not act during daylight. Even Ning Kaichen could excavate Nia Xiaoqian's ashes beneath its branches, but nighttime is strictly off-limits. He continued, the second plan requires the support of Yin Qixia and is intended for nighttime. We can utilize the tree demon granny to help us test the efficacy of our thermal weaponry. With Yin Qixia present, the tree demoness dares not act recklessly. Moreover, we have the assistance of Uncle Jiao. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijuan fell into contemplation. Logically speaking, selecting the first option seemed most reasonable, yet its benefits were minimal. Eliminating the tree demoness merely ensured a semblance of safety in the surrounding environment, without allowing us to fully harness the value of the tree demoness. He inquired of Lu Huajian, Team Leader Lu, which plan do you intend to choose? Without hesitation, Lu Huajian replied, we lean towards the second plan. The comparison of the local military capability with that of the demonic realm holds significant importance for us and for the nation's forthcoming endeavors. Zhou Yijuan's gaze turned resolute as he responded, in that case, our military is willing to execute the orders and fully cooperate with the implementation of the second plan. Lu Huajian extended his right hand once more, nodding with a smile, a pleasant collaboration. Zhou Yijuan echoed, a pleasant collaboration. The two parties belonged to different systems, and this was their inaugural cooperation, creating an unusually profound sensation. Perhaps one could even say there was a hint of excitement, a tinge of restlessness. By the way, Zhao Chunming added, Colonel Zhou, there is one more matter to address. The national plan is for us to proceed to Guobei County, utilizing the flat terrain and existing manpower there to establish a forward base. Zhou Yijuan nodded. The nation informed me of this prior to my arrival. We will dispatch no fewer than one combined battalion to swiftly secure Guobei County and its surrounding transportation routes. Lu Huajian continued, in addition, we require a particular painting from the original drama. This task is not perilous. We have entrusted it to Comrade Xiao Su and Uncle Jiao. They will accompany you, and we hope you can ensure their safety. Zhou Yijuan's eyes lit up. Comrade Su? Is he the one who submitted the celestial dual crossing gate? He had heard of Uncle Jiao and seen him many times in films, so his anticipation was not particularly strong. However, he had never met Su Qingfeng and was quite eager to do so. Lu Huajian nodded in affirmation, indeed, while we are somewhat reluctant for him to take risks. From a humanitarian perspective, and considering the essence of human activity and psychology, we should involve him. Furthermore, he is the controller of the dual crossing gate, a capability of utmost importance to us. Zhou Yijuan nodded slightly in understanding, stating, our military will provide full protection. I will issue a direct order to the assigned battalion commander. Lu Huajian replied, that is reassuring. Zhao Chunming added, thank you for your assistance, military. Here lies a brief interlude, directed by Ning Kaichen. The former male lead, burdened by a tattered book basket, gazed despondently at the darkening sky, contemplating the impending rain. He lamented his unfortunate fate, surveying his surroundings for any shelter from the downpour. At that moment, Xiao Jianyong and his men arrived. After scrutinizing him, he inquired directly, are you Ning Kaichen? Here to settle debts for the Qibao Zhai, correct? Ning Kaichen stood in stunned silence, his eyes wide as saucers, fixated on Xiao Jianyong and the two heavily armed special operatives behind him. His body felt as though it had turned to stone. Were it not for the broad daylight and the tangible forms of his visitors, he might have suspected they were phantoms. Yet, if not ghosts, could they be demons? Or perhaps assassins sent by creditors to silence him? As this thought crossed his mind, a shiver coursed through Ning Kaichen, who stammered nervously, brother, I am not Ning Kaichen. You must have mistaken me for someone else. Xiao Jianyong narrowed his eyes slightly. He had merely extended a polite greeting. Did he truly believe that claiming he was not Ning Kaichen would absolve him of responsibility? Producing a pouch of gold from his pocket, he handed it to him, saying, this is your payment. Take it and leave quickly. Guobei County is not a place for you. The farther you are from here, the better. Ning Kaichen stared in disbelief at the gold being offered. His jaw dropped in utter astonishment as he looked at Xiao Jianyong, incredulously asking, brother, are you serious? Xiao Jianyong, uninterested in further conversation, insisted, take it and leave. Remember my words. Otherwise, you may lose your life, and you cannot blame anyone but yourself. Ning Kaichen, after firmly gripping the gold and even biting it to confirm its authenticity, clasped his hands in gratitude and exclaimed with uncontainable excitement, yes, brother, rest assured. I shall never return. I will never come back. With that, he turned and walked away, his stammering vanishing entirely, replaced by a beaming smile. Xiao Jinyang thought to himself, "Well, this is for the best. It spares me further trouble." After watching Ning Kaichen disappear over the horizon, he turned back, leading the two special forces operatives to report back. Meanwhile, at the temporary camp, Zhou Yijuan had just arrived, and the meeting had barely concluded when the first contingent of a heavily armored composite brigade marched in precise formation through the dual gates, entering the other world with an air of confidence and vigor. Truly, these soldiers were well trained. Even upon their arrival in a foreign realm, their hearts raced with excitement. Yet they maintained perfect order without a hint of chaos. From above, the first wave of over 1,000 soldiers resembled a formidable phalanx, exuding an unstoppable momentum, as if to declare, "In the realm of gods and demons, I, the Rabbit Lord, have arrived." This is a heavily armed synthetic battalion. Following closely behind, a small contingent of engineering troops arrived, accompanied by a geological exploration team. One must say, having been granted permanent shuttle rights as a representative of the shovel class. How could we not bring our shovels to mine? Education must begin with the young, and mining should commence in the realm of the soul of the beautiful woman. Once we identify some mineral resources, the next step will be the deployment of engineering vehicles and the requisite large-scale mining equipment. On the side of Commander Shoei, after accounting for the troops and their armaments, a portion was designated to safeguard the shovel-class exploration team in their quest for minerals, with instructions to remain close. The majority of the troops, under his command, equipped with various weapons, marched towards the Lanrua Temple with formidable resolve. According to the original script materials, the location of Lanrua Temple is not difficult to ascertain. Moreover, given that the day is still young, it is an opportune moment to head to the temple. Lu Huajian, having entrusted the management of the temporary camp to Deputy Commander Zhao Chunming, took along over a dozen prearranged scientists, armed with an array of scientific instruments, and hastened towards the Lanrua Temple. Notably, according to the original narrative, the Lanrua Temple has seemingly transformed into a den of demons due to its geographical and feng shui attributes. If one could unravel the natural codes within, in conjunction with existing research findings, could it be possible to mass-produce even more formidable demons? Indeed, this presents a highly worthwhile research topic, which, as a competent scientist, should be incorporated into our studies. As Commanders Zhou Yi and Lu Huajin departed, the second batch of military personnel arrived at the temporary camp. This is likewise a heavy armored composite battalion. The commander, a middle-aged man named Jin Guofa, belongs to the earliest cohort of the post-80s generation. With his prominent brows, large eyes, and square face, he unmistakably embodies the qualities of a fiercely loyal and valiant warrior. Upon receiving the detailed mission, he promptly dispatched personnel to retrieve Su Qingfeng and Uncle Jio, thereafter issuing the command, "All personnel, inspect your weaponry." The clamor of clashing weapons and various sounds echoed. There were Type 03 and Type 95 rifles, along with 40mm and 80mm artillery, light and heavy machine guns, grenades, and more. Were it not for the constraints of time and the lack of necessity, assembling a few armed helicopters to join the onslaught would have been imperative. Nevertheless, in the face of such formidable might, the ancient armed forces of Guobei County appeared utterly insignificant, not to mention the mere ragtag militia within Guobei County. Even if they were composed entirely of fierce warriors like Zhuo Qianhu, they could only flee in terror at the sight of our formidable army. As for whether this course of action is justified, from a strategic standpoint, it is indeed warranted. For the sake of our interests, it is the only course available. Based on the backdrop of a Chinese ghost story, it is evident that this dynasty is in utter disarray. If the populace were privy to the underlying truths, they would likely welcome the troops with open arms. March on Guobei County. Once he verified the soldiers' readiness, Jin Guofa issued the command, and the army set forth. The formation divided into 5 columns, each comprising approximately 218 soldiers, creating an elongated line of march towards Guobei County. This military operation was codenamed Operation Thunder. Remember, it is imperative that we do not harm the civilians. This battle must elevate our reputation, thereby winning the hearts of the people and preparing for the forthcoming national development plans. Throughout the march, Jin Guofa repeatedly emphasized this sentiment. He who wins the hearts of the people wins the world, and it is upon this principle that our nation has risen. Thus, we must be attentive to the sentiments of the citizens of this other world. The soldiers voiced their agreement with fervor, fully embracing this ethos. In the midst of the ranks, Su Qifeng and Uncle Jio were positioned beside Commander Jin Guofa. This is an all-terrain vehicle from Dongfeng, constructed entirely from carbon fiber, designed specifically for the treacherous road conditions of a parallel world. Inside, Su Qingfeng gazes out through the glass window, his eyes wandering ceaselessly. On either side, 5 battalions march in formation. The soldiers, adorned with combat backpacks and helmets, wield modern firearms, exuding an aura of formidable strength. In front and behind them are various off-road vehicles tailored for this alternate realm, including those for transporting supplies, towing artillery, and ensuring communication. Regrettably, the truly devastating weaponry, such as howitzers and main battle tanks, are conspicuously absent, and the troop count barely exceeds 1,000. Nevertheless, the scene is undeniably grand and awe-inspiring, stirring the heart with fervor. Su Qingfeng cannot help but recall a classic cinematic scene from the previous century. A 2-minute-long marching sequence that left an indelible impression upon his first viewing, a sensation of unparalleled shock that defies description. At this moment, that same feeling resurfaces. Beside him, Uncle Gio shares a similar sentiment. Though not his first encounter with the army of our nation, witnessing such a multitude in formation is a wholly novel experience. Master, what are you pondering? Noticing the contemplative expression on Uncle Gio's face, Su Qingfeng inquires. Uncle Gio smiles faintly and reflects. I am contemplating whether we might be overreacting. According to the film's narrative, Guabei County is merely a small town within this feudal dynasty. Are we perhaps being overly aggressive? Su Qingfeng bursts into laughter, saying, Master, you must adapt. Our nation values foresight. Though it is but a small county, this world is rife with peculiarities. Better safe than sorry. Haha, chuckles Captain Jean Guofa, who is nearby. Indeed, Uncle Gio, Comrade Su is correct. We must be prepared for any eventuality. Even if the danger is merely 100, we must adopt a 100 vigilant attitude. The consequences of overconfidence can be dire. Upon hearing their words, Uncle Gio contemplates and agrees, nodding in affirmation. I concur. The error of hubris is one we must not commit. By the way, Captain Jean, I overheard you discussing the notion of punishing the wealthy and distributing the land to garner the support of the populace, thereby transforming them into productive forces. Could you elaborate on this? If it's inconvenient, that is perfectly all right. I am simply curious. With a smile, Jean Guofa explains, well, it is quite literal. In a feudal society, many wealthy individuals are callous, oppressing the poor. We certainly cannot stand idly by, hence the call to punish the wealthy and redistribute the land. Subsequently, the two engaged in a thorough discussion regarding the matter. Occasionally, Su Qingfeng interjected with a few remarks. Unbeknownst to them, the advanced reconnaissance unit had already arrived at Guabei County. Thanks to the communication support vehicle, drones ascended directly into the sky, coordinating with aerial cameras to conduct comprehensive and multifaceted reconnaissance of Guabei County. The county itself was not extensive, and within a mere 10 minutes, every corner had been meticulously surveyed. This small town measures approximately 2 kilometers in length and 8 kilometers in width. Based on calculations, the resident population is unlikely to exceed 10,000. A dilapidated official road runs north to south, traversing the entirety of Guabei County. Upon receiving detailed data, Jean Guofa issued a command. The thunderous operation commences now. In response to the order, 3 assault teams comprising over 800 of our valiant warriors, armed with their firearms and equipped with thermal imaging and low-light night vision devices, advanced directly towards Guabei County. The remaining soldiers were tasked with guarding various transportation routes to prevent any potential escapees. At this moment, the grand battle of ancient and modern had officially begun. In the original narrative, although the tale of a Chinese ghost story is set in a certain year of the Ming Dynasty, this Ming Dynasty is assuredly not the same as the one known to us. Otherwise, archaeology and history would surely need to be rebranded as metaphysics and theology. In the original plot, the emperor was ensnared by the 1,000-year-old centipede spirit, Pu Du Xi Hang, which even siphoned off the fortune of the dynasty in its quest to transform into a dragon. The civil and military officials found themselves utterly drained of vitality by Pu Du Xi Hang, whose malevolence allowed it to control the entire empire through their hollowed forms. In a time of chaos, where the populace suffered and corrupt officials ran rampant, Yan Qixia, originally a constable, could not abide such corruption and thus resigned from his post, retreating to Lanrua Temple to confront the ancient tree demon. Before his days as a constable, he was renowned as the foremost swordsman in the realm, the swordsman Xiao. In pursuit of this illustrious title, continuously sought to challenge Yin Qixia, unaware that Yin had long since mastered the philosophical texts of Taoism and Buddhism, achieving remarkable prowess through martial cultivation. This is the backdrop of the tale of a Chinese ghost story. Within the confines of Guobei County, much like in the original narrative, a thick haze of despair envelopes the atmosphere. The townsfolk, wandering the streets, were expressions of numbness. Their tattered garments hang loosely on their emaciated forms, resembling the living dead. Armed bounty hunters, clutching portraits of wanted criminals, scour the streets in search of their quarry. At the mere utterance of the words, "Do not leave," these hunters become akin to sharks sensing blood, erupting into frenzied exclamations. What? Do not leave? Where should one not go? Brothers, it's time for action. Charge forth. Furthermore, numerous passers-by bear swords at their waists, and at the slightest hint of discord, they swiftly draw their blades in confrontation. In this scene, if it were to unfold in modern-day America, it would undoubtedly be a sensational occurrence. Imagine a mere disagreement prompting someone to draw a firearm. For an ordinary person in such an environment, fear would be an inevitable companion. However, from this day forth, an exception emerges. At the southern city gate, a dozen guards stood vigil as usual, scrutinizing the townsfolk entering and exiting the city, all while seeking ways to line their pockets. "Sir, we have fled from famine and seek refuge with our relatives. Please allow us entry, I beseech you." A woman, clad in tattered garments and accompanied by a small girl, bowed repeatedly before the guards, her voice laden with sorrow, evoking tears from those who heard her plight. The guard before her, however, regarded her with disdain, kicking her away with contempt and barking. "What do you mean by wanting to enter without money? Not even a copper coin? That wouldn't suffice for a bowl of noodles for me. Begone, begone. Should you provoke my ire, I shall accuse you of assaulting a court official." At these words, despair washed over the woman, her face turning ashen, yet she refused to yield, continuing her pleas. "Sir, I implore you, I beg you." The guard's disdain only deepened, ready to hurl further insults. But at that very moment, on the distant horizon, a group of individuals began to materialize. Initially, their forms were indistinct due to the distance, yet their swift approach soon rendered their outlines clear. However, upon recognizing the full extent of this peculiar assembly, the guards stood frozen, their expressions vacant. On the city walls, the defending soldiers were equally transfixed, their bodies rendered immobile with astonishment. The reason was evident. The throng outside the city bore an extraordinary appearance, their attire bizarre and the objects they wielded even more so. Yet, the palpable aura of lethal intent they exuded was almost tangible. This scene is evident even to the simplest of minds. These individuals are the enemy forces. Quickly, shut the city gates. For heaven's sake, close the gates at once. Hurry. The officer in charge of the city's defense was the first to respond, his head emerging from the ramparts as he vehemently berated the guards and soldiers stationed at the gates, his tone fraught with urgency. At his shout, the guards and soldiers immediately reacted, their bodies involuntarily trembling in shock as they muttered in disbelief. "Good heavens, what kind of monstrous beings have invaded our Guobei County?" They swiftly set about closing the gates. However, there were still dozens of civilians outside the gates, who, upon witnessing the chaos, rushed frantically towards the entrance. Yet, the guards completely disregarded them, and those who dared to force their way in were met with drawn swords and ruthless attacks. In an instant, the air was filled with screams, and the ground was stained with blood. As the saying goes, even a cornered dog will leap over a wall. What more could be expected of desperate humans? Faced with the threat of death, the civilians cast aside their fears, brandishing their fists or picking up stones from the ground as they charged towards the gates. On the open ground outside the city, the horrific scene at the gates was captured in full by a drone. Jean Guofa furrowed his brow, his expression turning icy. These wretches are merciless towards their own, yet jest with outsiders. He then picked up the radio, tuned it to a specific channel, and commanded, "Hummingbird Team 2, target the city gates, initiate an assault. Exercise caution, attack from within the city, and avoid harming the civilians." Received, came the response from the leader of Hummingbird Team 2 over the radio. Meanwhile, a squadron of 4 attack drones, piloted with precision, ascended into the sky, each carrying 8 defensive grenades, and swiftly made their way towards the southern gate of Guobei County. They moved rapidly but at a low altitude, causing several guards to take notice. The ancient onlookers gazed with wide, curious eyes at the 4 attack drones, murmuring in astonishment, "What on earth is this contraption?" Judging by its size and speed, It resembles a bird. Could such a peculiar bird exist? Perhaps it is some kind of monster? Surely not. Naturally, they had no comprehension of what a drone was. Yet, it mattered not, for they would soon discover the true nature of these aerial machines. Under the deft manipulation of the 4 drone operators, the 4 attack drones soared above the city gates, hovering over the valiant soldiers engaged in fierce combat. With a swift motion, they pressed the operation buttons, releasing 8 defensive grenades directly into the fray. There exists a common misconception among many, including this author, who are novices in the realm of military affairs. The term defensive grenade, as its name suggests, might lead one to presume that its potency is rather limited. In stark contrast, the truth is that its explosive power far surpasses that of offensive grenades. The principle is quite straightforward. Offensive grenades are typically thrown during an assault and primarily contain explosives without the inclusion of shrapnel or steel balls, relying instead on the destructive force of the blast wave to incapacitate or disorient the enemy. A prime example of this is the stun grenade, which exemplifies this type. However, defensive grenades operate under a different premise. Generally utilized from a position of cover, the individual hurls the grenade outward with the intent of maximizing its lethality. The greater the explosive force, the better. Considerations regarding shrapnel or the amount of explosive material become secondary, as the individual remains shielded from harm behind their cover. Thus, the emphasis is purely on delivering a formidable impact. The fate of the city guards and soldiers was all too predictable. A series of thunderous explosions erupted with a deafening roar, transforming the city gates into a tempest of sound that swept in all directions. Countless steel pellets and shrapnel surged forth with unrestrained ferocity, targeting the unprepared soldiers and guards at the inner city gates. Caught in the relentless onslaught akin to a crushing force between dimensions, the soldiers, in varying degrees of injury, were struck by several steel pellets or shrapnel in their limbs. Bleeding profusely, those in worse condition were mercilessly pelted by dozens of steel fragments, their bodies reduced to a grotesque mass of flesh. Heart-wrenching cries of agony echoed. "Ah! My leg, ah! Someone, please save me. Monsters, these things above are all monsters, help. I want to go home. I don't want to die. I want to go home, brother, help me." Fueled by adrenaline, the initial wails were piercingly intense. However, it wasn't long before they began to wane. Upon the city walls, the guards, witnessing the horrific scene at the gate, were rendered speechless. This. There were no words that could adequately convey the shock that enveloped their hearts. They momentarily questioned whether these entities were indeed manifestations of monsters. For how could there be such terrifying lethality otherwise? Outside the city gate, a handful of surviving civilians, hearing the anguished cries from within and feeling the terrifying waves of explosive force, even with the gate as a barrier, were still overwhelmed by its might. Hiss! What is this? The fortunate few who remained alive were left in a daze. Instinctively, they turned to gaze at the soldiers of the synthetic battalion charging forward. Frozen in place as if turned to stone, if they had felt fear before, it had now transformed into utter despair. Many civilians even knelt on the ground, pleading for mercy, echoing sentiments akin to those of the soldiers. The warriors of these synthetic camps are either monstrous beings or celestial beings, and opposing them is utterly futile. The only hope for survival lies in abject submission, pleading for mercy. Great Immortal, please do not harm me. I am willing to do anything, just spare my life. I implore you. With utmost reverence, the common folk beseech, Great Immortal above, we dare not show the slightest disrespect. Please forgive us. Spare us, Great Immortal. Among them, a pitiable mother and daughter also kneel, entreating for mercy. Yet, contrary to their imagined scorn and harsh rebukes commanding them to leave, they are met with voices brimming with concern and kindness that resonate in their ears. Sister, why are you kneeling? Rise quickly. This place is fraught with danger. You all, assist her to her feet and escort her to safety. The battlefield is perilous. Then, strong yet gentle hands lift them from their almost prostrate position. Again, compassionate words fill the air. Sister, do not be afraid. We are neither monsters nor deities. We are the liberating army, the forces of the common people. Come, let us help you to safety. It is truly dangerous here. Brother, do not fear. We harbor no ill intent. If you doubt us, open your eyes and see. We, the liberating army, do not oppress the impoverished. A dozen surviving commoners stand in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. What is happening? What has transpired? Am I not hearing correctly? An elderly man, tears streaming down his face, refuses to believe. "Great immortal, we truly possess nothing left. If you must, take this last piece of clothing. But spare my life. I have a daughter in the city." The elderly man was exceedingly frail, his attire tattered beyond recognition, rendering him scarcely better than a beggar. The soldier from the composite battalion before him felt a pang of compassion and hastily explained, "Elderly sir, we are not divine beings. We are the liberators, the army of the impoverished. Please do not kneel before us, for such an act diminishes our dignity. Allow me to assist you." Yet, the old man remained unconvinced. When the soldier genuinely reached out to help him to his feet, the old man trembled, exclaiming, "Oh no, esteemed one, I am but a mere commoner. How could I trouble you to lend me your hand?" The soldier responded reassuringly, "It is nothing." He then attempted to lift the old man, only to discover that he had sustained an injury to his leg. Undeterred, he bent down, hoisted the elder onto his back, and began to run towards the rear of the battlefield. The old man was left utterly astounded, questioning the very nature of his existence. Throughout history, the military has always been accompanied by a figure of authority, but here, not only did this soldier refrain from chastising him as a lowly peasant, he took it upon himself to assist and even carry him away from the perils of the battlefield. Had it not been for witnessing it with his own eyes and experiencing it firsthand, he would never have believed it, no matter how much one might insist. And then there was the unfortunate mother, accompanied by her daughter, who was cradled in the arms of a soldier as they fled towards the rear of the battlefield. The remaining civilians, witnessing this scene, even the most simple-minded among them, grasped the gravity of the situation and, with tears streaming down their faces, prostrated themselves in gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you, noble one. Thank you, noble one. A divine presence has manifested. We are saved." They hastily rose and raced towards the safety of the rear, acutely aware that the battlefield was fraught with peril, and remaining in place would only hinder the efforts of those fighting. However, with only a mere dozen civilians in their ranks, it was hardly a matter of burdening anyone, at most. It would merely slow the momentum of the advance by a few fleeting seconds. Upon reaching the city gates, a company commander summoned 2 demolitionists from the engineering squad to commence the task of affixing explosives to the gates. The daily routine of these demolition soldiers consists solely of blasting mountains or shattering stones. Blowing up an ancient city gate is hardly a challenge, is it? Boom. The resounding echoes of violent explosions reverberate as terrifying shockwaves surge uncontrollably in all directions. The walls tremble, cracking under the force near the city gate. On the ground, a wailing tempest is unleashed, akin to a hurricane rising from the earth. "Comrades, charge with me." At the command of the leading company commander, he bravely leads the charge into the fray. Following closely behind, hundreds of soldiers from the combined battalion stream in, and the city is instantly engulfed in a cacophony of battle cries. Is this combat mode familiar to you? It bears a striking resemblance to tactics employed during World War II, and indeed, the reality is quite similar. After all, the opposing force is merely an ancient army, and such a strategy shows considerable regard for their capabilities. However, if modernized tactics and information technology were to be deployed, along with advanced weaponry, would it be justified? For instance, those large-caliber rocket artillery and precision-guided munitions, are they truly warranted? The answer, of course, is no. Such formidable artillery could obliterate an entire county's annual GDP in mere moments. Even with ample resources, it would be imprudent to squander them recklessly. Employing a mushroom bomb to swat a mosquito is unnecessary. Within the county, under the overwhelming superiority of force, the garrison of Guabay County found themselves not only lacking the will to resist, but even devoid of the notion of resistance itself. They collectively perceived the soldiers of the combined battalion as otherworldly beings, exclaiming that there was no time for combat. Escape was paramount. Inside the county office, the county magistrate, portrayed by the eccentric director Wong, fainted upon receiving this news. He may have been ineffectual, yet he was not entirely devoid of merit. At least, before losing consciousness, he emitted a soul-stirring cry to his aide, "Quick, report to the county governor at once, and let him inform Lord Protector of the nation that monsters have emerged in Guabay County." What would transpire if modern technology were introduced into ancient times? The answers are twofold. It would either be deemed monstrous or regarded as divine. There are no other interpretations. At this moment, the common folk of Guabay County shared this sentiment. They observed as the soldiers of the combined battalion, moving in groups of 3, executed tactical maneuvers with poise and order, advancing effortlessly. The weapons they wielded were nothing short of terrifying. A mere brush against them could lead to injury. A slight misstep could spell doom. instilling such fear that they scarcely dared to breathe. In this nearly overwhelming scenario, within less than half an hour, the entirety of Gubei County was thoroughly subdued. Subsequently, Battalion Commander Jean Guifa ordered the soldiers to secure key routes, reassure the populace, and affix new proclamations in the usual places, promoting our advantageous policies. Su Qingfeng and Uncle Jiu entered Gubei County alongside the troops. Recalling the narrative from the original script, they successfully located the residence of the painting stall owner with the assistance of the Battalion S soldiers. The stall owner was on the verge of tears in his eyes. These individuals were akin to emissaries of death, genuinely fearsome. He implored them, "Gentlemen, I have never committed any wrongdoing. Whatever you wish of me, I shall comply. I only beseech you to grant me a path to survival." Su Qingfeng, taken aback, pondered this reaction, which was rather understandable. Clearing his throat, he clarified, "Owner, we bear no ill intent. We merely seek a painting." The stall owner appeared bewildered. "A painting?" Su Qingfeng nodded affirmatively. "Yes. The one depicting a beautiful woman combing her hair. You haven't sold it, have you?" Upon hearing these words, the stall owner trembled slightly, immediately nodding fervently in agreement, exclaiming, No, it hasn't been sold yet. Although this painting is the prized possession of my shop, since the gentleman and a few esteemed patrons appreciate it, I shall fetch it for you right away." Su Qingfeng replied, "Very well." With permission granted, the stall owner hurriedly retreated into his dwelling. In a short while, he emerged with the painting of Nie Shaoqian from the original tale, presenting it with utmost reverence, his hands trembling as he said, "Gentlemen, your painting." Su Qingfeng responded, "Very well." After inspecting the painting and finding it satisfactory, he made the payment and departed. The stall owner, taken aback, had initially contemplated a significant loss, yet was astonished that the customer actually paid. How curious indeed! Could it be that their claim of being a band of the impoverished was not mere rhetoric? Unbeknownst to Su Qingfeng, the stall owner's internal musings held no significance for him. After all, he was merely a character in a film. And there was no need to dwell on such matters as he led his companions to the next establishment. This is a shop that sells talismans. In the original play, Ning Kaichen, having gotten wet, inadvertently stuck numerous talismans to his back, prompting the talisman shop owner to call out for him not to leave. Upon hearing this, a throng of bounty hunters rushed over, creating a cacophony of chaos. 10 minutes later, they located the residence of the talisman vendor and executed the same maneuver, purchasing all of his talismans. Su Qingfeng inquired of his companion, Uncle Jiu, "Master, what do you think of these talismans?" Without any unexpected developments, Uncle Jiu indeed recognized these symbols. After examining them with a furrowed brow, he replied, "Little Su, these talismans bear some resemblance to the exorcism charms from our Maoshan tradition, yet they differ in certain aspects. I will need to conduct further research and provide you with a more comprehensive response in a couple of days, if that is agreeable." Su Qingfeng nodded with a smile. "That sounds perfect, Master. Let us return to the camp. I must present this painting to Deputy Zhao." Uncle Jiu affirmed, "Very well." This minor episode did not disrupt the overarching situation. The warriors of the combined battalion established their foothold in Gubei County in under 20 minutes, after which provisions were distributed. Many of the common folk are on the brink of starvation. Let us not even mention the issue of labor. After all, our valiant warriors of the Dragon Nation are part of the People's Army. How can they remain indifferent upon witnessing such dire circumstances? Moreover, among those who enlist, how many come from affluent backgrounds? They are predominantly the children of impoverished families. Thus, upon encountering these fellow citizens, they are filled with profound compassion. Upon receiving orders from their superiors, they swiftly procured an abundance of bread and bottled water, offering words of consolation. "Dear villagers, do not be afraid. We are not foes, but rather the logistical soldiers here to assist you. Here, take this. It is called bread, and this is bottled water. You must be quite famished. So please, have something to eat. Good lady, is this your daughter? She must be very hungry, and we have canned food here. This is meat in a can, perfect for nourishing your child. Good sir, I assure you, this bread is not poisoned. See, I have eaten some myself. It is truly safe. Food is the finest remedy for the spirit, especially when it is delectable." These diverse individuals, even when presented with mere white steamed buns, might find it challenging to consume even one within several days, many of whom have endured calamities and fled from hardship. Nowadays, upon catching a whiff of the bread's enticing aroma, and upon confirming its safety, how could one possibly resist? Grasping the bread, they begin to indulge voraciously. It is truly an experience that can be aptly described as a feast of delight. This scene deeply moved the hearts of the soldiers, evoking reflections on their grandfathers and great-grandfathers. In an era when productivity was underdeveloped, our dragon nation faced profound poverty. Many endured such hardships, not to mention bread. Even wild vegetables and tree bark could scarcely satiate hunger. It was a dire situation. Before them, the ancient citizens, as they feasted, could not help but choke back tears, their faces glistening with emotion as they murmured, "This steamed bun is exquisite. I have never tasted anything so delightful. Even if it were poisonous, it would be worth it." "Hush, don't speak foolishly. We are in good hands here. And look, these people do not appear malevolent. Indeed, we misjudged them. They are truly the companions of the impoverished. We have finally encountered our saviors. Father, mother, do you see? We, the destitute, have hope. We have hope." Among them were a pair of unfortunate mother and daughter, drawn in by the sight and enticing aroma of the bread, their mouths watering uncontrollably. "It smells divine," exclaimed the child. "Mother, I want to eat." Unable to resist the temptation of food, she bravely voiced her desire. After a moment's hesitation, her mother decided to take a taste. It mattered little whether they would eat or not. As she took a bite, the softness and aroma of the bread, combined with its sweetness, seemed to melt her heart. Her young daughter, too, savored it eagerly, taking large, delightful bites. This scene appears both pitiable and profoundly heartwarming. At this moment, Jean Guafa had already entered the city with his guard unit, making his way towards the county office. Along the way, witnessing the plight of the common folk stirred a sense of unease within him. He issued a directive: proceed according to the original plan. Those willing to stay will be assigned to the engineering team, tasked with moving bricks, water, and mortar, with provisions and wages guaranteed. For those unwilling to remain, provide them with a small sum of silver to facilitate their departure. Do not make it difficult for them. "Yes, Captain," a soldier nearby replied loudly. Jean Guafa continued towards the county office. Much like in numerous films and dramas, the county office was nothing remarkable, hardly even worth mentioning. Furthermore, the county magistrate had no utility whatsoever, possessing alarmingly scant information. Thus, he did not linger at the county office for long. Upon exiting, he commenced his inspection. Guabay County was not large, and within a mere 10 minutes, he had completed his survey. He promptly approached the communication support vehicle to establish contact with the temporary camp's location. After a series of crackling sounds, the channel connected, and Jean Guafa's voice resonated. "I am Jean Guafa, the captain of the 1st Synthetic Battalion of the 1st Heavy Armored Composite Brigade. I am looking for Team Leader Liu. Not available. He has gone to Lanrua Temple. Only Deputy Leader Zhao is present. Then please connect me with Deputy Leader Zhao." Shortly thereafter, Zhao Chuming's voice came through. "Hello, Captain Jean, this is Zhao Chuming." Jean Guafa responded, "Greetings, Deputy Leader Zhao. My unit has successfully taken control of Gubei County as per the original plan. Comrades Su and the others are on their way back with the items regarding the talismans and paintings. Additionally, no supernatural forces have been detected." Zhao Chunming smiled and nodded. "Captain Jean, your efforts are appreciated. Please continue to act according to the original plan. The camp will relocate shortly." Jean Guafa acknowledged, understood. After disconnecting the call, Zhao Chunming intended to reach out towards Lanrua Temple. However, at that moment, a rumble of thunder echoed, and a torrential downpour began to fall from the sky. Within less than 10 minutes, a soldier hurried over to report, "Deputy Leader Zhao, there is an important situation. The character of Xiaoho, the swordsman, has appeared." Zhao Chunming was taken aback. The swordsman Xiaoho has arrived, perhaps a tad belatedly, yet it does not seem excessively so. He inquires, "What is the nature of the individual in question? How did you come to discover them?" The warrior responded, stating that the situation was far from ideal. Much like in the original storyline, he was in pursuit of some formidable individuals who had stolen his purse. He exhibited considerable resistance to our presence, attempting to retaliate on several occasions. Consequently, we administered a potent anesthetic, anticipating that he would awaken in approximately 5 hours. At present, Director Wu's medical research team has already arrived, prepared to conduct medical examinations on him. Director Wu, of course, refers to the esteemed head of the First People's Hospital of Jiangqing. Zhao Chunming pondered for a moment and responded, "Please notify Director Wu to meticulously document the research. Once results are obtained, he must report them immediately." Understood. Upon receiving the command, the soldier departed. Zhao Chunming then swiftly reached out towards the direction of Lanrua Temple. confirming that the team was nearing arrival, and subsequently briefed on the situation in Gubei County. Following the conclusion of the call, he dispatched individuals back to the modern world to communicate the progress to the government. Thus commenced the grand and vigorous relocation efforts. The Dragon Nation aspired to establish a permanent presence in this otherworldly realm, and without substantial preparations, such an endeavor would be utterly unfeasible. The location of Gubei County represents the most optimal choice for a forward operating base in the future. Not only should military bases be established here, but various national-level scientific research laboratories must also be constructed. There is even the prospect of creating production facilities for supernatural powers, such as the mass manufacturing of quantum phantoms and the cultivation of elite warriors with millennia of training, as well as those with 10 millennia of experience. The nation's scientific endeavors have never been mere frivolities. Of course, this is merely a concept. The feasibility of its implementation will depend on progress, the external circumstances of the modern world, and the environmental conditions of our own realm, among other factors, towards the direction of Lanrua Temple. This temple is situated to the west of Gubei County, separated by a vast expanse of woodland. In the original narrative, Ning Kaichen once traversed the forest at night, carrying a small lantern as he made his way back to the temple. His excessive timidity elicited laughter from Nie Xiaoqian, who watched him from above. However, for our nation's synthetic camp, this poses no challenge. Moreover, it is still broad daylight. A few bullets would suffice to resolve any lurking wolves. At this moment, the National Exploration Team is nearing the Lanrua Temple. Among the team, Lu Huajian and several atmospheric physicists and meteorologists, equipped with portable infrared gas analyzers and gas chromatographs, are diligently collecting and recording data as they proceed. Occasionally, they pause to compare their findings with the samples they have brought along or to deposit them into pre-prepared containers to gather pertinent information. As the saying goes, opportunity favors the prepared mind. During a routine sampling, a doctoral student from the Lonka Institute suddenly exclaimed, "Professor, you must come and see this." A distinguished member of the biology faculty and a professor at the Lonka Institute, standing beside him, looked on with a puzzled expression and queried, "What is it?" The doctoral student replied in astonishment, "It seems I have observed a potential phenotype of the HSC lineage, and it is inclined, more specific than what we previously observed in our experiments with helium, oxygen, 3. Upon hearing this, not only was his advisor taken aback, but also the surrounding dozen or so scientists gathered around with equal astonishment. They continuously scrutinized the data on the instruments and the external conditions of the samples. Gradually, expressions of shock transformed into an indescribable ecstasy. Zhou Yijuan was drawn to the scene and ordered his team to halt their advance temporarily, approaching with curiosity to inquire, "Lu, what have you discovered?" At this moment, Lu Huajian could no longer suppress the smile on his lips and cheerfully replied, "Commander Zhou, we initially intended to explain this scientifically, but considering the possibility that the other party might not comprehend, we opted for a more straightforward approach. We have discovered a substance that can enhance longevity. No. To be precise, we have found it, as the biological sciences community identified it in the last century." Zhou Yijuan appeared even more perplexed, asking, "So, what exactly is this substance?" Lu Huajin excitedly responded, "Telomerase." Seeing that Zhou Yijuan still did not understand, a nearby biologist joyfully interjected, "Allow me to elucidate, Commander Zhou. In our local World S research laboratory, we identified helium, oxygen, 3, a rod-shaped gas. Although it differs from mana, it can mutate cells upon binding, thereby granting them supernatural powers. To validate this, we conducted an experiment on 30 white mice by excising the TRC component. However, 3 days post-excision, we did not yield significant results. Moreover, all 30 mice perished within 5 days, which posed a considerable challenge to our research on mana. However, if this mana could stimulate the production of telomerase within organisms, it would be entirely different. This is because telomerase is the genetic code for immortality." At this point, Zhou Yijuan still appeared somewhat bewildered. Lu Huajin cheerfully added, "From another biological perspective, the division of human cells indeed has a limit, with the exception of reproductive cells, nerve cells, and cancer cells. The typical division limit for ordinary human cells is generally between 50 and 60 times. Furthermore, cell division is regulated by a substance known as telomeres. Telomeres are located at both ends of eukaryotic linear chromosomes and are composed of highly repetitive DNA sequences. In humans, it is TTAGGG and telomere binding proteins. Currently, 6 subunits of telomere-binding proteins have been identified, namely TRF1, TRF2, TIN2, RAP1, POT1, and TPP1, which collectively form the telomere protection protein complex. This is due to the necessity for DNA replication to proceed in the 5'3" direction. Thus, with each replication of DNA, which coincides with each cell division, telomeres diminish incrementally. In human cells, the length of telomeres is approximately 8,000 to 10,000 base pairs, with cells dividing every 4 to 6 years, resulting in a reduction of telomeres by 30 to 100 base pairs per division. Once the telomeres are entirely consumed and they can no longer shorten, the cells cease to divide, leading to apoptosis. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijun finally grasped a fragment of understanding and tentatively responded. So, the process of aging in a person is essentially the shortening of their telomeres? Lu Huajian excitedly affirmed. Indeed, because of this, scientists have deduced the human lifespan limit to be 130 years. However, we have just discovered that this gas, akin to helium, oxygen-3, can actually promote the production of telomerase. From this perspective, we have potentially unlocked the secret to longevity and even immortality, albeit the possibility of eternal life remains exceedingly slim. More significantly, utilizing these conditions, we can commence the cultivation of genuine carbon-based life forms teeming with helium, oxygen-3. In other words, we could create biological monstrosities. It can also be interpreted as the mythical creatures with magical powers described in the classic of mountains and seas, which we might now be capable of manufacturing. The biologist nearby excitedly added, furthermore, once the rate of telomerase iteration matches that of cellular iteration in mice, we could observe a substantial mitigation in the drastic reduction of their lifespan. This implies that we have transcended that threshold. We may preliminarily possess the ability to transform ordinary individuals into beings with supernatural powers, or perhaps Taoists. Of course, this does not extend to plants. For instance, transforming an ordinary tree into a millennium-old tree spirit remains unfeasible. Currently, this is merely a biological discovery. Nevertheless, it is indeed profoundly audacious. After absorbing Lu Huajian's words, Zhou Yijun felt a singular sensation. Scientists are, without a doubt, mad. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yijun posed a question. If that is the case, can we not mass-produce the deities of this world? For example, can we create an army of Sun Wukongs? Upon hearing this, a biologist nearby shook his head and replied, not quite, because we can only manipulate a carbon-based organism at a microscopic level to endow it with supernatural abilities. However, how to wield this power correctly and unleash its utmost potential remains unknown to us. To illustrate, it is akin to a 3-year-old suddenly acquiring a powerful mushroom delivery vehicle. It is formidable, yet utterly ignorant, incapable of harnessing the true strength of this great mushroom. Zhou Yijun furrowed his brow. Is there any solution to this? Lu Huajian replied slowly, cultivation techniques. For instance, the thunderous strike of Comrade Xiao Su, the 72 transformations of the Monkey King, and the esteemed Yin Qixia whom we are about to meet. Equipped with these techniques, we can delve into a more profound exploration, regardless of the circumstances. This marks a splendid commencement. At the very least, we have initially grasped the mysteries of metaphysics. Indeed, from this perspective, it is undeniably a commendable development. As the conversation unfolded, a communication soldier hurriedly approached, standing at attention with a salute, and reported loudly. Report, Commander. The vanguard has arrived at the main gate of the Lanrua Temple, and they have already encountered Yin Qixia. Zhou Yijun's gaze sharpened as he inquired, what was their response? The soldier who reported responded. The reaction is not particularly intense, but there is considerable confusion and heightened vigilance. Lu Huajian smiled and remarked, Commander Zhou, this is an expected outcome. Let us proceed to meet them. Zhou Yijun nodded in agreement. Very well. Shortly thereafter, guided by the reporting soldier, they arrived at the entrance of the Lanrua Temple. At this moment, in the ancient temple's gate, the square was littered with decaying leaves. A burly man with a twisted beard stood resolutely there, wielding a massive sword and clad in a robe of black and white, adorned with metallic epaulets on his shoulders. Exuding an air of authority without anger, he was none other than Yin Qixia, portrayed by the venerable Lord Wu. 5 minutes prior, as was his custom, Yin Qixia was practicing in his chamber within the Lanrua Temple when he heard a cacophony emanating from outside the temple. Driven by curiosity, He rose and made his way to the gate to investigate. Upon his arrival, he genuinely felt that he had encountered a malevolent spirit in broad daylight. These are individuals clad in remarkably eccentric attire, coordinating among themselves in a formation reminiscent of a military array, each wielding an enigmatic object whose purpose remains unclear, yet appears quite formidable as they continuously survey their surroundings. In addition, there exist peculiar entities that resemble dogs, yet do not entirely conform to that likeness. Upon closer inspection, Yan Qixia discerned that they were, in fact, mere iron lumps. The iron creature, resembling a dog, had eyes that glowed a fierce crimson, its forelegs restlessly scurrying about with remarkable agility around the Lanrua temple. Who exactly were these individuals? Each one possessed formidable strength and robust vitality, unmistakably human. Yet what manner of being was this red-eyed iron beast? I felt no hint of life emanating from it. Moreover, what of those similarly crimson-eyed, airborne iron creatures overhead? Yan Qixia gazed at the reconnaissance drones circling above, lost in contemplation and confusion. Finally, his attention was drawn to a warrior who was evidently the leader, who raised his voice in inquiry. "Who are you all? What brings you to Lanrua Temple uninvited?" This was a company commander. Upon hearing Yan Qixia's question, he smiled and replied, "Hero Yan, there is no need for such wariness. We mean you no harm. Please wait a moment. Our brigade commander and team leader Lu will arrive shortly, and they will explain everything to you." Yan Qixia was even more perplexed. Team leader Lu? Brigade commander? What rank is that? Though he was the foremost swordsman of the Ming dynasty and a well-known constable, serving as an official of the court, he had never encountered such peculiar titles. Fortunately, his confusion did not linger for long. Before long, Zhou Yijuan and Lu Huajin arrived. After scrutinizing Yan Qixia for a moment, they exchanged glances and nodded. Subsequently, Lu Huajin quietly instructed, "Activate all scientific instruments and collect relevant data with utmost diligence, paying particular attention to Yan Qixia. Inform us immediately should anything unexpected occur." The scientists and researchers nearby murmured their acknowledgments. Zhou Yijuan then cleared his throat, offering Yan Qixia a warm smile, and said, "Esteemed Yan Qixia, greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhou Yijuan, the manager of this military unit, and this is Lu Huajin, the captain and overall commander of our outpost in another world. You may find my words somewhat incomprehensible. Therefore, please take a look at this." With that, without needing further instruction, a nearby soldier approached Yan Qixia, holding a tablet that had been prepared in advance. On the screen, a film paused at its opening scene was displayed. The title of the film, A Chinese Ghost Story. Yan Qixia furrowed his brow deeply. However, as a master of the Taoist arts and a martial expert, he sensed that these intruders bore no malice. Yet their actions, attire, and manner of speaking were undeniably peculiar. At this moment, the synthetic camp soldier approached, cradling a tablet computer in his hands, and offered him an innocent smile, saying, "Hero Yin, please." Yan Qixia instinctively took 3 steps back, raising his massive sword in a defensive posture, akin to a curious tabby cat encountering something unfamiliar, exhibiting great vigilance. However, upon realizing that the peculiar tablet posed no threat, he pondered seriously for a moment before accepting it. "What is this?" Yan Qixia thought to himself, examining the tablet. Tapping here and there, his eyes filled with confusion. The soldier, still smiling, responded, "Hero Yin, this is called a tablet computer. It poses no danger, so please rest assured. I am about to play a movie, which can be understood as a form of opera, equally harmless." After his explanation, he raised his right hand and clicked play. Then, the poignant voice of brother resonated from the speakers. "On the road of life, dreams stretch long. Through the trials of wind and frost, they strike us head on. In the bustling world, how many directions do dreams hold? Seek the love that lies within the heart of dreams, as the road stretches endlessly." Accompanied by the song, the movie's plot commenced. With a thunderous roar, the opening scene erupted with a cacophony of cries. "Run. Dear sir, I was wrong. Please, do not kill me. I will return your money." The scene shifted to a close-up of the swordsman Xiaohou, whose expression was cold and unyielding as he reprimanded, "You dare to rob my purse? You deserve to die." With a swift motion, he raised his right hand high and, wielding his massive sword, struck down mercilessly upon the kneeling assailant, blood splattering dramatically. The crimson droplets splattered onto Ning Kaichen, who was metaphorically within the grass pavilion, rendering him pale with fright. Meanwhile, Yan Qixia, witnessing this scene, particularly the appearance of Xiaohou, felt a rapid shift in his expression. Initially puzzled, then solemn, and now transformed into sheer astonishment. Quickly, he summoned his inner magical power to inspect the tablet, only to discover there was not the slightest trace of magical fluctuation, deepening his shock. This object, it could reveal the actions of others without any magical aura, truly a divine artifact. Whispering in astonishment, Yin Qixia continued to watch. As he observed, his eyes began to widen in disbelief. Gobei County appeared. The woods outside Lanrua Temple emerged. Then, astonishingly, he saw himself engaged in a duel with Xiaohou. Yin Qixia was utterly bewildered. What was happening? What was the situation? Who could tell me what is truly occurring? This film is an edited version. Watching the entire unabridged film would take too long, and by the time one returns, darkness would have fallen, transforming the realm into the dominion of the tree demon, thereby exponentially increasing the danger. After a brief span of minutes, the edited film concluded. As one who has witnessed countless bizarre occurrences and possesses formidable magical prowess, Yin Qixia quickly regained composure, lifting his gaze towards Zhou Yijuan and Lu Huajin ahead. The moment had arrived. The two men stepped forward, gradually approaching Yin Qixia. Upon reaching him, they spoke directly. Greetings, Hero Yin. I am Zhou Yijuan. You may address me as Mr. Zhou or Captain Zhou. He extended his right hand. Lu Huajin added, Greetings, Hero Yin. I am Lu Huajin. You may call me Mr. Lu. He too extended his right hand. Yin Qixia instinctively released his aura, probing towards the two men. Upon discovering that they bore no trace of malevolent energy or sinister intent, he clasped his hands in salute and replied, Greetings, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Lu. May I inquire about the nature of your visit to Lanrua Temple? Yin Qixia adopted a stance of equal footing. Although he appeared fierce, his visage capable of frightening many a child, his nature was, in truth, remarkably kind-hearted. For instance, in the original narrative, he risked descending into the underworld and battling the Black Mountain Demon to aid Ning Kaichen in rescuing Qian. He was gravely injured in the process, nearly becoming trapped in the nether realm. Before him, the two men smiled faintly, retracting their hands, and similarly clasped their fists in respect. Hero Yin. This artifact is called a tablet computer, meticulously crafted by our scientific sect's artifact production department. We have come to Lanrua Temple for two matters. Firstly, we seek your assistance in vanquishing the millennium-old tree demon. Secondly, we wish to enlist your cooperation in scientific research and in eliminating the calamity that is the Protectorate staff, Padu Qinghai. The concept of the tablet computer was beyond Yin Qixia's comprehension. Thus, he merely pondered it briefly before diverting his focus entirely to the second matter. With a tone of mild surprise, yet carrying a persuasive undertone, he responded, I, Yin, chose to resign from my position as head constable and retreat to Lanrua Temple precisely to avoid entanglement in worldly affairs. Should the tree demon pose a threat, I shall address it myself. As for the Protectorate staff, I am powerless against the decree of the sovereign. You may return. Lu Huajin smiled and shook his head, saying, Hero Yin, there is no need to decline so hastily. Rather, allow us to present our terms. Yin Qixia furrowed his brow. Terms? Lu Huajin nodded. Indeed. Having heard of Yin Qixia's patriotism and deep understanding of righteousness, as well as his profound despair regarding the decaying court, he suggested, let us collaborate. We are willing to provide the citizens of this realm with a brighter future, and in return, Hero Yin, you must assist us in fulfilling those two conditions. Furthermore, let me add one more point regarding the confrontation with the Black Mountain Old Demon. Yin Qixia, taken aback, expressed a hint of disbelief, questioning whether he had misheard. Are you suggesting that you can put an end to this chaotic world that has brought untold suffering to the common people? Lu Huajin affirmed. Indeed. Yin Qixia, stifling a laugh, shook his head and remarked, Mr. Lu, you must not underestimate yourselves. The vastness of the world is not something you can casually claim to influence. Although the current imperial court is in a state of decay, it still commands an army of millions. Even someone like myself, a practitioner of the Tao, feels powerless to confront it, let alone promise the common folk a brighter future. How can mere mortals, devoid of any magical prowess, dare to aspire to such feats? Upon hearing this, Lu Huajin chuckled, and Zhou Yijuan joined in the laughter. It is true that, at this moment, our nation lacks the strength to contend with the Black Mountain Old Demon. Unless we elevate our research on helium-3 to an extraordinary level, achieving a resolution to this chaotic era is not as simple as it appears. Nonetheless, this is indeed part of our nation's future strategy. It is crucial to note, however, that we must not hastily attempt to end this chaos. Otherwise, we risk attracting the attention of formidable beings, which could spell disaster. Zhou Yijuan interjected, Hero Yin, while it is true that we cannot rely solely on physical strength, we possess science. Please take a look at this. With that, he gestured to a tablet, deftly navigating to showcase a video montage of modern weaponry. This is a promotional video meticulously edited by our nation's publicity department. It features the Army, Air Force, Navy, Mushroom Troops, and the recently established Space Force, among others. The footage showcases manned rockets, spacecraft, artificial satellites, second-generation aircraft carriers, and supersonic fighter jets. The video is brief, lasting only 5 or 6 minutes. However, the astonishment it evokes in Yin Qixia is beyond description. It could easily take a lifetime to convey the magnitude of his shock. It is utterly incredible. It is truly sensational. Even someone of Yin Qixia's caliber, a master of the Tao, stands frozen like a statue, his mind buzzing with disbelief. He is left questioning the very nature of existence. Is this power truly within the grasp of mere mortals devoid of spiritual energy? After a prolonged silence, Yin Qixia unleashes a voice filled with incredulity, emanating from the depths of his soul. Although he is a practitioner, wielding powers beyond ordinary comprehension, capable of single-handedly holding back an army, he is still but one individual. Moreover, the myriad techniques and supernatural abilities displayed in this spectacle, such as the mushroom bomb and the aircraft, can only be described as divine powers and celestial artifacts. Is this truly a power that mankind can wield? Contemplating this, Yin Qixia could not help but once again release his aura, probing towards the two before him, Zhou Yijuan and Lu Huajian. To his astonishment, he discovered that there was indeed no magical energy within them. They were merely ordinary mortals. After a brief interval, as the look of astonishment on Yin Qixia's face began to ease, Lu Huajian spoke with a smile. Hero Yin, might you consider our request earnestly? We are in dire need of your assistance. Beside him, Zhou Yijuan remained silent, yet he too regarded Yin Qixia with a benevolent smile. Yin Qixia found himself ensnared in deep indecision, feeling as though these individuals were sent by the heavens themselves. This feeling is utterly absurd, yet it undeniably exists and grows deeper. After a moment of serious contemplation, Yin Qixia clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and posed a counter-question. Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhou, if I, Yin, were to wholeheartedly assist, would you truly be able to rescue the suffering populace of this world? For Yin Qixia, the prospect of saving the common folk was a cause he would willingly embrace. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to seclude himself in the desolate and eerie Lanrua temple to prevent the tree demoness from wreaking havoc on the human realm. Upon hearing the words of his interlocutor, Lu Huajian responded without the slightest hesitation, affirming, certainly. If the esteemed hero Yin harbored any doubts or suspected us of deceit, he was free to depart at any moment. Zhou Yijuan added, moreover, you may accompany us to Gubei County to witness the situation there, which has been successfully reclaimed by our forces. You can assess the condition of the citizens before making your final decision. The condition of saving the world was one that Yin Qixia could not refuse. Seeing the sincerity and confidence in their demeanor, Yin Qixia ceased to hesitate and stated plainly, in that case, I accept. As long as I can save the populace and deliver them from their plight, I am more than willing to pay any price. Upon hearing this, Lu Huajian was momentarily taken aback. Cannot the esteemed hero Yin see for himself before deciding? The abruptness of his agreement was somewhat unexpected. Yin Qixia shook his head and smiled, saying, there is no need. Since Mr. Lu is so confident, you must have complete assurance in your cause. And I am not an unworldly child unaware of the intricacies of life. Lu Huajian nodded discreetly, smiling in return. In that case, I thank you, esteemed hero Yin, for your assistance. We shall certainly honor the terms you have set forth. Yin Qixia clasped his hands in gratitude, sincerely expressing, then I extend my heartfelt thanks to you all. Then, shifting the conversation, he inquired, pray tell, how may I assist further? Lu Huajian first surveyed the surroundings of Lanrua Temple before asking, esteemed hero Yin, where might this millennium-old tree demon reside? Yin Qixia replied, it is located near Lanrua Temple, less than a mile away. Lu Huajian nodded thoughtfully, then looked up at the sky and turned to Zhou Yijuan beside him. Noticing the affirmation in Zhou's eyes, Lu Huajian continued, as the day is drawing to a close, esteemed hero Yin, you may accompany us back to Gubei County. We need to provide you with some weaponry and equipment for experimentation, and additionally, teach you how to use certain portable collection devices. We shall confront the tree demonist tomorrow. Yin Qixia. Despite his earnest effort to comprehend, he found it utterly perplexing. Lu Huajian, recognizing his bewilderment, clarified. I refer to the magical artifacts we intend to show you. We are still uncertain whether these magical artifacts can affect supernatural beings, such as the tree demoness. This understanding is crucial for us to expedite the eradication of Pudu Cihong, thus necessitating testing. Yin Qixia suddenly comprehended the situation and immediately clasped his fists, declaring, If that is the case, I shall fully cooperate. Lu Huajin replied, Excellent. Zhou Yijuan added, We appreciate your assistance, Hero Yin. With their objectives achieved, they promptly ordered the entire army to retreat. Nightfall was imminent, and this Lanjiao temple would soon become the realm of the tree demoness and the spirits she controlled. Even with Yin Qixia present, the overwhelming numbers could inevitably lead to casualties. Such unnecessary circumstances should naturally be avoided if possible. On their journey back to Gubei County, Lu Huajian and Zhou Yijuan engaged in ongoing dialogue with Yin Qixia. They began by clarifying their identities and delved into discussions regarding contemporary worldviews. Ultimately, they discovered that this world was indeed entirely different from the Ming dynasty of Blue Star's history. To be precise, even the fundamental geographical information was dissimilar. Firstly, the current realm is also named Ming, yet its territorial extent is nearly half that of the historical Ming of Blue Star. The population, however, is a staggering 79 million. Furthermore, to the southeast of the Ming lies a dynasty even more prosperous, known as Tang. Curiously, the reigning emperor of this Tang dynasty bears the surname Wu rather than Li. In addition, the world today is remarkably vast, with various rumors circulating in different regions. It is said that in the land of Shu, there exist Mount Shu and Qiqing Mountain, which are believed to be abodes of immortals. According to rumors, if one travels westward through the Tang territory, they will arrive at a place called Ling Mountain. It is said that the world is divided into 4 major divisions: Dongxing Xinzhou, Xinyu Hezhou, Nanzhan Buzhou, and Beiju Luzhou. There are whispers that 3 feet above one's head reside divine beings, and that above the clouds and the sky dwell immortals, who belong to a force known as the Heavenly Court. The Heavenly Court governs the 3 realms of heaven, earth, and humanity. Beyond this celestial realm, there exists an even broader world. As Yin Qixia is a practitioner of the Tao, he possesses knowledge of many secrets unknown to ordinary mortals. The more they listened, the more peculiar the expressions on Lu Huajian and Zhou Yijuan's faces became. According to Blue Star's history, the geographical environment should not be so complex. This world, rather than being a singular entity, resembles a grand medley of chaos. However, upon deeper reflection, one can certainly come to understand this complexity. This is a realm of deities and demons, where the compassionate Guanyin exists alongside the enchanting Baisuzhen, and realms like Mount Shu and the tales of Liaozhai unfold, intertwined with the essence of a Chinese odyssey. If one were to perceive it merely as a singular world, it would indeed seem somewhat disjointed. Yet, paradoxically, the brilliance in their eyes only intensifies in such a context. The greater the crisis, the more abundant the opportunities. However, this necessitates the temporary suspension of numerous endeavors. For instance, the launch of a carrier rocket must be postponed. Otherwise, should it soar into the heavens and inadvertently make contact with the celestial realm, the consequences would be dire. Much like the Rui Jingu Bang wielded by Sun Wukong, it could puncture the heavens, leading to unimaginable repercussions. In a fit of rage, the Jade Emperor might dispatch 100,000 celestial soldiers. Even a mighty nation like our dragon country would find itself powerless, compelled to retreat in haste. Yet, there exists another possibility. Much like the original tale of the Monkey King, one might be absorbed into the celestial order. In Gubei County, the research outcomes from over a dozen scientific teams have now emerged. Beyond the significant increase in the concentration of the unknown gaseous substance, helium, oxygen-3, the rest remains largely consistent with the zombie world, including gravitational forces. However, there exists one markedly different aspect. This is a series of results obtained by the astronomical observation team through meticulous research and observation. Firstly, the team employed a suite of precise scientific instruments to measure the latitude and longitude of their current location, successfully demonstrating that the land upon which they stand is situated on a spherical planet. Subsequently, they utilized the HTINSY micromechanical gyroscope and inclinometer to accurately determine the planetary rotation's inclination force at their current position in Guabay County. The most significant discovery came through careful observation via a telescope. They found no trace of the mythical celestial realm within the clouds, nor did they uncover the palace of eternal cold upon the moon. However, they astonishingly identified 8 satellites of varying sizes, akin to the moon, orbiting the planet beneath their feet. Among these, one resembled a yellow dwarf star, much like the Sun. Additionally, the observation team noted that the universe surrounding this planet does not revolve around a massive star, as the home planet, the blue star, does. In a certain sense, the planet they stood upon could be regarded as a star among the orbiting satellites. To facilitate further study, the team designated this planet as Blue Star 2. An even more astonishing occurrence transpired when they upgraded to a more advanced telescope, preparing to observe the satellites orbiting Blue Star 2. To their shock, they discovered that these satellites were enveloped in a shroud of white mist, obscuring any clarity regarding their internal conditions. One astronomer, unwilling to concede defeat, attempted to apply the periapsis vector formula of the Blue Star to Blue Star 2, aiming to calculate the gravitational forces and orbital parameters, such as inclination and eccentricity, of the 8 surrounding satellites. Unfortunately, the results were egregiously disparate from reality. In a similarly bewildering turn of events, further observation revealed that the yellow dwarf star, only twice the size of the moon, appeared to harbor signs of life. Could it be the legendary golden crow from ancient mythology? The observation team found themselves in a state of confusion, yet upon reflection, they realized they were in a world steeped in divine and magical lore. The existence of a golden crow sun seemed entirely plausible, did it not? The astronomers promptly reported this discovery. Upon receiving the information, Zhao Chunming immediately notified Lu Huajian, who was en route to the Guabay County outpost. After listening to the report, he swiftly made a decision and commanded, "Cease all external scientific research." "Excuse me?" Zhao Chunming nearly thought he had misheard the order. However, Lu Huajian reiterated, "First, we must develop discreetly within the human realm. Once we have gained sufficient strength, we can extend our reach thereafter." Upon hearing this, Zhao Chunming instantly understood. Then, an immediate command was issued to halt all external scientific research. Prioritize all research efforts on how to scientifically cultivate Tao and achieve immortality. Otherwise, it could attract the attention of formidable beings far too early, with consequences beyond our control. By the way, as Lu Huajian walked back, a sudden thought flashed in his mind, and he turned to the side to speak to Commander Zhou Yijuan. "Commander Zhou, I have a somewhat unrefined idea." Zhou Yijuan, puzzled, replied, "Please, go ahead, Team Leader Lu." Lu Huajian continued, "If the research results prove satisfactory, for instance, if spells can withstand the assault of conventional weaponry, might we not consider recruiting Yan Qixia, bringing him back to the modern world to assist in our military endeavors?" Zhou Yijuan pondered for a moment and responded, "I recall that the state has already contemplated this, forming the Longting organization for this very purpose." Lu Huajian countered, "Yet, the objectives remain ambiguous. I believe that mystical arts can indeed be integrated with science. Imagine a cultivator capable of flying on a sword, with a storage bag at their waist containing several tactical explosives. What would that entail? Furthermore, consider a Taoist adept capable of immobilizing a millennium-old giant centipede like the Pudu Xiang. If he were to cast such immobilization on an aircraft carrier of the Eagle Nation, what might transpire? Perhaps the carrier is too vast. But what if it were an F-22 fighter jet instead? If our military were to acquire such immobilization techniques, what could be the outcome?" Zhou Yijuan's expression brightened, and he tentatively inquired, "Team Leader Lu, are you suggesting that in addition to scientific research and combat assistance, they could also serve as instructors to guide our soldiers in their training?" Lu Huajian nodded, "Indeed. While science is essential, we must not disregard the mystical arts. This dual approach would expedite our development, allowing us to gain greater leverage in the imminent conflict that is bound to erupt in a few months." Zhou Yijuan furrowed his brow in thought, and after a moment, he nodded, saying, "I will report this to the higher-ups. I believe the state will concur." Lu Huajian replied affirmatively, "Yes. Apart from the valiant Yin, we have numerous alternatives. The disciples of Mount Shu, the 2 serpent demons, and even the Monkey King, among others. I suspect the Monkey King might be a challenge. Given his unpredictable nature, we could only hope for cooperation. However, the 2 serpent demons present a substantial opportunity for alignment. I recall from the original tale that by Suzhen, in her quest to save her husband Su Xian, did not hesitate to flood Jinshan Temple, transposed to our homeland. It would constitute a cataclysmic tsunami. If we could bring Bai Suzhen over and incite a tremendous tsunami in the Big Apple of the Eagle Nation, we might not even need to engage in battle. Their defenses would collapse on their own. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijuan's gaze sharpened once more. He nodded affirmatively, stating, "That makes perfect sense. However, we must not rush these matters. First, we need to resolve the troubles posed by the ghostly lover. According to my conjecture, the protector of the nation, the staff of benevolence, must be feeling restless. A fierce battle is undoubtedly imminent." Lu Huajian's eyes gleamed with intensity, a chill gradually seeping forth as he declared, "In that case, we must hasten our actions. First, with the assistance of the valiant Yan, let us experiment with the efficacy of firearms. If they prove ineffective, so be it, but if they do yield results, then what can the benevolent protector do? Should the firearms prove effective, the protector would merely be a larger carbon-based life form. Of course, this is contingent upon the weapons having any effect. Therefore, the forthcoming experiment on the tree demon matriarch becomes all the more crucial. Meanwhile, on Yin Qixia's side, the sights and sounds encountered along the journey left him profoundly shaken. This astonishment is not manifested in grand gestures, but rather in the subtleties of detail. For instance, at this moment, he observes several peculiarly attired individuals, clutching an assortment of bizarre objects, diligently gathering the malevolent energies and ominous auras surrounding the Lanrua temple. Their faces occasionally betray expressions of surprise and bewilderment. "Mr. Liu, these malevolent energies and ominous auras can be extremely harmful to humans. Why do you seek them?" Yin Qixia instinctively cautioned. "Thank you for your warning, Sir Yin." Lu Huajian replied with a slight smile. "These energies will prove invaluable to us. You shall soon understand." Yin Qixia responded, "Very well then." The behavior of these individuals was exceedingly peculiar, leaving him utterly perplexed, so he decided to let them be. As he continued on his way, he noticed these soldiers, clad in vibrant garments, beginning to capture small creatures of the forest, including rabbits, mice, snakes, and wolves, among others. Observing the confusion in Yin Qixia's eyes, Lu Huajian continued to elucidate. "Hero Yin, these creatures are also for research purposes. We intend to utilize scientific methods to artificially cultivate these beasts, followed by meticulous observation and comprehensive analysis of the sample data, in order to uncover the most effective methods for human cultivation." Yin Qixia thought to himself, "Never mind. I simply cannot comprehend." Nonetheless, he sensed no malice from them, so he resolved to let them proceed. The group continued their journey towards Guobei County. As the sky gradually darkened, near Lanrua Temple, the ancient abode of the 1,000-year-old tree demon, a sudden thunderous roar erupted. The ominous black thunder struck fiercely from above the temple. The air was thick with demonic energy, and numerous branches and vines surged from the ground as if animated, rapidly converging in a singular direction. The scene zoomed in on the convergence point, revealing an ambiguous figure, neither man nor woman, resembling both human and demon. A formidable old demon emerged. The ancient demon is none other than the 1,000-year-old tree spirit, the tree demon Granny. Ha! That detestable Taoist, Yin Qixia, has finally departed. From this moment forth, I, Granny, shall no longer be beholden to anyone. Ha! A discordant voice, reminiscent of an old crone, emerged from the throat of the tree demon Granny, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Following closely, a deep voice belonging to a middle-aged man also squeezed forth from the same throat. "No. This odious Taoist has persistently opposed me, and now he has been deceived and led away by those outsiders with mere words. There must be something amiss." The old woman's voice resonated once more, accompanied by a disdainful snort, as she declared, "Humph. What is so peculiar? Those outsiders possess not an ounce of magical power. Before me, they are but insignificant ants. Should I choose, a single spell from me could utterly obliterate them." The character of Grind was bitten down upon with great intensity, her gaze taking on a fierce demeanor, akin to that of one who has encountered the murderer of their kin. The low, resonant voice of the middle-aged man emerged once more from his throat. "No. Although these outsiders lack magical power, they are accompanied by that vile Taoist, making them quite formidable. We must not take this matter lightly. Hasten to report to the Black Mountain old demon." Humph. The elderly woman ground her teeth in frustration, continuing with her cold snort. "I refuse to believe it. Xiao Qian." Upon the utterance of these words, a delicate figure, A ghostly maiden with a sorrowful demeanor floated past the ancient tree spirit. She descended before the millennium-old tree demon, half kneeling on the ground, and respectfully said, "Grandmother, Xiaoqian is here." The female specter was none other than Ye Xiaoqian. The tree demon matriarch narrowed her eyes slightly and calmly issued her command. "You and Xiaoqing shall go together. Seek an opportunity to probe the depths of those outsiders." Understood. With the old hag's directive, Ye Xiaoqian respectfully nodded, her internal energy surging, her spirit soaring forth towards Guobei County. The ghost known as Xiaoqing followed closely behind. It was not until the silhouettes of the two female spirits completely vanished that the tree demon matriarch withdrew her gaze. Her demonic power swirling within her as she promptly contacted the Black Mountain Old Demon to report this matter. Any old demon capable of cultivating for over a millennium possesses a sharp mind and a treacherous disposition. Those who are excessively proud seldom survive for such a long time. It is worth noting that although the Black Mountain Old Demon occupies the city of untimely death, he cannot return to the mortal realm. Otherwise, there would be no need to cultivate the tree demon matriarch as a pawn. In the direction of Guobei County, after seizing the county seat, the troops swiftly relocated their temporary encampment. Following a brief period of rest and development, the entire county had undergone initial transformations. Firstly, several once filthy and chaotic streets were now impeccably clean. The starving populace that lay by the roadside had been gathered outside the city for unified management, receiving food, clothing, and supplies. They resided in earthquake-resistant disaster relief tents, subsisting on instant noodles, bread, and compressed biscuits, quenching their thirst with mineral water, and wearing safety boots along with liberation shoes. At a glance, if one were not informed that this was the world of a Chinese ghost story, many might mistakenly believe it to be a disaster relief site from the last century in our great dragon country. The living conditions were far from ideal. Yet for these disaster victims, life felt almost divine. Each individual who encountered the soldiers clad in camouflage could hardly contain their gratitude, eagerly kneeling and weeping, exclaiming, "Thank you. Living gods, thank you. Without you, we would have all perished from hunger. Thank you." These words emanate from the depths of the heart. The ancient common folk, with such fervor, have left these valiant warriors somewhat bewildered. They hastily extended their hands to offer assistance, simultaneously chuckling and explaining, "Elder, there is no need to kneel. At your age, this would be a burden upon us. Please, rise. Elder, we are truly not deities. Our Commander Jean and Deputy Zhao have stated that henceforth, you may refer to us as comrades. Indeed, among our own, we address one another as comrades. From now on, greetings can simply be exchanged with a cheerful hello. Young comrade." Upon hearing this, the famished populace wore expressions of perplexity. Comrade? What an unusual term. Yet, a warm and inexplicable feeling blossomed within them. It was genuinely heartening. Beyond merely accommodating these citizens, our great dragon nation's commendable practice of seizing the wealth of the wealthy and redistributing land shall surely be upheld. In less than an afternoon, the entire gentry of Guobei County was thoroughly confiscated. In this tumultuous world, the affluent individuals, one and all, are far from virtuous. Notably, the county magistrate, along with the chief clerk and legal advisors, exemplify this moral decay. To describe them as beasts would be a compliment. Therefore, there is little left to say. Those deserving of public trial shall face it, those warranting execution shall be executed, and those fitting for imprisonment shall be incarcerated. Subsequently, it is imperative to consolidate the assets of these individuals, which can then be equitably distributed among the residents of the temporary resettlement areas. Moreover, infrastructure development remains a significant focus. Our great nation, the Dragon Kingdom, is renowned for its prowess in construction. Having arrived in this otherworldly realm, with the dual gateways permanently ajar, is it not imperative to diligently pursue infrastructural development? As the old adage goes, to aspire for wealth, one must first pave the roads. Without further ado, all manner of specialized cement, steel bars, river sand, and construction mixers shall be transported here, according to the strategic directives of the Camp Command. Under Zhao Chuanming's meticulous plan, we aim to lay at least 100 kilometers of concrete pavement within the next 3 days using this specialized cement. In the future, we shall transform Guobei County into a modern, militarized metropolis, serving as a bastion for our great dragon nation's conquest of the divine and demonic realms, facilitating the acquisition of resources from these worlds. Furthermore, the scientific laboratories, partially completed and the remainder under construction, are indicative of the immense machinery of the Dragon Nation operating with fervor. Around 7 o'clock, Lu Huajin and Zhou Yijuan, accompanied by nearly 1,000 soldiers from the synthetic battalion, along with Yin Qixia and several beast specimens, returned to the temporary camp. As they passed the gathering of disaster victims on the outskirts of the city, Yin Qixia's demeanor shifted entirely upon witnessing the smiles on the faces of those afflicted. He hesitantly inquired, "Mr. Lu, from whence do these people hail?" Lu Huajian replied with a smile, "Hero Yin, these individuals are the common folk of Guabei County." Receiving this affirmative response, Yin Qixia felt a profound tremor within his heart. An inexplicable surge of excitement coursed through him, for he discerned not despair in the faces of these people, but rather genuine joy emanating from their very beings. Such a smile he had not witnessed on the faces of the common folk for an extraordinarily long time. Turning his gaze once more towards these people, he observed their immaculate attire, devoid of even a single tear. Their meals consisted entirely of pristine white rice and sumptuous dishes replete with rich flavors. To his astonishment, he even discerned the presence of meat within these delectable offerings. Channeling his internal energy, he took a moment to savor the aroma. This is not fragrant meat. It is pork. This is indeed meat. He was acutely aware that the common folk could never afford such delicacies, nor could they don such fine garments. It was evident that all of this was bestowed upon them by these outsiders. It seems that my choice today was exceedingly wise. Perhaps these individuals truly possess the ability to save the world's suffering populace, Yin Qixia murmured to himself with delight. At this moment, he had resolutely decided to wholeheartedly cooperate with these outsiders. Whether it involved incomprehensible scientific research or the eradication of the millennia-old tree demon, he deemed any sacrifice worthwhile if it meant saving the world's populace. Salute. At this moment, the troops have entered the city, and the soldiers of the combined battalion stationed in Guabei County stand at attention, saluting. However, when their gaze falls upon the entering troops, particularly on Yin Qixia, a slight shift in their serious expressions occurs, revealing excitement and enthusiasm. Many soldiers present are fans of Yin Qixia, and witnessing their idol in person stirs undeniable emotions within them. Zhao Chunming and Jing Guofa, having received the news, also arrived early to greet them. "Captain Lu, Brigade Commander Zhou, you have finally returned safely. How is the situation?" Upon meeting, Zhao Chunming extends his right hand with a cheerful smile. Battalion Commander Jing Guofa raises his hand in salute, expressing his sentiments in a military manner. Lu Huajian responds, "It went relatively smoothly. At least we have achieved our objective." He gestures for Yin Qixia to come over and begins the introduction. "Hero Yin, this is our battalion's deputy leader, Zhao Chunming." "Deputy Zhao? This is the Taoist master we sought, Yin Qixia." Upon hearing this, Yin Qixia immediately clasps his fists together with a smile, saying, "I am the wandering cultivator Yin Qixia." "Greetings, Deputy Zhao." Zhao Chunming reciprocates the gesture, replying, "The name of Hero Yin is renowned. I have long wished to meet you in person. What an honor." He then adjusts the address from Deputy Zhao to Mr. Zhao. Yin Qixia does not decline and directly states, "Mr. Zhao, I have come regarding the scientific research you mentioned. May I inquire when we can commence?" Zhao Chunming smiles in response, "We still require a few hours for preparation. There is no rush." "Hero Yin, perhaps you could explore Guabei County in the meantime, which would allow for a deeper understanding." Yin Qixia contemplates. As originally he intended to complete the scientific experiment tonight and return to Lanrua Temple to eliminate the millennia-old tree demon. Subsequently, he planned to fully cooperate with these outsiders to save the world's populace. However, it appears he was too hasty. "Indeed, I have been too eager," he concedes, lowering his posture slightly. Beside him, Lu Huajian adds, "No worries, we understand Hero Yin's sentiments. We will prepare as swiftly as possible and notify you immediately once ready." Yin Qixia clasps his fists once more, saying, "If so, I would trouble you gentlemen." They then discuss further details. And under the protection of Shao Jianyang and 3 special forces soldiers, they begin a leisurely stroll through the city with Yin Qixia. Although it is termed a leisurely walk, it is, in fact, an opportunity to showcase their strength. Winning the heart of a person, especially one as skilled as Yin Qixia, is no simple feat. It takes time and effort. "By the way, Deputy Zhao, how are Comrade Su, Uncle Jiao, and Comrade Xiaoyu faring?" Lu Huajian suddenly inquires. In response, Zhao Chunming states, "The painting from the original script has already been secured. On the side of Master Gio, research is being conducted on the talismans from the original play. Meanwhile, Comrade Xiaoyu is collaborating with our scientists to engage in scientific inquiry. Hearing this, Lu Huajian continued to inquire, "What about our research team and sampling team? Aside from the discovery you reported today, are there any significant breakthroughs?" Zhao Chunming shook his head, saying, "Not at the moment. We have conducted numerous experiments, including precise measurements of the gravitational constant g, and found that all physical constants remain largely unchanged. Of course, this is excluding the unknown gases that still exist in the air." Upon hearing his response, Lu Huajian nodded slowly, stating, "That is commendable. Everything is proceeding according to plan. By the way, we have made a significant discovery at Lanrua Temple regarding telomerase. We have captured a considerable number of beasts to see if we can create the first artificial monster. You can arrange for Professor Zhao Ligua and his team to take charge of this. They are the leaders in this field." Upon hearing the term telomerase, Zhao Chunming's eyes instantly brightened. During his time undercover with the Eagle Nation, he had engaged with biochemistry for a period and naturally understood what telomerase is. This is indeed a formidable weapon that could greatly influence one's lifespan. Thus, I promptly nodded in agreement and stated, "Understood, I will arrange it immediately. By the way, what is the status of the experiment concerning the renowned hero Yan?" Lu Huajian replied, "I will personally oversee it. Furthermore, have the scientific apparatuses arrived?" Zhao Chunming nodded and affirmed, "They have all arrived. For the sake of our experiment, the nation has even allocated a supercomputer on standby." Lu Huajian felt a warmth in his heart and responded, "Very well." Subsequently, both parties engaged in a thorough discussion regarding various details. After deliberating on the technical aspects, everything proceeded according to the original plan. On the side of Zhou Yijuan, the military could not assist with scientific research, thus primarily focusing on the defense of Guobei County. This included constructing various fortifications and bunkers around the county town, as well as installing and adjusting anti-aircraft artillery. Under Lu Huajian's leadership, over 200 scientists and doctoral assistants were arranged to be on standby. Additionally, a vast array of precision instruments and weaponry was prepared. He intended to employ the most direct methods to test Yin Qixia's physical limits, such as firing automatic rifles, bombarding with howitzers, and unleashing Gatling machine guns. Of course, the intent was not to threaten Yin Qixia's life. All was for the purpose of combat capability testing. On Yin Qixia's side, accompanied by Xiao Jianyang, he began to stroll around Guobei County. Although referred to as Guobei County, the actual area was limited to the vicinity of the temporary camp. During this time, he also paid a visit to Uncle Gio. Thus, two Taoists from different worlds, yet sharing the same profession, engaged in a warm and friendly exchange. Naturally, Yin Qixia's combat prowess far exceeded that of Uncle Gio. Rather than an exchange, it could be described as a one-sided teaching session by Yin Qixia. From talismanic techniques to sword mastery and methods of borrowing skills, the lessons were numerous. Notably, when the method of borrowing skills was mentioned, Uncle Gio appeared somewhat perplexed. He realized that regardless of the deity with whom Yin Qixia borrowed skills, the incantation remained consistently fixed to a few phrases. Heaven and earth are boundless. The universe lends its methods. Prajnapermitha. At most, it was accompanied by a few specific maneuvers, such as dragons roar through the 9 heavens. All swords return to their origin. Upon hearing the other party identify themselves as a loose cultivator, Jushu came to an understanding. The cultivation methods of loose cultivators differ vastly from those of sect-affiliated practitioners. Many of their techniques prove exceedingly effective for themselves, yet they falter when applied to others. It is akin to the art of novel writing. Even a novelist earning a monthly income of 100,000 may find a particular creative approach immensely beneficial, capable of yielding substantial returns even through haphazard efforts. However, for the average individual, attempting to emulate such methods may lead to failure, ranging from minor setbacks to complete abandonment of their creative pursuits. Thus, for hours swiftly elapsed. In the northern part of Guobei County, a vast testing ground reminiscent of a shooting range stood ready. The array of weaponry within the testing facility was extensive, encompassing everything from handguns and automatic rifles to artillery and laser weapons. Furthermore, 2 exceptionally powerful aerial bombs had been prepared, one a napalm bomb, the other a thermobaric bomb. Although not exceedingly large, each weighed approximately 500 kilograms, or 5,000 pounds. Specially manufactured by state-run military factories as a grand offering tailored for the realm of gods and demons. This is but a trifle in comparison to the tactical-grade mushroom bombs. The high-yield aerial munitions can be deemed quite courteous. Naturally, it would be unwise to deploy such formidable ordnance right from the outset. Should Yin Qixia falter and meet his demise, it would result in a significant loss for our dragon nation. Meanwhile, in the southern region of Guobei County, amidst a dense forest, the female specters Nie Xiaoqian and Xiao Qing have arrived, hovering near a city wall in the southeast, keenly observing the activities within. These two spirits have been dispatched on a mission by the tree demoness, seeking to gather intelligence. However, at that moment, they inadvertently overheard some intriguing tidings. The content of these messages is rather intricate, leaving the two female spirits utterly perplexed. They could only glean that there were calls to bombard Yin Qixia, to shoot at him, and to unleash laser beams upon him. Nie Xiaoqian was momentarily bewildered. What is happening? Did not these outsiders have no enmity with Yin Qixia? Why the cries for violence? Beside her, the spirit Qing looked equally dazed, suggesting, Xiaoqian, could it be that Yin Qixia has offended these outsiders, leading to his capture and their intent to execute him as a warning? Nie Xiaoqian furrowed her brow. Based on the events of the day, such a scenario should not have occurred, yet she distinctly heard these outsiders vocally expressing their intent to harm Yin Qixia. If no offense had been committed, why such hostility? The spirit Qing proposed, perhaps we should venture to the location indicated by these outsiders to ascertain the situation. In truth, she was also uncertain. After all, considering the events of the day, these outsiders had no justification for harming Yin Qixia. Nie Xiaoqian nodded. Indeed, let us go and see. Consequently, the two spirits felt a surge of dark energy within them and soared towards the testing grounds north of Guobei County. At that moment, within the testing grounds, Lu Huajian, the leader of this experiment, was introducing Yin Qixia to the weaponry to be tested. Hero Yin, this is the 54-type handgun crafted by our scientific sect's weaponsmiths, possessing a muzzle energy of approximately 300 joules. Its power is demonstrated as follows. He picked up the handgun, loaded a bullet, and aimed at a stack of sandbags 20 meters away, pulling the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot forth, striking the sandbag and creating a small hole. Witnessing this, Yin Qixia's eyes widened in admiration. This instrument is indeed remarkable. Lu Huajian smiled and corrected him. This instrument is merely the most basic of our scientific sect's offerings. Hero Yin might find this more interesting. The 3-type automatic rifle, a true stalwart of our scientific advancements. Setting aside the handgun, he grasped the 3-type automatic rifle, loaded it, aimed at the sandbag, and squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets flew forth like beans, piercing the sandbag and leaving behind a series of neat little holes. Although modern firearms are of small caliber and not overwhelmingly powerful, they excel in precision and rate of fire. Once again, Yin Qixia's gaze sharpened as he contemplated the situation. The artifact known as the gun, upon activation, possesses limited power, falling short of his own mastery of the Qingquan borrowing technique. However, the fact that it does not require magical energy to operate is commendable in itself. He felt an even deeper admiration welling within him, just as he was about to speak. Yet, in the next moment, his gaze narrowed slightly as he cast a sidelong glance towards the southeast, his tone becoming subtly pointed. Mr. Lu, this artifact is indeed formidable, but without the infusion of magical energy, it may prove ineffective against certain spirits. Lu Huajian was not dim-witted. He similarly directed his gaze southeastward and inquired, if that is the case, does the valiant Yin have a method to counter this? Yin Qixia slowly replied, indeed, there is a method. By combining my heart sutra of Prajnaparamita with specially crafted talismans, this artifact can be imbued with magical energy. At that point, it will not only affect corporeal demons, but will also be capable of inflicting harm upon incorporeal entities such as ghosts and souls. With those words, Yin Qixia prepared to channel his internal magical energy, intending to refine the 3-type automatic rifle before him on site, using the 2 distant female ghosts for experimentation. However, the 2 female spirits reacted with remarkable swiftness. Sensing danger, they immediately fled, their speed quite impressive. Yin Qixia cast a cold glance in the direction of the departing spirits, Nie Xiaoqian and Xiao Qing, and let out a disdainful snort. Lu Huajian turned to a camp commander responsible for security and inquired, what is the situation? The commander handed over a tablet, pointing to a real-time image displayed on the screen. Captain Lu, as expected. These 2 female ghosts are Nie Xiaoqian and the original antagonist named Xiao Qing. They have already escaped a considerable distance, but have not fully departed. Lingering about 1,000 meters to our northeast. Yin Qixia asked, Mr. Liu, shall I immediately pursue and capture these two ghosts? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Huajian nodded and clasped his hands in a gesture of respect, saying, yes, these two spirits hold significant value for us. And should they return to report to the tree demon matriarch, it would indeed pose a complication. I appreciate your assistance, valorous Yin. Yin Qixia responded with a respectful gesture. No need for such formalities, Mr. Liu. With that, he summoned his internal magical energy, propelled himself into the air with a powerful leap, soaring towards the northeast at an altitude of 1,000 meters, in pursuit of the female ghosts Nie Shaoqian and Shaoqing. His speed was astonishing. Akin to a bullet exiting the chamber, his entire form transforming into a streak of brilliant light. Upon witnessing this, the two female ghosts were instantly struck with terror. Run! They exclaimed, their bodies overwhelmed by a surge of dark energy as they attempted to flee. Yet, having subdued even their tree demon matriarch, how could these two spirits hope to escape? Just as they sought to evade, Yin Qixia was already upon them. Impudent fiends, at the end of your road. Where do you think you can flee? Prajna Permitha. Yin Qixia bellowed, swiftly producing a cloth bag from his waist. With a surge of magic, the bag unfurled, its opening widening naturally, unleashing a formidable suction towards Nie Shaoqian and the specter Shaoqing. The two ghostly figures were drawn in as effortlessly as a rabbit caught in a tornado, their bodies utterly devoid of control. Amidst their anguished cries, they were ensnared within the bag. Return! Yin Qixia shouted fiercely, his inner power surging uncontrollably as the bag flew back into his grasp. With a firm grip, he made his way back to the testing ground. At the testing site, Liu Huajian, along with numerous scientists and a couple of hundred elite soldiers, stood in awe, their faces etched with shock and exhilaration. Old Fu, did you capture all of that? Liu Huajian inquired of the atmospheric physicist Fu Jiangwo, who had been temporarily reassigned from his research on artificial spirits to assist at the testing ground. All data has been meticulously recorded, Fu Jiangwo replied, still visibly astonished. The speed was astonishing. From the perspective of explosive power and acceleration, even our national sprint champion would be utterly defeated. Liu Huajian, taken aback by his friend's uncharacteristic levity, chuckled, Old Fu, let's be rational. Yin is a practitioner of the mystical arts. Comparing him to an ordinary person is hardly scientific. Fu Jiangwo, slightly embarrassed, attempted to smooth over the moment, laughing, I was merely jesting. Yet, if Yin were to compete in the Olympics, his performance would surely incite both fervor and despair among sports enthusiasts worldwide. Liu Huajian nodded with amusement, in a whimsical comparison that indeed seems plausible. Based on his explosive power and acceleration, even Usain Bolt would be left dumbfounded, his face bearing an expression of utter respect. To illustrate absurdity, one could liken a race between Bolt and Yin Qixia to a child's toy car racing against a fighter jet, completely disparate in scale, if not dimension. At this moment, Yin Qixia had returned after capturing the ghosts, landing steadily on the ground. He inquired, Mr. Liu, what do you intend to do with these two female spirits now that they have been apprehended? Liu Huajin replied, let us set them aside for the time being. We shall address them later. Our current priority is the testing, for the ancient tree demon will not wait for us to seek trouble with it. We may encounter unforeseen circumstances if we delay awaiting news from these two female ghosts. Yin Qixia responded, understood. He entrusted the spirits to a scientist who had come to receive them, cautioning him not to open the cloth bags, and then released his grip. The female ghosts, Shao Qian and Shao Qing, were merely a diversion. The testing would proceed uninterrupted. On this occasion, Liu Huajian summoned a 6-barrel Gatling gun. In response to Yin Qixia's puzzled gaze, he introduced, Hero Yin, this magical artifact is known as the Gatling, boasting a firing rate of 3,600 rounds per minute. In terms of destructive power, it undoubtedly stands as a formidable force within our realm of scientific weaponry. Upon hearing this, Yin Qixia scrutinized the Gatling gun before him. Its 6 dark barrels were significantly larger than the previously mentioned Type 03 automatic rifle, exuding an air of ironclad ruthlessness and chilling intensity. Mr. Liu, how formidable is this artifact? Yin Qixia inquired with genuine curiosity. Well, Liu Huajian pondered for a moment before responding with a smile. I shall borrow a humorous saying from our folk traditions. This artifact is humorously referred to as the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, with 6 pure depleted uranium rounds. It fires 3,600 rounds in the span of a breath, embodying great compassion in saving the world. Yin Qixia, slightly taken aback, expressed newfound interest. Oh, the Namo Gatling Bodhisattva? 3,600 rounds in a breath? Lu Huajin nodded slowly, continuing his exposition. Indeed, there are a few more incantations I recall. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 3,600 rounds in a breath. Great compassion saves all beings, fulfilling merits in the heavenly realm, resolving all troubles, aiding all in distress, rescuing all from suffering, vanquishing all demons. Ultimately, achieving nirvana. True and unfalse, the six-barrel mantra of great illumination, the Dharma body ever revolving in the world. Of course, these are merely humorous folk sayings. Ultimately, this artifact is effective only against corporeal beings and carbon-based entities devoid of powerful protective spells, namely, monsters. Lu Huajian elaborated further. Occasional jesting adds a delightful touch, yet it must remain moderate. While the Gatling gun is indeed a titan in the realm of firearms, in the supernatural world of a Chinese ghost story, it appears somewhat inadequate. Yin Qixia nodded in agreement, affirming that is indeed the case. Although this artifact possesses an unusual appearance and an extraordinary aura, it remains a mere mundane object. However, should it be combined with Yan's magical techniques and refined further, it might yet prove capable of contending with evil entities. Lu Huajian displayed his concurrence, then proceeded to introduce the following weapons that required testing: rocket launchers, anti-aircraft missiles, heavy machine guns, flamethrowers, and so forth. Once all were introduced, the testing commenced in earnest. The first item tested was the Type 54 pistol, held by a Special Forces soldier who aimed it at Yin Qixia to prevent any accidents. Yin had donned a bulletproof vest, layered beneath an explosion-proof suit. Standing firm, he silently recited incantations, causing his internal magical energy to surge, manifesting a white light shield. To be precise, it resembled a luminous dome akin to a bronze bell. Yin Qixia called out, "Mr. Lu, you may begin. If I find myself at a disadvantage, I shall certainly inform you." As the words fell, Lu Huajin in the control room gradually nodded and said, "Understood." He then picked up the intercom and commanded, "All teams prepare to commence the countdown. Test shooters, get ready. 3, 2, 1. Test begins." With the announcement, the Special Forces soldier, armed with a Type 54 pistol, slightly curved his index finger and pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet surged forth, propelled by tremendous kinetic energy, hurtling towards Yin Qixia's feet. Anticipating this, Yin Qixia's outer white energy shield glowed even more brilliantly. In the next instant, the bullet collided with the white shield. A bizarre scene unfolded. At the moment of contact, it was as if an invisible pair of hands enveloped the bullet. The projectile, once brimming with immense energy, was grasped by these unseen hands. Losing all its momentum and hovering half a meter in front of Yin Qixia, it fell with a clatter onto the recently solidified special cement floor, producing a ringing sound. The astonishing spectacle left all the scientists in the room utterly astounded. Soon, their astonishment transformed into excitement as various data began to rush towards Lu Huajian for reporting, encompassing sound waves, thermal energy, electrical energy, optics, and more. After reviewing the data sent by the different testing groups, Lu Huajian inquired via the intercom, "Hero Yin, how do you feel at this moment?" Yin Qixia shook his head, saying, "I don't feel much, but if I had to describe it, it is rather warm." Lu Huajin responded, "Hero Yin, please bear with it a little longer. The test will conclude shortly." Yin Qixia, clad in a special explosion-proof suit with a bulletproof vest beneath, was encased like a steel behemoth, so warmth was indeed to be expected. This is also the norm for those firefighters. Yin Qixia shook his head and said, "It is of no consequence, merely a bit of heat. For the sake of the world's populace, this small hardship is insignificant to me." Lu Huajin nodded gratefully indeed. He then commanded that the tests continue, hastening the pace. Subsequently, the intensity began to escalate. Automatic rifles, sniper rifles, grenades, Gatling guns, rocket launchers, and small-caliber howitzers were employed, among others. After more than 40 minutes of relentless bombardment, a detailed comparison chart of the combat capabilities of certain conventional weapons was finally produced. Professor Fu Jiangwo approached Lu Huajian with the freshly compiled chart, presenting it and stating, "Captain Lu, the results are in. Please take a look." The chart was exceedingly complex, devoid of any standardized nomenclature, filled instead with dense data encompassing high-energy physics, gravitational fields, electricity, and magnetism, among other topics. In simpler terms, the greater the power of the weapon used, the more peculiar the physical manifestation of Yin Qixia's protective shield became. After meticulously reviewing the document, Lu Huajian sought out Yin Qixia, inquiring, "Hero Yin, do practitioners of your path possess a unified classification of realms?" Yin Qixia, in the process of removing his specialized bomb-proof suit, found it excessively thick and hot, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Fortunately, his body had sustained no harm. In response, he answered candidly, "Yes, however, I am merely a solitary cultivator and my understanding is rather limited. I am only familiar with a portion of it." The realms of cultivation are categorized into 3 tiers of sorcerers, 2 tiers of sorcerers, 1 tier of sorcerers, the Grand Master Realm, and the Celestial Master Realm. As for the realms above that, it is said that one can receive a celestial decree and transcend to immortality. Currently, I am merely at the late stage of the Grand Master Realm, far from the Celestial Master Realm. Therefore, I cannot ascertain whether the realms beyond the Celestial Master truly lead to immortality. Upon hearing this, the scientists present, including Lu Huajian, could not help but display expressions of contemplation. Yin Qixia's classification of realms appeared to be remarkably reasonable and devoid of error. This is a realm of deities and demons. Above the Celestial Masters, one ascends to immortality akin to the legendary Sun Wukong, who received the Celestial Court's decree and was granted a place among the immortals. Although that monkey only attained the position of a stable-keeper, he became the subject of mockery. For instance, Zhu Beiji, whenever he lamented about the monkey, would not begin with Brother Monkey, but rather with the eternally damning title of stable-keeper. This realm, when applied to the context of Mount Shu, seems to resonate well. After contemplating this, Lu Huajian expressed his gratitude, saying, "Hero Yin, I appreciate your assistance tonight. You may retire for the evening. Tomorrow night, we shall set forth to Lanrua Temple to seek out the tree demon for a more extensive examination." Yin Qixia, with a hint of confusion, inquired, "Mr. Lu, why not complete all the tests?" Lu Huajian smiled and shook his head, "Because the items we are dealing with possess tremendous power. Do you recall the play we presented to you? We shall employ the artifacts within it for our testing." Yin Qixia responded, "Well, let us consider my words unspoken. Each of those artifacts could indeed be described as utterly terrifying, weighing several tons, or even exceeding 10,000 kilograms. Testing them on our own personnel is simply not an option. Seasoned scientists would not commit such a fundamental error. However, utilizing the ancient tree demon for our experiments alleviates any such concerns. Should the power prove excessive and obliterate the millennium-old tree demon, it would be of little consequence, merely a service to the public." Once Yin Qixia departed, Lu Huajian, accompanied by over 100 scientists, commenced a series of intricate scientific calculations. The objective was to establish a reference table for the combat capabilities of thermal weapons in relation to the metaphysical system. The calculations encompassed the derivation of electrodynamic vector equations, VAB, chemical energy reaction formulas, ENCV, and thermal energy calculation formulas, QMCT, among numerous others. Within a matter of minutes, aided by the formidable national supercomputer, the divine might of Taihu Lake, a reasonable combat reference table was swiftly produced. The full-force strike of a third-rate sorcerer unleashed an energy equivalent to that of standard firearms. For instance, handguns, automatic rifles, and submachine guns. The full-force strike of a second-rate sorcerer mirrored the power of high-caliber firearms, such as grenade launchers, sniper rifles, and hand grenades. The full-force strike of a first-rate sorcerer corresponded to the might of small-caliber artillery, including rocket launchers, 40 calibers, Gatling guns, and high-powered sniper rifles. Ascending further, one could consider laser weapons, particle weapons, phase weapons, sonic weapons, and ultra-high-yield aerial bombs, among others. A detailed reference table of these weapons is required by tomorrow night. The answer lies with the ancient tree demon grandmother. Meanwhile, at the Lanrua Temple, the dwelling of the tree demon grandmother, the right eyelid of the old hag suddenly began to twitch uncontrollably, a suffocating sense of impending disaster engulfing her entire being, causing a glimmer of terror to manifest in her gaze. What is happening? Her breath quickened, dispersing into the air. Confused, she realized there were no outsiders to threaten her. Yet, why did she feel this overwhelming sense of calamity? Meanwhile, in the resplendent and grandiose temple shrouded in murky white mist within the imperial capital of the Ming dynasty, A sinisterly enchanting monk clad in luxurious robes and adorned with a jeweled crown sat meditating upon a mat. His eyes were tightly shut as he silently recited arcane scriptures. Waves of bewildering white mist spiraling around him, drawn to his essence. Everything appeared to be rather ordinary, until at that moment. The monk abruptly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings. Those eyes seemed to penetrate the very walls of the temple, gazing toward the heavens. Simultaneously, an angry whisper escaped his lips. "Damn it! The celestial dog will soon devour the moon, and my staff's ethereal essence is about to fall into chaos." The demon monk is none other than the national protector of the Ming dynasty, the universal salvation bodhisattva. On the surface, he appears as a guardian of the realm. However, in truth, he is a millennia-old centipede spirit who has cultivated his powers at the expense of the entire nation's fate, aspiring to transform into a dragon. The flesh and blood of the civil and military officials of the court have been entirely consumed by this calamity. Even the current emperor has become a mere talisman. His strength is utterly formidable. With a single strike of soul-seizing mantra, he is nearly invincible, audacious enough to impersonate the Buddha himself. In the original tale, had it not been for the celestial dog devouring the moon, exposing the true form of this centipede spirit, neither Yin Qixia nor Zhiqiu Ye would have stood a chance against it. Even if they had ultimately managed to vanquish the centipede spirit, Zhiqiu Ye would have perished, unable to return to her original essence. At that moment, the grand hall's door suddenly creaked open, and a monk hastily entered. The monk, adorned with a bamboo hat and draped in a cassock, was expected to exude an air of solemnity. However, he resembled the nefarious monk of the futon, Pudu Xiai Hang, radiating an unsettling aura. This disquieting figure was, in fact, a transformation of the mischievous centipede spirit under the command of Pudu Xiai Hang. Esteemed master of the staff, the little centipede spirit proclaimed, promptly performing a gesture of Buddhist salutation. It continued with a resonant voice, regarding a grave matter of state. In Guobei County of Anping Prefecture, a malevolent entity wreaks havoc, and the entire county has fallen under its sinister influence. The county magistrate beseeches your esteemed self for a decree to dispatch troops to Guobei County. Upon hearing these words, the demon monk Pudu Zihong fell into a silent contemplation, his eyes narrowing with fury as he exclaimed, "Which audacious individual dares to disturb the ground beneath my very eyes? Truly, they know not the heights of heaven nor the depths of the earth." As he spoke, a surge of demonic energy coursed through his being, and his right hand began to calculate with great speed. During his calculations, the heavens and earth were enveloped in a tempest, as if even the celestial order itself had ceased to exist. It was evident that Pudu Zihong, who dared to impersonate the Buddha, possessed considerable abilities. However, he soon realized, I cannot discern anything with my staff. To his astonishment, his divination techniques failed to unveil the origins or identity of his opponent. Nor could he fathom how they had taken control of Guobei County. Interesting, Pudu Zihong's eyes glinted with murderous intent as he commanded the little centipede spirit at his feet. "Prepare the sedan. I shall personally venture to Guobei County to enlighten those ignorant scoundrels about the true nature of the heavens and the earth." Yes, the centipede spirit responded eagerly. By the following day, in Guobei County, the forward base was bustling with activity, as various departments worked diligently and methodically. In terms of infrastructure, a continuous stream of steel and concrete was being delivered, alongside a plethora of construction equipment. Numerous laborers, such as brick carriers, mortar mixers, and excavators, were being actively recruited. The population within Guobei County alone was insufficient for the task at hand. According to the plan set forth by the Forward Base Command, at least 100,000 personnel were required in the initial phase, given the extensive infrastructure needed. This included scientific laboratories, dormitories, command centers, signal relay stations, military barracks, missile launch silos, and air defense bases, among others. Furthermore, the site selection for the Air Force Base was nearing completion. The establishment of a military airport would necessitate even more manpower and resources. The local populace of Guobei County was wholly inadequate, compelling officials to recruit from nearby counties and villages. To expedite the process, the government had dispatched dozens of Golden Dragon brand tourist buses. When asked why public buses were not utilized instead, given their affordability and capacity, the response was, "Is it appropriate to have guests crowded onto public transport during our first meeting?" Our nation, though facing considerable challenges, particularly economically, still possesses the means to deploy a fleet of tourist buses. Next came the scientific research efforts. Since arriving in this realm of gods and demons, our nation's scientists have adhered to a rigorous work schedule akin to the 007 system. Rest, dining, and attending to one's bodily needs may be deemed as moments of respite. An additional 8 hours of slumber each day could also be categorized as rest. The remaining hours are wholly devoted to scientific inquiry. We must strive with unwavering determination. Should formidable entities arise, we ought to be prepared. For the repercussions of unpreparedness could be insurmountable, even for a nation. Therefore, what does it matter if we toil relentlessly without respite? As long as we endure, we shall labor with fervor. Fortunately, the outcomes have proven to be bountiful. Currently, the gases and creatures procured from the Lanrua Temple have progressed into the third stage of research. In the forthcoming days, barring any unforeseen circumstances, we shall advance to the fourth and most critical phase of our study, live experimentation. The helium, oxygen, 3 will be injected into the bodies of the beasts brought from Lanrua Temple, followed by meticulous observations of their transformations. According to the projections of our scientists, the survival rate of these creatures is anticipated to exceed 95. Among them, it is expected that at least 5 will evolve into extraordinary beings. I am immensely curious about the spectacle that will unfold with the emergence of the first batch of artificial beasts. Furthermore, in regard to military security, given the existence of supernatural entities in this world, the state places great emphasis on safety measures. Presently, the second batch of modern weaponry has arrived. Among this arsenal, there exists a plethora of armaments familiar to the citizens of the Dragon Kingdom, including rocket artillery, island-based missile systems, air defense systems, main battle tanks, howitzers, and various aircraft. Notable examples include the Type 99A tank, the J-20 fighter, the Hongqi 9 air defense missile system, the Liuya bomber, the Changjian 10 cruise missile, and the DF series equipped with tactical mushroom warheads. It can be said that, aside from our twins and the Grand Mushroom, including neutron bombs, we have acquired every significant asset imaginable, essentially depleting our national reserves. The intent of the nation is unequivocal. Under no circumstances shall we relinquish this stronghold in the alternate realm, regardless of whether one is a demon or a ghost. All must vacate. This is a resource of an entire world, or rather, the resources of a realm of gods and demons. No matter the investment, it is undoubtedly worthwhile. Finally, there remains the journey to meet Yin Qixia and the Lanrua Temple. In the morning, under the arrangement of Lu Huajian, Yin Qixia first sought out Jiu and Su Qingfeng to impart the principles of Tao. Su Qingfeng, endowed with extraordinary talent and enhanced mental acuity, grasped the teachings with remarkable speed. Although Jiu was considerably slower, his aptitude was equally commendable. In no time, the two transitioned from novices to participants within the cultivation system of this world. In terms of abilities, Jiu currently stood at the late stage of a second-rate sorcerer, while Su Qingfeng was merely at the initial stage of a third-rate sorcerer. The disparity between their powers and that of Yin Qixia was indeed vast. From cinematic portrayals, Jiu could at most perform some basic martial arts and spirit summoning techniques. Even if the master of Maoshan could manipulate thunder and lightning, that would be exceedingly impressive. However, in comparison to Yin Qixia, who could soar through the skies on a sword and employ the art of borrowing from the universe to shatter mountains, their strengths were not even remotely comparable. Nevertheless, one could argue that they had embarked on the path of cultivation. On the military front, Zhou Yijuan approached Yin Qixia, wishing to enlist him as the chief instructor to teach the warriors of our dragon nation the ways of the Tao, enabling them to resist vengeful spirits and malevolent entities. However, after evaluating the qualifications of over 100 soldiers, Yin Qixia repeatedly shook his head, stating that their potential was far too inadequate, with only one barely suitable. He lamented that such mediocrity would not suffice for any significant achievements on the path of cultivation. Zhou Yijuan, feeling anxious, urgently inquired, "Hero Yin, is there no other solution?" Yin Qixia replied, "The potential is innate. It cannot be altered by mere mortals, and I am powerless to change it." Zhou Yijuan understood the implication, yet he remained discontent. The military is the bastion of national security. If our warriors are unable to cultivate, what shall we do in the event of a clash with those supernatural entities? When conventional weapons prove ineffective, relying solely on Su Qingfeng and Jiu might yield some results, but it is far too perilous, especially concerning Su Qingfeng. His significance is such that the nation would prefer to temporarily relinquish its exploratory rights in the realm of gods and demons to return home and prepare thoroughly, rather than risk Su Qingfeng's safety. Thus, this plan was utterly unfeasible. In truth, Yin Qixia had another idea. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "During my assessment of your soldiers' qualifications, I discovered that many of you do not match the potential found in our world. Why not seek out suitable candidates from our realm and focus on their cultivation? Furthermore, I have noted that your so-called scientists are engaged in fascinating endeavors. They might uncover shortcuts that could prove beneficial." Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yijuan began to ponder earnestly. The issue of innate talent is quite understandable. From the moment they are conceived, individuals in this world have been influenced by the helium, oxygen, 3 gas, rendering them inherently more suited for cultivation. In contrast, the native realm lacks this vital substance, and the atmosphere is exceedingly chaotic. Therefore, it is indeed arduous to produce exceptional talents capable of cultivation. Su Qingfeng, equipped with a systematic advantage, stands as an exception. Nevertheless, seeking out extraordinary cultivators from this world may not be without merit, Zhou Yijuan mused. Furthermore, the scientist's research is continually advancing. From Yin Qixia's hints, it appears that the path of scientific cultivation may indeed be feasible. The matter is lengthy to recount, yet it stems from a mere thought. On Monday, Commander Zhou clasped his hands in gratitude and remarked, "Thank you, Sir Yin. Your words shall be etched in my heart, and I will report them to our superiors shortly." Yin Qixia smiled and shook his head, saying it is of no consequence, merely a trifling effort. He then inquired, "By the way, Mr. Zhou, when shall we proceed to Lanrua Temple tonight?" Commander Zhou replied, "Our military's second batch of weaponry has arrived, and it is currently being swiftly organized. We anticipate being ready by 5 o'clock this afternoon. The precise timing of the operation will be communicated to you personally by Mr. Liu." Yin Qixia nodded, "Very well." Thus, he took his leave, stating, "I must depart. Several scientific companions have just sent word, hoping I might participate in some biological experiments. I must attend to that first." Commander Zhou again clasped his hands. "Understood, Sir Yin, farewell." Yin Qixia returned, "Farewell." Upon parting, Commander Zhou immediately sought out Lu Huajian and relayed Yin Qixia's exact words. After listening intently, Lu Huajian could not help but furrow his brow slightly. Among 100 elite warriors, only one is barely suitable for cultivation? That probability seems rather low. Commander Zhou sighed softly and replied, "Indeed, it is somewhat low. However, Sir Yin mentioned that our scientists' research projects might provide a shortcut. If successful, it could lead to a nationwide revival of cultivation, even igniting a fervor for the resurgence of spiritual energy." Lu Huajian's gaze sharpened, a flicker of fervor igniting within him as he murmured, "The revival of spiritual energy. You say?" Suddenly recalling something, he shook his head. "Such notions may be excessively audacious. In the face of our nation's insufficient strength, it is wiser to refrain from such thoughts. Otherwise, it may not bode well." Commander Zhou understood the pros and cons of the situation and nodded. "I share your sentiments." Lu Huajian sighed deeply. "Let us focus all our energies on our current tasks. That 1,000-year centipede may appear at any moment, and we must be prepared." Upon hearing this, Commander Zhou became curious, speculating, "Commander Liu, do you believe our firearms could have a remarkable effect on that ancient centipede?" "This is uncertain," Lu Huajian mused, deep in thought. After a moment, he replied, "I remain steadfast in our original viewpoint. There is a 99% probability of effectiveness." In the original tale's conclusion, Ziqiu Ye utilized the art of mountain moving to trap the centipede underground. From a physical perspective, this centipede possesses friction, resistance, and is a tangible entity. As a tangible being, it must be susceptible to external influences. Take Left Qianhu as an example. A mere mortal warrior has slain many lesser centipedes. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yijuan's eyes narrowed, and he solemnly murmured, "If that millennium-old centipede dares to approach, it shall not be spared from the wrath of our island's artillery." In the vast expanse between the imperial capital and Guabei County, within a colossal palanquin, Pudu Zihong continuously performed incantations with his right hand. Initially calm, his demeanor gradually morphed into unease, ultimately spiraling into sheer madness. He thundered, "Why does this staff evoke a sense of impending calamity? Curse it! There lies a great mystery in Guabei County. Accelerate! Faster!" "Yes," responded the diminutive centipede spirit who bore the palanquin, channeling its demonic energy to hasten its pace. transforming into a vibrant streak of light, fiercely racing toward Guabei County. Time swiftly slipped away. Soon, darkness enveloped the sky, the crescent moon shrouded by dense black clouds. Yet, within Guabei County, a scene of brilliant illumination prevailed. At the forward base, in the main control room of headquarters, Lu Huajian, Zhou Yijuan, Zhao Chunming, the chief of the combined battalion Jin Guofa, along with several military personnel and scientists, had gathered. Likewise, Yin Qixia had also arrived, albeit in stark contrast to his daytime attire. Adorned with a helmet, individual night vision goggles, portable communication devices, and clad in a bulletproof vest. He was further equipped with an array of scientific detectors, totaling over 10 kilograms. Fortunately, as a master of the Taoist arts, Yin Qixia bore this additional weight with ease. Unencumbered, it is noteworthy that an ordinary soldier could manage burdens exceeding 10 to 20 kilograms while traversing diverse terrains. Lu Huajian pointed at a piece of guided equipment on Yan's person, patiently explaining, "Hero Yan, this is a laser guidance device, currently activated. Once you reach the Lanjua Temple, the lair of the tree Demonis, you must place this nearby. We will then execute a saturation bombardment in that area. Remember, after deploying it, depart swiftly from the scene. Do not linger, as it may lead to collateral damage." He then indicated another piece of personal equipment, elucidating, "This is a high-frequency spectral communication system. After you have distanced yourself, simply aim this at the explosion site, and we will be able to view the live footage. And this," he added, pointing to a microphone-like apparatus, "is the individual communication system, allowing us to converse in real time." Subsequently, Lu Huajian introduced an array of equipment, each serving distinct functions, leaving Yin Qixia in quiet admiration. He then reiterated the action plan, which was remarkably straightforward: locate the lair of the tree Demonis and unleash military firepower to obliterate it. Should the ancient witch attempt to flee, tracking devices would be activated, automatically pursuing her until she was brought to justice. Initially, the military had contemplated deploying ground forces, but upon further reflection, it was deemed unnecessary and potentially chaotic. An hour later, the procedures were recapitulated and all precautions were elucidated. Under the solemn gazes of Lu Huajian and Zhou Yijuan, Yin Qixia clasped his fists in farewell, channeling his inner energy to soar through the skies on his sword towards Lanrua Temple. Only after he had vanished into the night did the others turn their attention back. Lu Huajian, with a grave expression, earnestly addressed Zhou Yijuan, "Colonel Zhou, the next steps lie with your military. How prepared are the weapons?" Zhou Yijuan nodded seriously, responding, "The PHL long-range rocket artillery is fully operational, and Lanrua Temple is within close proximity, well within our fire coverage. Furthermore, tactical mushroom warheads are ready, as are high-yield aerial munitions, along with fully functional communication and radar systems. The state has also dispatched 2 6-grandpas, equipped with those high-yield aerial bombs. Regrettably, time was of the essence. The area we had leveled was insufficient, barely accommodating a single 6-grandpa, contingent upon the exceptionally flat terrain near Guabei County." Lu Huajian nodded slowly, then turned his gaze to an electronic screen displaying Yin Qixia flying towards Lanrua Temple on his sword. The bombardment of Lanrua Temple was imminent. Meanwhile, in Amping County, the palanquin of the Pudu Zihong had entered the region, racing towards Guabei County. Within Lanrua Temple, the lair of the tree Demonis, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation. The old witch is pacing back and forth, her face alternating between shades of green and white. Ever since last night, when Xiao Qian and Xiao Qing ventured out and failed to return, a profound sense of unease has settled within her, as if something burdensome is constricting her heart. Let this matter rest for now. The predominant sensation of impending calamity intensifies with the passage of time. Even though I have conveyed the tidings of those outsiders to the old demon of Black Mountain, their inability to descend into the mortal realm merely leads her to exercise heightened vigilance and scrutiny. Grandmother, shall we venture to Guabei County to uncover the truth?" At this moment, a ghostly maid beside her proposed. The tree demon matriarch initially contemplated agreeing, but after careful consideration, she shook her head, stating, "No. That Val Taoist is with them. For now, I am not a match for that foul priest, and I must not let my guard down." Were it not for Yin Qixia's presence, the matriarch would never have resigned herself to dwelling in Lanrua Temple. She would have long since descended into the mortal realm to wreak havoc upon humanity. "Matriarch, you are indeed wise, the ghostly maid quickly changed her tone, showering flattery upon her. However, at that moment, the matriarch's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she turned towards Guabei County. She sensed a familiar aura rushing towards her. The foul priest has indeed chosen to reveal himself. Having confronted Yin Qixia for so many years, she instantly recognized his essence. With her demonic energy surging, she soared into the sky towards the vast expanse above. Meanwhile, Yin Qixia, armed with an array of scientific instruments and military equipment provided by Lu Huajian, had just arrived at Lanrua Temple when he encountered a scene of swirling demonic mist and wildly growing branches. Soon after, the tree demon matriarch, sporting a strikingly flamboyant appearance, emerged before him. Val Taoist, she demanded upon her appearance, "What is your connection with those outsiders? And where have my servants gone? Do not blame me for not warning you. I have already betrothed Xiao Qian to Lord Heishan, who is certainly not someone you can provoke." A flicker of hesitation crossed Yin Qixia's eyes. Yet, considering the plight of all living beings, that hesitation swiftly dissipated, transforming into unwavering resolve as he declared, "Tree demon, we have stood in opposition for many years. Today, we must reach a conclusion." With those words, following Lu Huajian's instructions, he promptly adjusted the laser-guided devices and launched them towards the tree demon matriarch's lair. Enveloped in magical energy, the devices sustained no damage and struck near the tree demon's essence. The tree demon matriarch, initially taken aback, intended to intervene. However, upon probing the aura, she discovered the absence of any magical fluctuations. They were merely mundane objects. She burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha, Yin Qixia, you have grown old. Such trifles are of no consequence to me." Nonetheless, to be cautious, she summoned her inner demonic power, allowing countless vines to sprout forth and ensnare the enchanted devices, crushing them to pieces. Yin Qixia's gaze intensified as he produced another laser-guided device, aiming it directly at the tree demon matriarch. With this dual assurance, her fate seemed sealed. "Before we settle this, allow me to present you with a gift," he spoke slowly. The matriarch's expression shifted slightly, sensing no threat from the laser. She intended to scoff. Yet, the feeling of impending doom grew stronger. Unable to restrain her furrowed brow, she demanded sharply, "What is this?" Yin Qixia listened to the outsiders who referred to this object as a certain type of guided device, capable of physically transcending all demons and monsters. The tree demon matriarch furrowed her brow in confusion, pondering the meaning of physical transcendence. However, she would soon grasp its true significance. In the direction of Guabei County, the coordinates had been firmly established. The military of Langhua, having long since prepared, swiftly adjusted their firing parameters. Within the command room, Zhou Yijuan seized the intercom and inquired loudly, "What is the readiness status of all units? Provide a prompt response." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of reports flooded through the intercom. "Report to the brigade commander, the rocket artillery battalion is ready and will launch shortly." "Report to the brigade commander, the howitzer battalion is ready and will launch shortly." "Report to the brigade commander, the airdrop munitions are prepared. The 6th unit is on the runway, ready for takeoff." "Report to the brigade commander, the tactical-grade mushroom bombs are being readied, expected to be in firing status within 10 minutes. Zhou Yijuan's expression turned icy. "Good." He then promptly switched channels, urgently advising Yin Qixia, "Hero Yin, please evacuate the area immediately. Bombardment is about to commence." At Lanrua Temple, upon hearing the voice in her earpiece, Yin Qixia nodded imperceptibly, responding, "I understand." She then summoned her inner magical energy and swiftly took flight on her sword. Departing the scene, the tree demon matriarch stood momentarily bewildered. Just as she had prepared for a grand battle, the hero unexpectedly fled the scene? No, something was amiss. The aura emanating from her body surged wildly, enveloping the entire Lanrua temple. Yet, she detected no signs of peculiarities. An ambush? If there were an ambush, it would have been discovered by now. What on earth was happening? Damn it, I must leave, quickly. Having cultivated for a millennium, the tree demon matriarch possessed a keen intellect. Although she did not comprehend why Yin Qixia had retreated at such a critical moment, there had to be a reason. Coupled with the ominous foreboding she had felt yesterday and today, it was prudent to leave Lanrua Temple without delay. It must be said, the tree demon matriarch's reflexes were indeed swift. However, compared to the speed of artillery shells, they were still woefully inadequate. In Guabei County, at the artillery position of Langhua, under Zhou Yijuan's command, These modern instruments of destruction finally unleashed their fury. The thunderous explosions reverberated, echoing throughout the entirety of Guabei County. The shells burst forth, transforming into brilliant meteor showers, hurtling rapidly towards Lanrua Temple. The first to strike were the rockets. The initial volley comprised a staggering 32 projectiles, each weighing a formidable 800 kilograms, creating a terrifying spectacle merely by their sheer force. At Lanrua Temple, just as the tree demon matriarch intended to depart, she suddenly heard the earth-shattering sound of explosions from the direction of Guabei County, followed by a cascade of fiery meteors hurtling directly towards her. The might of the meteor fireballs was overwhelming, causing the ancient tree spirit to feel an oppressive force descending upon her with unrelenting ferocity. Cursed! Cursed! I have been ensnared! The old tree spirit felt a chill run down her spine, uttering curses as her instinct urged her to flee. Yet, the meteoric onslaught was too swift, leaving her no chance of escape. With no alternative, she summoned the ancient power within her, her eyes ablaze with determination, and prepared to resist with all her might. Extreme Demon Realm. With a thunderous roar, she channeled her demonic energy, resonating with the very essence of the trees surrounding the Lanrua Temple. Countless branches, entwined with her power, coalesced into a makeshift wooden barrier akin to a shield, offering her some protection. However, this was a futile endeavor. The thunderous meteor fireballs drew near, colliding violently with her wooden barrier, producing a sound akin to thunderous explosions. Branches splintered or ignited in flames, while a colossal shockwave surged forth, crashing upon her like a cataclysmic tribulation. The tree spirit was driven to madness, her voice rising in a frenzied howl. No, no. To physically transcend me, you must be dreaming. Extreme Demon Realm. Extreme Demon Realm. Kill for me. Being a millennium-old tree spirit, she possessed her own formidable abilities. Despite the first volley of rockets striking her barrier with considerable might, she sustained no fatal wounds, though her energy was significantly depleted, leaving her with mere minor injuries. Had it been solely this, the old spirit would not have descended into such a frenzy. The real threat lay in the subsequent barrage of high explosive shells that followed. Boom, 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 boom. The explosions continued, many shells landing perilously close to her very essence. As her form was immobile, she could only grit her teeth, channeling her remaining energy to withstand the torrential deluge of artillery. How dare you, vile Taoist, inflict such harm upon me? The ancient tree spirit cursed vehemently, yet Yin Qixia remained oblivious, focused on documenting the explosive scene and collecting pertinent data as instructed by scientists. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions raged on, and the tree spirit, already fatigued from the earlier energy expenditure, began to weaken. I refused to succumb. She gritted her teeth and shouted, unleashing the last remnants of her power, forming a radiant barrier that enveloped her core entirely. To her astonishment, the shells, upon colliding with this protective aura, could not penetrate it, detonating harmlessly outside the shield. However, with each explosion, the tree spirit's complexion grew increasingly pale. Fortunately, the barrage of shells and rockets was not infinite. At this moment, the numbers had dwindled significantly. Observing this situation, the tree demoness, her eyes filled with a frenzied madness, erupted into a maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. You foul Taoist, dreaming of exorcising me with mere physical means. These peculiar entities, though somewhat formidable, are still insufficient to vanquish me. As she coughed, a stream of crimson blood spilled from her lips, rendering her already pallid complexion even more ghostly. If there had been only one or two, it would have posed little threat. However, the sheer quantity was overwhelming. Despite her millennia of cultivation, she was gravely injured. In the distance, high above in the firmament, Yin Qixia gazed down at the tree demoness, shaking his head slightly as he murmured, "These projectiles, known as bombs, possessed considerable power, yet lacking in spiritual energy, they remained somewhat feeble." Yet, scarcely had he uttered these words when a low, resonant hum began to echo from the horizon, reminiscent of a locust swarm, growing ever closer. The speed was remarkable, and the intensity escalated rapidly. Before long, it felt as though an army was encroaching, the sound reverberating so fiercely that it caused one's ears to ring. What is this? Yin Qixia's heart sank, his eyes widening in shock as he turned towards the direction of Guabei County. He was unaware of the existence of Sixth Master, as the military airfield had only recently been completed, situated several miles from Guabei County, while Yin Qixia had remained within the county town. Hero Yin, A warm voice from his earpiece interjected, "There's no need for alarm. This contraption is called a bomber, a treasured artifact painstakingly crafted by our scientific sect. Please maintain a safe distance to avoid any unintended harm." Yin Qixia gasped sharply, for at that moment, the object known as the bomber had made its appearance. It is a colossal iron object, soaring through the air like a bird gliding gracefully. The navigation lights flicker above the woods of Lanruat Temple, resembling bright stars in the night sky. This bomber, capable of flight without the aid of magical powers, is indeed no ordinary creation. Yin Qixia felt a profound within, as his inner energy surged vigorously, coursing through his flying sword and lifting him slightly higher. On the ground, beside the true form of the tree demon grandmother, the once arrogant expression of the old which was immediately supplanted by anxiety and astonishment. She could clearly sense it. The ominous buzzing sound instilled a far greater terror than any peculiar explosive device. Curse it, how could these intruders possess such formidable means? Were it not for my true form being present, I would ensure that you outsiders pay dearly. Granny Tree Demon gritted her teeth, unleashing all the demon power within her, causing the faint protective barrier to glow with renewed intensity. At that moment, high above in the sky, Lord Six was rapidly approaching the old hag's position. Inside the cockpit, at the navigator's command, prepare the 5,000-kilogram napalm bomb. The pilots responded in unison, promptly operating various controls. Under their deft manipulation, the belly of Lord Six slowly opened, revealing an enormous low-drag aerial bomb. "Release," commanded the navigator. The multitude of pilots and operators echoed in response, swiftly deploying the colossal, specially designed aerial bomb. As it descended, influenced by gravity and air resistance, the bomb produced a piercing sound that grated on the teeth. It then landed with precision and grace upon the protective barrier of Granny Tree Demon. The bomb detonated, unleashing a blinding orange light that radiated outward in all directions. A violent chemical reaction ignited within the bomb, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of explosive energy that began to expand wildly from the point of detonation. The first to be affected was Granny Tree Demon's protective barrier. "What is this?" She stared blankly at the specially crafted aerial bomb, sensing the terrifying power it contained. Momentarily rendered speechless, the power unleashed was utterly terrifying. She had only felt it in the presence of the Black Mountain Lord. Under the impact of this formidable force, the demon power barrier was utterly shattered, and her true form, a millennia-old tree, was torn apart as if it were mere paper caught in a whirlwind. It was obliterated to smithereens and, under the searing temperatures at the epicenter of the explosion, was reduced to flat earth. The shockwave from the explosion continued to spread. Boom. Accompanied by the thunderous roar reminiscent of a mountain collapsing, a colossal mushroom cloud, exceeding 100 meters in diameter, ascended into the sky. A vast amount of napalm, centered around the mushroom cloud, dispersed towards the Lanruat Temple and across the entire mountaintop. Smoke billowed, and flames soared to the heavens. From this day forth, Lanruat Temple, along with the entire mountain, would be transformed into a desolate wasteland. In the high sky, Yin Qixia furrowed her brow, observing the scene before her. Her heart unsettled. Is this the method of physical transcendence employed by those outsiders? Indeed formidable, she remarked. In the control room of Guobei County, all present scientists and military personnel, gazing at the transmitted data and battlefield footage, expressed their confusion. Lu Huajian frowned and said, "Isn't the strength of this tree demon elder a bit too weak? We haven't even deployed our tactical-grade mushroom bombs yet." Zhou Yijuan sighed, "Indeed. We haven't even utilized the thermobaric weapons or laser artillery. They are weaker than we had anticipated." Zhao Chunming turned to a scientist engrossed in data analysis and inquired, "Academician Wang, what is the situation?" The scientist surnamed Wang shook his head and replied, "It is rather challenging to manage. The luminous shield enveloping the tree demoness is rather peculiar. We will need to await the on-site data from the Valiant Yin before making any further assessments of combat capabilities." Zhao Chunming nodded in agreement. "Very well." Before they could continue their conversation, a startled exclamation suddenly echoed throughout the main control room. "Commander, Lu Team, the radar has detected a swarm of suspicious flying objects rapidly approaching Guobei County." "What? Suspicious flying objects?" Upon hearing this, the gathered academicians and military officials turned their gaze towards the radar display. There, in the southeastern direction, approximately towards Jinlin, numerous faint red dots were seen hurtling toward them at nearly the speed of a bomber. Given the context of the demonic realm, The military's radar had been modified to cover a radius of 150 kilometers, sacrificing some performance. Anything flying in the sky, apart from small birds, could be detected. There was no choice. The skies in this world were teeming with aerial beings, necessitating utmost vigilance. Zhou Yijuan instinctively spoke. Immediately deploy satellites and dispatch unmanned reconnaissance drones for investigation. He initially intended to order the spy satellites to lock onto the targets directly. However, in this realm of deities and demons, our Dragon Kingdom had yet to launch any satellites, prompting him to quickly amend his command. Understood. 2 electronic engineers responded in unison, their fingers flying over the keyboard. Simultaneously, at the temporary military base in Guabei County, a drone equipped with an SDI core camera ascended, its engines buzzing as it rapidly accelerated to 500 kilometers per hour, heading toward the target location. In the main control room, Zhou, the commander, asked, "Should the military prepare for action? Better safe than sorry." Lu Huajian voiced his concerns. Indeed, Zhou Yijuan nodded in agreement, then issued another command. Artillery units, reload shells and stand by at all times. Missile units, prepare for first-level readiness. Air Card 1, return immediately. Return at once. Lu Huajian also approached a microphone and called out, "Yan, there is a minor situation in Guabei County. Please return swiftly." Yan Qixia, who was diligently collecting data as instructed, responded, "Understood." Channeling his internal mana, he infused it into the flying sword beneath him and swiftly turned back. Meanwhile, just 138 kilometers from Guabei County, in midair, the demon monk Pudu Cihong was continuously forming incantations with his right hand, his brow deeply furrowed, exuding an ominous aura that contrasted sharply with his dignified appearance. "This is it," he murmured, calculating until the end. A glint of murderous intent erupted in his eyes as he coldly muttered, "Let us see your true forms. How dare you disturb the ground beneath this staff? You truly know not the heights of heaven or the depths of the earth." Amidst the gentle murmurs, a faint buzzing sound suddenly emerged from ahead. The sound was distant, not particularly loud, yet Purity's celestial powers swiftly discerned it. Which vile creature dares to obstruct my path? It shall pay dearly." With a flicker of malevolence in his eyes, Purity extended his right hand, channeling his demonic energy as the laws of heaven and earth surged forth. In an instant, his hand seemed to compress space itself, seizing the drone that was soaring through the air. As he curled his fingers, the drone came hurtling towards him, its massive frame now blocking his view. Strange, devoid of life, lacking any aura, merely an inanimate object. This contraption was constructed in a most peculiar manner, far more bizarre than the intricate inventions of the Westerners. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered, as if someone were observing him through this peculiar device. Purity scrutinized the drone before him, forged entirely of steel, its engines emitting a cacophony that would render an ordinary person deafened. Yet, he remained unaffected. As he observed closely, his gaze finally settled upon the camera lens of the SDI core. As a formidable demon cultivated by the auspices of the dynasty, he sensed the eerie sensation of being watched emanating from this strange mirror. Expanding his aura, he scanned the vicinity for 10 miles, only to find it utterly desolate. Causing his brow to furrow once more, "What is this? I can distinctly feel that this mirror is spying on me. Yet, it is undeniably an inanimate object. Could it be a magical artifact forged through some secret method?" With this thought, a murderous intent ignited in Purity's eyes. He channeled his physical and demonic power into the SDI camera, attempting to probe its soul. However, no reaction ensued. In that moment, a wave of unease surged from his heart to the crown of his head. Enraged, Purity bellowed, "Damn it! After years of cultivation, how could I be intimidated by a mere lifeless object? I shall obliterate it." As the word obliterate escaped his lips, the demon monk unleashed a spell, hurling the massive drone forcefully towards the ground. The drone erupted in a thunderous explosion, flames shooting skyward as a colossal shockwave, and searing heat radiated outward in all directions. Purity squinted, unable to suppress a silent admiration. The power is indeed formidable. Were I closer, even I would need to exercise caution. Murmuring to himself, his gaze shifted toward Guabei County, an expression of intrigue lighting his features. How fascinating. Indeed, this was precisely the locale he had come to. He then commanded coldly, "Prepare the carriage. Proceed at full speed to Guabei County." Upon receiving the command, the diminutive centipede spirit promptly complied, lifting the palanquin and soaring at remarkable speed towards Guabei County. Meanwhile, within the command center of Guabei County. As the visage of Pudu Zihong materialized on the SDI Corps camera, the military personnel and scientists present immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Zhao Chunming remarked. According to the original narrative, Pudu Zihong was not expected to appear for at least another month. This unforeseen arrival is truly astonishing. Clearly, our presence has irrevocably altered the established storyline. Historian Wang Xueming, who had previously participated in the meeting, nodded in agreement, saying, if this is the case, will the original plots of other realms in this world also undergo transformation? Lu Huajian furrowed his brow, stating, now is not the time for such considerations. It is evident that Pudu Zihong is heading directly towards Guabei County. At his current velocity, he will arrive within 10 minutes. He then turned to Zhou Yijuan, inquiring, Commander Zhou, how prepared is the military? Zhou Yijuan replied, the firepower testing towards Lanrua Temple has already consumed a portion of our ammunition, which is currently being replenished and should be completed within 10 minutes. Furthermore, our air defense system has yet to be activated. Lu Huajian narrowed his eyes, nodding slightly, and coldly remarked, in that case, let us extend a few gifts to this colossal centipede and simultaneously test whether our advanced weaponry can be effective against it. According to the original script, Pudu Zihong is significantly more formidable than the Tree Demon Matriarch. In contrast, the Tree Demon Matriarch succumbed before we even deployed the thermobaric and tactical mushroom bombs. In the face of the formidable challenge posed by the purification vessel, how far can it endure? On Monday, June proposed, should we inform the heroic Yin? It is better to be prepared. Lu Huajin agreed. Yes, it is wise to notify him. With Yan's support, even if conventional weaponry proves ineffective against this colossal centipede, our worries would be alleviated. A glimmer of determination and seriousness flickered in his eyes as he added, however, it is time for us to bolster our strength. The intensity of the demon and god realm is alarmingly unprecedented. Merely the storyline of a Chinese ghost story necessitates tactical-grade mushroom bombs. What shall we do about the formidable demons that follow? For instance, Bai Sujin, who has consumed the Queen Mother's elixir. If we could befriend her, it would be advantageous, but should she become an adversary, this great white serpent possesses the ability to manipulate the forces of nature and incite a tsunami. In the face of nature's might, humanity's power remains woefully inadequate. Strengthening our capabilities is imperative. As the saying goes, the first to strike gains the advantage. While the latecomer faces calamity, since the purification vessel has manifested and is heading directly toward Guabei County, establishing friendships is certainly out of the question. Therefore, let it meet its demise. Without hesitation, Monday June commanded, prepare the air defense system, lock onto the target, and launch. In an instant, a dozen meteoric fire trails ascended from within Guabei County and its outskirts, propelled by the immense thrust of rocket engines. Breaking free from the planet's gravitational pull and hurtling toward the purification vessel. The number was staggering, over 20 projectiles, all locked on by radar. Even extraterrestrial meteors would be obliterated into fragments. Yet, at that moment, the purification vessel seemed to sense the impending threat, its eyes glinting with disdain. Such trivial skills dare to challenge me? Very well, I shall indulge you. With that, the purification vessel narrowed its eyes and, with a mere wave of its hand, conjured a barrier before it. Such a feat was beyond even the capabilities of the ancient tree spirit. As the 20 or more projectiles drew near, an extraordinary spectacle unfolded. When they were merely 100 meters from the purification vessel, all the air defense projectiles inexplicably halted in midair, as if they had struck a wall of cotton candy. Is this truly your reliance? A scornful smile spread across its visage. In the command center, Lu Huajin, Monday June, and their compatriots furrowed their brows in concern. Monday June promptly ordered, initiate manual detonation. Within the missile launch facility, the soldiers swiftly complied with the command, triggering the manual explosions. Boom, boom, boom. Just as the purification vessel was about to revel in its perceived victory, the 20-plus air defense projectiles before its barrier detonated in unison. The thunderous explosions echoed like a cataclysmic upheaval. Although the explosive energy bore no trace of magical fluctuations, its sheer power was undeniable. Even the barrier it had meticulously conjured began to show signs of instability. What? Pudu Zihong narrowed his eyes slightly, displaying an expression of intrigue. How fascinating. However, how dare this group of juniors act recklessly in the presence of this venerable monk? Suddenly, as if noticing something, His gaze shifted towards a red in the southwest, and he admonished sharply, "Though the court has weakened, it does not mean that any malevolent spirits can wreak havoc. How dare you commit sins in this place? Quickly lay down your weapons and attain enlightenment, or do not blame this monk for sending you to the afterlife, unworthy of the trust the court has placed in him." Well said. One cannot deny the profound capabilities of this great centipede, far surpassing that of the tree demonis. After all, the tree demonis merely consumed human essence, while this great centipede cultivated its power through the very fortunes of the entire dynasty, rendering their strengths worlds apart. In the command center, observing the screen displaying Pudu Zihong's malevolent eyes, the gathered scientists, along with Lu Huajian, Zhao Chunming, and high-ranking military officials, could not help but furrow their brows. A palpable sense of crisis enveloping them. A mental assault? How intriguing. Lu Huajian's eyes gleamed with battle intent as he said to Colonel Zhou Yijuan, "From the analysis of the recent explosion, conventional weapons are indeed effective against Pudu Zihong, but their yield was insufficient and thus mitigated by him." Zhou Yijuan understood the implication behind Lu Huajian's words and nodded in agreement. "Then let us deploy formidable artillery against this great centipede." He immediately commanded, "Island artillery units, switch to neutron and hydrogen mushroom bombs, tactical yield level. All units, prepare for impact." Lu Huajian echoed the order, "Everyone, brace for impact." Upon hearing the command, all scientists and soldiers at the base swiftly took refuge in an under-construction anti-mushroom facility. Due to time constraints, it was not fully completed, but with a bit of squeezing, it was still serviceable. This time, it is certain that this colossal centipede will experience the true essence of equality among all beings. However, just as preparations to issue the launch order were underway, Yin Qixia had already arrived. Upon hearing the details, Yin Qixia immediately interjected, "Hold on." Zhou Yijuan and Lu Huajian, along with others, were taken aback, their faces filled with curiosity. Why, esteemed hero Yin? Yin Qixia was well aware of the formidable power of the giant mushroom, having been introduced to it in the earlier performance. This entity, when utilized effectively, can yield remarkable results. However, if misused, it can inflict significant harm upon one's own kin. Yin Qixia hastily elucidated, "Mr. Lu, Mr. Zhou, considering the premise established in that play, what has manifested as Pudu Zihong is merely an avatar. Its true essence has yet to make an appearance. To eradicate it completely, one must obliterate its original form." Upon hearing this, the assembly was immediately engulfed in deep contemplation. Subsequently, Lu Huajin nodded and remarked, "Indeed, that is the case. In the original narrative, Zhuqian Hu had previously sought out Pudu Zihong, but by then, only a shell remained, as its essence had long departed." Zhou Yijuan, filled with concern, inquired, "Hero Yin, if that is the case, how shall we coax its true form out?" Yin Qixia's eyes narrowed, a fervent battle spirit igniting within him as he declared, "There exists but one method. I shall engage it directly, annihilating its avatar, after which you, Mr. Zhou, and your allies may strike. At that juncture, any formidable weaponry, be it a massive mushroom bomb, thermobaric bomb, or napalm, can be unleashed upon this abomination." Indeed, this is a viable solution. However, Lu Huajian expressed some concern, saying, "Yuan Daxia, you are but one person. Do you require assistance?" Although in the original narrative, Yin Qixia was capable of vanquishing the manifestation of the centipede demon alone, the current storyline has become disordered, and preconceived notions must be avoided at all costs. After a moment of contemplation, Yin Qixia promptly replied, "I recall that you possess those devices called Shinden, which can take flight from a standstill and exhibit commendable combat prowess. It would be prudent to deploy several of them to assist me in dealing with those minor centipede demons." He then added, "By the way, I shall entrust these talismans to you." With that, he retrieved a stack of talismans from his robe and handed them over, continuing, "These talismans are known as Fumo talismans, inscribed with exorcism formations. They can be affixed to weapons, such as swords and daggers, thereby endowing said weapon with the ability to vanquish evil and subdue demons." With a stack of over 30 sheets in hand, Lu Huajian cautiously accepted them and, upon glancing at Yin Qixia, nodded solemnly, affirming, "Understood. Hero Yin, we shall rely on your expertise from here on." Yin Qixia clasped his hands in salute, responding, "No trouble at all. Do remember to prepare your mushroom magical artifacts and thermal pressure bombs. Once I manifest the essence of this centipede demon, You must bombard it at the earliest opportunity to prevent this vile creature from escaping or causing harm to the innocent. Lu Huajian nodded gravely, assuring, indeed, Hero Yin. Leave this to us, there will be no issues. Yin Qixia replied, very well, I shall take my leave. He again clasped his hands in salute and exited the command center, his internal energy surging as he swiftly flew towards the direction of the Pudu Hang. Within the command center, Lu Huajian, under the resolute gazes of numerous scientists, handed the stack of over 30 talismans to Colonel Zhou Yijuan, stating, Colonel Zhou, the next steps rest with your military. Colonel Zhou nodded earnestly, assuring, no problem. Zhao Chunming inquired, Colonel Zhou, what is your specific plan of action? Colonel Zhou responded, let us affix them all to the anti-aircraft missiles, then lock onto those small centipede demons. Not a single one shall escape. Zhao Chunming agreed, understood. Following Colonel Zhou's command, they promptly adhered the talismans to the 30-plus anti-aircraft missiles. An extraordinary scene unfolded. As these talismans were affixed to the missiles, they astonishingly vanished, leaving behind an imprint resembling a watermark upon the missile surface. From that moment forth, these missiles posed a lethal threat to the fiends. The true battle was about to commence. At the very instant Yin Qixia stepped out of the command center, simultaneously, in the direction of Jinlin, Guobei County. A golden chariot descended from the distant heavens with lightning speed, nearing in the blink of an eye. His expression was cold, fixated on the drastically altered forward base. The chill in his eyes gradually morphing into disdain. Umph. Not a trace of magical energy, merely mortal flesh. Such power dares to act beneath my very nose. Truly a path to self-destruction. The demon monk murmured to himself, intending to unleash his formidable powers to refine the entire Guobei County. At that moment, a tremendous force of magic surged forth. Enveloped by this power, Yin Qixia soared in on his sword, halting before Pudu Zihang with a fierce glare and declared, Demon monk, I can see at a glance that you are no human. Remove your mask at once. With a boisterous laugh, Pudu Zihang responded, raising his right hand to form a mudra, and slowly intoned, well done, my good sir. The atmosphere here is laden with murderous intent. I have come, under the orders of the court, to offer salvation. I kindly ask that you do not interfere, otherwise, should you become entangled in this karmic cycle, it would be a grave misdeed. With a clang, Yin Qixia unsheathed the enormous sword from his back and coldly retorted, the greatest source of malevolence here is you, demon monk. If you wish to perpetuate slaughter, you shall do so beneath my blade. A flash of murderous intent flickered in Pudu Zihang's eyes as he coldly replied, well done, my good sir, the mortal realm is but a grand calamity, remember? The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the path to salvation. No sooner had he spoken than the demon monk's eyes blazed with an overwhelming ferocity. Dark forces swirling around him, as he intoned with a chilling detachment, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha instantly. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the path to salvation. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the path to salvation. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the path to salvation. The sound possesses a distinctly enchanting quality. Upon hearing it, one is inevitably engulfed by profound sorrow. As myriad regrets and past transgressions surge forth like a bubbling spring, evoking thoughts of one's deep-seated sins and a desire for oblivion. As human beings, perfection is an unattainable ideal. There will always be regrets, and there will always be wrongdoings. The distinction lies solely in the magnitude of the malevolence, whether great or small. The technique known as Pudu Zihang exploits an inescapable human weakness, employing enchanting sounds to induce a trance, further augmented by mystical powers to inflict harm. This method proves effective against ordinary individuals and novice practitioners of Taoism. However, when confronting adept masters like Yin Qixia, it is akin to a mere puff of air. Yin Qixia promptly seated himself in a meditative posture and began to chant, Prajna Permitha, Prajna Permitha, Prajna Permitha, Prajna Permitha. As he recited the incantation, an invisible wave of energy surged from beneath his feet, transforming into a vast conflagration that enveloped him entirely, countering the malevolent sound of Pudu Zihang. Meanwhile, at the forward base, the malevolent sound possesses a formidable lethality against ordinary individuals. Indeed, within the original narrative, numerous supporting characters met their demise as a result. with even the esteemed Zhui Qianhu unable to evade its grasp. However, when confronted with the scientists at the forward base and the soldiers of the synthesis camp, it proved utterly ineffective. Put on the noise-canceling earplugs, commanded Lu Huajian. The scientists and soldiers, who had been meticulously prepared, promptly produced their top-tier noise-canceling headphones, equipped with built-in wireless audio devices that played soothing melodies for both body and mind. What a preposterous notion that this fatal sound could be heard. Even if the benevolent Guanyin were to exhaust her vocal cords, it would be of no consequence. Nevertheless, this sinister sound, true to its nature, exhibited the ability to disrupt human consciousness. Recognizing this unsettling reality, Lu Huajian swiftly issued a new command: change the music and activate the ultrasonic devices for counteraction. In compliance with his orders, the operators immediately transitioned the music to Dragon Nation's military soul. This is the theme song of the television drama Bright Sword. As it begins to play, the haunting sound of the charge horn resonates through the headphones. The horn is both spirited and exhilarating, while the lyrics are profoundly moving and uplifting. When the homeland is under threat, valiant men must stand strong. Drink deeply from the cup of hometown wine, for a hero may venture forth and never return. Let the blood stain the most beautiful flower, cascading upon my chest. The red flag flutters, and the military horn sounds. The sword has been drawn, lightning strikes, and thunder rumbles. It has always been the case that in a narrow path, the brave prevail. Forward, onward, onward, onward. The spirit of the Dragon Nation's military. The song of the Dragon Nation's military plays incessantly, igniting the flames of passion within. Though the enchanting melody of Pudu Zihong is formidable, a powerful will can undoubtedly withstand it. For instance, in the original play, Zhui Qianhu resisted it and proclaimed, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" The scientists and soldiers at the forward base, all dispatched by the nation, are resolute individuals. Even without these measures, the effects would merely be a mental disturbance, resulting in no serious consequences. As for the citizens within the city, for safety's sake, they began to evacuate upon discovering Pudu Zihong. The enchantment of Pudu Zihong still reverberates through the heavens and the earth. 1 minute passes, 2 minutes pass, 3 minutes pass. Pudu Zihong. Initially, it had some effect, but as time wore on, its potency waned. Even those dressed in peculiar attire seemed utterly unaffected. Damn it! What is happening here? How can mere mortals resist the influence of my deadly chant? Pudu Zihong was deeply shaken, unwilling to accept this, and recited the incantation once more. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. Another minute passes. 2 more minutes pass. 3 more minutes pass. Pudu Zihong. Damn it, what is happening? What is going on here? With eyes fixed intently on Yan Qixia, he then glanced at the Dragon Nation's soldiers and scientists within the forward base of Guobei County, his face a mask of disbelief. Bold demon. At that moment, Yan Qixia's eyes suddenly widened, and he bellowed fiercely, "I command you to reveal your true form. The universe is boundless. The heavens and earth lend their power." Without hesitation, Yan Qixia bit his fingertip, drawing a Tai Chi symbol in his palm. He then channeled his inner magical energy, gathering it in his palm, and struck towards Pudu Zihong with a powerful blow. Bang! This encompassed a palm infused with both magical and cosmic powers, exhibiting astonishing might that reduced the Pudu Zihong to mere ashes. Yet, as if utterly unfazed, a formidable voice resonated from the void. Audacious rodent. No sooner had the words been uttered than a multitude of golden radiance surged forth from the emptiness, spreading across the heavens and the earth like the dawning sun. Amidst this golden luminescence, a resplendent statue of the Tathagata Buddha emerged with striking clarity. The statue sits amidst the heavens and the earth, its hands poised in a decisive gesture. A resonant voice, akin to the tolling of a great bronze bell, reverberates, "The Pure Land, the Tathagata from the west has arrived. You malevolent spirits, why do you not reveal yourselves before the Buddha?" Yan Qixia's gaze sharpens, fury igniting within him. He points at the false Tathagata and exclaims, "Monsters! I am who I am. I have already manifested. I refuse to believe you are the true Buddha." The false Tathagata, exuding an aura of malice, bellows once more in that deep, resonant tone, "Dare you defy the Tathagata? Do you truly fear not the wrath that awaits you? Yin Qixia, dismissing further discourse, channels his inner power and declares loudly, "You vile creature! If you dare impersonate the Tathagata, what else would you not attempt? Today, I shall enact divine justice." Dragons roar to the 9 heavens. With swift gestures, Yin Qixia commands the energy within him, summoning a cacophony of buzzing swords that soar from his resting chamber. Launching towards the golden counterfeit of the Tathagata, all methods converge to the source. Yin Qixia's incantation shifts, pouring all his strength into the flying swords, exerting his utmost effort. Before him, the false Tathagata, transformed from the compassionate savior, scoffs, and the bell-like voice resounds ominously, "If you disregard my guidance, you shall only find a path to doom." With that, hands clasped in prayer, a bolt of golden lightning materializes in an instant, surging forth from between his palms to strike down upon Yin Qixia. Yin Qixia's expression turns grave, a sense of dread creeping into his heart as he discerns that this golden lightning harbors a trace of cosmic power. Though faint, its presence is formidable, for only an immortal can manipulate such forces. Should this demon be granted time, it could indeed transform into a dragon. Yin Qixia murmurs in astonishment, his demeanor becoming increasingly serious as he draws upon the entirety of his knowledge. The sword returns to the infinite. Once more, the hand gestures shift, and the multitude of flying swords converge, forming the shape of an umbrella, spinning rapidly. The golden lightning, drawn towards it, strikes with indifference. However, upon contact, the golden lightning inflicts minimal damage. As Yin Qixia manipulates his incantation, the energy within him flows, and astonishingly, the golden lightning rebounds, striking true upon the forehead of the false Tathagata. A silent, anguished wail erupts, and the statuesque golden form dissipates into nothingness, as if it had never existed. Yin Qixia's eyes narrow as he retrieves a walkie-talkie, adjusting it to the appropriate military channel. He urgently calls out, "It is underground. Prepare for bombing at once. Beware of those little centipede demons." In the command room, upon hearing this voice, Lu Huajian promptly responds through the walkie-talkie, "Understood. Yin Qixia, step aside for now. We must first drive this creature away before we can strike." Yin Qixia replies, "Understood." Subsequently, the flying swords were manipulated, forming a protective formation around him to counter the disturbances from below. The ground trembled with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a sudden magnitude 8 earthquake. Fortunately, the newly renamed forward base was devoid of towering skyscrapers, alleviating any concerns. In the command room, Lu Huajian cast an anxious glance at Zhou Yijuan and remarked, "Colonel Zhou, the next steps depend on your military." Zhou Yijuan replied with a grave expression, "Understood." He promptly issued the order for low-altitude reconnaissance aircraft to take flight. Activating life detection equipment, thermal imaging devices, low-light night vision tools, and low-altitude remote sensing apparatus. Acknowledged. Following the command, 2 military reconnaissance planes swiftly ascended towards the temporary airfield. Zhou Yijuan adjusted the communication channel and continued to inquire, "Air Card 1, prepare the cloud explosion bomb, and proceed to the battlefield immediately." Repeat, "Air Card 1, prepare the cloud explosion bomb, and proceed to the battlefield immediately." Received. In the distance, the H-6K, which had been circling without landing, altered its course and began its approach towards Guabei County upon receiving the order. The aircraft, known as the Sixth Master, is not only equipped with napalm bombs, but also with cloudburst munitions and a Changjian 10 cruise missile, originally intended for the Elder Tree Demon. It unexpectedly found its way into the hands of the giant centipede, as the tree demon proved to be rather fragile. As the reconnaissance aircraft took to the skies, a swarm of dark figures suddenly surged toward Guabei County. It was evident that these were the smaller centipede spirits under the command of Pudu Cihong. Within the command center, Commander Zhou Yi was well prepared and promptly issued the order, "Activate the air defense system." Understood, the soldiers responded, immediately loading the enchanted missiles and, with the assistance of radar and thermal imaging, they locked onto their targets. Target locked. Prepare for launch. 3, 2, 1, launch. With a series of sharp whooshes, the air defense missiles were unleashed. Streams of fiery meteors soared from the ground, trails of smoke trailing behind them as they hurtled toward the centipede spirits. Given that these were enchanted weapons, augmented by modern technology, engaging these small centipedes was akin to a divine warrior executing a perfect ambush on an unsuspecting ADC during a team fight, an entirely one-sided affair. The first missile surged forward, locking onto one of the smaller centipede spirits as it raced towards its target. The centipede spirit felt a sudden rush of peril as its senses heightened, prompting it to evade swiftly. With remarkable reflexes, it narrowly escaped the missile's path. However, the air defense missile veered sharply, turning back toward it. What on earth? The little centipede spirit directly harbors suspicions towards the existence of demons. This entity is indeed peculiar. Instinctively, he attempted to evade, yet this time his movements were considerably sluggish, resulting in a direct hit from the anti-aircraft missile. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of magical power intertwined with explosive energy, akin to a boxer outfitted with spiked gloves, amplifying its ferocity beyond measure. Amidst the resounding roar of the explosion, the diminutive centipede demon stood no chance of resistance. Ow! With a tragic wail, it was instantly reduced to ashes. Then came the second, third, and fourth. Dozens of these small centipede demons were effortlessly dismantled, as if autumn winds were sweeping away fallen leaves. Deep underground, the ancient 1,000-year-old centipede sensed this spectacle and let out a furious roar. The sound was exceedingly intense, akin to a cataclysmic landslide. However, it also revealed its location. Above in the sky, within the reconnaissance aircraft, a pilot hurriedly reported to the command center. Data and images were promptly uploaded. The communication engineers in the command center responded without delay. Affirmative. Upon receiving the order, the pilot swiftly began to operate the controls, transmitting the on-site data and images back to the command center. Soon, a vivid battlefield situation map, accompanied by a plethora of data visuals, was relayed back. Through this information, Liu Huajian, Zhou Yijuan, and Zhao Chunming were struck with realization. This ancient centipede, a creature that has existed for millennia, astonishingly resides over 30 meters beneath the surface. Remarkably, half of its body lies beneath the city of Guabei County. This predicament poses significant challenges. However, all hope is not lost. The command was issued by Commander Zhou Yi to deploy the Thunder PH-5 laser weapon in a military base that had long been on standby. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers swiftly maneuvered a colossal telescope-like apparatus into position. They aligned the lens with the region indicated by thermal imaging in the areas of greatest electromagnetic disturbance. As soon as preparations were finalized, a thunderous cacophony erupted from the depths below, shaking the very earth. The explosive sounds surged towards the underground of Guabei County, culminating in a dramatic eruption. The ground split open, revealing a supersized centipede, measuring approximately 100 feet in length and as massive as a high-speed train. Emerging triumphantly from the depths, the colossal centipede appeared exceedingly menacing, its fangs grotesquely fearsome, its length akin to the trunks of 2 towering trees. As it let out a ferocious roar, a nauseating stench, intertwined with an overwhelming aura of malevolence, spread in all directions. Yin Qixiao was struck with profound dread and promptly inquired through the communication system. Mr. Zhou, Mr. Liu, what is the situation on your end? If we are unable to contend with it, I can resort to alternative measures. His strategy was to employ a similar method as that of the play, infiltrating the belly of the great centipede and then projecting his essence to launch an internal assault. However, the military forces of Long Kingdom were already well prepared. Hero Yen, please take cover. We shall handle this formidable centipede. After relaying this message via the intercom, Zhou Yijuan immediately issued orders to commence bombardment. The first wave of attack utilized laser weaponry. The intensely penetrating beams of laser could even pierce through steel with ease, making it seemingly simple to combat a carbon-based life form. Yet, the great centipede appeared to be forewarned. Amidst the dispersion of its malevolent energy, it shielded its massive form. The lasers, despite their formidable penetrative power, failed to breach its defenses. Deploy artillery to drive it out of the urban area, then use mushroom bombs for the bombardment. Zhou Yijuan gritted his teeth and continued to issue commands. Understood. The soldiers swiftly sprang into action, launching a barrage of rockets and howitzers towards the millennia-old centipede. Accompanied by the thunderous sounds of explosions, the great centipede, despite its overwhelming malevolence, began to show signs of distress. From a lofty perspective, this scene resembles a battle between Ultraman and a diminutive monster. It is peculiar yet profoundly real, imbued with an aura of peril. The distinction lies solely in the absence of Ultraman. Instead, we have Yin Qixia and the formidable strength of my Dragon Kingdom's military prowess. Roar. The millennia-old centipede, provoked into fury, unleashed a rancid roar from its gaping maw, preparing to retaliate. A splendid opportunity, intoned Liu Huajian, his gaze sharpened in the command room. As he promptly alerted Colonel Zhou Yijuan, Commander Zhou, conventional firearms cannot penetrate its defenses. Deploy the corrosive sulfuric acid solidification weapon and direct it towards the centipede's body. Additionally, aim for its mouth and bombard the creature's interior. Having perused the original script, Zhou Yijuan was acutely aware of the centipede's vulnerability nestled within its very being. He nodded affirmatively, understood, and swiftly conveyed orders to his troops. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers hastily switched ammunition types, while various guiding devices aligned with the centipede's orifice. Launch, they cried. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Precision-guided bombs soared. Sulfuric acid munitions took flight, targeting the centipede's maw with unrelenting ferocity. Roar. The centipede's spirit seemed to possess an awareness of the formidable nature of the projectiles, its once gaping maw poised to close. However, regrettably, it was too late. At least more than a dozen precision-guided bombs struck their target, a small portion landing near the creature's mouth, while the majority surged within, penetrating its very core. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of explosions reverberated, resonating within the centipede's body, which, in a moment of acute pain, erupted into frenzied howls. Amidst these anguished cries, the mighty demonic energy enveloping its entire form gradually began to dissipate. Following this, over a dozen corrosive weapons surged forth, dousing the enormous centipede with a torrent of caustic liquid. As the adage goes, the soft can overcome the hard. The exoskeleton of this colossal centipede is even more resilient than steel. However, the corrosive liquids are effortlessly capable of penetrating its defenses, wreaking havoc upon its flesh. As wisps of white smoke ascend, the corrosive substance swiftly erodes the exterior of the purity of compassion, launching a frenzied assault. Under the dual onslaught from within and without, the centipede emits anguished cries, desperately retreating underground in an attempt to escape. Yet, its speed is not particularly swift, reaching a mere 120 kilometers per hour, comparable to that of a car cruising on the highway. For the ancients, such velocity would be considered remarkably fast. However, to modern science, it is hardly impressive. Inside the command center, Commander Jun issued a prompt order. Air Card Number 1. Switch to ground-piercing island munitions, equipped with mushroom warheads. Prepare for precise bombardment. The reconnaissance team was instructed to maintain real-time aerial surveillance. Upon receiving the command, the soldiers immediately sprang into action. At this moment, Lord Liu, returning from the direction of Lanrua Temple, had already begun his descent. The reconnaissance aircraft had long since taken flight, accompanied by another plane tasked with communication support, diligently monitoring the trajectory of the purity of compassion. Meanwhile, beneath the earth, the purity of compassion was employing its earth evasion technique, fleeing with desperation. In its mind, annihilating these mortals would be an exceedingly simple feat, yet, to its dismay, a highly skilled Taoist appeared among them. Damn this loathsome Taoist, thwarting my grand design. Once my injuries are healed, I shall ensure you find no grave for your remains. It harbored deep resentment toward these wretched mortals, deeming them culpable of grievous sins. The recent events ignited its fury. These mortals, who should have been powerless against it, had, in fact, proven to be astutely clever, quickly identifying its vulnerabilities. Had it not been for this, even if it could not prevail, it would not have suffered such humiliation. Unbeknownst to it, several reconnaissance aircraft hovered above, observing in real time. The speed of 120 kilometers per hour proved insufficient. In less than 40 minutes, Lord Liu, now equipped with the appropriate munitions, was swiftly approaching. This location, a desolate wilderness, posed no risk of collateral damage, making it an ideal venue for exterminating the demon. Inside the cockpit of Lord Liu's aircraft, the navigator attentively monitored the radar display, communicating through onboard communication devices. Eagle Falcon, this is Air Card Number 1. We have reached the designated position. Please share real-time data. Repeat, please share real-time data. The reconnaissance pilot replied, received. Data has been uploaded to the CP-2H3 database. The access code is 17Y620. The navigator of Lord Liu responded. Acknowledged. Following the prompts of the counterpart, one swiftly accessed the dedicated database, retrieving all real-time shared data. Subsequently, based on the calculations of the onboard computer, an optimal bombing point and speed were determined with remarkable precision. With wings unfurling, the aircraft entered the bombing trajectory. The navigator, known as Sixth Master, promptly reported to the command center. Command, This is air card number 1. We have entered the bombing route, and the mushroom bomb is ready. Please authorize the strike on the target. Within the command room, a decisive order was given. Authorize the bombing. Sixth Master acknowledged, affirmative. He then commanded the other pilots in the cockpit to commence preparations for the bombing operation. Calculations were made, trajectories were plotted, and the belly of the aircraft opened to reveal an enormous subterranean bomb adorned with a mushroom warhead. As the navigator began the countdown, 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Release. The fire control operator pressed the button, and under the force of gravity, the subterranean bomb plummeted towards the ground, targeting the vessel known as Pudutsihong. The roar of the rocket engine ignited, correcting the trajectory with surgical precision, striking directly atop the hastening Pudutsihong. The bomb easily penetrated the Earth, its tremendous kinetic and potential energy allowing it to burrow through over 10 meters of soil, ultimately embedding itself into the exterior of the colossal centipede-like structure. A chilling wail erupted from Pudutsihong as it prepared to unleash its internal demonic power to expel the intruder. Yet at that moment, the enigmatic metallic mass underwent a transformation. A brilliant orange-red light erupted from within the iron behemoth, dazzling and blinding, akin to the sun itself. Simultaneously, a searing heat, reaching millions of degrees, began to radiate from the core of the metallic entity, akin to a solar storm erupting in all directions. The temperature is truly terrifying. Firstly, the surrounding soil layer, which is unable to even turn black, is instantly vaporized. The rocks nearby meet the same fate, also vaporized. Indeed, I mean it in the most literal sense. Then there is the carbon-based life form, the purity of compassion, which, even with its profound cultivation, holds no significance in the face of such millions of degrees of searing heat. The temperature has reached a transformative threshold. According to the original script, the explosion of the Pudutsihong was less potent than a heavy aerial bomb. Yet now, before this tactical weapon of equalitarian destruction, under the crushing heat of millions of degrees, Pudutsihong had no time for fear, nor even the opportunity to comprehend the nature of this phenomenon. Then, within the bewildered gaze, the entire form was directly vaporized by the terrifying high temperature. Indeed, it was vaporization, leaving not even a trace of ash, bones, flesh, and all remnants were reduced to dust, as though they had never existed at all. The might of the mushroom.